Where's this? Who am I? What's going on? Shin-sen struggled to stand up from the chair. He walked out from behind the front desk, shaking his head, and stepped out of the main entrance. The scene before him stunned him. Two mountain peaks that soared straight into the clouds. They stood like two guardians reaching to the heavens, protecting the three-story wooden house in front of him. Shin-san was dazed for a moment. His gaze shifted from the peaks down to a plaque above the wooden door. Blind box shop, he murmured to himself, then looked away again. Pay a little money. Reap unimaginable gains. Isn't it? I remember on the road. Right. I remember now the truck. Yes, I was hit by a truck, so what's happening now? Could it be? Thinking of a possibility, Shin-san's eyes widened instantly. At that moment, streams of unfamiliar information flooded into his mind. After receiving the information, he finally understood what was happening. All right. The truck had poor performance and targeted him. It sent him to the Dragon Ball world with one hit, and he inherited this myriad world's blind box shop. That's right, it's the kind of blind box shop where you can get anything from small items like sanitary pads to big things like a pile of Omni Kings. Anything you can imagine is inside the blind boxes. Shin-san was an optimist. After all, he was an orphan, and his savings before the transmigration were less than 5 figures. Compared to a 9-to-5 life, his current life seemed many times better. Accepting the fact of his transmigration, Shin-san began to look around. Apart from the blind box shop and the two towering peaks, the surroundings were a vast grassland and forest with some herbivores grazing. From the forest came occasional roars of beasts. A shop opened in such a wilderness. Can there be any customers? Shin-san's mouth twitched fiercely, and he sighed. My invincible range is 10 kilometers around. Within 10 kilometers, even the Omni King would just be cannon fodder. Although I can go beyond 10 kilometers, I'm just a weakling. If I run into Piccolo Daimo or any villain, I'd be finished. For now, there's only one plan: hide low. As for customers, let fate decide. After a while, if there's really no way, I'll go out and drag people in. As long as one customer comes to open a blind box, I can also open 5 a day. When my strength reaches a certain level, I can go out and have some fun. After saying this to himself, Shin-san turned around with a smile and went back into the shop. The facilities were neither luxurious nor shabby. Entering the door was the front desk, and behind it stood a counter displaying blind boxes and jars, row after row of them respectively. Black iron blind box, brown 100 each, with only a 1 chance of getting a good item. Bronze blind box, pale yellow 500 each, with a 5 chance. Silver blind box, pure silver 100 each, 10 chance. Gold blind box, pure gold 500 each, 15 chance. The above 4 types of blind boxes are all square gift packages, each tied with 4 ribbons with a bow on top. The blind boxes were placed at the lowest part of the counter, while above were 3 rows of sparkling jars. Diamond jar, sky blue 200 each, 25 chance. Star glow jar, multicolored 500 each, 35 chance. King jar, an ordinary looking earthen jar, 100 each, 50 chance. Don't be fooled by the king jar's shabby appearance. It's the essence of understated luxury. A 50 chance isn't low, it's a 5,050 bet. If you get a good item, you earn infinitely. If not, you only lose 100 million. After receiving the information just now, Shin-san knew the probabilities and the items that could be drawn. He almost thought this blind box shop was a charity organization. But he was even more delighted because whatever items customers opened would be returned to him 10,000 times over. In other words, as long as people kept drawing top-tier items, invincibility was only a matter of time. After examining the counter's blind boxes and jars, Shin-san turned his attention to the hall's furnishings. Several rosewood tea tables and about a dozen chairs were placed to the left of the front desk. Next to the tea tables against the wall stood a refrigerator. There were also 2 closed doors in the hall. From the information he received, Shin-san knew they led to a bathroom and a kitchen. The second floor had 5 guest rooms. The third floor was the master bedroom where he lived. This was the general state of the blind box shop. But the shop was also a growth-type store. Upon reaching certain conditions, it would upgrade, or upgrade cards could be drawn directly from jars and boxes. Since I'm here, I'll take it easy. In my past life, I never got to be a boss. It's nice to experience it. From now on, I am the myriad world's jar merchant. Now open for business. With a thought, his casual clothes transformed into a sunny beach outfit with a pair of sunglasses on his eyes. He moved a rocking chair and a small table from the corner of the hall to the door, took iced drinks and snacks from the fridge, and then used his shop manager privilege to conjure an old-fashioned radio. After all that, he lay back in the rocking chair, soaking up the sun and drinking soda, living a carefree life he never dared to imagine. Next, the first day passed, not a single soul appeared. The second day passed, a few small animals came begging for food, but still no customers. On the third day, he finally encountered 2 customers carrying hose, but as soon as they heard the price of the jars, they cursed and left. Shin-san wasn't in a hurry. Instead, having no customers allowed him to live even more freely, and more small animals gathered around him. He became one with the animals. 1 month later, a circular aircraft passed over the shop, then screeched to a halt. Through the transparent glass, the pilot could be seen as a woman with a crying baby in a cradle beside her. How did two mountain peaks appear in this place? And when did a building appear down there? Bulma was puzzled. Her home was not far from here, and she had been here many times before. Just over a month ago, she had passed by, and it had been a vast grassland. But what she saw now told her that two peaks and a building had indeed appeared. I've been so annoyed with the cell business lately. The scenery below looks nice. It's a good chance to relax, and also find out when these peaks and building appeared. Bulma teased her child, then flew the aircraft to an open space, picked up trunks, opened the hatch, and stepped out. Her goal was clear. She walked toward the only building. So handsome. As she approached, she saw a man lying in front of the door. Noticing his handsome face and well-proportioned figure, her eyes lit up, but it was only appreciation. Hearing the noise, Shin-sen slowly opened his hazy eyes, then raised his hand to wipe a trace of drool from the corner of his mouth, before lazily getting up and stretching. Welcome to the jar shop. Haha, handsome, there's no way you'll get any customers with your shop located here. Beautiful things always lift one's spirits, and Bulma was inherently a woman who appreciated good looks. If she weren't already married, she would surely have pursued the young shopkeeper before her. A jar shop. Selling jars. Yes and no. Please step inside. Shin-sen made an inviting gesture and walked in first. This is a blind box shop. I don't sell boxes or jars themselves, but the items inside. It's a game of probability, and what you can unbox is beyond your imagination. Haha, you're exaggerating, handsome. My knowledge is also beyond your imagination. Bulma casually glanced around the hall, then fixed her eyes on the counter. Not bad. The gimmick is decent, though the decoration is a bit plain. Those two rows of golden and multicolored jars do look quite attractive. I played blind box games when I was a kid. Tell me the price first, handsome. If it's within my budget, I might do you a favor. She didn't take Shin-sen seriously. What could possibly come out of small boxes and jars? At most, some fancy trinkets. She knew these games inside out. By the way, I'm Bulma. What's your name, handsome? Hearing this, Shin-sen was somewhat surprised. He looked at her carefully. Dragon Ball was a long-running anime he had watched from beginning to end. He rarely went back to rewatch, but he still remembered the characters and major story arcs. The woman before him indeed resembled Bulma. The child in her arms might be Trunks. Calculating the current timeline should be around the Cell games, give or take a year. Shin-san. Is your husband Vegeta? Now it was Bulma's turn to be surprised. What a strange name. How do you know my husband? Just heard about him. Shin-sen walked back to the front desk. The bottom row is the iron blind box, 100 each. The second to last row. He briefly introduced the prices of the blind boxes and jars. One person can open 5 per day. After the first 5, you can open 6 the next day, incrementing by 1 each day up to a maximum of 20. Are you out of your mind, boss Shin? Bulma said incredulously. The most expensive one is 100 million. Unless it's full of diamonds, how could a customer possibly profit? I wanted to do you a favor, but you're treating me like a fool. That's not right. Keep your blind boxes and jars for yourself. Bulma didn't want to argue further. She was the richest woman, not a naive fool. Shin-san was good-looking, but apparently not very bright. 100 million. Not even the 100,000 ones were worth playing. Only fools would fall for this. Bulma gave Shin-san one last look, hugged Trunks, and turned toward the main door. Shin-san wasn't flustered. He slowly sank into a chair, propping his chin with one hand. Bulma, you were smiling just now, but there was an unmistakable worry in your brows. Cell's tournament has been troubling you, hasn't it? Come open the jars. Maybe you'll get something to deal with Cell. Don't try to fool me with Cell's name, she retorted without stopping. He just did a live broadcast a few days ago. It's not strange you know about it. Bulma kept walking. Besides, I believe Vegeta and Goku will take care of Cell. Even if they do, what then? Shin-san remained unhurried. Perfect Cell's power is far beyond what a Super Saiyan 1 can handle. Even if Vegeta and Goku break their limits, how many of your people will die in the meantime? You? Bulma finally stopped and turned back with difficulty. Perfect Cell. Super Saiyan. These terms were not widely known. How did Shin-san know? And he mentioned Super Saiyan 1. Could there be further transformations beyond the yellow-haired form? Her thoughts began to waver. Shin-san saw the timeline was correct and decided to intensify the pressure. As far as I know, your son from the parallel timeline is also here. If Cell isn't defeated, both that grown-up son and the baby in your arms, Trunks, will die. Then all of you will die. Who will gather the Dragon Balls to revive you? This planet will become Cell's playground. Come on, time is running out. My blind boxes and jars contain items that can deal with Cell. 100,000 or 100 million, it's nothing to the richest woman. Trust me just once, and the reward might be beyond your imagination. The flood of information forced Bulma to pay serious attention. She finally looked at Shin-san with fresh eyes. The handsome boss who knew so many hidden secrets was definitely not simple. But rationality told her that small blind boxes and jars couldn't possibly contain items to defeat Cell. Yet based on the information from their conversation, she was no longer certain. 100,000 or even 100 million was indeed not a big deal for her. She wavered between belief and disbelief. Still, she wasn't a woman of indecision. Trying once wouldn't hurt. If there really was an item to defeat Cell, it would be a huge win. If not, did she think the proud man in her house was just for show? With that thought, she ignored her earlier claim that only fools would play. He'll trust you once. Give me 5 iron blind boxes first. Swipe the card. You should know this is a probability game. The iron blind box has the lowest chance of producing good items. I suggest you open 5 silver or above. Inside there might be items that can defeat Cell, or even defeat Vegeta, or items that grant eternal youth. Items that could defeat Cell were indeed tempting, but the promise of eternal youth moved her the most. After a moment's thought, she decided to play it safe. 3 silver and 2 iron. This distribution increased the probability while keeping costs reasonable, basically a safe bet. Even if cheated, she'd only lose 1. 8 million. Alright, total is 3. 2 million. Please keep your card. Shin-san placed the card on a card reader on the counter. With a beep, 2 million was successfully transferred. He then returned the card to Bulma. Then he took 2 iron blind boxes and 3 silver blind boxes from the shelf and placed them on the counter. Untie the ribbon, lift the lid. I hope you get good stuff on the first try. Hearing this, Bulma approached the first iron blind box with a hint of anticipation. She reached out, quickly untied the 4 ribbons on the bow. Finally, she took a deep breath and lifted the lid. Congratulations. You've obtained a straw hat. Bulma. 1-0 for a hat. That was a terrible loss. But she wasn't unhappy at all, because the moment she opened the box, the hat materialized out of thin air. This magical method deepened her anticipation. Don't be discouraged. The iron blind box has a low chance for good items. Keep going. Shin-san poured himself a cup of tea and gestured for Bulma to continue. Without a word, Bulma took another deep breath. She pulled the second iron blind box toward her and opened it swiftly. Congratulations. You've obtained a smartphone. Useless. Bulma shook her head, slowly shifting her attention to the silver blind boxes. She didn't want to linger on that feeling of anticipation. She quickly tore open all 3 silver blind boxes. In that instant, 3 items materialized. A broom. A power strip. A card. Bulma's face darkened. Boss, is this what you call good stuff? Definitely a scam. You shouldn't run a jar shop. You'd make good money performing street magic. She attributed the items appearing out of thin air to magic tricks. Who's scamming you? Didn't you open something good? Shin-san pointed with a smile at the card still floating in midair. This card can clear all your doubts. The card was entirely silver with several flowing streams of light gliding across its surface, appearing quite mystical. Bulma suppressed her anger and reached out to take the card, bringing it before her eyes. A 100 million base power increase card. After using it, your battle power will be augmented by 100 million points. Once you use this card, you will become the strongest human on this planet aside from a few Saiyans and Cell. Of course, that doesn't include me, Shin-san explained. Bulma had rather good fortune. Though the 100 million power boost card was not an exceptional item, acquiring it for just over 3 million was undoubtedly a tremendous gain. Of course, he never lost. You must be joking. Bulma was stunned. She was not a naive woman. She recalled that when Vegeta and Son Goku transformed into Super Saiyans, their power levels were just over 100 million. In their base forms, they were only a few million. Even with their training in the hyperbolic time chamber, their battle powers wouldn't have increased drastically. Their base power probably hadn't even reached 10 million. Yet this handsome boss claimed a single small card could directly increase base power by 100 million. If it were true, this was extraordinary. Boss, how do I use this card? Believing seeing was deceiving and feeling was believing, Bulma asked quickly. Eat it. Whatever you imagine, it will automatically taste like that, but... Shun-san had intended to offer a suggestion, but upon seeing Bulma shove it into her mouth upon hearing it was to be eaten, he abandoned the thought of continuing. The moment Bulma swallowed the card, she felt a surging energy rising within her. Waves of power emanated from her body, forming a gale, though it was suppressed within a certain range by the shop's rules. A tempest of shock raged in her heart. She didn't know if she had truly gained 100 million in battle power, but she felt she could shatter a mountain peak with a single punch. This was the confidence born from true strength. Bulma clenched her fist in disbelief. So this is 100 million power. Handsome boss, are you for real? Her jaw dropped after she spoke. A merchant values integrity above all else. I would never deceive my customers. Shun-san handed her a cup of tea. Have some tea to calm your nerves. Thanks. Bulma downed the tea in one gulp. Amidst her astonishment, she suddenly recalled that Shun-san seemed to have left something unsaid. Handsome boss, you said, but earlier. What were you going to say? Shun-san shrugged. I was going to give you a piece of advice. The card increases base power, and when a Saiyan transforms into a Super Saiyan, their power before and after transformation is linked. When a Saiyan in their base form transforms into a Super Saiyan, the power multiplier is 50 times. That's why Vegeta and the others only have a little over 100 million when they become Super Saiyans. If the base power were 100 million, then transforming into a Super Saiyan would elevate that power to 5 billion. That power boost card only adds 100 million to your power. For a Saiyan, it would maximize the card's benefits. Cell's power right now is only between 3 and 5 billion. That means if either Son Goku or Vegeta used the increase card, their power levels would essentially be on par. Why didn't you say so sooner? Bulma was mortified. She had a rough idea of Vegeta's power level, but she had never asked that the power after transformation was tied to base power. What a blunder. You were the one who ate it in a hurry. What's it got to do with me? Shun-sen crossed his legs. It's already used. Regretting it is useless. Bulma slapped her bank card back on the counter. They'll take all the blind boxes and jars on the counter. Charge my card. You don't seem to have listened carefully. One person can only open 5 a day. You've already opened 5 today. Tomorrow you can open 6 with a maximum of 20. Your quota for today is used up. Come back tomorrow. Shin-sen pushed the card back. Bulma gave a wry smile. A businessman shouldn't turn away money. If it's not enough, I can add more. You don't seem stupid, but you speak without thinking. Shin-sen's gaze was as if he were looking at a fool. Any decent item from the blind boxes or jars could buy this planet outright. Did you really think I was after your paltry sum? The shop has its rules. If you want to open more, come back tomorrow, or bring others here to open them. Bulma gave an awkward laugh. Someone with such miraculous means was indeed not short of money. She supposed the handsome boss was just amusing himself in the mortal world. She sheepishly retrieved her bank card and quickly spoke up. Understood. He'll go bring people here right now. With that, she picked up trunks and headed for the door. Shin-sen reminded her once more. This shop opens at 8 in the morning and closes at 5:30 in the afternoon. We won't accept any customers after hours. Bulma paused at his words, then checked the time. It was just past 11. Vegeta and the grown-up Trunks, having just suffered a defeat, were at home. Given the speed of her aircraft, a round trip would take less than an hour. It was plenty of time. Handsome boss, wait for me. I should be back around 1 o'clock. Don't close the door. They'll bring you some good food when I return. Bulma didn't wait for a reply. She returned to her aircraft and maxed out the thrusters. After Bulma left, Shin-sen came out from behind the counter. He raised his right hand, pinching a card between 2 fingers. It was the power boost card Bulma had just drawn. 100 million power multiplied by 10,000 is 1 trillion. In the anime, Son Goku's power in Super Saiyan 3 was roughly around 1.2 trillion. That means after using this card, I'm infinitely close to Super Saiyan 3, who's stronger than Super Saiyan 2 full power. Of course, that's assuming Son Goku's base power isn't too high. Still, 1 trillion power is practically invincible in this era, as long as I don't run into that green-haired guy or the gods of destruction. Shin-san was also looking forward to experiencing what 1 trillion power boost felt like. He imagined the card tasting like chocolate, then tossed it into his mouth, chewed a couple of times, and swallowed. In an instant, he felt a surge of energy, and his aura began to escalate step by step. 100 million, 1 billion, 10 billion, 100 billion. Finally, 1 trillion. Achieved. A violent aura erupted, but it was suppressed within a certain range by the shop's rules. 1 trillion base power. This feeling is wonderful. Shin-san felt the world-shattering energy fluctuations within his body. The corners of his mouth curled higher and higher until he couldn't help but burst into a fit of maniacal laughter to vent his excitement. Originally just an ordinary person, he could now destroy a planet. Nothing else to say. Thank the dump truck. Not bad. Even if I leave the invincibility zone, now nothing should happen. I just need to be careful of that Grand Priest who's always spying. But even so, I'm still an ant before him, so he probably won't bother. But to be safe, I need to lay low a while longer. Shin-san had a lot of patience. Now that he had Bulma as a connection, he could already foresee a steady stream of customers coming to the shop every day. Life is getting more and more promising. No need to cook. He'll wait for Bulma to bring me food. Shin-san lay back down in the rocking chair in front of the door, sipping a cola and nibbling on a pastry, occasionally teasing the small animals that came up to him. Life was truly pleasant. In the western capital, after Cell's live broadcast, a brief panic swept through the city. People walked the streets bereft of their usual liveliness. Some hurriedly attempted to flee the city. At Capsule Corporation, Vegeta, who had been resting with his eyes closed, suddenly sensed a powerful, unfamiliar energy rapidly approaching. He flashed into the sky, crossing his arms with a stoic expression. Though the incoming energy was strong, it posed no threat to him now. With a whoosh, Trunks from the parallel timeline arrived at Vegeta's left side, his gaze fixed solemnly ahead. The one coming is strong, though not yet at Super Saiyan level. It's close. But why does this energy feel familiar? Wait, Vegeta replied with a single word, then fell silent, waiting calmly. Amidst the bustling crowd on the streets, a loud, jet-like sound suddenly echoed from the sky. Some people instinctively looked up. A strange aircraft trailing several long streams of air tore across the sky with a faint sonic boom before hovering in front of Vegeta. Sensing the energy emanating from Bulma, Vegeta was stunned. Trunks was stunned. What was happening? Was this still their wife-mother, who was barely stronger than a mere earthling? Vegeta, Trunks, come down. I have something important to tell you. Bulma shouted. She had gained a base battle power of 100 million, yet she possessed no combat skills or techniques like Bukujutsu. She now possessed immense power, but had no idea how to use it. She parked the aircraft in the yard and hurried out holding baby Trunks. Mom, what's this? Trunks asked as if in a dream. They had only been apart for 2 days, yet she seemed so unfamiliar now. If not for Bulma's unchanged face, the baby in her arms, and most importantly, that innate sense of familiarity, he would have thought someone was impersonating her. Vegeta remained silent, but his brows were deeply furrowed. He was certain the woman before him was Bulma, but how she had acquired such immense energy in less than 2 days was a mystery. Great. Listen, on my way back, I ran into this shop. Bulma recounted everything from beginning to end. When she mentioned how Shin-san was about to give advice, but she eagerly consumed the card, a look of embarrassment crossed her face. After she finished explaining, Trunks' first reaction was disbelief, but the facts were undeniable, and he knew his mother wouldn't lie about such a thing. Vegeta's face remained impassive, but inwardly, he was cursing. Foolish woman. If that amplification card was real, then that guy Shin-san was right. Using the amplification card, adding it to his base power plus the 100 million bonus, then transforming into a Super Saiyan, his power would be nearly 6 billion. With a power of 6 billion, Cell would be nothing. Where is it? About 100 kilometers to the southeast. Bulma pointed in the direction she came from, but when she turned back, Vegeta was gone. Idiot. Did you even listen? Opening blind boxes and jars costs money. Take some with you. Bulma shouted at the distant trail of air. But no matter how she shouted, her voice could no longer reach Vegeta. Trunks, hurry. I can't fly. Take me after him. Knowing Vegeta, I'm afraid he'll do something reckless. Okay, Mom. Trunks looked grim. For a shop owner to boost an ordinary person's power by 100 million in an instant, his own strength must be even greater. Perhaps he was even stronger than Cell. Yet he was puzzled. In his own world on the brink of destruction, no one named Shun-san had ever appeared. Shaking his head to clear his thoughts, Trunks took baby Trunks into his arms, then hoisted Bulma onto his back. With a burst of energy, he sped off in the direction Vegeta had gone. Meanwhile, at Mount Pozu, Goku and Gohan also sensed Bulma's energy. Goku considered going to check, but sensing Vegeta was also there, and that no battle had broken out, he decided against it. The priority was Cell. Though the unfamiliar energy was not weak, it was nothing compared to Cell. Dad, doesn't that energy feel a bit like Aunt Bulma's? Gohan asked, scratching his head in confusion. It does, but it's impossible. Bulma hates training. Even if she trained in the hyperbolic time chamber for days, she couldn't reach that level. Goku said, patting Gohan's golden hair. Since leaving the time chamber, they had maintained their Super Saiyan form as a form of training. That energy has met up with Vegeta, but there's no fight or killing intent. It should be fine. For now, Cell is the main concern. We'll deal with other things later. Okay, Dad. Gohan said no more. Having honed their energy and bodies in the time chamber, they were now tempering their minds. This was Goku's custom training for Gohan, designed to unlock his vast hidden potential. Across the Dragon Ball world, others also sensed Bulma's energy. Piccolo's group, noting Vegeta and Trunks were with her, took no action. Cell merely shifted his gaze briefly before dismissing it, standing at the center of the ring, like an immovable tree waiting for the tournament. At the blind box shop, Vegeta flew at top speed, reaching the place Bulma described in just a few minutes. 2 peaks, a 3-story wooden building. This should be it. With clear purpose, he strode towards the blind box shop. But as he drew near, he stopped. Sweat poured from his brow, and every instinct screamed danger. All because of the man lying in the rocking chair with his eyes closed. Shin-san lay flat in the rocking chair, soft snores emanating from his nose. A group of small animals rested beside him, and a squirrel lay on the canopy above his head. Hearing the disturbance, all the animals instantly awoke and scattered. Sensing someone's arrival, Shin-san slowly opened his eyes. Seeing Vegeta in a combat stance, he understood the situation. He had yet to learn how to suppress his energy. The energy radiating from his 1 trillion battle power, even suppressed by the shop, would have pressed an untransformed Vegeta into the ground. Shin-san decided to have some fun with this character known among fans as the Eternal Second Place. He rose from the rocking chair and walked unhurriedly towards Vegeta. With each step he took, Vegeta's body felt heavier. By the time they were 10 paces apart, Vegeta's legs were trembling. You intend to attack me? Shin-san looked down at Vegeta. Vegeta gritted his teeth. Don't underestimate me. You think mere energy can crush a Saiyan prince? With a roar, his white aura erupted into gold, his hair turning yellow and spiking upwards. He transformed into a Super Saiyan. The pressure lessened, but the overwhelming force that he could barely resist left him. Stunned. Don't make a move. It's a misunderstanding, all a misunderstanding. The mother and son arrived belatedly, with Trunks standing beside Vegeta in shock. In his perception, Shun-san was an unfathomable abyss. Even perfect Cell before him was merely a slightly stronger ant. Bulma stood between them, raising a hand to signal both sides to stand down. Sorry, mister. Shun, my husband has this temperament. He means no harm, please don't fight. And you, Vegeta, why turn into a Super Saiyan? Think it makes you look cool. Change back this instant. With Cell rampaging through the world, she had no desire to provoke another being of immeasurable power like Shin-san. Vegeta, hearing this, remained still, but felt the pressure on him diminish significantly. Breathing a sigh of relief, he reverted from Super Saiyan form. Yet his gaze fixed on Shun San, the awe in his eyes lingering. Hand it over. Shun San extended his hand. Bulma was puzzled. What? The food. You said you'd bring me food. Bulma gave an awkward smile. She had remembered it when she got home, but after explaining things and seeing Vegeta leave, she completely forgot about the food. Sorry, handsome. Vegeta came in such a hurry, I forgot the food. But since I promised, I won't break my word. Trunks, go back and bring some food. Your father and I will start opening the cans and blind boxes. Mom. Trunks hesitated, but seeing Bulma's resolute expression, he turned and flew back to West City. Given his flight speed, it wouldn't take long. Moreover, he knew if Shun Sen wanted to harm their family, they had little power to resist. Once Trunks left, Shun Sen nodded slowly, then turned and walked into the shop. Come in. You know the rules, 1 person 5 per day. The next day 6, increasing up to a maximum of 20. As he spoke, he was already behind the counter, lightly resting his hands on it, leaning forward slightly, with a smile curling at his lips. 7 types of blind boxes and cans. Which would you like to open? 2 king cans, 1 star can, 1 diamond can, and 1 gold blind box. Bulma had initially wanted 5 king cans, but considering the long-term opening king cans daily would strain even the entire corporation. Yet the looming threat of Cell demanded good loot. King cans had a 50% chance, 2 should yield something decent, and the odds for gold and above weren't low either. She thought this distribution was reasonable. Swipe the card. Let me clarify, the odds for cans and blind boxes don't stack. King cans have a 50% chance, but it depends on your luck. Shin Sen placed the card on the POS machine. Confirmed 2 king, 1 star, 1 diamond, 1 gold. Confirmed. Let's start with these. If nothing good comes out, well, open 5 more king cans when Trunks gets back. Bulma affirmed. Shin Sen said no more. With a beep from the machine, he returned the card to Bulma. Total 275 million. Please take your card. He placed the card in front of Bulma, then turned to the counter. First, he brought the gold blind box to the counter, followed by the sky blue diamond can, then the multicolored star can, and finally the unremarkable king cans. 1 blind box and 4 cans lined up on the counter, the 2 king cans standing out like solitary entities, refusing to blend into the dazzling group. Mr. Shin, why is the one for 100 million just an earthen jar? Bulma's eyes flickered with doubt. Shin Sen shrugged. It's called returning to simplicity. What would a nouveau riche like you understand? Open the blind box by hand. Use the hammer on the counter to crack the cans. Bulma's forehead creased with annoyance. A nouveau riche, while spending over 200 million in one go, did make her seem like one. Not wanting to dwell on that, she shot Shin Sen a glare, then placed her hand on the gold blind box. Why can't I open it this time? I made it clear 1 person 5 per day. Your quota for today is used up. That payment was for Vegeta. Except for him, no one can open these. Shin Sen sat down slowly. This is the last time I explain it to you. Fine. Bulma stepped aside and pushed the proud Vegeta forward. Open it. Stop showing off. Oomph. Vegeta snorted heavily, glanced at Shun San, then placed his hand on the blind box. Vegeta felt a flicker of anticipation. Unlike his Super Saiyan God self, this Vegeta, though somewhat restrained in nature, would still go to any lengths to gain power. Unlike the Vegeta of the Super Saiyan God era, who might have scorned using external means to enhance strength despite his pride. Vegeta quickly tore open the blind box's straps and lifted the lid. Instantly, a beastly roar echoed. A small creature, squid-like in body with a bovine head exuding a faint pressure, flew out. What's this? Vegeta frowned. A small beast with mediocre power, but for 5 million it seemed not a loss. Perhaps good for roasting, though too small for a proper meal. Congratulations. You've obtained the tailed beast Gyuki. It's a minor prize, but not very useful to you. Creatures from blind boxes automatically bond with their owner. You're now Gyuki's master. Shinsen explained. Gyuki affectionately leaped onto Vegeta's shoulder, its dozen tentacles wrapping tightly around his neck, then nuzzled against his cheek. Get off, Vegeta said with disgust, pulling Gyuki off and tossing it to Bulma. Confused about why its master was displeased, Gyuki felt miserable. It clung to Bulma's hand, tears streaming. Boo-hoo, master doesn't want me. Oh, you can talk. Bulma lifted Gyuki to eye level. Interesting. Are you a hybrid of a squid and a cow? Gyuki is a creation of someone called the Sage of 6 Paths. It's not entirely useless to you. It can grant a power called Tailed Beast Mode, boosting your strength slightly. But only slightly, not a major increase. Still, it's decent. Beyond that, Gyuki can provide a form of energy called chakra. Shinsen finished explaining and took a sip of water. See, I'm not useless, master. Gyuki nodded vigorously. Vegeta thought for a moment, then took Gyuki back. Try that Tailed Beast Mode ability. Yes, master. Gyuki transformed into a stream of light and merged into Vegeta. In the next instant, a pure energy cloak covered his body, with strange, eerie patterns appearing on his face and hands. There is some enhancement, but not much. Still, this new energy system is worth studying. Vegeta clenched his fist, a hint of disappointment in his expression. Then his gaze shifted to the diamond can. With Gyuki as a starting point, he grew more eager to see what else he might get. Use the hammer. Seeing Vegeta about to crush the kin, Shun Sen kindly reminded him. Vegeta sneered. A mere kin. I can crush it with my bare hands. Shatter. Vegeta strained. I refuse to believe I can't crush this. Shatter. Break. Break. Bulma couldn't bear to watch. Noticing Shin San's amused expression, Vegeta's pride took a massive blow. He was determined to break it. But reality was cruel. Even channeling all his Super Saiyan power, the kin remained utterly still. When he let go, the kin even wobbled slightly as if mocking him. Stop fooling around. Bulma, exasperated, picked up the hammer and shoved it into Vegeta's hand. Vegeta's face flushed red, but he understood the kin couldn't be broken by brute force. Avoiding Shin San's gaze, he swung the hammer hard against the diamond can. In an instant, the kin shattered and an object flew out. Bulma was ecstatic. Shin San looked surprised. A card. It's a card. But this one is vastly different from the one I just opened. Does it also increase base combat power? A pure white card flew out of the jar with several lines of light flowing across its surface. Bulma was instantly overwhelmed with ecstasy. However, noticing the difference between the two cards, she wasn't sure if it was a combat power enhancement card either. Vegeta's heart was equally stirred. At that moment, a combat power enhancement card was what he needed most. If it were 100 million base combat power enhancement card, he was absolutely confident he could grind Cell into the ground. With a hint of anticipation in his eyes, he took the card in his hand. Then Shin San's explanation came. It's not an enhancement card. It's a skill card. A step to the horizon, also known as reducing the Earth to inches, a spatial growth type skill. After use, the initial range of the skill is 10 million kilometers. Within that range, the user can freely adjust the distance traversed. A step to the horizon is considered a divine skill. Due to its growth-oriented nature, though it doesn't rank among the top in the jars, it is still a decent ability. Its application is broad for travel and high-speed combat. Vegeta's heart trembled upon hearing this. Then he recalled Bulma's mention of direct consumption. He brought the card before his eyes glanced at the gilded characters, a step to the horizon on its surface, and then tossed it into his mouth. The moment he swallowed, a surge of information materialized in his mind. The techniques for using a step to the horizon. Awe began to spread from within, surging up to his brain. His scalp tingled. This skill belonged to the same category as Kakarot's instant transmission. The difference was that instant transmission required sensing energy to perform spatial jumps. But the step to the horizon he had obtained had no prerequisites. With a single step, he could traverse the ends of the earth. Vegeta's expression finally shifted. As he looked down at the remaining 3 jars, a fervent gleam appeared in his pupils. The hand gripping the hammer trembled slightly, revealing his immense excitement. Then with a quivering hand, he aimed at the iridescent, colorful jar, taking a deep breath. He raised the hammer. He swung the hammer. The jar shattered. Congratulations. You've obtained one of Sun Wukong's original shirts. Vegeta. The familiar style, the familiar pattern. How had he opened this thing? Boss, this is. Bulma was speechless. What a peculiar collection. Life is full of wonders, and jars hold everything. Who knows, maybe there's even your clothes in there. Shin Sen chuckled lightly, then continued speaking. Don't lose heart. You've already struck gold with just a step to the horizon. Now there are 2 top-tier king jars left with a 50% chance. You're bound to get something good. Keep going. Alright. With utmost disdain, Vegeta tossed Sun Wukong's shirt into the nearby trash bin, then prepared to open the remaining 2 king jars. But at that moment, Bulma's eyes darted around. Handsome, those jar fragments and blind box containers are mine now, right? With her keen eye, she could easily tell that the gold blind boxes were made of real gold, and the diamond ones were also genuine blue diamonds at that. If she could take them away, even just the diamond fragments would be a massive profit. Don't be too greedy. Shin San waved his hand lightly, and the shattered jars and open blind boxes automatically restored themselves to their original state, then floated back into the empty slots on the counter. This is a game shop. The items opened inside belong to the customers, but the jars and blind boxes themselves are non-merchandise. And you, the richest woman, can't you be a bit more generous? Hey handsome, take a look at how expensive your jars are. Bulma rolled her eyes. If I keep opening them like this every day, you'll soon be the most indebted woman. Mark my words, indebted, as in the red. Work hard to earn money, and you won't become indebted. It's not like I'm forcing you to open them. Shin Sen wore a nonchalant expression. Having tasted the sweetness, he was confident Bulma wouldn't resist coming back to open more. Even if Bulma could hold back, Vegeta, who was somewhat unscrupulous at this point, certainly wouldn't. After all, no one could escape the law of true fragrance. Of course, Sun Wukong, the absent-minded martial arts fanatic, might be an exception. However, Chi-Chi was not. In the future, as long as he subtly tempted Chi-Chi, Sun Wukong would immediately be turned into a 9-to-5 workhorse. Trunks is back. You keep opening, Vegeta. I'm going to grab some lunch. Shin San took the man-high lunchbox handed over by Trunks, then left the counter and went to the dining table to enjoy his meal. After reaching a combat power of 1 trillion, his appetite seemed to have grown as well. He felt that the food Trunks brought would only fill him up halfway at most. It was a small perk. He loved gourmet food, so a bigger appetite was good news for him. Trunks glanced at Shun-san, who was devouring the food like a storm, then asked in a low voice, "Dad, can you really get things from those jars and blind boxes?" "It's real. I just opened a skill from a jar and learned it instantly, and I also got a creature called Gyuki from a blind box." "That little." Vegeta frowned. Shin-san and Bulma aren't lying, but Shin-san's origins are very mysterious, and his strength is the greatest I've ever encountered. The energy he just emitted definitely isn't his full power, but even so I couldn't help but tremble. Even the proud Vegeta had to admit that going up against Shun-sen now would leave him with no chance of victory. Even if he teamed up with Sun Wukong and the others, they would only be cannon fodder. Hearing that it was true, Trunks was stunned for a moment, then burst into ecstasy. His thoughts were simple: if they could really get good items. Not only could they deal with Perfect Cell, but when they returned to their own world, they could also eliminate Android 17 and Android 18, killing two birds with one stone. All they needed to pay was some money, and for his family, money was the least of their concerns. With this thought, his anticipation grew even stronger. "Dad, hurry up and open it." Trunks breathed rapidly, unable to help urging. Vegeta gave him a stern look. "Control your emotions." Even as he said this, his own heart was equally stirred and filled with anticipation, both emotions swelling. Here came the main event. The King Jar. The word king was practically referring to him, Vegeta, wasn't it? So, let this Saiyan King open it. It's bound to yield something 100%. Come on, give it to me. Vegeta roared inwardly in excitement, then swung the hammer. With a crisp crack, a photograph flew out of the earth jar. Vegeta snatched it and took a look, his face turning as black as charcoal. Because the person in the photo was once again Sun Wukong, grinning with 2 rows of big white teeth and flashing a huge peace sign. Bulma watched and smiled bitterly. 100 million down the drain. The last jar, open it quickly. My heart can't take much more. Open it. Vegeta, furious, crumpled the photo into a ball and tossed it away, then swung the hammer at the last solitary king jar. As the hammer descended, a brilliant light burst forth instantly. The instant the canister burst into a radiant glow of 10,000 beams, Vegeta was likewise enveloped in its brilliance. A tempestuous aura surged unceasingly. Sensing the gradually escalating energy fluctuations within his body, he could not help but roar aloud. His form automatically shifted into Super Saiyan 1, and the golden hue of his hair began to evolve into a deeper, more profound shade. 300 million, 1 billion, 3 billion. The sudden upheaval left Trunks and Bulma utterly astounded. They retreated a short distance, their gazes fixed upon Vegeta, brimming with anticipation, excitement, and concern. Had they been equipped with a combat power scanner, they would have witnessed Vegeta's battle power surging upward at an extraordinary pace. At last, as several bolts of electric serpent coiled around the yellow aura enveloping him, a brand new Super Saiyan 2 Vegeta made his entrance. His power level ultimately settled at 54 billion. Is this still father? Trunks trembled all over in shock. The Vegeta before him now felt several times mightier than during the battle with Cell. Bulma raised a hand to cover her mouth, her eyes blazing with radiant light. With the boost of 100 million in power, she now had a far more intuitive grasp of a Saiyant's strength. Vegeta's current state made even breathing a struggle for her. "Vegeta, what is this? What is this?" Vegeta lifted his hands, scrutinizing them for a moment. "I don't know what state this is, but it's never been better. I'm confident I can kill Perfect Cell now. Because, at this moment, I am more powerful than ever before. And right now, I have surpassed all Saiyans, including Kakarot." A confident arc curled at the corner of his mouth. Ever since arriving on this planet, every battle had ended in defeat, dealing an unprecedented blow to his pride. How could a Saiyan prince endure such a thing? Now, with this power in hand, he could finally hold his head high. The accumulated oppression of the past was swept away in an instant. Clap, clap, clap. Shun-sen clapped his hands as he left the dining table, returning to the front counter. He poured 4 glasses of water, drinking 1 himself and leaving 3 on the counter. "Lucky break. What you just drew was Super Saiyan 2. It's nothing extraordinary, but for you at this stage, it's decent enough. Sufficient to deal with the current Cell." He specified the current Cell. He vaguely recalled that Cell could evolve once more by expelling Android 18, using self-destruction to take Goku with him, and then undergoing a phoenix-like rebirth. That Cell was the true perfect form, with strength on par with Super Saiyan 2. "Thank you." Vegeta didn't even notice the hint of respect that had crept into his tone. "Mr. Shin, you mentioned Super Saiyan 1, Super Saiyan 2. Does that mean Saiyans can evolve further?" "Indeed. Saiyans are the type that grow fiercer with each battle, with top-tier potential. Super Saiyan 1 is just the starting point. Super Saiyan 2 counts as intra-level, and after that comes Super Saiyan 3. Shin-sen noted the shift in Vegeta's tone and explained with a smile. "However, your current state is just entering Super Saiyan 2. Above that lies Super Saiyan 2 full power, and you still have a long way to go before Super Saiyan 3. Having explained thus far, he intended to stop. But Vegeta grew anxious. What comes after? Is there a Super Saiyan 4 after that? There is, but you've lost a necessary condition. Shin-sen paused there, then shifted his tone. Cultivation abhors impatience and restlessness. Even if you knew you couldn't reach Super Saiyan 4 for now. Open the canisters. When the time is right, I can tell you what that condition is. Or you might draw Super Saiyan 4 directly from a canister. Even higher forms are available in the canisters and blind boxes. That was the ultimate goal. He simply wanted to pique Vegeta's curiosity, ensuring he'd visit the shop daily to open canisters. Wasn't that what a merchant did? Information was also a commodity. If one wanted information, fair trade was required. Seeing Shun-sen would explain no further, Vegeta had to suppress his damned curiosity and replied respectfully, "Understood. Thank you for your explanation, Mr. Shun." In this shop, he saw a path for Saiyans to reach the pinnacle, a path to restore glory, and even a path to surpass their ancestors. And Mr. Shin was right. Cultivation most abhors impatience, which was also his greatest weakness. To break through to Super Saiyan 3, 4, or beyond, he had to calm his mind. Beside him, Bulma and Trunks were utterly incredulous. Was this the same arrogant husband who had never known humility? Was this the same proud father? When had they ever seen Vegeta so courteous? It was rarer than the sun rising in the west. What are you staring at? Open them. Vegeta reverted to his thunderous self. He crossed his arms and retreated to the door, leaning his back against the frame. He appeared to be resting with his eyes closed, but a slit remained, his gaze fixed unwaveringly on the canisters on the counter. Shin-san lightly tapped the counter, snapping Bulma and Trunks back to reality. Now it's your turn, Trunks. 5 blind boxes and canisters. Which price tier would you like? This. Trunks was uncertain for 2 reasons. 1, he didn't fully understand the rules. 2, he had no money. Same as Vegeta. Bulma placed her bank card directly on the card machine. Shin-san then entered the amount, and another 275 million was debited. He then turned and brought out the canisters and blind boxes from behind the counter. You weren't here earlier, so I'll explain once more. 1 person can open 5 per day, 6 the next, increasing by 1 each day with a cap of 20. Open blind boxes by pulling the ribbon. Use the hammer on the table to break open the canisters. If you understand, start. Understood. Trunks took a few deep breaths. Thank you, Mom. After thanking Bulma, he brought the gold blind box in front of him. An excited heart, trembling hands. Please let it yield something good. Trunks placed his slightly trembling hand on the tip of the ribbon, then pulled slowly. As he pulled, the ribbon scattered in all directions. With one final step, he placed his hand on the lid of the blind box and lifted it in an instant. In that moment, another card flew out. Bulma was overjoyed. Vegeta opened his half-closed eyes, his feet involuntarily carrying him back to the counter, his neck stretching slightly forward. Congratulations. You've obtained a 10 million base power boost card. Upon hearing this, Trunks was disappointed for a moment, but then thought of something and erupted in joy. Father, you should use this boost card. If your base power increases and you transform into Super Saiyan 2, your power will increase by another 5 billion. No need. You're more suited to use it. Vegeta didn't explain further, but both Trunks and Bulma knew what he was thinking. Trunks' world was on the brink of destruction. He truly needed to enhance his strength. Humph. A stubborn thunder, a fool. Bulma cursed inwardly, but a smile crept onto her lips. Stop dilly-dallying. Don't make me shove this card down your throat myself. Vegeta glared at Trunks. No, I'll take it. Trunks smiled, too beaming with joy. He placed the card directly into his mouth. As a stream of energy flowed through his body, his base power instantly surged by 10 million. Combined with his original base power of roughly 10 million, transforming into Super Saiyan 1 would yield 10 billion. If he fully unleashed Super Saiyan 1's energy, his power could reach between 25 and 30 billion. Based on Shin-san's earlier explanation, he guessed that full power Super Saiyan 1 might be the full power state or something close to it. With a modest boost in power, Trunks grew even more eager. So next, a fervent gleam filled his eyes. The hand gripping the hammer trembled even more violently. Bang! Noticing another card, the entire Trunks family burst into dazzling radiance. As 2 cards were drawn in succession, Trunks felt a surge of blood rushing through his body, his heart racing with unparalleled excitement. He then extended a trembling hand, eager to grasp the cards. However, heaven and hell often exist in an instant. Congratulations, you have obtained a card that is utterly mundane. Trunks. Bulma. Vegeta. What does this mean? Trunks' outstretched hand halted midway, his expression shifting from joy to confusion. Boss Shin, does a mundane card mean exactly what it says? Congratulations, you are correct. It means exactly what it says. Shun-sen suppressed his laughter. This card is utterly useless, though. If you wish to keep it as a collectible, that's fine, as it does feature a beautifully printed image. You. Trunks was at a loss for words. What had initially filled him with fervor felt like a bucket of cold water poured over him the moment he heard the explanation, chilling him to the bone. Vegeta maintained a stoic facade, but his heart raced twice. Bulma sighed. Handsome, you play with contrasts too well. We thought all cards were useful. What a waste of excitement. Haha, I never said all treasures are presented in card form. After all, didn't the Nyogue appear as a living being? Shun-san waved his hand, retrieving the fragments of the jar and the open blind box back to the counter, Then continued, items from blind boxes and jars can be presented in any form. The thrill of this game lies in the heart's racing. Did you not just experience significant emotional fluctuations? Hey, the stark contrast between heaven and hell must feel exhilarating. Look at Vegeta, he exhibited quite the emotional upheaval. Such instances are rare for you. I did not. Vegeta attempted to defend himself, but gave up as he realized that defending would only confuse him more. He noticed Bulma's provocative gaze and shot back a glare before shifting his focus elsewhere. Trunks was overjoyed. Seeing such a lovable father today made it worthwhile even if nothing good was drawn. He chuckled to himself and focused his gaze on the starry jar. The sky blue represents the heavens and the oceans. This color often carries luck. This one must yield something good. As he thought of the possibilities, Trunks' heart raced uncontrollably, and he again raised his slightly trembling hand. With a loud bang, congratulations, you have obtained a Son Gohan's original outfit. Clang. Upon hearing this, the entire Vegeta family collapsed. At the same time, they thought, what kind of karmic bond does their family have with Son Goku's family? Next time will they draw Shishi's outfit? Shin-san was a bit surprised. However, upon recalling the loving relationship between Vegeta and Son Goku's families, he found it not too astonishing as their relationship was rather complex. Cough cough, you are quite lucky, at least you saved money on clothing, and you still have 2 king jars left, continue opening them. Handsome, tell us honestly, do you have any women's clothing stuffed inside? Bulma felt uneasy at the thought of certain possibilities. At this moment, she wanted to finish opening jars quickly and return to check her clothes. The tops were no issue, but she feared the undergarments. Maybe so. Shin-san wasn't afraid of being perceived as a pervert. After all, he didn't have much interest in two-dimensional characters. The Super Saiyan version of Android 18 looked good, but that was merely aesthetically pleasing. There are countless beauties from all realms. It would be nice to date someone when visiting other planes, but the characters from the Dragon Ball world could be dismissed. It's just some clothing, be magnanimous. Vegeta, you two will look at it from another angle. Being drawn into the jar means it represents Bulma's personal charm. What was that saying? It's better to enjoy together than alone, sacrificing the small self for the greater self. You all are selfless individuals. Sigh. Never thought you had such peculiar preferences, handsome. Bulma slowly shook her head. Just don't stuff me entirely into it, Trunks, you go first. Alright. The Dragon Ball world is relatively open, especially with certain countries as background, so Trunks felt no discomfort. Focusing on the last 2 king jars, the real highlight was now. After experiencing such highs and lows, he did not wish to hesitate any longer. The hammer swung, leaving 2 afterimages. With 2 crisp sounds, 2 items floated in midair. One was a mushroom-head man in a green bodysuit. The other was a small short sword. The surfaces of both items shimmered with flowing light, appearing quite mystical. Bulma was thrilled. Vegeta was pleasantly surprised. Trunks excelled. Not bad luck. Shin-san pointed at the short sword. This is the demon sword Muramasa. It's quite a decent sword, and if it can be drawn for 100 million, that's quite a profit. Then he pointed at the humanoid item. This is also a skill called 8 Gates, originating from the same world as the Nyogue. The 8 Gates technique is similar to Son Goku's Kaioken. It allows the user to open from the first gate to the 8th gate. Each door unlocked releases a seal within the body, exponentially increasing strength. The side effects are also quite evident. The more gates open, the greater the side effects. Once the 8th gate, the death gate, is open, the user will possess over 10 times the power, but if the user cannot withstand it, they will die. Just 10 times. Trunks felt disheartened upon hearing this. Vegeta scolded him for his ignorance. Fool, you misunderstood, mister. Shin did not say it increases base power by 10 times. You now become a Super Saiyan with power in the billions. If you then open the 8 gates, your power would directly escalate to hundreds of billions. After mastering the 8 gates, your world's androids would be mere fodder. Shin-san nodded at this. Vegeta truly lived up to his name. His intelligence was always online. You understood well, but like the Kaioken, the 8 gates have greater burdens the stronger the user is. Trunks' physical strength can handle opening 7 gates regularly without much issue. However, using the 8 gates in Super Saiyan form significantly increases the load. Opening 6 gates is barely manageable, but opening 8 gates is certain death. This type of enhancement skill emphasizes fairness. What you gain is proportional to what you expend. Now that the jars have been opened, you may choose to stay if you wish. If you want tea, help yourselves. I won't be attending to you. After explaining, Shin-san returned to the rocking chair and lay back. After hearing the explanation, Trunks was astonished. He was also tempted. However, after a moment's thought, he handed the 8 gates to his father. Dad, you should use this item. Sure. Vegeta nodded. The cell from your world hasn't appeared yet. With your current strength, dealing with a few androids is a breeze, and you won't need the 8 gates. Son Goku has the Kaioken. He has always wanted a skill that enhances power, and the 8 gates fits perfectly. With the 8 gates, he could easily surpass Son Goku in every aspect. He did not want to miss this opportunity. Soon the family of 3 conversed for a while before taking their leave. Meanwhile, Shin-san lay in the rocking chair as usual, cradling a small dog with a large rooster atop his head. while a group of animals frolicked nearby. Where are you going? Returning to West City, Vegeta saw Bulma walking toward the aircraft and immediately blocked her path. Bulma tried to push Vegeta away, but she couldn't move him an inch. Move aside. I'm going to tell Son Goku and the others about the shop. No, not now at least. Vegeta shook his head. Bulma laughed in exasperation. She knew exactly what Vegeta was thinking. After being suppressed for so long, he wanted to turn the tables and have his moment of glory. But Cell was still looming over them. Was this really the time for venting? Move. Trunks must not die. You alone aren't a sure thing. If Son Goku and the others can draw items, it adds another layer of insurance. Get back. I said no, and that's final. Vegeta paid no heed. With my current power, Cell is as good as dead. After the tournament is over, you can say whatever you want. For now, stay put at home. Father. Trunks also understood Vegeta's thoughts. But before he could say more, Vegeta cut him off violently. Shut up. This isn't your place to speak. If anyone dares to tell Kakarot about the shop before the tournament, don't blame me for turning hostile. You? Find him done. Do whatever you want. Bulma, furious, picked up baby Trunks and walked back into the house. Trunks, seeing this, smiled bitterly and left as well. But he wasn't too worried. Super Saiyan 2 Vegeta combined with the 8 gates should be more than enough to handle Cell. Don't leave. Come with me into the hyperbolic time chamber one more time. Vegeta wasn't entirely heartless. He knew Trunks was nearing the limit of Super Saiyan 1. One more session in the time chamber with his guidance would allow Trunks to reach Super Saiyan 2 within a year. Then with both father and son as Super Saiyan 2s, Cell would be nothing. Without another word, he grabbed Trunks' hand and took a single step forward. Activating the technique of instant transmission, they arrived at the lookout in an instant. Just then, Piccolo emerged from the hyperbolic time chamber. Ignoring the bewildered group, Vegeta led Trunks straight into the chamber. As night gradually fell, the earth was cloaked in darkness. In front of the shop, Saiyan yawned as he rose from his rocking chair. Then he waved away a group of small animals. In his hand, several items appeared. They were all the items that Vegeta and Trunks had drawn today: 3 cards, a toy, and a blade. When Vegeta had drawn Super Saiyan 2, it had been covered in light, but Shin-san had turned that light into a card. The other 2 cards were instant transmission and a 10 million base power boost card. Let's start with the power boost card. Shin-san tossed the boost card into his mouth. Instantly, on top of a trillion base power, another 100 billion was added, totaling 1,100 billion. The negligible few points were ignored. Next, he brought the Super Saiyan 2 card before his eyes. If I use this, I won't turn into a blonde, will I? The boost from Super Saiyan 2 is 200 times the base power. 1,100 billion times 200. Let me calculate. 1 times 1 is 1, 1 times 2 is 2, 1 times 3 is 3, 1 times 4 is 4. Alright, I'll use a calculator. Shin-san's mental math gave him a headache, so he reluctantly pulled out a calculator. The final result, however, made him. Bang! He threw the calculator away in frustration. Then he tossed the Super Saiyan 2 card into his mouth. His chi surged in an instant, growing at an unimaginable speed. Ah! Shin-san roared in ecstasy. His originally white aura instantly turned a deep yellow, and countless arcs of lightning swirled around him. Base power multiplied by 200 is several hundred trillion. Then multiply it by 10,000 times the boost. So my current power is at least in the quadrillions. This feeling, it's truly intoxicating. Next, Shin-san took out a mirror, saw his hair turn yellow by the aura, and chuckled. Well, I've gone non-mainstream again. Then he deactivated the Super Saiyan 2 state, remembering that he could also open 5 jars today, and felt a surge of excitement. However, he suppressed the urge to open them first, and instead used the instant transmission and the 8 gates. With the 10,000-fold boost, instant transmission granted him the ability to traverse the universe in an instant. As for the 8 gates, he dared not open more than 6. But for now, even without the 8 gates, his power was sufficient. After using all the items, Shin-san returned to the shop with an excited heart. It was easy to understand what blind boxes and jars he could open. They were based on the highest tier drawn by customers that day. Vegeta and Trunks had both drawn 2 King Tier, 1 Star Tier, 1 Diamond Tier, and 1 Gold Tier. That meant he could open the same blind boxes and jars. Even a dump truck couldn't kill me, sending me to the Dragon Ball world instead. My luck shouldn't be bad. Shin-san first set his sights on the Gold Tier blind box. He brought the box before him and placed his hand on the ribbon. Bless me 3 pure ones. Bless me, Buddha. Jesus. Forget it, that guy's useless. Father. Give me something good. Shin-san shouted excitedly as he tore open the blind box. The moment he lifted the lid, a beam of light shot into his mind, and he sensed the new information. He smiled. Exactly what I needed. Thank you, Father. Divine detection pupils. They can detect power levels. Then mine. Shin-san used the divine detection pupils on himself, and a set of numbers appeared in his mind. Indeed, it's in the quadrillions, and over 100 quadrillion. At this level, even Super Saiyan 4 from the anime is nothing but a speck. Maybe it's comparable to a Super Saiyan 4 fusion. Let's go again. Shinsen brought the diamond tear jar before him, picked up the hammer, and chanted the names of his deities once more before swinging the hammer. With a bang, another streak of light emerged from the jar. I love you, father. Shinsen was thrilled. Because the diamond tear jar had yielded a skill, and it was the most supreme concealment skill known as the sacred concealment art. With this art, even the Grand Priest in the Dragon Ball world couldn't sense him. Combined with his current strength during this period when the god of destruction was asleep, he could roam freely. Shinsen struggled to calm his excitement, and then brought out the star tear jar. Unfortunately, his luck wasn't good this time, and he drew a roll of sanitary pads. Blind box games were truly addictive. Seeing the star tear jar yield nothing, his eyes turned slightly red. There are still 2 king tear jars. 50% chance. I refuse to believe I can't get something good. Shin-san, with reddened eyes, smashed open the first king tear jar. In eager anticipation, the jar shattered into pieces, and an item materialized inside. What the hell? Sanitary pads first, and now a 3 yuan note. What kind of game is this? Shin-san slammed the hammer onto the table in fury. A 50% chance. Could my luck really be worse than Vegeta's and Trunks? I don't believe it. If the last one doesn't yield anything, he'll run naked as the shop owner. Give me. Open. Congratulations, I got a Kung Fu Panda. At least it dropped, no need to run naked. Shin-san's anxious heart finally settled. Wada. Any orders, boss? The Kung Fu Panda leaped beside Shin-san, wiping its nose with a flourish. Shin-san twitched the corner of his mouth. It wasn't because the panda amused him, but because this creature had a unique trait: it grew stronger with its opponent, also known as a 50-50 fighter. Even against a high priest, it could hold its own. It was the most supreme being within the jar. Now with the Kung Fu Panda by his side, he could even prance before the high priest without worry. With an all-powerful bodyguard, he could truly do as he pleased from now on. From now on, you shall be called General. No tasks for now, or just find a room on the 2nd floor to stay in. Yes, Marshal. I am forever your soldier. The general struck a cool pose, then hopped cheerfully toward the 2nd floor. Shin-sen slowly shook his head, then restored the jars and blind boxes to their original places in the counter. He walked to the refrigerator and, seeing it nearly empty, grumbled. That jar shop next door has a refrigerator with infinite capacity, yet yours is so ordinary. How lacking in vision. It's still early, you'll go shopping first. Shin-san closed the refrigerator and headed to the 3rd floor. The 3rd floor was his private domain with only a single house and a hall. All the furniture was made of rosewood, filling the space with a faint, refreshing woody scent. He returned to his room, opened the bedside drawer, and pulled out a card. Indeed, half of the shop's income was his. As for who received the other half, he neither knew nor cared to know. General, I'm going shopping. Coming. Yes, Marshal. Wherever you go, I follow. The general rushed out immediately. Shin-sen nodded. Good. Buy whatever you want later, it's all on me. Thank you, Marshal. Rest assured, no matter the enemy ahead, the general will clear all obstacles for the Marshal. Let's go. Night receded and the first light of dawn appeared. The dark curtain slowly parted, replaced by a veil of light. Brilliant rays spilled onto the earth and dewdrops condensed on leaves, falling to the ground with a faint rhythmic patter. It seemed to weave a song heralding the dawn of a new day. Above, white clouds drifted lazily. Suddenly, an aircraft blasted through a line of clouds. Bulma had thought all night and decided it was best to go along with Vegeta's wishes for now, but she still felt it wasn't safe enough. So she rose at dawn, entrusted baby Trunks to her mother, and sped off in her aircraft. Her plan was simple: if she could obtain an item that boosted power, she would save it for the Cell games, just in case of unexpected developments, giving herself a contingency. Bulma parked the aircraft in an open space, quickly jumped out, and hurried to the front door, finding it tightly shut. Without a second thought, she shouted at the top of her lungs. Handsome, open the door. Come greet your guest. On the 3rd floor, Shin-san heard the shout, opened his bleary eyes to look at the clock on the wall, and his face darkened. He threw off the covers, took 3 steps and 2 to the window, and poked his head out. As he moved, the 2 long ears on his rabbit sleep cap flopped back and forth. Baka, I said yesterday it opens at 8. It's not even 7 yet. Are you summoning spirits? All this. Bulma shrank back. Her mind was solely on getting another item to deal with Cell, and she had indeed forgotten the opening and closing times. Looking up at Shin-san's expression thick with morning fury, she smiled apologetically and took a capsule from her pocket. Handsome, don't be mad. I won't forget next time, I promise. Forgive me this once. I brought you a delicious breakfast. Just open the door, okay? Speak properly, don't use that cutesy voice. This shopkeeper has no interest in being a chow thief. Shin-san pushed aside the rabbit ears that had fallen, blocking his view. Wait. General, open the door. Yes, Marshal. Bulma didn't know who Chow Thief was nor who General was. But upon hearing open the door, she was overjoyed. The trouble from her rude morning visit was over. She stood quietly before the gate holding the capsule. Soon, with a creak, the wooden door was pushed open from the inside. Bulma stepped back a few paces. Seeing a creature she had never encountered before, she wasn't surprised. Having seen the bizarre ox demon yesterday, this one seemed normal. Besides, wasn't everyone in the lookout strange in their own way? Come in and sit. The Marshal is washing up. The general stepped aside. Bulma walked in. You call the handsome guy Marshal. Is Shun Handsome the leader of an army? Don't pry into matters that don't concern you. All you need to know is this: anyone who blocks the Marshal's path will face my relentless vengeance. The general gave Bulma a cold stare, then extended a paw. Hand over the food you've contributed to the Marshal. I must test it for poison first. Bulma's forehead creased with black lines. Helpless, she handed over the capsule. Just then Shin-san came down the stairs in his pajamas, the two long rabbit ears on his cap bobbing with each step. He was quite satisfied with the general. Its personality differed greatly from the Kung Fu Panda in the anime, but one word mattered most. And that was loyalty. Handsome, your friend is so weird. How could I poison the food? Bulma was speechless. Shin-san nodded. General, be more polite to guests who come to deliver money. No need to test the breakfast. Set the table, oh well, eat together. No, Marshal. The human heart is treacherous. From now on, any food from others must be tested by me first. The general pointed at Bulma. Don't be fooled by this human's difference from you, Marshal. She looks weak, but who knows how venomous her heart is. I must test it first. Are you disobeying my orders? Shin-san smiled. General, you worry too much. In this shopkeeper's domain, no being can poison me. Set the breakfast. The general hesitated, but seeing a subtle shift in Shun-san's expression, it snapped to attention. As you command. Then it took the capsule to the dining table, pressed the switch, and tossed it onto the table. With a soft sound, a table full of exquisite, delicious breakfast items appeared. Shin-san walked toward the table, saying, Opening at 8 is the rule. No one breaks it. It's only 7:20 now, 40 minutes until opening. Looks like you haven't eaten either. Join us for a bit. Shin-san finished speaking and slowly sat down. General, sit. Marshal, this. I won't repeat myself. Yes. The general sat opposite Shin-san. Bulma didn't stand on ceremony. Despite the general, she sat beside Shin-san and winked at the general, as if proclaiming victory. After finishing a delicious breakfast, they chatted for a while longer. Amidst anticipation, the time quickly arrived at 8 o'clock sharp. Bulbu, seeing that business hours had begun, reluctantly tore his gaze away from the standoff with the general, then pulled Shin-san along as he rushed to the front counter. I can open 6 jars today. Give me 1 king jar, 3-star glory jars, 1 diamond jar, and 1 gold blind box. Bulma placed her bank card on the card machine. Shin-san entered the amount. That'll be 275 million again. Thank you for your patronage. Here are your jars and blind box. May you find something you desire. He retrieved the corresponding items from behind the counter. The counter wasn't very large, but it seemed specially prepared for the jar-selling business. The entire surface could hold about 20 jars at most. 6 jars and blind boxes sat on the table with plenty of space to spare. Yesterday, I got a 1 billion combat power card from 5 low-end blind boxes. My luck must be good. Today you'll definitely get something useful. Bulma pulled the blind box toward her, her confidence soaring. Shin-san smirked at the sight. In his gaming days, had heard countless people say the same thing. Yet in the end, they'd always start with full confidence, only to slink away in defeat, cursing the game operators. Now Bulma was no different from those handsome men and beautiful women in the game. Confidence is a good thing. Lucky people are usually confident. Shin-san gestured for her to proceed. Bulma suppressed her excitement and placed both hands on the top of the box. With every inch of tape, she peeled away. Her heart pounded violently. By the time she had undone all the tape and was about to lift the lid, her heart was in her throat. Come on. Open. Congratulations. You've obtained a pair of nail clippers. What a waste. Bulma pouted, then slipped the nail clippers into her pocket. After all, even a mosquito's leg is meat, as she couldn't bear to throw away a 5 million nail clipper. After putting away the clippers, she pulled the diamond jar close and picked up the hammer. Come on. Open. Congratulations. You've obtained a model airplane. It's fine. That's only 2. The real deal is yet to come. Bulma comforted herself, then reached for a star glory jar. Come on. Open. Congratulations. You've obtained a smart robotic vacuum cleaner. Just 3 so far. There's still a chance. Bulma comforted herself again, but beads of sweat had already formed on her forehead. Her heart was racing at an abnormal speed, and her breathing grew rapid. Shin-san nodded at the sight. This state was exactly like those opening jars in a game. At this moment, Bulma was like a gambler with only one thought in mind. That thought was to break even. But it was precisely this mindset that invited fate to play its cruelest jokes, often leaving one with nothing, not even their underwear. But that was only in games. This was reality. Besides, the jar odds weren't bad. Unless one was cursed with the worst luck imaginable, they should be able to get something. It's a game of probability. You have 3 left. You'll definitely get something. Keep going. Hearing this, Bulma looked up and red veins were visibly appearing in her pupils. You're right, handsome. No one's luck is always bad. With these last 3 jars, I'm bound to get 1 or 2, hopefully all 3. She pulled another star glory jar toward her. Her hand gripping the hammer was so tense that the veins stood out on the surface. She moved. The hammer, as if making a resolute decision, struck the jar's surface. With a loud crack, shards of the jar flew in all directions. Congratulations. You've obtained a Tenjin grass carp. Bulma was stunned. Sweat poured down like a waterfall. Her heart pounded even more fiercely, and as she watched the grass carp flop wildly in midair, she wanted to ask for a refund. But a voice whispered incessantly in her mind. Open it. No one's luck is always bad. The next jar will surely yield something. It was that demonic whisper in her heart that stopped Bulma from turning and leaving. Silently, she moved the grass carp aside and pulled the last star glory jar toward her. This time she gripped the hammer, but couldn't bring herself to swing. Her heart felt like it might leap out of her chest. Finally, after tens of seconds, she steeled herself and swung. Congratulations. You've obtained a frying pan. Clang. Bulma nearly collapsed, barely managing to steady herself against the table. Handsomeness. She was on the verge of tears. If this kept up, the richest person would truly become the most indebted. Not even a whole country could withstand such spending. Shin-san was overjoyed inside, but he maintained a polite smile. Probability games always involve wins and losses. The items Vegeta and the others got are worth more than your family's entire conglomerate several times over. There's still one king jar left. Open it. Even if luck isn't on your side today, it'll turn around tomorrow. Bulma smiled bitterly at his words. I know the value of what Vegeta and the others got is incalculable, but those are items that boost strength. At this rate, they'll become invincible and it'll go bankrupt. Besides, this game is way too intense. I've been through many storms. I even nearly experienced a planet exploding, but I've never felt anything this thrilling. Honestly, my heart can't take it. That feeling of heaven one moment and hell the next is truly something. Shun-sen shrugged. Isn't that a good thing? Wealth is external. As long as your mind is sharp, you'll never lack the ability to make money. Thrills like this are rare. Blind boxes are all about the rush. Don't see jars as a path to riches. See them as an alternative life, one that can bring you extraordinary experiences. A life that adds excitement to your days. Doesn't that feel better? Shin-sen spoke while pushing the last king jar toward Bulma. Besides, isn't this thrill also a way to temper your mind? Don't be down. Face life with a smile. Embrace the world. Open it. Bulma's lips twitched violently. Handsome, do you know you sound just like the executives in my company? All talk full of empty promises. Temper my mind, you say? But you're right about one thing. As long as my mind is intact, making money isn't that hard. This last king jar, I refuse to believe it won't yield something. Bulma wiped the sweat from her forehead, then, with a pounding heart, swung the hammer. As the jar shattered, and as she heard Shin-san's words, Bulma. Congratulations, you have obtained a sheet of staff notation. As Shin-san offered his congratulations, Bulma's heart finally sank in despair. She stared blankly at the sheet music floating before her eyes, two streams of sorrowful tears trickling down from the corners of her eyes. 275 million, and the item she obtained was probably worth less than 100,000. This time it was truly a crushing loss. I'm weary of it all. Let it be destroyed. Bulma walked out of the door in a daze, then immediately collapsed onto Shun-san's exclusive rocking chair. Gazing up at the azure sky, she was overwhelmed with tears streaming down her face. Shin-san also stepped out of the door at that moment and noticed some demonic creatures mingling among the small animals attempting to climb onto him. He quickly reached out to stop them, then glanced down at Bulma. I know you're exhausted, so you can lie down for a while. Without waiting for Bulma's reply, he turned his head and continued, General, come out and spar with me. Ever since he arrived in the Dragon Ball world, he had yet to truly fight. His battle power was extremely high, but when it came to combat techniques, any martial artist in this world could outclass him by several streets. Choosing the general as an opponent was just right. After all, that fellow possessed a 50-50 characteristic and had top-tier endurance. Sparring with the general would surely allow him to accumulate combat experience quickly. Roger that, Marshal. The man and the panda arrived at the center of the vast grassland, then separated by 100 meters. The aura of both sides continuously surged until it reached a certain intensity. Shin-san took a single step, instantly crossing 100 meters to appear above the general. Then, executing a handstand hook motion, he kicked downward. Boom, rumble. The general's expression remained utterly unflustered. It simply crossed its hands above its head, firmly receiving Shin-san's heavy strike. The moment the leg and hands made contact, the immense force caused the ground within a 100-meter radius to deeply cave in. The resulting shockwave even lifted the turf within a 2-mile radius. The nearby animals wished they could grow more legs, all scampering frantically back toward the shop. After that single blow, Shin-san instantly appeared to the general's right again and delivered a straight heavy punch. Bang! The fist struck the furry body, but it landed squarely in the general's palm. It had blocked this heavy punch with just one hand. Marshal, please forgive my bluntness, but your straightforward fighting style is essentially no different from a street brawl. Now please be careful, Marshal. My characteristic is a 50-50 match. Whatever level of battle power you use now, I will match. But my combat experience is abundant. For this fight, I will employ the principle of deception. Please watch closely, Marshal. The general forcefully pushed aside Shin-san's fist, then its figure flickered, becoming elusive and erratic. Its shadows filled every direction. Shin-san remained composed, his gaze constantly monitoring the surroundings. Suddenly, all the generals from every direction moved at once, charging at Shin-san. There you are. Shin-san spun around and kicked backward. However, his leg did not make contact with a solid form, but passed directly through the general's shadow. Marshal, don't use your eyes. Even if I try my best to suppress my ki, the ki always remains. Use your senses. All the clones passed through Shin-san's body, while the real general appeared above his head. After speaking, it suddenly reappeared behind Shin-san and placed a hand on his shoulder. Shin-san was not discouraged either. Like Bulma, he possessed immense strength, but still did not know how to utilize it to its fullest potential. Following the general's advice, he temporarily abandoned his sight, using his ki to lock onto the general's ki. Although he was able to exchange a few blows, he ultimately ended up losing. Bulma watched for a while, but couldn't even see the fighters' silhouettes, only hearing the explosive sounds in the air. Finding it uninteresting, she left. In the following days, no customers came. Apart from going out to replenish supplies, opening his own cans, and sleeping, Shin-san spent all his time sparring with the general. His combat experience grew at a terrifying rate under the general's diligent instruction. In just 3 days, he could already exchange blows evenly with the general in terms of physical skill. That morning, the general was waiting in the empty field as usual. However, Shin-san didn't start the sparring session when he came out, but instead said with a smile, "No sparring today. Let's go watch a show." He had asked Bulma. The time for Cell's tournament was today. After several days of sparring, he was feeling a bit bored, and he was also eager to see how Vegeta was planning to show off. "General, let's go. I'm taking you to watch the show." "Roger that." Shin-san placed his hand on the general's shoulder, sensed Cell's location, and then took a single step forward. At that moment, Cell stood in the center of the arena, his arms crossed. Below the arena, Goku and his group stood together, their expressions grim. Nearby, Vegeta and Trunks stood upright. Shin-san and the general appeared right next to Vegeta and the others. "Not bad. After a year in the hyperbolic time chamber, Trunks, you've also reached Super Saiyan 2. And Vegeta, your ki has become more condensed. Mr. Shin, you've come." Vegeta even managed a rare smile. "No need to look after the shop today. Alas, without Bulma, the wealthy lady, my business isn't doing well." Shin-san shook his head and let out a deliberate sigh. Vegeta caught the underlying meaning and said, "Don't worry, Mr. Shun. After the Cell matter is settled, I will bring a group of people to your shop." After speaking, his gaze wasn't on Cell at all, but on Goku. When it came to fighting, Goku was a thorn in his heart. He had to win against him at least once. Goku also turned his gaze over at that moment, noticing Shin-san and the general. His heart skipped a beat. Instinct. It was an instinct honed through countless battles. The two standing next to Vegeta seemed very ordinary, yet he sensed a deadly crisis from them. They were two unheard-of powerhouses, even stronger than Cell. Thinking this, Goku was even startled by his own thought. He was just about to go over and greet them when the tournament time had already arrived. Cell also opened his eyes. He swept his indifferent gaze across the entire venue, then spoke lightly, "Time's up. Who will be the first to step onto the arena? Or will you all come at once?" "Wow, he's really arrogant," Shin-san murmured to himself. Trunks wanted to go up, but Vegeta stopped him. "No rush. Let the others go first. I want to see just how much progress Kakarot has made during this time." "Father." Trunks saw the unyielding look in Vegeta's eyes, sighed, and stepped back. A moment of silence fell over the scene. White clouds obscured the sky, and a fierce wind howled across the barren land, kicking up clouds of dust. On the arena, Cell's expression shifted from provocation to arrogance. He felt like a king standing on the white center stage, waiting for a flock of lambs to come and amuse him. "None of you dare to come up. Son Goku, the others have already fought me. This time, why don't you take the lead?" Beneath the azure sky, the mighty Shalu stood in the center of the arena, a vast reservoir of energy contained within him, while subtle explosions erupted around him. His gaze disregarded everyone else, locking onto a person below the arena. Below, Sun Wukong, who had maintained his Super Saiyan form, was just about to step onto the stage. Suddenly, several individuals carrying cameras emerged from the side. The leader sported an explosive hairstyle. This person was the savior Satan. Noticing the camera pointed at him, he confidently looked at Shalu and then delivered a speech that would shake the heavens. This scene caused Kuririn and others to feel awkward. "Uncle, you should get down, but it might cost you your life," Sun Wukong kindly reminded. However, Satan paid no heed and continued to speak into the camera. Shortly after, his two disciples made a dazzling entrance. However, the expressions of Satan's group appeared to everyone as nothing more than a bunch of clowns. Shalu, too lazy to shift his gaze, allowed Satan's two disciples to approach, and with a minor burst of energy, he defeated both. Satan attributed everything to heretical practices. At this moment, Sun Wukong, having seen Satan's disciples fail, stepped onto the arena. He locked eyes with Shalu. Neither made the first move. Eventually, Shalu lowered his arms from his chest to his waist, a sinister smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. "Not planning to go all out? Aren't you also holding back?" Sun Wukong assumed his stance. The energy of both was steadily increasing, building up to a critical point. Sun Wukong made his move. In an instant, he arrived at Shalu's side and unleashed a powerful punch. Yet his fist passed through Shalu, failing to make contact. He realized it was just an afterimage left by Shalu's rapid movement. The next second, he felt Shalu's energy behind him. With no time to think, he quickly leaped into the sky, raising his right hand backward, gathering energy in his palm before launching it. The small energy wave condensed into a projectile rapidly descended towards the arena, and with a thunderous crash, a cloud of dust erupted in the center. Satan was left dumbfounded. At that moment, Shalu had somehow appeared above Sun Wukong, bringing down his hands with a hammer-like force. However, he struck nothing but an afterimage. Just as he intended to defend himself, a painful sensation struck from behind the immense force, causing him to uncontrollably fall rapidly towards the arena. Yet just before he hit the arena, he executed a backflip, landing steadily and creating a crater beneath his feet. Warm-ups over, Sun Wukong. Let's have a proper match. It's indeed time to begin in earnest. Sun Wukong raised his hands to waist level, his legs slightly bent. Hiya! With that roar, a golden energy burst forth from his body, the violent aura scattering Satan's group, turning their hair deep yellow as their battle power surged. Seeing this, Shalu mirrored Sun Wukong's actions. With a fierce shout, an even more chaotic energy exploded outward. Satan feigned a stomachache out of fear. Piccolo and his group also jumped back a distance. Kakarot, is this all you've got? Vegeta crossed his arms, disappointment etched on his face. If this is all, then you failed to pique my interest. Nearby Trunks could only shake his head in disbelief. If it weren't for Shin-san's shop, Sun Wukong would have far surpassed them, but he dared not voice it, knowing Vegeta's temperament, a slip would undoubtedly lead to trouble. At that moment, Sun Wukong had raised his energy to full power. Shalu also ceased his continuous increase. The two moved simultaneously. The high-speed combat left spectators unable to follow. Piccolo and his group could only catch fleeting glimpses of afterimages. Only Shin-san and a few others could clearly see every moment. With each clash between Sun Wukong and Shalu, the air exploded with thunderous roars, leaving the arena in ruins from their collisions. The battlefield ascended to the sky. After a brief exchange, Shalu grew impatient with the arena's constraints. A single energy cannon reduced the arena to rubble. At this point, both sides were breathing somewhat raggedly. However, Sun Wukong's exhaustion was noticeably greater than Shalu's. He had never intended to win, it was all a setup for Gohan, but he might as well go all out. Following this, he swiftly moved above Shalu, delivering a punch that sent Shalu crashing into the ground, then placing his hands at his waist. Haim! Ha, Sun Wukong, do you really think you can unleash the Kamehameha with the planet beneath my feet? Can you even make a move? Satan laughed maniacally. Kuririn and the others were utterly aghast. They knew that if Sun Wukong unleashed the Kamehameha to its fullest, the entire planet would face annihilation. Sun Wukong paid no mind, waiting until the energy reached its peak. He instantly appeared at Shalu's side. Seeing this, Shalu broke into a cold sweat. Kuririn and his group cheered wildly. Wave? Without giving Shalu a moment to evade, Sun Wukong thrust his hands forward, a devastating energy wave completely engulfing Shalu before shooting into the sky, disappearing into the cosmos. Huff, huff, huff. Having unleashed the Kamehameha with all his might, Sun Wukong's energy plummeted, his breath becoming ragged and sweat poured down his face like a waterfall. Well done, Wukong, Kuririn shouted in joy. However, the others had no smiles on their faces at that moment. Shalu's energy had yet to dissipate and seemed even more formidable. Suddenly, Piccolo recalled something and shouted, "Be careful, old son Shalu." Before he could finish, only Shalu's lower half jumped up, and with a surge of muscles, his vanished upper half emerged from his lower half in an instant. Everyone remembered that Shalu had also fused with Piccolo's cells, granting him extraordinary regenerative abilities. Realizing this, their faces turned grim. Sun Wukong secretly smiled wryly, then retracted his full power casually, declaring in front of everyone who was still stunned, "I concede." What? Shalu thought he had misheard. Piccolo and the others were utterly shocked, jaws dropping. Did they hear correctly? Sun Wukong actually conceded voluntarily. How? Is that possible? Must have misheard. Surely it was a mistake. But Sun Wukong confidently reiterated, "You heard correctly, I concede." Concede. Concede. Before Sun Wukong could finish, a suppressed voice interrupted, and he turned to find Vegeta's face filled with rage. Vegeta had anticipated Sun Wukong's loss, but never considered he would concede voluntarily, recalling past events. His fury had reached its peak. Then he lifted his eyes, which seemed ready to spit fire, and stepped forward, instantly arriving before Sun Wukong, grabbing his neck with a fierce grip. "You useless trash, I can accept your loss, but never your voluntary concession. Now get out of my way, and I'll deal with Shalu before I deal with you." Vegeta hurled Sun Wukong aside in front of the shocked gazes of everyone, and then turned to face Shalu. "Come on, I'll stand here and let you hit me." A golden aura burst forth from his body, with electric serpents slithering within it, unleashing crackling explosions as the violent energy scattered in all directions. Vegeta ascended to Super Saiyan 2 the moment he stepped onto the field. With arms crossed over his chest, he calmly gazed at Cell, offering no defense whatsoever. The sudden turn of events left the entire audience stunned. Piccolo was shocked. Krillin was shocked. Tien Shinhan was shocked. At that moment, except for the few who knew the truth, everyone else was struck with indescribable awe. Goku crawled out from the rubble, and upon seeing Vegeta's current state, his eyes narrowed. That's right. It was that very state. The one he had glimpsed Gohan using unintentionally in the hyperbolic time chamber. Everything he had done was to help Gohan attain that form again. Who would have thought? Vegeta had achieved it first. Just then Krillin snapped out of his shock, quickly brought Senzu Beans to Goku, and handed one to him. Goku, do you know what's going on? Vegeta's energy right now is absolutely terrifying. After Goku regained his strength, Krillin fixed his gaze on Vegeta, again his mind already a whirlwind of astonishment. Just days ago they had witnessed Vegeta's battle with Cell. Though Vegeta was formidable, then he was no match for perfect Cell. Now the energy radiating from Vegeta far surpassed Cell's, as if he were an entirely different person. I don't know. Goku shook his head, then his gaze inadvertently swept over Shun San, who was casually eating sunflower seeds, and his mind sharpened. Amidst everyone's shock, that man remained utterly nonchalant, as if watching a mere play. Such composure marked him as no ordinary individual. That man had stood beside Vegeta earlier. Perhaps Vegeta's transformation was linked to him. Goku was startled by his own thought. Yet aside from this explanation, he could conceive no other reason for Vegeta's immense leap in power. Whoosh! Goku flew over to Shun San, and overhearing his conversation with Trunks, realized his guess was correct. Trunks' attention remained fixed on Vegeta. Even while speaking with Shun San, he didn't notice Goku's arrival. Mr. Shin, how big is the gap between my father and Cell now? You've got it wrong, Trunks. You should ask how big the gap is between Cell and Vegeta. Shun San turned to glance at Goku, then cast a divine perception eye upon the two in the arena. They're incomparable now. After reaching Super Saiyan 2, Vegeta's battle power was over 50 billion. Then after another year in the hyperbolic time chamber, it's now around 190 billion. Cell can't even reach 35 billion. For Vegeta, now fighting Cell is like swatting a child. And you're also a Super Saiyan 2 now, you should easily see the difference. Trunks thought to himself. How could he not see it? It was just all too surreal, too hard to accept yet. Just then he also sensed Goku's energy nearby and turned to greet him. But a commotion erupted from the arena first. Cell's expression shifted from shock to calm. All flash, no substance. It seems you've forgotten your crushing defeat from a few days ago, Vegeta. I don't mind letting you relive the fear of being dominated by me. Vegeta remained silent, standing like a sovereign gazing upon an ant. That very attitude ignited a blaze of fury within Cell. He then flashed forward, launching a ferocious assault on Vegeta. I detest that condescending look of yours. Die. Bam bam bam. Cell circled around Vegeta, striking wildly with both fists and feet. The air roared under his blows, and the ground around them sank inch by inch. But whether from the air's explosion or the earth's collapse, Vegeta stood like an eternal pillar, utterly unmoved. Not even the ground beneath his feet was damaged. Impossible. It's impossible. Cell's expression twisted into disbelief. Piccolo and the others' faces shifted to even greater horror. Cell's attacks grew more furious. He struggled with all his might, exerting every ounce of strength, yet could not budge Vegeta even an inch. I refuse to believe you've reached this level in such a short time. Let's see how you handle this move. Cell roared as he soared into the sky, then brought his hands to his waist, forming a flower-like gesture. Huh. Me. Huh. Me. Huh. No good. Vegeta, stop him. If that attack hits the planet, it'll be destroyed. Goku shouted. The others were equally frantic. Trunks placed a hand on Goku's shoulder. Don't worry, Uncle Goku. My father can handle it. As his words fell, Cell had finished gathering his energy and bellowed down at Vegeta. Huh. Disappear along with this planet. Death is the price of your arrogance. He thrust his hands forward, unleashing a colossal, devastating energy beam from his palms toward the ground. The air it passed through blazed with searing heat. The destructive force made Piccolo's group's hearts leap into their throats. Just as they thought all was lost. Just as the energy wave was about to strike. Vegeta moved. He uncrossed his arms, calmly watching the rapidly descending energy wave. Then he turned his right hand into a blade and sliced it across the wave's surface, instantly deflecting it into the depths of space. At that moment, Yamcha was shocked again. Piccolo was shocked again. Tien Shinhan was shocked again. Their jaws practically hit the ground. Cell, however, trembled in terror. Is this all you've got? Vegeta took a single step, instantly appearing before Cell. He slowly reached out, grabbing Cell by the face, ignoring his struggles. If this is all the strength you possess, then you've disappointed me. Far too much. A sinister smile curled at the corner of Vegeta's mouth as he hurled Cell downward with immense force. The unparalleled power turned the falling Cell into a meteor. The moment he struck the ground, the earth quaked and collapsed, reshaping the terrain within a mile radius from the impact. And the destruction continued to spread far and wide. Not good. Goku noticed that Mr. Satan and a few ordinary people were within the blast radius. Using instant transmission, he whisked them out of the battlefield, then looked up at Vegeta. He's way too reckless. But then again, that's just like him. There was nothing more he could do now but watch Vegeta's solo show. Just then, damn it, he'll kill you. Cell flew out of the ground, his face twisted like a demon. He'll kill you, Vegeta. I swear he'll kill you. Oh, you think a piece of trash like you can kill me? Vegeta appeared before Cell again in an instant. Even if I gave you 100 years, you couldn't kill me. Trash belongs in the trash bin. The next moment, Vegeta's eyes widened slightly as he instantly appeared before Cell again, his hand transforming into a fist. Vegeta's fist shot forth with unparalleled speed, directly blasting Cell into a mountain peak, the terrifying air currents and shattered rocks blooming like a flower in full blossom. Cell attempted to rise amidst the rubble of the mountain peak, but Vegeta appeared above him once more. With a single punch from above, he drove Cell deep into the earth. Weren't you going to kill me? Now how is it that you're stuck in the ground? Vegeta grabbed Cell by one leg, yanked him upward, and then like the Hulk thrashing Loki, began slamming Cell back and forth against the ground like a noodle. With each slam, the ground sank deeper until finally Vegeta used both hands, each gripping one of Cell's legs. Then with a forceful pull, too brutal, Krillin and the others watched drenched in sweat. Yet Vegeta acted as if he had done something utterly trivial. He casually tossed the torn halves of Cell aside, then even dusted off his hands as if Cell were something filthy. I know you have regenerative abilities, so why don't you show yourself? You bastard, you've truly angered me. Cell's two halves fused back together automatically, then glared at Vegeta, letting out another roar as a deeper golden aura erupted around him. His energy surged once more. Oh, you can still increase your power. Interesting. Vegeta narrowed his eyes and continued, don't rush. He'll give you time to keep rising, preferably to a level that can amuse me. Arrogant fool. Even now I can still defeat you. Cell's features twisted violently with rage, anger, causing him to forget the pain in his body. He roared, a golden flame shooting into the sky, and then he blasted toward Vegeta. Vegeta showed no intention of dodging. His figure was like a drawn blade, his fist meeting Cell's heat. Their fists collided in the air, locked in stalemate for less than a moment. Vegeta effortlessly shattered Cell's fist, then his own fist, without losing momentum, continued onward to strike Cell's stomach. I was actually looking forward to seeing how high you could raise your energy, but now it seems you've been a huge disappointment. Vegeta reached out again, grabbing Cell by the cheek and lifting the still doubled over, vomiting Cell into the air. With such meager strength, you still dream of killing me. Who gave you the courage? You're nothing but an artificially created mongrel, and you dare to look down on me. Do you even have the right? So, tell me now, how are you going to kill me? With each word, Vegeta delivered a heavy blow to Cell. After the third punch, Cell's eyes nearly bulged from the pain. He staggered back, clutching his stomach, continuously spewing an unknown liquid from his mouth. Suddenly his body began to swell, and his vomiting grew more violent. This change caused Goku and his group to frown. Not another complication. Krillin was startled. Probably not, Piccolo said calmly. Cell's current state looks more like he's trying to spit something out of his mouth. With that, his gaze shifted to Trunks. By the way, what's going on with Vegeta? Even with another year in the hyperbolic time chamber, his energy shouldn't have risen to such an astonishing level. What happened between you two during this time? Hearing this, Krillin and the others also turned their eyes to Trunks. This? Trunks shook his head with a bitter smile. I can't say for now. Once the matter with Cell is settled, I'll explain. Bulma knew what Vegeta was thinking, and so did he. In the end, it was about being suppressed for far too long. He was certain that after dealing with Cell, Vegeta's target would shift to Goku. He was well aware of Vegeta's obsession with finally defeating Goku. Seeing that Trunks truly had no intention of explaining right now, Piccolo didn't press further. By now, Piccolo's group had also realized why Cell had grown larger. Cell is finished. He's ejected no. 18 and no. 17. He can no longer maintain his perfect form. Now, not to mention Vegeta, even I am confident I could kill him. Hearing this, Tien and the others nodded. Krillin, however, looked at the unconscious no. 18 with a worried expression. Shinsen also found it somewhat surprising because in the original timeline, Cell had only ejected no. 18 no. 17 had been revived by Shinron. After a moment's thought, he attributed the change to Vegeta's 3 heavy punches. Hey, you've been staring at me ever since you got here. Stare all you want, but don't let your gaze get all clingy. You are strong. My instinct tells me you make my entire being tremble. Can you fight me? Goku's battle spirit erupted boundlessly. Hearing this, Piccolo and the others finally turned their attention to Shin-san, whom they had been ignoring. He was a complete stranger with nothing particularly striking about him. But Goku's words forced them to take him seriously. You wish to lay a hand on the marshal? The general stepped in front of Shin-san. Then you'll have to go through me first. It's a misunderstanding. I just want to spar with the handsome guy behind you. I have no intention of killing anyone. Goku quickly waved his hands to explain. I didn't think you'd dare. The marshal won't deign to fight a mere soldier like you. Step aside. The general waved his hand impatiently. Shin-san smiled and pulled the general aside. General, they will all be valued customers of the shop in the future. We should be polite to potential clients. Then addressing Goku's group, he said, my apologies. My comrade here doesn't take kindly to anyone showing signs of attacking me. Brother. The marshal called me brother. The general's heart soared with joy. The marshal considers me a brother. As his brother, I swear I will protect him always until my body and soul are utterly annihilated. Shin-san had no idea that uttering those two words had caused such an emotional upheaval in the general. He continued, besides, you have no time to waste on the shopkeeper. Look. Shin-san pointed toward the battlefield. Goku replied, no, the apology should be mine. I was being presumptuous just now. With that, he finally turned his gaze back to the battlefield. Cell, having ejected No. 17 and No. 18, had reverted to his initial grasshopper-like form, his expression growing even more ferocious. He knew it was futile to try and reabsorb the two androids. So, let's all die together. Even if I die, I'm taking you all with me. Cell's body began to swell rapidly, madness filling his eyes. I warn you, don't touch me. One move, and he'll explode. Vegeta, are you feeling desperate now? Desperate? Ridiculous. Vegeta instantly appeared before Cell, then gently grabbed a small part of Cell's body, and with a single step vanished into the cosmos. You can just explode right where you are. He said these final words to Cell before disappearing again. No. Boom. A firework bloomed in the endless universe, stirring not even a ripple. Cell's self-destruction put on a small-scale fireworks show for the cosmos. Back on the battlefield, Vegeta crossed his arms again. Kakarot, it's your turn now. Get the hell up here. Vegeta. The shattered earth lay in ruined dust, swirling into the sky as fierce winds swept through. Beneath the haze of dust, Goku flew solemnly until he was level with Vegeta. He knew this battle was inevitable, and he had no desire to avoid it. He yearned to discover the true extent of the gap between himself and Vegeta at this moment. Kakarot, I've been waiting for this day for a long time. Vegeta flashed a savage grin. This day was one he too had long anticipated. Ready? Coming for you. Whoosh. Bang. Just as I thought. Goku caught the fist that came hurtling from his side, a broad grin spreading across his face. I've been watching your movements since earlier, and now I'm certain. You've learned instant transmission to Vegeta. And what if I have? Vegeta instantly channeled more force, driving his fist into Goku's face. I've wanted to beat you senseless for a long time. Let's have some real fun today. Take this. Hiya. 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 Vegeta grew more exhilarated with each blow, then began attacking Goku with both fists and feet from all sides. Off to the side, Piccolo and the others shielded their eyes. They knew exactly what was happening with Vegeta. Every time he grew stronger, he had to pick a fight with Goku, and today was no exception. They could see that Vegeta wasn't trying to kill, he was just using Goku as a punching bag to vent his frustration. Dad, Gohan couldn't bear to watch either. He was about to step in when Piccolo reached out to stop him. Don't. Even if all of us fought together, we couldn't beat Vegeta now. He has no intention of killing Goku. This is more about his anger over Goku's earlier surrender. Once Vegeta's had his fill, it'll be over. And Krillin, why did you bring Android 18 and the others out here? Krillin chuckled sheepishly. Android 18 isn't a bad person. I couldn't just leave her to die. Don't forget those androids were programmed to defeat and kill Goku. Keeping them around is a risk. Can you guarantee they'll defy their programming? Piccolo frowned. Beside him, Trunks also furrowed his brow, his mind oscillating between the urge to kill and the choice to spare. But then he recalled how Android 18 had fought alongside them days earlier and realized that the androids 17 and 18 of this world were vastly different from the ones in his own timeline. At the very least, judging by what had happened so far, the androids of this world weren't truly evil. With that thought, he abandoned the idea of killing them. Krillin, hearing Piccolo's words, paused to think before speaking. No, they won't. Dr. Gero is dead, so Android 18 and the others are no longer under anyone's control. Besides, 18 helped us before. Piccolo said nothing more. Meanwhile, Shun-san sensed someone entering his shop. He instantly returned with the general and smiled when he saw who it was. It's been a few days. I was starting to think you wouldn't come. The visitor was Bulma. She had been hesitating all week, but the more she hesitated, the stronger the urge became. She had to admit playing these games was truly addictive and captivating. It had kept her awake for several nights. Don't laugh at me, handsome. I've made up my mind. If I want to play, I'll play. I won't go for the king-level jars every day, but playing with star-level jars and below is something I can afford. Bulma slumped listlessly over the counter, then pulled out her bank card and placed it on the card reader. I saw the live stream. Vegeta must be happy now. Cell's taken care of. Today he'll open 7 jars, 1 diamond jar, 1 gold blind box, 2 silver blind boxes, 1 bronze blind box, and 2 iron blind boxes. Alright, that's 26. 7 million total. Hope you shed the title of Black Emperor. Shun-san entered the amount and swiped the card. He turned and brought out the corresponding jars and blind boxes from the cabinet, placing them on the counter. 7 in total. If that's right, go ahead and open them. Seeing this, Bulma perked up. She picked up a bronze blind box, first her heart racing and hands trembling with excitement. The 4 straps slowly came loose, and the moment of ultimate tension arrived. She placed both hands on the lid, took a deep breath, and flipped it open. In that instant, a brilliant light burst forth from the blind box in all directions. Bulma's heart soared. Judging by the intensity of the glow, whatever she had gotten was bound to be good. When the light faded, she eagerly peered into the box. Congratulations. You've obtained the Artificial Intelligence J.A.R.V.I.S. Artificial Intelligence. Bulma, being a top-tier scientist herself, was no stranger to the term. What had been invented in this world couldn't be called AI. It was more like artificial stupidity. But since Shin-san called it artificial intelligence, this program must be something special. She reached out and picked up an exquisite watch floating above the blind box. Master J.A.R.V.I.S. is at your service. A baritone voice emanated from the watch, carrying a hint of emotion. Bulma was stunned. A program with emotional fluctuations wasn't just artificial intelligence. It was artificial life, much like an android. The only difference was that androids had physical bodies while this artificial life existed solely within networks. Nevertheless, Bulma was overjoyed. J.A.R.V.I.S. What capabilities do you have? The watch flickered slightly in response. Master, as long as I am connected to a network, my applications are vast. I can also handle affairs for Capsule Corporation. Oh, how do you know about Capsule Corporation? The moment I was born into this world, I existed within the network. Nothing left behind in this world's digital realm escapes my sight. Hearing this, Bulma's eyes gleamed with brilliant light. She instantly grasped the key point. Having J.A.R.V.I.S. meant possessing an entire intelligence network, not to mention help with corporate operations. This time, she had hit the jackpot. With that thought, Bulma's previous gloom vanished. I've struck it rich. J.A.R.V.I.S. First, compile a comprehensive report on the development of Capsule Corporation. Mommy's going to make money, so I can open king-level jars every day. J.A.R.V.I.S. immediately replied. My programming contains all of my previous master's inventions, including the Mark series and compact nuclear energy. Capsule Corporation's business leans towards civilian applications. For further growth, I suggest you consider the military sector. My system contains a complete arsenal of weaponry. Bulma grew even more excited. No rush. First, put that feasibility report and the Mark series you mentioned into my computer. I'll take a look when I get home and decide. As you wish, Master. Bulma stopped conversing with J.A.R.V.I.S. and turned her gaze to the remaining blind boxes and jars, her eyes burning with anticipation. Come out. I want come out. For me. Having just drawn Jarvis, Bulma's anticipation for the remaining mystery boxes and jars grew even stronger. She brought the black iron mystery box before her, slowly untying the 4 straps with both hands. Then she placed her hands on the box's lid, her face drawing close to it. Inch by inch, she lifted the lid. With each inch, her heart pounded violently. When she was about to fully open the box, it felt as if her heart might leap out of her chest. Come out. Congratulations. You've obtained a towel. Clatter. Bulma stared speechlessly at the white towel floating before her. Boss Shin, handsome Shun, this game of yours is truly thrilling. My little treasury might be able to handle it, but this roller coaster of emotions is about to overwhelm me. What are you saying? Shin-sen rolled his eyes dramatically. You know this is a game of probability with wins and losses. Did you expect to get something incredible every time? If that were the case, I might as well just give it all to you. If you dare to give, I dare to take. Bulma's eyes darted around thoughtfully. Handsome Shin, seeing as you're all alone, I have an older sister. How about you become my brother-in-law? Then you'd be justified in giving things to me. You may be pretty, but don't think so prettily. Don't even think about it, ordinary mortal. Shin-san pointed at the remaining boxes and jars. If you're here to do business, you're warmly welcome. If you're here to play matchmaker, the door is straight ahead. Fine. I won't play matchmaker anymore, all right. Bulma rolled her eyes as well, then muttered to herself. He's handsome, but what a dense straight man. She knew her sister was even more beautiful than her, a novelist with an innate scholarly aura. She was currently out gathering inspiration somewhere in the far corners of the universe. At this thought, a wave of longing washed over Bulma. She shook off the feeling and brought the last black iron jar before her. This time she didn't hesitate. She quickly untied the straps and flipped open the lid in an instant. Congratulations. You've obtained an automatic clapper. Bulma was dumbfounded. Her face flushed bright red in an instant. The clapper floated in front of her. Being automatic, it wiggled and twisted like a mischievous child searching for its way home. You. Bulma, her face red, tremblingly pointed at Shin-san. Why is there something like this in a mystery box? I told you there's everything in these boxes and jars. Shin-san shrugged casually. You're a married woman. What haven't you seen? It's just a silicone item. Why be so shy about it? That's not the same thing. Bulma couldn't finish her sentence. A husband was a husband, but this was in front of Shin-san. She considered herself quite open-minded, but faced with Shin-san's unabashed words, her heart raced uncontrollably and her blood began to boil. Could it be? Bulma was amused by her own thoughts. And Shin-san was right. She was a married woman who had seen all sorts of storms. Why was she blushing? Bulma instantly regained her composure. I've heard women can change their moods quickly. Seeing you now confirms that legend. Shin-san admired her ability to switch so fast. There are 4 boxes and jars left. I hope you get something useful. He meant it. With the 10,000-fold return privilege, he genuinely hoped everyone who opened a box would get a good item. Of course, if they didn't, watching their emotional fluctuations was entertaining too. Life needed a little spice. Hearing this, Bulma turned her gaze to the silver mystery box on the counter. She didn't want to mess around anymore. She grabbed the box and opened it quickly. Congratulations. You've obtained a baby crib. Congratulations. You've obtained a water dispenser. Somewhat useful. Not discouraged, Bulma set the crib and dispenser aside before opening the gold mystery box. Congratulations. You've obtained a pair of jeans. Bulma wasn't discouraged. The hell she wasn't. This last diamond jar, I refuse to believe I won't get a good item. A few bloodshot veins appeared in Bulma's eyes again. The first draw had given her Jarvis an incredible win. But humans were contradictory and greedy creatures. 5 consecutive bad draws, and she could feel herself getting hooked again. She brought the last jar before her, picked up the hammer, and locked her gaze onto the diamond jar. But the hammer refused to fall. Her heart pounded violently over 100 times per minute. At that moment, Bulma's adrenaline surged wildly. Her face was flushed red from excitement and thrill. Almost a minute. Shin-san sighed. How much longer are you going to hesitate? Don't bother me. Bulma didn't look up. I feel it. I feel it's almost time. Wait a little longer. Now's not the time. Hearing this, Shin-san laughed internally. What a load of crap about feeling it. Wasn't this exactly like people relying on superstition in games? He remembered reading a jar-opening novel called Slaying Gods, where a bunch of people led by Zhao Kongqing were always superstitious, praying to a vague entity called the Jar God. And there was a handsome guy named Bao Bao who held a scripture and muttered incantations every time he opened a jar or enhanced an item. Bulma was no different. She just lacked a scripture. Shin-san barely suppressed his laughter. Almost 2 minutes. Has that feeling of yours arrived yet? Almost. Another 5 minutes passed. Suddenly, Bulma felt the probability of a good draw had reached an unprecedented peak. She didn't hesitate any longer and swung the hammer down instantly. It's time. Come out. For me. Clang. As the hammer struck, the jar, shards scattered in all directions. Bulma's anticipation was at its peak. Shin-san was somewhat surprised. Congratulations. You've obtained the super non-mainstream outfit. Bulma almost collapsed in disappointment again. A blue outfit covered in iron spikes and a blue afro wig floated in midair. She thought it was just another ordinary piece of clothing, and her heart was filled with disappointment. But fate played its tricks. Hell and heaven were only a step apart. Just as Bulma was filled with despair, Shin-san spoke again with a smile. Don't lose heart. This non-mainstream outfit is rarer than Super Saiyan 2 that Vegeta got. You've hit the jackpot this time. Hearing this, a spark of light ignited in Bulma's dim eyes, then exploded into an endless blaze of hope. Her limp body was suddenly filled with strength. She straightened up instantly and leaned her face close to the outfit. Handsome, tell me quickly, what's the use of this thing? Hold on. Shin-san also leaned in slowly. The non-mainstream outfit carries the faith of a generation. It's a memory called youth. Listen closely, and your humble shopkeeper shall narrate it for you. Legend has it that in a certain era there existed a group of mighty individuals. They were passionate and vibrant. In that age, they were the absolute rulers. Their figures could be seen in every street and alley, truly a splendid spectacle. But alas, good times never last. As the era shifted, these rulers faded from the stage. They were second to none in strength, yet they ultimately succumbed to the burdens of life. And so they shed their youth and were forced into the garb of life. Shin-san reached out to caress the blue suit lost in recollection, though his words continued to explain. This divine armor was forged from the faith of that generation. It has transcended the mundane, imbued with a touch of divinity. Once you wear it, you will attain power far surpassing Super Saiyan 2. Moreover, it possesses a unique trait. When you play music through a speaker and carry a bag of cement synchronizing with a dance, your combat prowess will skyrocket. As for the extent of that boost, words would fail to convey it to you. In short, its might and versatility are beyond your wildest imagination. With that, Shin-san withdrew his hand, his reverie returning to the present. That's essentially the gist of the super non-mainstream outfit. Forged from the collective youth of a generation, Bulma could already envision the golden age Shin-san had described. Though reluctant to don such flamboyant attire, she held deep respect for the people in that story. Carefully, she folded the super non-mainstream outfit and set it aside, planning to take it with her when she left. They are a group worthy of reverence. Oh, I will treasure this outfit, Bulma said, lifting her head. Since the jars and blind boxes are all opened, and we've hit the jackpot today, why not take me to the battlefield while it's still early, boss Shin? Sure, Shin-san extended his hand. Bulma looked puzzled. What? For the shopkeeper to escort you, it's 1 million per trip. Are you that obsessed with money? That's the price, take it or leave it. Fine, you win. 1 million. It is. Swipe the card. Bulma gritted her teeth and handed over her bank card. But Shun Sen shook his head. This time cash only. Half of the money swiped from the card reader was taken by an unknown entity. This wasn't a shop transaction, it was his personal side gig. He had no intention of sharing with that mysterious being. Even if that being had granted him the shop work was work and personal business was personal, they must be kept separate. I know you didn't bring cash, you can owe me and bring it next time. You're so miserly to the core. Fine, bring it next time. Bulma chuckled, shaking her head in exasperation. Shun Sen nodded, stepped out from behind the counter, placed his hand on Bulma's shoulder, and in a single stride vanished into thin air. The General Jiang Jun paced anxiously. Marshal, don't leave your subordinate behind. Without an opponent, its 50-50 skill was useless. It was nothing more than an adorable fluffy panda that could talk with no other special traits. By now the wide arena had long vanished. The earth was scarred and ravaged, and small peaks within a dozen miles had been leveled by the aftershocks of the battle. Vegeta was still pummeling Son Goku. But a change had occurred. Now not only was Goku taking a beating, but Trunks was also dragged into the fray. This was Vegeta's moment of glory. He yearned to roar a single word to the heavens. That word was exhilarating. Vegeta, that's enough. Piccolo's face was not only green, but swollen and bruised. If this keeps up, I can't take it anymore. Krillin covered one of his black eyes. You guys have it easy, I got kicked in the groin. Yamcha's face had turned the same shade as Piccolo's. Then who do I complain to? Tien Shinhan fared even worse. There wasn't a single spot on his body that was unharmed. Still, they all suffered only superficial injuries. Their lives were not in danger. A bunch of trash. Vegeta casually tossed Goku aside, and then kicked the charging Son Gohan and Trunks away. Then, noticing Shun Sen arriving with Bulma, his battle intent surged uncontrollably. Mr. Shun, would you care to give me some pointers? He felt he was worthy once more. Shun Sen smiled a wide grin. Slowly, he floated forward. The others quickly backed away, especially Goku. Goku stared unblinkingly at Shun Sen. Approaching Vegeta, Shun Sen extended his right hand palm open and slowly curled his fingers one by one, leaving only a single index finger. Vegeta frowned. What does that mean? Shun Sen chuckled. Unlike those who use a sledgehammer to crack a nut, I only need one finger to deal with you. Arrogant. Utterly arrogant beyond measure. Upon hearing Shun Sen's words, Piccolo and the others' first thought was that he was an incredible braggart. They had just fought Vegeta. The current Vegeta was practically unstoppable. But Goku thought differently, his gaze fixed on Shun Sen with unprecedented gravity, laced with boundless fighting spirit. Nor did Vegeta believe Shun Sen was boasting. Among everyone present, he alone had directly experienced the aura Shun Sen exuded, a level of power that even his current self could only dream of matching. Yet he was eager to test the extent of the gap between them. Whether it was a mere step or an insurmountable chasm, this exchange would likely reveal the answer. Hiya! Vegeta pushed his Super Saiyan 2 energy to its zenith. Thicker bolts of lightning slithered and crackled through his golden aura. In that moment, everyone was stunned once more. So Vegeta hadn't been using his full power from the start. After unleashing all his energy, he faced Shun Sen, who still held up a single finger. For a time, he dared not attack directly, instead circling like a hunting leopard biding his time. Suddenly, a fierce gale swept through, clearing the dust from the air and sounding the charge for battle. In an instant, Vegeta appeared to Shun Sen's right, unleashing a straight punch with all his might. Boom. Is this a joke? A tempest of shock raged in the hearts of Piccolo and his allies. Before them, facing Vegeta's full-force punch, Shun Sen merely touched the center of Vegeta's fist with a single finger. The air exploded and the earth shattered. Yet he stood motionless. A faint smile lingered on his face, a stark contrast to the stunned expressions of Piccolo's group. Ha-da-da-da-da. Vegeta's expression was grim beyond measure. He didn't relent. After his first strike failed, he used the instant transmission to flicker around Shun Sen at high speed. With each flicker, he unleashed 10, 100, 1,000 punches. Every punch was delivered with full force, and Shun Sen effortlessly neutralized each one with a single finger. Huff huff. Vegeta's breathing grew ragged. Mr. Shun, your strength is truly beyond imagination. Please be careful with this next move. Vegeta crossed his arms and pulled them back. Then all the energy within him began to converge at his palms. Final flash. A colossal, world-annihilating energy beam erupted from Vegeta's palms. Beneath its power, Piccolo and the others saw death beckoning. Shun Sen slowly raised his hand, mimicking the motion of flicking a marble. As the energy wave approached, he gently flicked his middle finger. In an instant, the cataclysmic light wave was deflected into the cosmos. The entire scene was dumbfounded. The entire scene felt like a dream. The ravaged earth, this entire space, seemed to have its flow of time halted at this moment, the sight before them stunning everyone into stillness. A single middle finger. With just that one finger, Vegeta's final flash was deflected into the cosmos. This was what it meant to be utterly astonishing. This was truly astonishing. Son Goku's heart skipped a beat. The gap was too immense, so vast that he could only gaze up, feeling as though it were beyond reach. Vegeta was left with nothing but a bitter smile. He understood now. It was not a single step away, but a chasm of heaven and earth. Mr. Shin, may I witness just how powerful you truly are? How powerful? Shin-san tilted his head in thought. Presented with an opportunity to show off, he saw no reason not to grant the Dragon Ball characters a little shock. All right, let me show you something amusing. What amusing thing? Vegeta asked, puzzled, but the next second he was stunned. Shin-san clenched his hands into fists and raised them to his waist. Ha! With a soft exhalation, a golden aura filled the entire space, countless bolts of lightning writhing around it, an apocalyptic aura making the whole world tremble. It spread beyond the universe, extending to unknown reaches. On the planet of the gods of destruction, Whis also turned his gaze toward the direction of that aura. His pupils seemed to pierce through endless time and space, finally settling on Shin-san. Hehe, Universe 7 has produced a minor powerhouse. This aura is filled with destructiveness fitting for a god of destruction. However, it is still too weak, and its application is rather crude. I shall wait until Lord Beerus awakens to have a look. Whis murmured to himself before shifting his gaze away. To him, Shun-san was still just a slightly larger ant, not worthy of his excessive attention. Moreover, he could not intervene too much. Everything would have to wait until Beerus woke up to decide whether to destroy or nurture. Apart from Whis, the other Kaioshin also looked toward the direction of the aura, trembling in fear at its magnitude. The Kaioshin observed everything. Noticing that face now cold and eerie, he was drenched in a cold sweat from terror. The scene returned to the battlefield. The golden aura shot straight into the sky, and endless lightning lashed the earth like heavenly thunder, each bolt filled with world-destroying energy. At the center, Shin-san's brow turned exceptionally cold. His black hair had also shifted to a deep yellow. He maintained the posture with his hands raised to his waist. An aura measured in tera units pressed everyone on the battlefield flat against the ground. Son Goku and the other Saiyans struggled to lift their heads, their pupils filled with nothing but shock. They gazed at Shun-san, who seemed like a deity. After a moment, a hint of defiance mingled with their shock. Hiya! Father and son Goku and Gohan pushed their hands against the ground, roaring as they tried to rise. A golden aura also emanated from within them. In moments, arcs of lightning coiled around their aura. Under the pressure, their unyielding will shattered their limits, and they smoothly ascended to the second stage of Super Saiyan. Yet under Shin-san's aura, which was specifically directed at them, they could only barely support themselves on their knees. Vegeta, receiving special attention from Shun-san, was also pinned to the ground. He lifted his head with difficulty. Is this all you have? Swoosh! Shin-san instantly appeared before Vegeta, a hint of a smile on his cold expression. Guess. Then, as if recalling something, his expression turned cold again. Remember this pain, it will be a marker on your path of pursuit. Bang! Shin-san delivered a light punch to Vegeta's stomach. In an instant, Vegeta's face turned pale, his eyes rolled back, and he immediately lost consciousness. With that punch, Shin-san also withdrew his Super Saiyan 2 form. Piccolo and the others felt the pressure lift, quickly scrambling to their feet, their eyes fixed on Shin-san, as if beholding a demon god capable of destroying the world at any moment. Bulma, would you like the shopkeeper to take you all back? ITLL only cost 2 million. Yes, I'll pay you all right. Bulma leaped over to Vegeta's side. It was then that Piccolo and the others noticed Bulma. They hadn't paid attention before, but when they did, they were startled again. Apart from the Saiyans, Bulma's aura was now stronger than any of theirs. It had only been a few short days. That Vegeta had grown stronger was one thing. But how had even Bulma, an ordinary human, become so powerful? At that moment, the world felt utterly alien to them. Next, Bulma cradled Vegeta in her arms and jumped over beside Goku and the others. Big Boss Shun, please take Goku and the rest to your shop first. They'll bring you the cash tomorrow. No problem. Thank you, benefactress, for your patronage. Shin-san instructed the bewildered group to hold hands. Just as he was about to return, he noticed Mr. Satan still hiding behind a small hill. For this savior, who was also a wealthy man, he had no intention of letting such a lucrative customer slip away. In an instant, he approached, and before Mr. Satan's stunned expression brought him to the group, then placed Mr. Satan's hand on Piccolo. Having done all this, Shin-san looked up at the universe. Then in an instant, he vanished. Outside the atmosphere. After Cell's self-destruction, his core had not been destroyed in the blast. He had revived once more in his perfect form, and his aura had grown even stronger due to the Saiyan genes now fully comparable to the initial Super Saiyan 2 form. He was no fool. Earlier, he had lost his mind after being beaten by Vegeta. After regenerating, he carefully analyzed all possibilities. Without exception, even with a stronger aura, he stood no chance against Vegeta. Only after sensing Shin-san's immeasurably vast aura did he realize that descending would be suicide. Cell looked down at the blue planet and murmured to himself. Going after Vegeta now would be certain death. The most important thing is to first figure out how Vegeta reached such a terrifying level in such a short time. Also, that aura earlier was unimaginably powerful. There's nothing in my database about it. I need to investigate that too. Otherwise, I won't be able to move freely on this planet. After murmuring to himself, Cell suppressed his aura to a negligible level and then flew down toward the planet. In the shop, Bulma was explaining the matter of the cans and blind boxes to Goku and the others. They listened utterly bewildered. If not for the evidence before their eyes, they would have thought Bulma was sleepwalking. It was fine at first until Bulma mentioned that Vegeta's Super Saiyan 2 had come from opening a can. They were astounded, especially Yamcha and the others. They knew they couldn't compare to the Saiyans. Their martial arts progress was painfully slow. Yamcha had almost given up, but upon hearing that cans and blind boxes could yield items and techniques to boost power, they all became fervent. Especially Yamcha. A blazing light erupted from his pupils. The Cell games had been going on, and it was now nearing noon. Bulma had laid out all the details, and Yamcha and the others listened with hearts full of longing. However, when they finally heard the price, their excitement was drenched like a bucket of cold water, chilling them from head to toe. Forget the king's jars, they couldn't even afford a black iron blind box. Tien was a devoted ascetic. Piccolo was a solitary being. Yamcha was perpetually broke. And as for Goku, he probably had no concept of what money even was. Tell you what, Bulma said, fully aware of her friend's financial situations. After a moment of thought, she continued, "They'll cover for you this time, but only for today. I know your circumstances well. If you want to come back for more openings in the future, you can't keep living like this. You need a steady income." Easy for you to say, Bulma. Yamcha sighed, facing his ex-girlfriend. He regretted it deeply. If only he hadn't broken up with her, would he be fretting over money now? Vegeta, now you see the importance of finding a wealthy woman, don't you? Yamcha, noticing everyone's gaze upon him, continued speaking. None of us know how to make money. Look at Piccolo, holed up in some deep mountain forest all day, never leaving, with a face like thunder. Besides his special beam cannon, what else can he do? And Tien, he's a monk, always dragging Kaiatsu around the world. He can barely afford 3 meals a day, let alone savings. As for Krillin and me, we have jobs, but they only keep us alive. Where would we find spare cash for opening jars? And Goku, ask him if he even knows what money is. Sure I do. Goku scratched his head, looking puzzled. Money is money. From 100,000 to 100 million. Is that a lot? He'll go home and ask Shishi for the money. Dad, no. Gohan immediately grabbed his father's hand, his expression one of utter exasperation. Dad, listen to me. There's no way we have 100 million at home. If you ask Mom for that much, she'll kill you. Unlike his father's oblivious nature, Gohan, though not yet an adult, knew their family's finances well. Supporting 2 bottomless pits of appetite had already stretched their wealth to its limit. If he went to ask his mother for money, now, he could guarantee Goku would be thrown out the door. Is 100 million really that much? Goku remained utterly confused. Upon hearing this, everyone covered their eyes, unable to bear watching. Just then a crisp tap 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 of fingers knocking on wood drew everyone's attention. Shun-sen was sitting at the front desk, lightly tapping the counter with his fingers. Once everyone looked over, he spoke. You all seem trapped in the mindset of ordinary people. His tone was calm and unhurried. If you only rely on working a job, you'll never open many blind boxes or jars. This planet is filled with countless treasures, agates and pearls in the ocean's undiscovered gold and diamond mines. These are all paths to wealth for you. Why are you so fixated on working jobs? This shop also accepts physical items, though the exchange rate may differ slightly from the outside. Besides, Shin-sen pointed at the bewildered Mr. Satan, this savior can also be a source of income for you. And Bulma, with your brilliant mind, building a metal detector would be child's play. In that case, this planet, or even the entire universe, is a vast treasure trove for beings like you who can fly through the skies. It's inexhaustible. As the shopkeeper, I can't fathom why you thought of working jobs. Has training addled your brains? Hearing Shin-san's suggestions, Yamcha and the others were both embarrassed and delighted. Indeed, they had all fallen into the mindset of ordinary people. For beings like them, who could soar through the skies, why bother working? A single swim through the ocean would net them a fortune. Working jobs was out of the question. Yamcha and the others ignored Mr. Satan. Meanwhile, Bulma placed her bank card on the card machine. Vegeta and Trunks can open 6 each. Everyone else gets 5. Vegeta and Trunks 6 silver blind boxes each. Everyone else 5 black iron blind boxes each. At that moment, Bulma noticed 17 and 18 who had been silent since waking up. Include them too, except for the one with the afro. Alright, Shun-sen input the amount. This comes to 16 million. Don't forget to bring the travel fee tomorrow. Got it, you cheapskate. Bulma took back her card, rolled her eyes dramatically, and stepped aside. The payment's done. Who's opening first? Well, Tien and the others hesitated to step forward. The carefree Goku, however, didn't think twice. He was the first to approach. He'll go first. Shin-sen, do I just open it? Untie the straps, then lift the lid. Shin-sen explained. Hearing this, Goku quickly undid the straps. As he moved, everyone's hearts raced with anticipation, except for the few with stronger composure. But the moment Goku lifted the lid, even those with steady nerves had their expressions shift. Their breathing grew heavy and ragged. As Goku lifted the blind box's lid, a brilliant radiance burst forth. The light enveloped Goku, then coalesced behind him in an instant. In a flash, it formed a colossal phantom of an ape. The moment the apparition took shape, an unparalleled ferocious aura emanated from it. At that moment, Goku's power began skyrocketing by billions every second. In no time, it surpassed Vegeta's, and it kept climbing. Once Goku's power stabilized, Shin-san cast a probing glance with his divine sense. A 150 billion battle power boost. Not bad, he murmured to himself. He couldn't help but admire the protagonist of the Dragon Ball world for his incredible luck. From a mere black iron blind box, he had drawn one of the most top-tier growth-type items. Congratulations, you've obtained a Dharma Avatar. A Dharma Avatar is among the most top-tier growth-type items, ranking quite high among blind box rewards. Even without using Super Saiyan 2, your battle power is now 150 billion, far surpassing Vegeta's. What a... Everyone was stunned once more, their eyes instantly turning red with envy. Goku clenched his fists, feeling the new power, and he smiled. Behind him, Vegeta, who had been knocked out by the shockwave, heard this and collapsed again with a thud. Then he scrambled back to his feet in an instant. Kakarot, move aside. Let me open one first. Hey, Vegeta, don't rush. I still have 4 more to open. Goku grinned and playfully shoved Vegeta back with his rear. Then he quickly tore open another blind box. In an instant, radiance graced the world once more. A blinding white light flooded the hall, bathing it in pure radiance. As the light gradually faded, all eyes converged upon the stage. Hovering above the mystery box was a golden staff etched with arcane mystic patterns, its surface inscribed with 4 gilded characters unknown to them. Though they could not decipher the script, the staff emanated an overwhelming aura of sovereign authority, so potent that their breath caught in their throats. Even a single glance stirred within them an instinctive urge to kneel in reverence. Sacred and inviolable. Congratulations. You have obtained the pillar that stabilizes the sea. Shun-sen slowly shook his head. Truly the sovereign of fortune, drawing 2 transcendent treasures in succession. Both the dermic manifestation and the pillar that stabilizes the sea originated from the primordial chaos realm. Due to dimensional divergence, once Sun Wukong elevated his dermic manifestation, he would naturally gain attunement to the laws of that ancient realm. To the Dragon Ball world, abilities and artifacts from the primordial chaos realm constituted absolute dimensional overkill. Upon hearing Shin-san's words, Sun Wukong gazed upon the pillar and fell in love with it at first sight. He had once wielded a Rui golden cudgel, but as his power soared, it grew obsolete. This pillar, however, radiated boundless, incalculable might. Indeed, he sensed, deep in his marrow, that he was unworthy of it. Were it not for the shop's immutable rules, the pillar would never deign to serve this Sun Wukong. It possessed its own pride. Sun Wukong slowly reached out and grasped the pillar. Instantly, an immense crushing weight surged up his arm. Whoa, this thing is heavy. Sun Wukong swung the pillar twice with vigorous flourish. Shun-sen explained calmly. It weighs exactly 108,000 gene. When you earn its true recognition, it shall feel as light as a feather in your hands. Moreover, like your former Rui cudgel, it may shrink or expand at will. Lunchtime's approaching. Others haven't drawn yet. Finish the remaining 3 mystery boxes first. Hurry up, Kakarot. Veins bulging in his temples, Vegeta's eyes burned crimson. The others nearly lunged forward, desperate to shove Sun Wukong aside and draw themselves. Sensing their hostile intent, Sun Wukong turned and grinned broadly. Don't rush. 3 boxes won't take long. Shun-sen mentioned lunchtime. I'm starving now. Bulma, did you bring food? Let's feast together. Eat. That's all you ever think about. I packed lunch for Mr. Shun. I brought none for you. Hurry up and finish drawing. Then go home and eat. Come on, old son. No more chatter. Right? Keep stalling, and we will get rough. Even Sun Wukong, thick-skinned as he was, knew delay risked genuine beatings. Under their relentless urging, he swiftly tore open the 3 remaining mystery boxes. Congratulations, you've received Vegeta's authentic unwashed tunic. Congratulations, you've received a sumptuous feast. Congratulations, you've received a splintered wooden plank. 3 boxes, 3 items, yet not a single one held practical value. Shun-sen nodded inwardly. Exactly as it should be. Even a world's protagonist couldn't possibly draw top-tier treasures every time. The moment Sun Wukong finished, Vegeta yanked him backward, snatched his own tunic, clutched it to his chest, and impatiently demanded, Mr. Shun, 5 king's cans, please. Apologies, Bulma has already paid for 6 silver mystery boxes. No substitutions today. 4 king's cans return tomorrow, with sufficient funds. Shin-san placed the 6 silver mystery boxes upon the stage. Piccolo's group raised no objection to Vegeta's cutting in line, who after all was spending Bulma's money. Vegeta shot Bulma a sharp, reproachful glare. Yet the instant he recalled his boxes were higher tier than Kakarot's, his lingering irritation dissolved into thin air. So what if Kakarot had surpassed him again in raw power? In the arena of mystery boxes, Vegeta would always stand ahead above him. This was the irreplaceable value of choosing the right spouse. Vegeta found himself quietly grateful for having met Bulma. With a haughty sweep of his gaze across the crowd, his eyes settled upon Kakarot, already feasting with unrestrained gusto. A pack of penniless paupers. This prince's 6 boxes will yield something extraordinary. Vegeta scoffed silently, then placed his hand upon the ribbon of the first box. Draw. It must draw. Sweat beaded on his palm. Eyes tightly shut, he tore open the silver mystery box, and instantly felt his ki surge violently within. Vegeta smiled. Piccolo's group recoiled in shock. Congratulations, you've received a war god dermic manifestation. Shin-san cast another divine perception eye. In an instant he discerned Vegeta's combat stat amplification identical to Sun Wukong's 1.5 trillion times increase granted by the dermic manifestation. No wonder he was the Dragon Ball world's second protagonist. His fortune was formidable indeed. Shin-san eagerly anticipated what else Vegeta might draw, especially given his 10,000-fold amplification bonus. Vegeta glanced back at Sun Wukong, eyes blazing with challenge, as if declaring, "Look, I've overtaken you again." Sun Wukong, however, remained utterly absorbed in his meal, utterly indifferent to Vegeta's gaze. Thus Vegeta's defiant stare met only silence, lonely, unacknowledged, and absurd. Only Bulma and Trunks understood his meaning. "Stop glaring. Hurry up and finish so Gohan and the others can draw." "Understood. But tomorrow, I will draw King's cans." "King's cans? Don't be ridiculous. We can afford 1 per month at most." Bulma laughed, exasperated. "Of course, if you're capable of earning money yourself, draw as many King's cans as you wish. My funds cover only 1 per month." "What's so hard about earning money? Once I mine a gold asteroid from deep space, I'll draw King's cans every day." Vegeta snorted dismissively. Bulma stifled a quiet chuckle. "Fine, I'll wait for you to become our breadwinner. Now draw." Hearing this, Vegeta dropped the subject and rapidly opened the remaining boxes. "Congratulations, you've received an infant's bottle. Congratulations, you've received a jar of infant formula. Congratulations, you've received a pacifier. Congratulations, you've received a puppy. Congratulations, you've received a kitten." Vegeta, Bulma, Piccolo, everyone. They desperately suppressed laughter, choking on their own mirth. Even Mr. Satan snapped back to reality, shoulders twitching with silent convulsive giggles. Even androids 17 and 18, standing nearby, struggled to contain their quivering grins. Vegeta's face flared crimson. "Laugh all you want. These items are perfect for Trunks." All right, I won't laugh." Bulma scooped up the 2 small animals, gathered the bottles and accessories, then stepped aside. "Who draws next?" Piccolo's group tactfully turned their gazes toward Trunks, who accepted without hesitation. His current strength was already sufficient to eradicate the androids plaguing his timeline. Consequently, he felt little excitement about what the boxes might yield. In 10 seconds flat, he opened all 6 boxes, and in that instant 6 items materialized above them. "Congratulations. You have obtained a magnificent greatsword. Congratulations. You have obtained a rumble fruit. Congratulations. You have obtained an infinite energy electric fan. Congratulations. You have obtained an electric guitar. Congratulations. You have obtained a fishing rod. Congratulations. You have obtained a bowl of fragrant white rice." 6 items floated above the counter. Trunks, upon hearing Shin-san's words, realized that none of them seemed useful based on their descriptions. As a swordsman, he noticed the great sword among the 6 items and reached out to take it. However, the moment he grasped it, he knew it was merely an ordinary weapon, only pleasing to the eye. "The other items are useless." Shin-san pointed at the floating objects. "The infinite energy fan can keep you cool all summer long. That rumble fruit, however, has some use." Hearing this, Trunks' eyes lit up. Bulma grew excited. The others couldn't help but step closer, pricking up their ears. "That is a devil fruit." Seeing everyone gather around, Shin-san continued his explanation. "Each fruit grants a unique ability. The rumble fruit bestows mastery over lightning. However, devil fruits are of little use to you. But the rumble fruit has another trait, elementalization. Upon consuming it, you can turn into lightning, rendering yourself immune to physical attacks." Immune to physical attacks? Trunks and the others were stunned by this revelation. Yet they quickly grasped the crucial point. Piccolo frowned and said, "Only immune to physical attacks. That means there are still abilities that can harm the user." "Exactly," Shin-san nodded. "The blind boxes and jars contain a skill called Haki, which specifically counters devil fruits. And also Ki. Ki and Haki are fundamentally the same. By coating your body with Ki or launching a Ki blast, you can still strike the user. Additionally, mental attacks are also effective against devil fruits. Devil fruits originally had a fatal weakness, a substance called Sea Prism Stone. But after modifications, that weakness has been eliminated. In summary, eating the rumble fruit won't greatly enhance your power, but it will grant you an extra ability. Moreover, if you develop it well, for instance combining lightning with Ki, it might yield unexpected results. That's the gist of it. The choice is yours." After explaining, Shin-san took a sip of water to moisten his throat. No side effects and an extra ability. What was there to think about? Bulma instantly grabbed the rumble fruit and shoved it into Trunks' mouth. Ugh! An indescribable taste exploded in his mouth, causing Trunks' face to darken. He bent over wanting to vomit profusely. But remembering they were in the shop, he forced himself to endure it. After a moment, as the taste subsided, Trunks sensed his new ability and raised his hand. As he lifted his hand, violent lightning erupted from it, and the raised hand itself transformed into lightning. Seeing this, Vegeta struck down with a knife hand chop. Indeed, it grants immunity to physical attacks, but its power is too weak. Trash. Still, it's not bad. Immunity to physical attacks could catch an enemy off guard if they're unaware. Piccolo reached out to feel the lightning's power and shook his head as well. Trunks gave a bitter smile. I've gained an ability, but if you ever obtain devil fruits, I advise you not to eat them. That taste is absolutely horrible. Except for Uncle Goku. True. Bulma chuckled. Goku finds everything delicious. He probably can't even taste food. Who says I can't taste it? Son Goku looked up from a pile of food. This food is incredibly fragrant. Come and eat too. Seeing his state, everyone laughed and ignored him. Trunks stepped back. Son Gohan and Goku were busy feasting and had no time to open boxes. He'll go first. Seeing Shun-san produce 5 black iron blind boxes, Yamcha eagerly stepped forward and picked one up. With an excited heart and trembling hands, he quickly untied the strap and flipped open the lid. Congratulations. You have obtained a pack of disposable cups. Yamcha was dumbfounded. Goku and Vegeta had pulled divine items on their first try, and he got cups. But remembering it was a game of probability, he steeled himself. Congratulations. You have obtained a broken bicycle. No way. Only 2 so far. The next 3 are bound to yield something good. Yamcha consoled himself and grabbed another blind box. This time he didn't open it quickly, but slowly untied the strap. As the strap came off inch by inch, his heart pounded uncontrollably. Almost there. One last step. Come on. Out. Yamcha, with reddened eyes and eager anticipation, flipped the lid open. Congratulations. You have obtained a basin of chicken buttocks. Thud. Hearing this, Yamcha fell to the ground, but quickly scrambled up, his pupils now bloodshot. I refuse to believe I can't get anything good. He grabbed another blind box. Shin-sen shook his head. Yamcha's state mirrored Bulma's earlier frenzy, but he was even more frantic, like a gambler with red eyes. Just like those handsome guys and beauties in games 1648, after another, unable to stop. Congratulations. You have obtained a roadside stone. Shin-sen smiled, thinking now this feels right. Yamcha felt even worse. Only 1 blind box remained, and his heart nearly stopped from the thrill. Big bro, don't toy with me. Please just give me something good. Yamcha muttered, then closed his eyes and tore open the box. Finally, with Shin-san's congratulations. His heart died. Congratulations. You have obtained a bottle of soda. He wanted to cry. Yamcha took the 5 useless items and retreated in a daze. Tenshinhan immediately stepped into the vacant spot. He wasn't as emotionally volatile as Yamcha, but facing the unknown, he still felt a flicker of anticipation. His hands moved like blurs, swiftly untying the strap. Congratulations. You have obtained a bowl of dumplings. Hearing this, Yamcha felt a bit better. Tenshinhan handed the dumplings to the feasting Goku and quickly opened another blind box. Congratulations. You have obtained a large basin of dumplings. Yamcha felt even better. Tenshinhan was baffled. Was he fated to be bound to dumplings? He had a brother named Chaozu and now had pulled a bowl and a basin of dumplings. Might as well change his name to Dumpling Master. Sighing, he handed the basin of dumplings to Goku. After 2 dumpling pulls, his mindset shifted. A calm anticipation crept in. He gathered the remaining boxes, and with hopeful heart his hands became blurs. The next moment, Tenshinhan smiled. Yamcha wept. The radiance that bloomed this time was not as intense as that of Son Goku and the others, nor did it coalesce into a phantom behind his back. Faint glimmers all surged into the third eye of Tien Shinhan. In an instant, Tien Shinhan's third eye transformed into a vertical pupil. Its profound gaze seemed capable of piercing through all illusions of the world. At this moment, Tien Shinhan's energy was also steadily increasing. 1 billion. 2 billion. It surged all the way to 17 billion before halting. The sudden surge of energy made Tien Shinhan so exhilarated that he couldn't help but let out a prolonged howl towards the sky. As he lifted his head, as he roared aloud, a powerful beam of light burst forth from his vertical pupil, shooting straight towards the ceiling. Yet the beam struck the ceiling without stirring the slightest ripple. Congratulations on obtaining the truth-piercing strange eye. Shin-sen clapped his hands. This strange eye is also a minor treasure. It can evolve as well. With each evolution, your battle power will increase accordingly. When it evolves to its pinnacle, your battle power can rival an ordinary Super Saiyan 4. Understood, thank you, Mr. Shun. Tien Shinhan withdrew the truth-piercing strange eye. As the divine light faded, the vertical pupil on his forehead slowly closed. I've opened mine. Who's next? Tien Shinhan stepped back with a smile. Yamcha's heart wept bitterly. Then Piccolo unceremoniously stepped forward and brought the blind box before him. Those who had opened before had all pulled out divine items to some extent. Of course it ignored Yamcha. He thought that at his current training pace, he could never catch up to Son Goku and the others, and as time passed the gap would only widen. Now with an opportunity right before him saying he wasn't excited would be a lie. Piccolo took a deep breath, then quickly opened the first blind box. Congratulations on obtaining a pair of Son Gohan's underwear. Tien Shinhan, Son Gohan, Piccolo, Boss Shin, you really do have everything in these blind boxes. Piccolo helplessly tossed the underwear towards Son Gohan, then steeled himself and grabbed the second blind box. But the moment he was about to open it, he hesitated. He was truly afraid that what he'd pull out next would be another of Son Gohan's items. It would be mortifying. Still open it he must. Piccolo could only pray that no more of Son Gohan's clothes would appear, then flipped the lid off in an instant. Congratulations on obtaining a set of Might Guy's tights. Well then, it wasn't Son Gohan's clothes, but it was still some unknown person's outfit. Piccolo was utterly resigned. Yamcha felt a bit better. Shinsen chuckled. The probability of getting good items from iron blind boxes is inherently low. Son Goku and the others were just lucky. And you're all green. A man who wears green is generally not unlucky. I wish you the best of luck with your remaining boxes. They'll take your kind words, Boss Shin. Piccolo set the tights aside and perked up again. He brought the third blind box before him and opened it swiftly. The moment it opened, Bulma, who had been the first to arrive at the shop, her eyes lit up. A card. Another card, and it's exactly the same as the basic battle power enhancement card I got before. That's right, it's a battle power enhancement card. Shin-san pointed at the card. However, Piccolo's card doesn't grant 1 billion base battle power, it's 30 million. But it's still decent for you. Piccolo smiled upon hearing this. Bulma had explained it before he knew, he just had to consume it directly. So he reached out, took the enhancement card, tossed it into his mouth, and swallowed it whole, without even chewing. Instantly, his energy surged by a level. Having drawn an enhancement card, Piccolo grew even more eager about what would come next. Meanwhile, Yamcha had walked to a corner, crouched down, and started drawing circles. Only in the corner was his world. Those who hadn't opened their boxes yet grew even more expectant. Even Android 17 and 18 were no exception. Mr. Satan in particular wished he could pack up all the blind boxes and jars and take them home. If he could pull a divine item, he wouldn't need to keep boasting to the world anymore. Then he could stand in the heavens with a peerless posture, basking in the worship of the masses at all times. Just thinking about it got him excited. Everyone had different thoughts. At that moment, Piccolo picked up another blind box. But after a moment's thought, he followed Tien Shinhan's example and gathered all his remaining blind boxes before him, then opened them rapidly. Congratulations on obtaining would release true several thousand hands. Congratulations on obtaining the Mangekyo Sharingan. As a light faded into Piccolo's eyes when he opened them again, his pupils had become extraordinarily eerie, resembling a delicate flower. What can your eyes do now, eh? Krillin asked quickly. Piccolo felt for a moment, then explained. The Sharingan grants me decent dynamic vision, and I can also use a technique called Susanoo. However, while it enhances my strength, it's not by much. After explaining, Piccolo tossed the skill card into his mouth. This card is a technique that allows me to manipulate wood to create a wooden giant. It's passable. 3 items out of 5 blind boxes, my luck is decent. Gohan is still eating. Krillin, you go first. Piccolo stepped back. Krillin immediately took his place. If anyone wanted to boost their strength the most right now, he would boldly declare, it's me. When he first met Son Goku, he could still outplay him. As time passed, the gap in their power grew wider. He couldn't catch up to Son Goku even if he pushed himself to the limit. Now the blind boxes gave him a glimmer of hope. Moreover, with increased strength, he might just win the favor of Android 18. Just thinking about it made Krillin's blood boil. As he picked up the blind box, his heart pounded at an unimaginable speed. Krillin placed his hands on the straps. His anticipation grew even stronger. As he untied the straps one by one, they reached the most thrilling moment. Krillin shut his eyes tight, then suddenly yanked the lid upward. Huh? Bulma's voice made Krillin snap his eyes open instantly. He noticed he had pulled out a book, but its surface shimmered with flowing light, making it look far from ordinary. He was ecstatic. Boss Shun, is this book useful? Yes, and it's very suitable for you. Shinsen chuckled. The Saitama body training method. This technique is extremely powerful. It can elevate your battle power to over 1 trillion within 3 years. However, Krillin didn't give Shun-sen a chance to finish. He jumped 3 feet high in excitement. Great. In just 3 years my power will skyrocket. They'll finally be able to catch up to Son Goku. Unlike his elation, Vegeta's attention was caught by what came after the however. Mr. Shin, what comes after the however? That's why I said the Saitama body training method is most suitable for Krillin, because it has a very noticeable side effect. Those who train with the Saitama body training method will gradually lose their hair. After 3 years of training, the practitioner will become completely bald. And since Krillin has no hair to begin with, he is the most suited to practice it. Shin-san pointed at Bulma. Would any of you be willing to go bald? No way. Bulma quickly shook her head, looking at the book with utter disdain. Vegeta too shuddered at the thought of going bald. The only one present who didn't mind was Piccolo, Because he was also bald, though unlike Krillin, he had two antennae. Krillin grew even more excited upon hearing this. It was practically tailor-made for him. Boss Shin, how do I use this book? Just practice according to the contents. This book is only effective for you. No one else will get any results from it. All right, thank you, boss. Krillin excitedly tucked the book into his chest, then quickly opened the remaining blind boxes. Congratulations. You've obtained a bottle of conditioner. Congratulations. You've obtained a set of jet black lustrous hair. Congratulations. You've obtained a bottle of body scrub. Kiririn was embarrassed. Fortunately, he also pulled out a Saitama body forge method. Although the final item carried a hint of mockery, it was negligible. The Saitama body forge method could completely erase that mockery. Bulma, these items are suitable for ladies. You keep them. Kiririn stepped back. Bulma chuckled softly, stowing away all the hair care products, then shoved the bottle of body scrub into Kiririn's hand. You need the body scrub. That gleaming bald dome of yours could use some polishing. Saves you from having to buy some yourself. Fine, fine. Kiririn tucked the item into his robe. Well, Gohan hasn't finished eating yet. How about you go first, Android 18? Upon hearing this, Vegeta and the others immediately fixed their gazes on the androids, a trace of hostility in their eyes. Android 17 swiftly stepped in front of 18. Android 18, however, lightly brushed a strand of her flowing hair behind her ear, then pushed 17 aside and slowly stepped forward. How unpredictable life is. Just over 10 days ago, we were fighting for our lives, and now here we are standing together. Still, I have to say thank you. Thank you for saving the two of us. 18 spoke as she walked, reaching the counter by the end of her sentence. Besides, any one of you could easily kill us now. There's no need to hold such hostility, is there? Don't you think so, handsome Shun? Kiririn felt a critical hit of 10,000 damage. Shun Sin merely shrugged. That's none of this shop owner's business. But I'll warn you now, fighting is prohibited in the store. Anyone who breaks the rules will have to deal with me. Rest assured, Mr. Shun, even if we fight, well, do it outside. Vegeta averted his gaze from 18. Because 18 was right. They could easily handle the androids now. He simply couldn't be bothered to make a move. At that moment, 18 placed both hands on the counter, then leaned her upper body forward. With her movement, a hint of fullness threatened to spill out. What a cold fish, handsome. Am I not good looking? Kiririn took another 10,000 critical hits. Shin-san's mouth twitched. You look fine, but this shop owner is a Sigma male. Your tricks won't work on me. Also, don't even think about using your assets to damage the counter. You'll have to pay for it. Although she didn't understand what a Sigma male was, seeing Shun-san's saintly demeanor, 18 couldn't help but twitch her lips. Yet a new light seemed to appear in her eyes. A light called conquest. Kiririn, standing to the side, noticed the fire in 18's gaze, and his heart suffered a critical hit of 100 million. Immediately after, he walked dejectedly over to Yamcha, crouched down beside him, and started drawing circles on the ground too. Shin-san had also noticed that fiery look, but he had only 3 words for it. Not interested. The more disinterested he appeared, the more intrigued 18 became. But she knew she couldn't rush things, so she refrained from any further provocative words. 18 reached out, pulled all 5 blind boxes in front of her, and quickly tore them open. Congratulations. You've obtained a lollipop. Congratulations. You've obtained a City Bell outfit set. Congratulations. You've obtained a pet Pikachu. Congratulations. You've obtained a machine heart. Congratulations. You've obtained a stereo system. 5 blind boxes yielded 5 items. Everyone ignored the other, for their eyes fixed on the metallic, pulsating machine heart. This was because the other items appeared completely ordinary. Only the surface of the machine heart shimmered with flowing light, and it emitted a rhythmic sound like a war drum. The machine heart was a dull gray about the size of a fist. Its surface was covered in mysterious runes. As the drum-like sound resonated, everyone felt as if they were standing on a battlefield filled with machines. Shin-san explained, "You androids are essentially perpetual motion machines. The machine heart is also a core of perpetual energy, perfectly suited for an android. Once you fuse with it, your combat power will gradually increase with every passing day, every second. It's a fairly useful item. And the machine heart has another effect. Self-healing. As long as the machine heart is not destroyed, you will be immortal. No matter how severe the injury, even if you're blasted into pieces, the machine heart will autonomously repair your body." This revelation stunned everyone. This meant that after 18 fused with the machine heart, she wouldn't just get stronger every second, she would also gain a pseudo-immortal body much like Cell. At this moment, Piccolo and the others stared at the machine heart with blazing eyes. If not for the store's rules, they would have tried to snatch it. 18 took the machine heart into her hands, was silent for a moment, then asked, "Can it be used by someone else?" "Sis." "No." 17 had just uttered 2 words when Shun-san spoke first. "Items from the blind boxes and jars can sometimes be used by others. Unfortunately, the machine heart cannot. It can only be used by you." "All right then." 18 sighed. "How do I use it?" "Just place it over your heart. The machine heart will autonomously fuse with your own heart." Shin-san explained the method of use. Upon hearing this, 18 immediately placed the machine heart over her heart. In an instant, the machine heart began to slowly merge into 18's body, rapidly fusing with the heart within. Once the machine heart was completely fused, 18's appearance began to change. Her body contours became more graceful, her skin grew fairer, her blonde hair transformed into a light gray, and her pupils swiftly shifted into a deep blue. Seeing this, even Shin-san's heart gave a slight tremor, because the transformed 18 no longer looked like a model from a two-dimensional world with tiny feet and a big head. She looked like a real person with perfectly proportioned body. She surpassed, in every aspect, those girls who relied on one of the three great beautification arts. As for Kuririn, his heart felt as if it had been struck by tens of thousands of Cupid's arrows, his eyes turning into hearts. The others were not as deeply affected, especially Son Goku and his group. They merely glanced at her before looking away. Their focus wasn't on 18's appearance, but on her constantly fluctuating power level. However, they noticed her strength was increasing, albeit slowly, so they stopped paying it much attention. Noticing the subtle change in Shun-san's expression, 18 was delighted and became even more intrigued. Next, she picked up the city belle outfit set. Handsome, where's the restroom? There are 2 doors on the first floor. Can't you look for them yourself? Shun-san averted his gaze, still having only 3 words. Not interested. After 18 left, Shun-san spoke again. Who's next? He'll go first. Android 17 stepped forward calmly. Number 17 brought the blind box before him, just about to open it, when the bathroom door swung open first. The moment number 18 stepped out, all eyes converged upon her. Number 18 had changed into an urban chic outfit exuding a vibrant and youthful aura. With a pair of silver-rimmed glasses adorning her face, she presented an image that was both pure and alluring. Kieran's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. Yamcha was not much better. Number 18 placed one hand on her hip and sauntered gracefully to the front desk before extending her hand. Let's formally introduce ourselves. Imlazuli. Slap. Cut it out. Shin-san unhesitatingly slapped away the outstretched hand. Don't think you can tempt this shopkeeper. If you want to open a blind box, do it. If not, the door's straight ahead. TCH, I wonder who was staring so intently just now. Number 18 chuckled softly. Shin-san pointed at Kuririn. See, the one staring intently is over there. Why don't you go tempt Kuririn instead? Of course, even without temptation, you've already got Kuririn wrapped around your finger. As for me, I'm beyond your reach. Number 18 glanced at Kuririn, recalling earlier events, and shook her head. Her previous actions were merely meant to tease the bald-headed Kuririn. It wasn't genuine affection. After a brief glance, she withdrew her gaze and fixed it once more on Shin-san's face. Nothing is absolute in this world. Who knows what the future holds? With that, she yielded her place to her younger brother, number 17. At that moment, Son Goku, having eaten his fill, stood up and patted his ample belly boisterously. Shin-san, you just fought with Vegeta? Could you have a match with me too? His pupils blazed with boundless fighting spirit, as if it could ignite the very heavens. Recalling how Shin-san had knocked Vegeta unconscious with a single punch, that peerless demeanor made him tremble uncontrollably, not from fear, but from sheer excitement. No fight. What's the point without some benefit? I have money. I'll ask Shishi to give you some. Dad, don't say that. We don't even have 200,000 at home. Then give him 200,000. Dad, please stop. Boss Shin just made tens of millions. Why would he care about our measly 200,000? Son Gohan, caught between laughter and tears, pulled Son Goku back. Shin-san shrugged and said, You're right. If you have the money, I might consider fighting you. But it's 100 million per match. You'd better keep that 200,000 for your household expenses. And the same goes for all of you. Anyone who wants to challenge this shopkeeper pays 100 million per bout, no credit. Of course, if you can defeat me, you'll receive a 1 billion prize. In short, if you want me to escort you somewhere, it's 1 million per person. If you want to challenge me, it's 100 million per match. No money, no talk. Having said that, Shin-san stepped out from behind the counter. You all go ahead and open your boxes. Mr. Satan, you haven't paid yet. Wait until I finish my meal, and then we'll talk. I have something to discuss with you. He had Bulma bring out the food she had prepared and began enjoying his lunch with the general. Meanwhile, Mr. Satan was utterly bewildered. He had no idea why the formidable Shun-san wanted to speak with him alone. The others were also somewhat surprised. In their perception, Mr. Satan was an ordinary man whose energy was negligible. They couldn't fathom why Shun-san would want to talk to him. But they weren't overly nosy and soon dismissed Mr. Satan from their thoughts. Number 17 began opening his blind boxes. Son Goku pulled Bulma aside. Bulma, lend me 100 million. They'll pay you back when I have the money. Son Goku, are you insane? Do you have any idea how much 100 million is? Normally, lending you 100 million wouldn't be a big deal, but I've spent a fortune these past few days. If I give you that much now, my account will be nearly empty. Besides, you got your power from blind boxes. Do you really think you can beat Boss Shin? You want to fight, don't you? Bulma turned to Vegeta and said, Take Son Goku outside. If you don't beat him until he's smoking, you won't get any blind boxes tomorrow. Don't get too cocky, woman. This prince only wants to pound Kakarot, not for your money. Vegeta dragged Son Goku outside, unable to resist a final display of his Tsundere nature. Once Vegeta had pulled Son Goku outside, the hall fell silent. Everyone's attention returned to the blind boxes. Number 18 had already opened 2, and 2 items floated above them. He then opened the remaining 3 blind boxes. Noticing that 2 of the items shimmered with flowing light, everyone grew curious about what they were. But since Shin-san was having lunch, they didn't press for answers. Gohan, it's your turn. Go ahead and open. Okay, Annie Bulma. Son Gohan quickly stepped forward and at Shin-san's gesture went behind the counter to bring out 5 iron blind boxes. Without a second thought, he tore them open rapidly. Within 10 seconds, 5 items floated in midair. At this point, except for Mr. Satan, everyone had opened their daily blind boxes. Just then Mr. Satan spoke up. Boss Shun, if I pay, can I also open the blind boxes and jars from the counter? Of course. As long as you have money, anyone can open them. Shin-san swallowed his food and replied. Hearing this, Mr. Satan grew excited. He quickly pulled out his wallet and retrieved a bank card. Boss Shin, give me 2 silver blind boxes and 3 bronze blind boxes. Sure. Just place your card on the card reader. Okay. Mr. Satan placed his card on the reader, which automatically deducted the corresponding amount. With a beep, the corresponding blind boxes floated out from behind the counter. Son Gohan and number 17 moved their items aside to make room for Mr. Satan. Rubbing his hands together, Mr. Satan stepped forward excitedly and placed his hands on the straps. At that moment, he felt an unprecedented tension. As the straps came off, his nerves reached a peak. When he lifted the lid and noticed a shimmering light on the item, he knew he was safe. From everything he had observed, he had deduced one thing. Any item with a flowing light was bound to be useful. One with a radiant glow was a supreme treasure. Some items like cards might belong to the skill category. The item from the first blind box, though its light was not particularly strong, should still be a decent find. Mr. Satan gave himself a mental pat on the back for his cleverness, then opened the second blind box. It was utterly unremarkable. He proceeded to the third. Still no glimmer of light. Mr. Satan felt the tension and thrill intensify. Opening the fourth blind box took him a full 5 minutes. Another seemingly useless item. His heart was bleeding. Only the last silver blind box remained. The excitement was unprecedented. Mr. Satan wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and roared, "Come on, give me something." The space rumbled and the earth trembled. Just as Satan finished opening his last blind box, a tremendous roar erupted from outside, causing the ground to quake. Before they could see what item Satan had drawn, the group rushed out fearing another enemy had arrived. Even Sun Wukong, who had been fighting on the grassland, paused. Only Shun Sen understood what was happening. He slowly swallowed the food in his mouth, then led General out of the door at a leisurely pace. All eyes were now fixed on the 2 towering peaks beside the shop which pierced the clouds. The commotion came from those mountains. The outer layer of the 2 sky-piercing peaks was peeling away, and the falling debris vanished instantly before hitting the ground. "Boss Shin, what's happening with your mountains?" Bulma asked, puzzled. "Why is the surface falling off?" "On nothing major." Shin-san pointed at the peaks. "Opening blind boxes and jars alone is too dull. These mountains are the shop's new venture." Only he knew the shop was upgrading. The first condition was having 10 people open jars and blind boxes, and Bulma's group had already exceeded that number. The upgrade had started earlier, but now it was in its final stage, causing this noticeable disturbance. By then the mountain surfaces had fully shed. They shed their verdant coats, transforming into 2 stairways reaching the heavens. Where trees and weeds once stood, there were now staircases of gold and sky blue. At the base of each staircase stood a massive archway with a horizontal plaque hanging from the top, each bearing 4 majestic golden characters. The plaque on the golden staircase read Heavenly Path Body Tempering. The sky blue one read Heavenly Path Heart Tempering. 2 beastly roars echoed from below the arches, and 2 strange beasts radiating immense power materialized beneath them. They crouched there like wrathful guardian deities, imposing without anger. Body tempering and heart tempering. These 2 heavenly paths are the shop's new business. Guarding them are the ferocious beasts Tao Tai and Xiongqi. Vegeta, who had returned, was also perplexed. "Mr. Shin, what are body tempering and heart tempering?" Body tempering, as the name suggests, hones the flesh. Each step of the heavenly path is a world unto itself, manifesting and equal to the challenger. Unless you surpass yourself, you cannot pass. Shin-san pointed to the golden staircase, then to the sky blue one. Heart tempering, each step is also a separate world, but its purpose is vastly different. It tests the heart and mind. Surpassing the body is not hard, but questioning the soul is the greatest challenge. Both paths cost 10 million to enter once. Of course, if you can defeat the guardian beast, you can enter for free. As he spoke, a whoosh was heard. Looking toward the stairway, Sun Wukong stood boldly before Xiongqi, the guardian of body tempering. Shin-san said, "Defeating you grants free entry. I challenge you now." With a snort, Xiongqi rose, exhaling 2 streams of hot air. Its mountain-sized form looked down at Sun Wukong as if he were an ant. The rules are simple: defeat me, and you may enter the body tempering path once. Are you ready? Qianqi's tone was official, but its eyes brimmed with disdain. Sun Wukong felt an unprecedented pressure from Qianqi, but he was fearless. He instantly activated his Dharma form, and Super Saiyan 2, his battle power surging. Its sword passed 100 billion, reaching over 1 trillion. At his peak, Sun Wukong teleported above Qianqi, ready to strike. Qianqi looked up, its eyes mocking. A Dharma form, but no Dao laws. Trash. Get lost. It didn't even move, just sneezed. In an instant, Sun Wukong was blown away by an irresistible wind, crashing beside Vegeta. Stunned, utterly stunned. A sneeze had defeated Sun Wukong. Piccolo and the others were dumbfounded. Shun San remained nonchalant. Qianqi and Tao Dai were primordial beasts at the peak of Golden Immortal Realm. It was impossible for Sun Wukong to win. Perhaps only Beerus could contend with them. Strong, unimaginably strong. We're not even in the same league, Sun Wukong said, struggling to his feet. I'm more curious about the view from those stairways now. 10 million per try. I wonder if Shishi can afford it. Gohan was exasperated. Dad, we can't even manage 200,000. 10 million is a pipe dream. Oh, is that so? Sun Wukong scratched his head. Bulma, we've been friends for so long. Could you lend me 10 million? Get lost. From today, our friendship is over. Before Bulma could finish, she felt a tug on her arm. What now? Give me money, Vegeta said bluntly. Bulma's face darkened. Marrying you was my worst luck. Fine, take it. But if you ever make me angry again, not a single cent more. Bulma slapped a bank card into Vegeta's hand. Sun Wukong grew anxious. What about me, Bulma? Go ask Shishi. Bulma turned away in a huff. Sun Wukong paced frantically. Vegeta handed the card to Shin San. Mr. Shin-il, enter the body tempering path first. Sure, 10 million per entry. But as the first challenger, you get a 1 yuan discount. The card's been charged. You may enter, Vegeta. Shin San reached into the void, pulling out the shop's card reader. He swiped the card, deducted the amount, and finished in one fluid motion. Vegeta tossed the card back to Bulma like trash and strode toward the body tempering staircase. He paused beside Qianqi, but seeing no objection, he walked around it, passed through the arch, and stepped onto the first stair. In a flash, he found himself on a boundless arena. Above was a void, yet light cascaded onto the platform. A playful female voice echoed from the void. Challenger Vegeta assessing strength. Assessment complete. Generating opponent. Generation complete. The challenge begins now. A figure slowly materialized before Vegeta. When it was fully formed, Vegeta was stunned. The figure was identical to him, except his own clothes and hair had color, while the construct was only in black and white. The heavenly path. Vegeta opened its eyes, calmly gazing at the challenger. Huh. Boom. The earth-shattering clashes rang out in succession as black and white and golden-yellow auras intertwined. Vegeta crossed his arms before his chest, barely blocking a heavy punch from the latter. Vegeta, his expression grim to the extreme. No wonder Shin San said one must break through limits to conquer the trial. The figure generated in the latter not only looked exactly like him, but also mirrored his techniques and combat style perfectly. No, it was even more formidable. The moves employed by the latter Vegeta were all more refined and executed with greater proficiency than his own. This stirred excitement within Vegeta. Within the latter, he not only had the chance to transcend his own limits, but could also use the latter's avatar to perfect his combat methods and techniques. The body-refining ladder was practically tailor-made for me. Vegeta shouted with exhilaration. Then he dashed forward once more, engaging the latter Vegeta in a fierce skirmish. Yet every punch, every kick, and every energy blast he unleashed was effortlessly countered by the latter Vegeta, who even retaliated by deducing and applying the principles in reverse. 10 minutes later, Vegeta was panting heavily. In stark contrast, the latter Vegeta remained as composed as ever, his breathing steady. Is his stamina limitless as well? Vegeta furrowed his brow, muttering to himself. At this rate, I'm bound to lose. I must find a chance for a decisive strike. Then let's try this move first. Vegeta raised his hands to his waist. Huh. 8 gates divination, first gate open. 8 gates divination, second gate open. Third gate open. Fourth gate open. Fifth. No, mister. Shin was right. As strength increases, the burden of opening each gate in the 8 gates divination multiplies. Right now I can open at most the 4th gate. I can open the 5th, but my bones and muscles would tear instantly. Vegeta gritted his teeth tightly. At that moment, a green hue enveloped his golden-yellow aura, and his skin changed color after activating the 8 gates. His energy multiplied exponentially. Just as Vegeta prepared to obliterate the latter Vegeta mirrored his actions, instantly opening the first 4 gates of the 8 gates divination. Outside, Shin San along with Son Goku and his group watched a virtual screen displaying Vegeta's duel. Since arriving at the shop, their astonishment had never ceased. Now seeing Vegeta unleash something called the 8 gates divination, Piccolo and the others were once again dumbfounded. Yet Shin San remarked, Vegeta is about to lose. Exactly. Son Goku also grasped the key point. The opponent conjured by the latter matches Vegeta's power exactly with superior techniques and combat tactics. Most importantly, Vegeta used the wrong move. The 8 Gates divination seems to be a technique akin to the Kaioken, placing immense strain on the body. Yet the latter's avatar can ignore the side effects of the 8 Gates. If Vegeta hadn't used it, he could have lasted longer. Now that he has defeat is inevitable. A sharp analysis. Shun-sen nodded. Indeed, Vegeta can currently open up to 5 gates, and the latter's avatar can do the same. Unless Vegeta can break through his normal state or forcibly open the 6th gate, he's doomed. But if he forces the 6th gate, using the latter becomes pointless. Because the latter's purpose is to help one transcend limits, not to engage in reckless self-harm. Shun-sen looked at Son Goku and nodded again. He understood Son Goku, perhaps a fool in daily life, but an absolute genius in martial arts and comprehension. The two exchanged a few simple remarks. Just then Vegeta was ejected from the ladder. His body bore no unscathed spot, and blood soaked through his clothes. Yet Vegeta paid it no mind. He struggled to rise, then staggered to Bulma. Give me another 10 million. He'll go in again. I'm sure I can conquer the first level. Go in my foot. Look at the state you're in. Bulma took a Senzu Bean from Kuririn and stuffed it into Vegeta's mouth. You can only enter once a week at most. If you want to go again, earn the money yourself. Don't ask me. I'm not your ATM. What do you know? My power is on the verge of breaking through. Hurry up and give me the money. No. Kuririn and the others were speechless. Son Goku's eyes blazed with fervor. Blind boxes and such didn't excite him much, but the latter truly set his blood ablaze. However, the thought of money dampened his spirits. He resolved to find a way to earn funds later. Shin-san ignored the sulking Vegeta and turned to speak. Number 17 Gohan Satan, show me the items you drew. They'll explain them. Hearing this, Satan was the first to pull out his loot. Satan, you drew 5 items. His voice drew everyone's attention. Shin-san continued, for our ordinary daily items. Only one is useful, that long-nosed mask. It's the Usopp's lie. When worn, any statement you make to an ordinary person will be believed, but it only works on regular folks. Anyone with even a shred of power can resist Usopp's lie. What? Satan exclaimed, not in disappointment, but in surprise. He instantly grasped the utility of Usopp's lie. Though it couldn't enhance strength when it came to deception, it was a divine artifact. If he used Usopp's lie to fool wealthy commoners, wouldn't riches pour right into his pockets? No more worrying about funds for opening cans. Satan hugged the mask gleefully, murmuring repeatedly, I'm rich. I'm going to be stinking rich. The others could also imagine the mask's uses. But they wouldn't stoop to robbing Satan, especially since Shin-san had previously spoken to him alone, making it even less likely. After explaining Satan's items, Shin-san pointed to Son Gohan's draws. A set of 3 years of simulation, 4 years of college entrance exams. A pair of Trunks trousers. A blanket that keeps you warm in winter and cool in summer. These 4 are useless, but your mother would be delighted if you brought the simulation set home. The last item is somewhat useful, the gravity chamber. It's a device similar to a capsule corp product, about 500 square meters with adjustable gravity. You can set the gravity from 1 to 500 times the norm. Okay, thank you, Brother Shun. Son Gohan politely expressed his thanks. Shun-sen nodded and finally turned to number 17's items. I need not elaborate on the Senzu Bean. It's a product of your world. The other 3 are also useless. But that deep red item is somewhat intriguing. The object was entirely crimson, round its surface adorned with intricate black thread-like patterns, exuding an air of profound mystery. Upon hearing Shin-san's words, Piccolo's group couldn't help but draw closer to Android 17. Vegeta also ceased his money-begging antics, his ears perking up sharply. Seeing this, Shin-san continued his explanation. A mysterious egg connected to myriad realms across the cosmos. Mr. Shin, what do you mean by myriad realms across the cosmos? Piccolo asked, puzzled. Shin-san pondered for a moment before replying. For instance, if I call this place the Dragon Ball realm, then beyond it exist countless other realms. That is the myriad realms across the cosmos. What the hell? There are other realms. Shin-san continued his explanation. Upon hearing the cosmological view Shin-san described, Piccolo and his group were utterly stunned once more. Yet they were also filled with longing. Especially Son Goku, whose eyes blazed with an undeniable fervor upon hearing how a single blade of grass could cleave the stars from the heavens. At that moment, he yearned intensely to engage in a direct confrontation with the great emperors and sages that Shun-sen spoke of. Just then Vegeta rushed forward. So Mr. Shin, you're not from the Dragon Ball realm. Also, the form you used earlier was a Super Saiyan. Do other realms have Super Saiyans too? I am indeed not from this realm. I come from a world called the True Realm, and am merely here for amusement. Shin-san tilted his head, paused briefly, then spoke again. As for the Super Saiyan form, it's a dime a dozen across the myriad realms. Other realms don't have Saiyans, but the Dragon Ball realm has spawned countless parallel worlds. Trunks belongs to one such parallel world. In those parallel worlds, there are countless versions of you. But I am unique. Upon hearing this, Trunks, standing nearby, a flicker of understanding gleamed in his eyes. No wonder his world had no Shin-san. It was because Shun-san was one of a kind. Vegeta and his group listened, their faces filled with longing. Shun-san returned to the main topic. The mysterious egg connects to the myriad realms across the cosmos. It must be fed with blood. After 100 days, the egg will hatch, randomly generating a mythical beast from the myriad realms. The mysterious egg is also a game of luck. If you're unlucky, it might only hatch into a little chick. If you're fortunate, it could be a super divine beast. Mr. Shin, is there a requirement for the amount of blood? Android 17 asked. Shin-san replied, no, just 1 drop a day is fine. But if you want to shed a pound, go ahead. It's up to your tolerance. They'll stick to 1 drop a day. Android 17 immediately pricked his finger and let a drop of blood fall onto the surface of the mysterious egg. In an instant, the mysterious egg seemed to come alive. It absorbed Android 17's blood in a flash, deepening its red hue by a shade. And the moment the blood touched it, a small segment of the black patterns turned red. Did you notice? Shin-san said with a faint smile. After 100 days, the black patterns will be completely assimilated into red by your blood, and that will be the day of hatching. All right, today's batch of jars and blind boxes are all opened. You all can go about your business. Mr. Satan, come inside with me for a moment. Yes, boss. Mr. Satan followed Shin-san like a loyal sidekick. Vegeta resumed pestering Bulma for money. Tien Shinhan said his goodbyes and flew off. Son Goku also headed home with Son Gohan. Krillin glanced at Android 18, hesitated, and spoke. You two have no place to stay. How about I find you some accommodation first? No need. Perhaps my earlier actions gave you the wrong impression, but don't waste your time on me. With that, Android 18 walked toward the shop. Android 17 followed closely behind. Krillin suffered another critical blow to his heart. With a wounded spirit, he soared into the sky. The one who felt the most miserable was undoubtedly Yamcha. Watching everyone else unearth treasures while he got nothing was worse than death itself. Blind boxes, jars, just you wait. He'll be back. Yamcha mustered his spirits and chased after Tien Shinhan's departing figure. Now only Piccolo and Vegeta's family remained on the grassland. Piccolo said nothing, simply burst his energy and flew away. Meanwhile, Trunks reluctantly interrupted Vegeta, who was still demanding money. Father, mother, since things here are concluded, I'll go say goodbye to Mr. Shun and then return to my world. With your current strength, you're more than enough to handle the androids. Go ahead. Vegeta made no attempt to stop him. Bulma felt a pang of reluctance, but she knew Trunks never truly belonged to this world, so she held back her words, only advising him to be careful. As Trunks listened, tears welled up in his eyes. But noticing the shift in Vegeta's expression, he quickly blinked them away. Then he turned and swiftly returned to the shop, addressing Shun-san, who was seated in a chair. Mr. Shun, I must return to my world now. I look forward to meeting you again. We will meet again. Go on. Shun-san waved his hand lightly. After Trunks departed, he turned his gaze to Mr. Satan. Boss, if you have any tasks, just command me. They'll go through fire and water without hesitation. Mr. Satan quickly pledged his loyalty. Shun-san chuckled. Don't worry, I don't need you to go through fire and water. I just want to use your influence to attract some customers. Also, you must know plenty of wealthy people. If you bring them here to open blind boxes and jars, I'll pay you a corresponding commission. For every 10 people you bring to open jars, you'll get a blind box below the silver tier, but the daily limit on openings won't change. This was the reason he had kept Mr. Satan behind. The shop's first upgrade required 10 people to open jars, but the second upgrade demanded a full 100. Given the prices of the blind boxes and jars, passers-by rarely gave them a try. Mr. Satan was different. Shun-san knew the man had little real power, but in terms of social connections, he surpassed even Bulma, and among his acquaintances there were sure to be many wealthy individuals. Using Mr. Satan to draw in customers would open up the shop situation entirely. That was his intended role for Mr. Satan, a sort of unconventional spokesperson. Rest assured, boss. Mr. Satan patted his chest in assurance. Tomorrow, I'll bring you a bunch of fat cats. But the blind box prices are too low. Stop. I know what you're getting at. The prices for blind boxes and jars are fixed. If you want to make some extra cash, you can collect the money yourself. How much you charge is your own business. Then you'll pay for the jars on their behalf. Of course, you can also split half of the extra amount you collect with me. Shin-san said with narrowed eyes. Mr. Satan was overjoyed inwardly. All right, boss. For the people I bring, I'll handle the payments. After deducting the cost of the blind boxes and jars, I'll give you 90% of the extra income, and I'll keep 10% as a token of my effort. He couldn't care less about the reward of a sub-silver blind box. What mattered more was clinging to Shun-san's powerful thigh. As long as he held tight, he could do whatever he pleased in the future. And bringing in people would also bring extra income. Why wouldn't he seize such a golden opportunity? He wasn't a fool. Fine, do whatever you want. I just want the shop to be packed with customers. Shun-san stood up after speaking. You can have someone pick you up now and take the chance to learn the route. The shop opens at 8 in the morning. Don't come early. Understood. Mr. Satan took out his phone and stepped aside to make a call. Meanwhile, Shun Sen walked out the door again, lay down on the rocking chair, put on a pair of sunglasses, and said without turning his head, "Why haven't you two left?" At high noon, the sun blazed brightly. Shin San reclined on a rocking chair. Beside him, No. 18 leaned against the doorframe. Hearing Shin San's question, No. 18 gave a soft smile. "I'm not leaving. I have nowhere to go. So you're going to latch onto me." Shin San shifted his sunglasses down a notch below his nose. "What you just said to Kira and I'll return it to you. Now don't waste your time on me. For you it's a waste, but for me it's not." "No." 18 shrugged. "Besides my brother and I truly have nowhere else to go. How about taking pity on us, Boss Shun, and letting us work here?" This time Shun San didn't refuse immediately. He thought of the small animals and the herd of oxtamins near the shop. Moreover, having 2 more people in the shop wouldn't hurt, it would actually make things less boring. Besides, androids were perpetual motion machines far superior to the oxen and horses of the 996 grind. Keeping 2 such machines in the shop made perfect sense. But he still couldn't hire employees for the shop. However, he could hire 2 caretakers for the animals. "That's no problem." Shin San whistled. Instantly, a large group of animals and oxtamins rushed out from the forest. They quickly ran before Shin San and stood in orderly rows as if awaiting his command. "You can stay if you want. There are empty rooms on the 2nd floor. Just take care of these little creatures and cook for me. Work 8 hours a day, no holidays, year-round salary, 3,600 room and board included. If that's fine, stay." Upon hearing this, the corner of No. 17's mouth twitched violently. They had once been human and were no strangers to wages. 3,600 a month. Wasn't that like giving alms to a beggar? And no holidays year-round. He and his sister were being treated like beasts of burden. But no, 18 seemed unfazed. "Fine, as long as we can stay, anything goes. I've lost interest in fighting and killing anyway. Spending every day with these creatures doesn't seem so bad. Want to add another condition?" "What? Or maybe you'd like me to warm your bed." "Scram. Little brother, let's go find a room on the 2nd floor." No. 18 smiled and led No. 17 upstairs. Meanwhile, Shun San waved his hand toward the animal crowd. Tens of thousands of creatures then surged back into the forest in a mighty tide. Next, he closed his eyes to rest for a moment before raising his hand again. Before him, a row of cards and items floated in midair. The ape avatar and the stabilizing sea needle from Sun Wukong. The war god avatar from Vegeta. J-R-V-I-S. And the super uncool suit from Bulma. The rumble fruit from Trunks. Saitama's body refinement method from Kuririn. The Mangekyo would release true several thousand hands and a 30 million base combat power card from Piccolo. The truth-seeking eye from Tien Shinhan. The gravity chamber from Gohan. No. 18's machine heart and Pikachu. No. 17's mysterious egg. Mr. Satan's Usopp's lies. Yamcha. A single black emperor. Shin-san rose from the rocking chair and walked over to the items. Of the 10,000 gravity chambers, he'll place only 2 in the center of the prairie. He pointed at the gravity chambers, and instantly 2 of the 10,000 flew to the prairie's center, expanded, and added a touch of color to the landscape. The 10,000-fold amplification of physical objects is somewhat underwhelming. But such are the rules, I can't change them now. Shin-san felt a bit helpless and waved his hand to make the remaining gravity chambers vanish. Next is the mysterious egg. Keeping just 1 will suffice. As for the stabilizing sea needle, he'll also keep 1 for use. Pikachu will live alongside the oxtamins. Senzu Beans can be sold at the front counter. The machine heart is useless for now, so he'll store it away. The rumble fruit can be fed to 10,000 Pikachu. J-R-V-I-S. And the super uncool suit are unnecessary for now. Saitama's body refinement method. Not even a dog would use it. Usopp's lies. Again, not even a dog would use them. Shunsen discarded all the useless items, keeping only the cards. 2 avatar cards. 2 strange eye cards. 1 skill card. 1 combat power amplification card. Shin-san first used the base combat power amplification card. With the 10,000-fold boost, his base combat power skyrocketed. Then he tossed the skill card and the strange eye cards into his mouth. In the blink of an eye, his eyes transformed into the pattern of the Mangekyo. Not bad. The 10,000-fold amplification grants me unparalleled vision, and I can switch freely between the Mangekyo and the truth-seeking eye. Now for the main event. Murmuring to himself, Shin-san took the 2 avatar cards in hand and immediately threw them into his mouth. This feeling. It's freaking amazing. The moment the 2 avatars merged, Shin-san sensed his combat power surging at a terrifying speed. Overwhelmed with exhilaration, he couldn't help but let out a long roar toward the sky until the fusion was complete. Behind Shin-san, 2 colossal phantoms rose into the clouds. One was an ape. The other was a war god in armor, its face indistinct. Just standing there, they seemed capable of supporting the heavens and the earth. No. 17 and No. 18, drawn by the commotion, rushed to the window and were instantly stunned. Shin-san glanced up at them, then murmured again, Let's see how far Super Saiyan 2 can amplify me under the Avatar's enhancement. No sooner said than done. Shin-san raised his hands to his waist and let out a soft shout. Huh. Instantly a golden aura erupted and lightning roared through the air, dancing wildly. At this moment Shin-san's combat power shot upward at an extraordinary rate. Mega. No. In an instant it surpassed Mega and broke into the Giga range, still climbing, and swiftly surpassed Giga as well. It formally entered the Terra range, and when the numbers stabilized, Shin-san cast a divine sense probe on himself. Damn, the Avatar is incredible. The 10,000-fold Avatar amplification grants me a sliver of the law of war. Combined with the amplification items I've unlocked these past few days, my combat power has jumped from the previous Mega to around 1,000 Terra. But I'm still worlds apart from beings like the gods of destruction. However, as long as people keep coming to open blind boxes and jars surpassing beings like angels is only a matter of time. No need to rush. Shin-san laughed, his laughter growing louder. After venting his exhilaration for a while, he dispelled all his states and looked up to shout. What are you staring at? Hurry up and tidy the rooms, then start your poop-scooping duties, or you'll dock your pay and skip your meals. Get a move on, got it. After shouting, without waiting for no 18's reply, Shin-san lay back down on the rocking chair, grabbed the soda from the table, put on his sunglasses, and took a slow sip. Ah, so good, this is living. The next morning, a flying vehicle carrying about a dozen people streaked across the sky. Satan stood at the center of the vehicle, passionately narrating everything about the blind box shop. However, he wore a long-nosed mask on his face, which made him look somewhat comical. Yet precisely because of the mask, his words convinced the dozen or so richly adorned men and women, leaving them utterly spellbound. The flying vehicle was swift, and soon it descended onto the grassland. Satan was the first to step off, noticing that 2 additional houses had appeared on the prairie. He knew that nothing here could be judged by common sense. Yesterday, 2 mountains had transformed into stairways to the sky, so what was strange about extra houses? Satan perked up and shouted into the vehicle, "We've arrived. Ladies and gentlemen, please come down." At this, the dozen people inside leaped out. The sight before them left them astounded: the vast grassland, the expansive forest, and most strikingly, the 2 stairways reaching into the heavens guarded by 2 ferocious beasts. Every scene filled them with amazement. They already trusted Satan deeply, and now witnessing all this, their faith only grew stronger. Mr. Satan, you're truly too generous. Once I get a good item, it'll definitely reward you handsomely. The stairway piercing the clouds, the strange beasts that stir the soul, and that wooden building seemingly protected by the heavenly stairs. All of it proves Mr. Satan wasn't joking. Joking. I was here over a month ago, and there was nothing built then. But now, it's a miracle. Watching the stunned crowd, a glint of pride flashed in Satan's eyes. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Shun is an extraordinary man. As his agent, I will handle all matters for you from now on. Remember, don't ask about prices once inside. Since I've already collected your money, I'll cover the blind box fees myself. Understood. Understood. Good then. Just as Satan was about to wave his hand and lead the group toward the shop, several more sounds of tearing air came from the sky. Vegeta, carrying Bulma, and Piccolo flew down from above. Satan broke into a sweat at the sight. He quickly approached Bulma and the others and whispered, "Esteemed ones, these dozen people were brought here on Mr. Shin's orders. They don't know the actual prices of the blind boxes and jars. I've charged a bit more, and Mr. Shin is aware of it. Please don't reveal the real prices." He deliberately invoked Shin-san's name. He knew that Vegeta and the others wouldn't grant him face. Only Shin-san could command their respect. And indeed, Vegeta and Piccolo merely nodded lightly in agreement. Bulma, however, wore a knowing smile. "You're quite the moneymaker. Made a good profit this time, haven't you?" "Not at all. Mr. Shin takes 90% of any extra income. I only get a bit for my trouble." Satan bowed and scraped. Bulma waved dismissively. "All right, since handsome Shun has you bringing in customers, do as you please. It's none of our business. We'll only mention names like Black Iron, not the specific prices." "Thank you, esteemed one. Please go ahead." Satan made a gesture of invitation, then turned back to the dozen people instantly, resuming his lofty demeanor. "See that? Those 2 are regulars at the blind box shop. The woman is none other than Bulma of Capsule Corporation. The other 2 are incredibly powerful. They can fly and do anything. But compared to me, they're still lacking. Still, they could easily handle you, so be polite." The dozen people nodded rapidly and replied in unison, "Yes, yes, we understand. Anyone who can fly is obviously a big shot. We'll be very courteous." "Good. The blind box shop opens at 8, and it's past that now. They'll take you inside." Satan waved his hand grandly and led the group noisily toward the store. Once inside, the group greeted Vegeta and the others with repeated summation and began to survey everything in the shop. Their eyes burned with desire, especially for the blind boxes and jars on the counter. Just then another person entered through the door, and everyone turned to look. Piccolo was slightly surprised. "Yamcha, you really did go diving in the sea, didn't you?" The newcomer was indeed Yamcha. He was drenched from head to toe, carrying a large box on his shoulder. "No choice. Working doesn't earn much, so I had to take a swim in the ocean." Speaking of which, Piccolo, where did you get that box of gold? Ah, there's a small gold mine in the forest where I live. I dug it out. Piccolo didn't hide it. Yamcha smiled bitterly. You're incredibly lucky. I spent a whole day and night searching the sea for just this little treasure. Clatter, clatter. Hearing noises from the stairs, everyone in the shop fell silent, their gazes shifting upward to the right. It wasn't Shinsen descending, but Android 18, addressed casually and looking languid. She glanced at Vegeta and the others, then walked out without a word. Bulma was taken aback. Why is Android 18 in the shop? She didn't believe that Android 18 could win Shinsen over. Based on her earlier attempts to find a husband for her sister, she could tell that Shinsen genuinely had no interest in women. But seeing Android 18 come down from upstairs, she couldn't figure it out. Android 18 and Android 17 are now the poopscoopers I hired. At that moment, Shinsen emerged from the kitchen with a bowl of noodles, slurping as he walked. He overheard Bulma's comment and replied without a second thought. Then, carrying the noodles, he entered the front counter. Before he could sit down, a chorus of Sumimasen greeted him, leaving him bewildered. Enough with the Sumimasen. Satan, you fleece. I know, Satan, have your friends line up one by one. There are plenty of blind boxes and jars. Yes, Mr. Shun. Satan lined up the dozen people, then leaned close to Shin-san and whispered softly. After a moment, both Shin-san and Satan broke into sly grins. Well done, lad. Shin-san patted Satan on the shoulder. The dozen people witnessed this scene, their admiration for Satan only deepening. Meanwhile, Piccolo and Yamcha placed their boxes on the counter. Boss, and see how many blind boxes this gold can get us. The gold is unrefined, dug straight out. Piccolo, you can open 10 bronze blind boxes, but since it's your second time today, only 6. Shin-san didn't reveal the exact price of the gold mine full of the dozen fish Satan had brought. Yamcha, yours is worth more, 5 silver and 2 bronze. Same rule today, only 6. That's roughly the pricing. Who goes first? Me. Yamcha was the first to raise his hand. 5 silver gleaming blind boxes and 1 bronze blind box were neatly arranged on the counter. The moment of excitement had arrived. Yamcha's trembling hands reached for the ribbon, slowly pulling it open on the bronze box. At this moment, recalling that yesterday he had unearthed nothing while others continuously obtained divine artifacts, his tension and excitement grew. As the ribbon fell away, his heart pounded at a terrifying speed. As his hand touched the lid, his heart seemed to stop beating instantly and his breath ceased. Give me something. Yamcha roared, his pupils bloodshot. In that instant, he lifted the lid and an item materialized in midair from the bronze box. The miraculous sight stirred the dozen onlookers into greater excitement. Congratulations, you've obtained a worn-out earring. Damn it. Yamcha furiously smashed the earring to the ground, then swiftly grabbed a silver box. No way. My luck can't be that bad. If the iron and bronze yielded nothing, surely 5 silver boxes will give me something. If not, Yamcha couldn't finish. He truly feared getting nothing again. Then he placed his hand on the ribbon and closed his eyes. Come on, please give me something. Don't toy with me anymore. Yamcha pleaded as he instantly tore open the box, not daring to look. Congratulations, you've obtained a moldy pillow. I'm done for. He sobbed, wanting to cry. Yamcha opened his eyes and stared at the pillow floating before him, emitting a strange odor. He felt it was such a mockery. His expression turned desolate. Behind him, Bulma twitched her mouth. So this is the Black Emperor, boss, Shin mentioned. It once crowned my head, and now it's finally passed to Yamcha. Delightful. Joyful. Bulma's voice was loud, and Yamcha heard every word clearly, his heart suffering a million critical hits. Black Emperor. I can't be the Black Emperor. There are 4 silver boxes left. It'll surely shake off this ominous title. Yamcha glanced back, then looked at the boxes again, his fighting spirit instantly rekindled. He declared confidently, Black Emperor. Bulma watched closely. With the next box, he'll shed this title of Black Emperor. Fine, Bulma said, amused. Hurry up and open it. There's a crowd waiting behind. Coming right up. Yamcha took a deep breath and placed his hand on the ribbon. Yet despite his earlier bravado, the moment his hand touched the ribbon, his heart inexplicably raced again. Please don't mess with me. I've boasted who I must get something. Yamcha muttered to himself, fine beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Come, I beg you. Give me something. Congratulations, you've obtained a worm-eaten apple. Giggle. Hearing this, and seeing the apple floating in the air, especially with several worms wriggling on its surface, Bulma burst into laughter. It's confirmed, you'll never shed the title of Black Emperor. Just wear it honestly from now on. Yamcha trembled with rage. Boss Shin, are you targeting me? You can speak carelessly about food, but not words. Shin-san's gaze sharpened. Blind boxes are games of probability. Whether you get an item depends entirely on personal luck. A poor streak is no one's fault. And I run a business you choose to open or not. Don't blame me for your bad luck. No. Yamcha noticed Shin-san's expression change and quickly explained, I'm not blaming you, boss Shin. I'm just unsettled by my constant failure. Please don't take my words to heart. I won't get angry over such trivial remarks, Shin-san said. Shin-san tapped the counter and continued, as I said, blind boxes and jars are probability games. Getting items depends on individual luck. Listen up, everyone behind. If you're here to patronize, you're welcome. But if you throw a tantrum over not getting items, I suggest you leave now. If you cause trouble in my shop, you'll face the consequences. Bulma replied, first, I know the rules, handsome Shun. Anyone who wants to cause trouble should first ask this Tsundere if he agrees. She patted Vegeta's shoulder. Seeing Vegeta's muscular build, they recalled being lifted and thrown out by him. The dozen newcomers involuntarily shuddered. Rest assured, Boss Shen. Mr. Satan explained that blind boxes are probability games. We're here voluntarily and won't get angry. Yes, an iron box costs only 5 million. We lack nothing but money, that's just half a month's allowance. Hearing this, especially the mention of 5 million for an iron box, Bulma's eyes widened. She knew Satan had brought them here, likely profiting. But she never imagined Satan would be so ruthless, inflating the iron box's price from 100,000 to 5 million, a 50-fold increase. Were people so easily fooled these days? Bulma looked at the smug Satan, her mouth opening and closing, unable to utter a word. Vegeta and the others showed little reaction, having no real concept of money. The dozen people chattered in agreement. Shun San's expression softened. All right, causing trouble in the shop is absolutely intolerable. If you don't, you're still valued customers. Then he turned to Yamcha. Continue. No one has perpetually bad luck. Perhaps your luck is accumulating for a big breakthrough. Right, Boss Shun is absolutely right. Yamcha latched onto the idea of accumulating luck. He had an epiphany. His despair vanished instantly. His spirits soared and confidence flooded back. Yet pain soon followed. The last 4 silver boxes, the first yielded a roll of toilet paper with only 1 sheet left, the second a phone shell with no internals. The third produced a hollow durian shell, the last a single grain of steaming white rice. His renewed vigor crumbled back into despair. Shin Sen shook his head. He retrieved a sooty black toy figure from under the counter, one he had opened last night, and handed it over. Bad luck is temporary, not eternal. Try again tomorrow. Take this figure as a consolation prize. Don't lose heart. Yamcha took it numbly and turned to leave. At the doorstep, he looked back, tears brimming in his eyes. Boss Shin, wait. I will return. In the lush green prairie, white clouds obscured the sky. Sunlight fell upon the clouds, casting a shadow of a figure. This figure was Shalu. After returning to the planet, he sought out the relatively weak Yamcha and had been secretly following him, leading him to this place. At this moment, Shalu suppressed his aura to a minimum, watching as Yamcha exited the store. He muttered to himself, a blind box store. Why did Vegeta and the others enter the store? What are they doing in there? And what about the 2 staircases on either side of the store? What are those strange beasts guarding the stairs? Why do I sense a deadly crisis from those 2 beasts? Could it be that the changes in Vegeta's group are all due to that blind box store below? Shalu asked and answered himself, but he was also startled by his own thoughts. However, apart from this explanation, he could find no other. And then there's Bulma. The data clearly shows that Bulma is just an ordinary person, yet her aura now surpasses even that of Tianjin Fan and the others. Vegeta is even more outrageous. Oh, just watching him makes me tremble. A sense of confusion grew in his heart, but Shalu felt he had found the truth. However, he was reluctant to believe it. If I go down now, I will definitely encounter Vegeta. Even if I want to enter the store to investigate the situation, I must avoid overlapping with Vegeta's timing. Yamcha has already left. During this time, I can continue to follow him and see if I can hear any useful information. Shalu took one last look at the blind box store, then turned and chased after Yamcha. At this moment, he was not a reckless fool, but rather a hidden assassin. He suppressed his aura to a barely negligible level and followed Yamcha's presence. Except for Shun Sen, no one knew Shalu had been there. Vegeta was currently opening blind boxes and had no time to sense other auras. You big scammer, not a single useful item came out. Bulma was upset. Now Vegeta had opened 7 boxes without obtaining anything useful. Losing over 10 million felt like a major setback. As if you could produce anything useful. Vegeta pointed at the card machine. Quickly put the card back and I want to enter the body refinement ladder again. Not putting it in. They'll say it again, are you going to put it in or not? Not putting it in, or if you have the ability, go fish it out from the sea yourself. You? Fine, go ahead. When you fish something out, don't expect a single cent from me. After greeting, Vegeta held his head high and left the store. Then he exploded with anger and flew towards the sea. Bulma watched, both amused and exasperated. She knew her proud and stubborn boyfriend too well. She could guarantee that if Vegeta didn't find any treasures in the sea, he would definitely come back and expect her to give him money. So you think you're the only one who can be proud, huh? I can be proud too. Next time you ask me for money, just wait and see how I scold you. Bulma muttered a few words in the direction Vegeta had left and then redirected her gaze. The 10 or so people in line behind them, seeing 2 consecutive failures, finally changed their expressions. Satan had to put on a deceptive mask again, trying to calm them down. At the front desk, Shin-san retrieved the corresponding blind box for Bulma. It's your turn. You made a huge profit yesterday. Oh, I wish you continued luck today. Of course, handsome Shun, do you think him like Yamcha and Vegeta, those two, who can't be any more unlucky? My luck has always been great. With confidence, Bulma took a silver blind box and quickly opened it. In an instant, a strange fruit appeared above the blind box. Oh, isn't this the devil fruit that Trunks opened? Bulma recognized it. Although it looked different from the thunder fruit, she was certain it was indeed a devil fruit. Boss Shin, I remember you said that each fruit represents a type of ability. What ability does this one I open have? It is indeed a devil fruit. After a moment of silence, Shin-san pointed at the devil fruit and continued to explain. Devil fruits are divided into 4 categories: Zoan, Paramecia, Logia, and Mythical Zoan. The thunder fruit opened by Trunks is a Logia type. And your luck is even better. This one is a rarer Mythical Zoan type, full name Zoan type, Mythical Beast Snowstorm form. He was also a bit surprised since there had never been a snow woman form of mythical beast fruit in the pirate world. By consuming this devil fruit, you will be able to control the wind and snow of the world and gain the ability of elemental transformation from the Logia type. As I explained yesterday, the devil fruit dimension cannot be compared to your dimension, but it does provide an ability. Whether you eat it or not is up to you. Shun-san took out an identical fruit and tossed it to Satan, simultaneously giving him a knowing look. Satan was not foolish and instantly understood Shin-san's meaning. Ecstatic, Satan caught the devil fruit and then turned to the 10 or so hesitant people. Your expressions show that you have developed a bias against Mr. Shin's wonders. So, I will use the devil fruit gifted by Mr. Shin to dispel your doubts. Prepare to witness a miracle, mortals. Satan shouted passionately, then bit into half of the devil fruit. An indescribable taste exploded on his taste buds. Satan's complexion immediately turned purple, but he held back the urge to vomit. In front of his revered god Shun, he could not show any signs of nausea. As the taste gradually faded, a wave of ecstasy followed. Snowflakes danced, and a gentle breeze brushed by in the blink of an eye. Satan's explosive hair turned snowy white, and snowflakes surrounded him, exuding an extremely low temperature from his body. The 10 or so people nearby couldn't help but shiver. Next came the shock, a genuine astonishment. Boss Shin, may I demonstrate my ability to them? Of course. Shun-san nodded. With permission granted, Satan looked down at the 10 or so people who were a head shorter than him. His right hand instantly raised, and as he did so, countless snowflakes floated in the air, intensifying the chill. Then, under Satan's control, the snowflakes transformed into 10 white ropes that tightly bound the 10 individuals and lifted them into the air. At that moment, Satan resembled a deity walking amidst snowflakes. Now, do you all still have doubts? Know this: I brought you here because I consider you friends. If you still wear that doubtful expression from before, you can take your money and leave right now. I don't need your pittance, and Mr. Shin certainly doesn't lack your small change. Hearing this, the 10 or so people bound by the snowflakes shook their heads like rattles. Their doubts completely vanished, replaced by fervor, excitement, and anticipation. Seeing this, Satan was very satisfied. After releasing them, he turned to Shin-san with a knowing glance, as if to say, look boss, I've managed to persuade them again. Bulma, observing the exchange of glances between the two, wanted to laugh, but couldn't. Then she recalled that Trunks had mentioned the terrible taste of devil fruits. With average abilities, she didn't want to endure that suffering, so she chose not to eat. Instead, Bulma decided to focus on the remaining blind boxes. She took another silver blind box before her, carefully unwrapping it step by step, inch by inch. In that moment, in an instant, there was nothing. A void of air. Bulma was bewildered by her 3 consecutive questions. Noticing that nothing had appeared in the blind box, she was stunned. In previous experiences with blind boxes or jars, there had always been some items obtained, but encountering a situation where there was absolutely nothing was unprecedented. Bulma leaned in closer to confirm that it was indeed just a mass of air. Boss Shin, you really know how to mess with people. How can there be empty blind boxes? I never said there wouldn't be empty blind boxes, replied Shin-san. Shin-san retrieved another figurine from the front desk, but unlike the one given to Yamcha, this figurine was colorful. Congratulations on opening an empty blind box for the first time. This figurine is a miraculous gift for you. Congratulations, you big-head ghost. Bulma angrily swatted the figurine away and continued to speak. Leave the childish toys for you to play with slowly. Don't be ridiculous, so I could sell it for a few bucks. Shin-san casually placed the figurine on the front desk. Even a small mosquito is still meat. He wasn't being stingy, and he didn't want to beg Bulma to take it. That was impossible. In his previous life, he had knelt enough. Now that he had finally turned his fortunes around as the owner of the store, it was others who should kneel. Hurry up, the handsome guys and beautiful ladies behind are about to eat you alive. What? Upon hearing this, Bulma turned around and was instantly startled. She saw that the 10 or so people in line had eyes filled with fervor mixed with impatience, as if they would rush her if she didn't hurry up like a pack of hungry wolves. Bulma was amused by her own fright. Boss Shin, there's no rule about how fast to open blind boxes. I'll finish opening them whenever I want. And you all, why are you glaring? Line up properly. If you keep glaring, do you believe I can open until Boss Shin gets off work? No, we won't glare. Take your time, beauty, don't rush. I'm not in a hurry. Please don't be angry, by the way, I have some connections with your father. The crowd noticed that Shin-san indeed did not mind Bulma taking her time, and they immediately stopped glaring, feeling restless as they were. If they had to wait all day for nothing, it would be better to just end it all. The 10 or so people began to comfort Bulma. At this moment, Piccolo expressed his confusion. Boss Shin, can blind boxes not be opened by multiple people together? Of course, I never said it couldn't be done, Shun-sen shrugged. It's just that there are too few customers right now. I just wanted to find something else to do. But since you asked, anyone who wants to open it now can just say so. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone instantly raised their hands. Seeing this, Satan immediately took out a bank card and stepped forward. Boss Shin, there are a total of 15 people. They can open 5 today, and they paid me for 5 black iron blind boxes. Gotta just put the card on the card reader. Shin-san winked at Satan. Satan understood immediately and placed the card on the card reader. Shin-san simply entered the exact amount for the black iron blind boxes. With this order of 15 people, he and Satan would earn 490,000 each for every blind box sold. As for money, while he wasn't in need of it, who would ever say no to more money? The payment for the black iron blind boxes has been processed. I'll find a spot to open them, but you cannot leave the store's premises. With a light wave of his hand, a row of black iron blind boxes flew out from the counter in front of the excited crowd. The 15 people were so thrilled they could hardly speak. Each person grabbed 5 blind boxes. Some squatted down on the spot, others moved to the dining table, and some sneaked into corners. Shin-sen nodded to himself at the sight. Based on the nature of blind box stores, he didn't think these passers-by would obtain anything valuable, which was precisely why he agreed to Satan's request. Otherwise, with the potential for a 10,000-fold increase, he might not have allowed Satan to raise the price. This is yours, he said, retrieving the blind box meant for Piccolo. As Piccolo stepped back, Satan awkwardly said, Boss, I can open 6 today, or give the little one 6 bronze blind boxes. He then leaned in and whispered, Boss, you said yesterday that 9/10 are yours, so for these 15 people, each blind box earns 490,000, so please deduct that 9/10. No way. Shin-sen shook his head. I want that 9/10, but you need to help me get another card to deposit my share and bring it to me tomorrow. Shun-san deducted the cost of the 5 bronze blind boxes that Satan bought, seeming to remember something as he slapped his forehead, and continued, By the way, Bulma, you haven't given me yesterday's travel fee yet. Don't worry, I brought it. It's in this universal capsule. Bulma threw a universal capsule into Shun-san's hand with annoyance. Satan nodded repeatedly at Shun-san's words. For a person like him, obtaining an anonymous bank card was a piece of cake. He happily retreated while hugging the bronze blind boxes. At that moment, the hall was in chaos. On the surface of the azure sea, bubbles suddenly began to rise. In the next moment, a large fish over 10 meters long surfaced. Below the large fish, a man with a hairline reaching the skies was holding it up. At that moment, Yamcha flew in from another direction. He stopped in front of the man, looking puzzled. Goku, why are you in the sea catching fish? I went back yesterday and asked Shishi for money, but she seemed very angry and didn't give me a dime. I really wanted to try the Heaven's Ladder, so I had no choice but to come fishing. I wonder if this fish is enough to enter the Heaven's Ladder. Upon hearing this, Yamcha's mouth twitched. The market price of this fish is probably less than 100,000, while entering the Heaven's Ladder costs 10 million, and Boss Shin might not even accept fish. Huh. Goku went crazy. Then what should I do? Besides fishing, I can't think of any better way to make money, he said. How about this? Yamcha sighed. I came to the sea to treasure hunt as well. Goku, let's dive down to look for pearls and other valuable items. In the sea, fish aren't the most valuable. All right. Goku quickly released the large fish back into the sea, and just as he was about to dive with Yamcha, his eyes suddenly focused on the white clouds above. Meanwhile, on the clouds, Cell cursed quietly and then teleported away. Goku, what's wrong? Yamcha asked in confusion. Goku frowned. It's Cello. Just now I sensed Cell's energy in the sky, but it disappeared in an instant. Yamcha was shocked and exclaimed, Impossible, didn't Cell die in the self-destruction? Could it be that you sensed it wrong? Goku shook his head. Absolutely not. I wouldn't mistake Cell's energy. Even though he was trying to suppress his energy, I still caught it. However, in that moment, I saw him. Cell vanished without a trace. Moreover, if Cell is suppressing his energy, it will be hard for us to find him. This is troublesome. Yamcha was anxious and restless. Let's go back and tell Vegeta and the others about Cell. Let them be cautious from now on. A streak of white light streaked across the sky, adding one more figure to the azure sea's surface. This person was none other than Vegeta, who also sought to retrieve treasures from the ocean. Kakarot, what's wrong with you all? Why do you look so grim? Cell. There was a trace of Cell's ki just now. He's not dead. Son Goku pointed in the direction where Cell had been moments ago. He must have been tailing Yamcha. I sensed him, but he vanished in an instant. TCH, I thought it was something serious. Vegeta glanced at the direction Goku indicated, then continued, with our current strength, even 10,000 cells would be useless against us. Even if he survived the explosion, by some miracle, he's too scared to show his face. It seems he's been frightened out of his wits, which is why he won't release his ki. As long as Cell's ki sensitivity increases, we can sense him, and then we can use instant transmission to get there. He's nothing but trash. I can crush him with one finger now. Enough of this nonsense. That damn woman Bulma won't give me any money, so I'm going into the sea to earn some myself. Stay if you want. Vegeta dove into the sea, creating a massive wave dozens of meters high. Son Goku thought for a moment, finding some logic in the words. After all, if Cell refused to show himself, finding him would be difficult. Rather than worrying unnecessarily, it was better to let things take their course. With their current power, they truly had no reason to fear Cell. However, Goku realized another point and turned around. Go ahead and search. He'll go warn Krillin and the others to watch out for Cell. Without waiting for Yamcha's reply, Goku placed 2 fingers on his forehead, locked onto Krillin's ki, and vanished instantly. He found Krillin and quickly explained the situation regarding Cell. After warning Krillin to be cautious, he teleported again to find Tien Shinhan, who was searching for treasure in a desert. He then teleported to the shop, informing Piccolo and the others that Cell was still alive before returning to the sea to continue earning money. The blind box shop. Sounds of surprise and frustration rose and fell. Someone pulled out a martial arts manual, their steps leaving afterimages as they moved. Someone uncovered a strange artifact and played with it joyfully. Someone found nothing, scratching their head in agitation. None of them noticed Goku's brief visit. But Piccolo and Bulma frowned, surviving even after being blown to pieces. Cell's luck is incredible. Boss Shun, did you know Cell wasn't dead? I did. Shun-sen nodded. But what does that have to do with me, eh? I'm a merchant. As long as he doesn't cause trouble in my shop, I don't care if Cell lives or dies. Hearing this, Piccolo said nothing more. With his intelligence, he could easily see that Shun-san was a neutral businessman. Even if Cell were to destroy the planet, as long as the blind box shop wasn't affected, Shun-san would almost certainly not intervene. But Bulma didn't grasp this. How can you say that, handsome Shun? If Cell kills everyone, who will come to your shop? The universe is vast and boundless. If everyone here dies, I can simply take my shop elsewhere to find customers. Shun-san rolled his eyes. And don't try to guilt trip me. Protecting this planet is your business. I only want to run my shop. You? Bulma was furious. Piccolo shook his head at her. Mister, Shun isn't wrong. A merchant isn't a savior. Besides, as long as we keep opening boxes and growing stronger, no one can destroy the planet. Moreover, with Son Goku and Vegeta's current strength, Cell wouldn't be able to do anything even if he showed his face. Hearing this, Bulma fell silent. She secretly vowed not to speak to Shin-san for a day. No, an hour. Bulma looked at the items she had opened. She had miscalculated. Hey, if you don't want to be a savior, fine. But Boss Shin, please explain if any of these opened items are useful. They're not. What you and Piccolo opened is useless. Shin-sen stood up, stretched, and walked out from behind the counter. Early morning is the best time for some activity. He looked at the 15 people, a mix of excitement and disappointment. Don't be disheartened if you didn't get anything. Try again tomorrow. May you all uncover divine treasures in the days to come. The 15 were flattered that Shin-sen spoke to them. They responded in a flurry of voices. Thank you, Mr. Shun. With your blessing, I'm sure you'll get a divine item next time. Haha, I got a lightness skill today, water walking art. That's already a huge win. I never thought I'd glide across water. It's amazing. Honestly, Boss Shin, your blind boxes are addictive. They'll be back on time tomorrow. Shun-sen nodded to them. As long as there's no trouble, we're all friends. You've all finished today's boxes, so go about your business. Work hard and earn money. I won't keep you any longer. As merchants themselves, the 15 were shrewd. They could tell Shun-san was signaling them to leave. But they weren't offended. Instead, with repeated bows and thank yous, they respectfully left the shop. Piccolo also turned and left after a moment's thought. Only Bulma, who had been brought by Vegeta and couldn't fly, went outside, claimed Shin-san's rocking chair, and waited quietly for Vegeta to return and take her home. On the grassland in front of the blind box shop, hundreds of small animals and Pikachu were frolicking and running about. Beside them, Android 18, dressed casually, was crouched on the ground with a smile resting her chin on her hands. A breeze lifted the hair from her forehead, revealing her delicate features. At the second-floor window of the blind box shop, Android 17 leaned on the sill, watching the beautiful carefree scene below, a smile slowly spreading across his lips. He felt himself growing fond of this slow-paced life. No need for fighting and killing. Just spending each day playing with a group of animals. It was very comfortable. Just then an untimely voice rang out. What did I hire you two for? To be the poop scoopers. Look at the mess the livestock have made in the forest. Shin-sen planted 2 shovels in the ground. The tools are here. If the forest perimeter isn't clean by today, you'll each lose 1,000 in wages and get no dinner. With that, Shin-sen walked off toward Tien Shinhan, feeling immensely satisfied. Now he understood how good those bosses from his past life had it. Docking wages with holding meals, it was truly uplifting. This time, Android 17 didn't react much. Instead, he obediently came downstairs, picked up a shovel, and headed to the edge of the forest. Even when small animals jumped onto him, he didn't mind, laughing even more happily. Android 18, however, ignored the command and continued playing with the animals. In the vast void, an endless white arena stretched out. This was the exclusive space of the body refining heavenly ladder. Shinsen stood at the center of the arena, yawning lazily. He glanced around, then spoke softly into the void. Little Linger, hurry up and arrange an opponent for me to stretch my muscles. As his words fell, a glimmer of light flickered above the void. It descended like a shooting star, and upon landing before Shinsen, it rapidly coalesced into a petite figure. Twin ponytails, a pink dress, and a small pink umbrella in hand. She spun around playfully, then hopped closer to Shinsen, peering at him left and right. Brother Shinsen, you came to see Linger early in the morning. Linger is so happy. How about Linger plays with you? What do you think? Don't be silly, Linger. Shinsen couldn't help but step back twice. He had entered the body refining heavenly ladder last night and was no stranger to its spirit, a whimsical being of immense power. Last night he had sparred with Linger and was utterly dominated without a single chance to counter. Brother knows how strong you are. I want to fight you. Boo-hoo, Linger doesn't want to fight you either. But it's so boring in the heavenly ladder. Please, brother, just agree to Linger's request. Hearing his refusal, little Linger's teardrops fell like a broken string of pearls onto the arena. With her petite, almost childlike appearance, Shinsen felt like a heinous villain. But he wasn't falling for it. I already fell for your trick last night. No need to repeat it today. Humph. Brother Shinsen, you're no fun. Little Linger instantly withdrew her tears, then floated back several thousand meters and called out sweetly. Be careful, brother. Linger is about to summon your opponent. As her words faded, a purple figure slowly materialized before Shinsen. It wore attire resembling an ancient Egyptian deity with a face like a mix of cat and mouse and 2 long ears atop its head. Shinsen's eyes widened instantly. This time Little Linger had manifested the god of destruction of this universe, Beerus. The heavenly ladder's Beerus opened its eyes. Its blade-like gaze caused the space above the arena to tremble with instability. It stared straight at Shinsen, then moved. In an instant it appeared behind him and swung a knife-hand strike toward his neck. Shinsen reacted swiftly, turning to block the strike. But the heavenly ladder's Beerus transformed the strike into a claw. It seized Shinsen's wrist and swung him around like a windmill. Dizziness overwhelmed him, and before he could react, his body slammed into the arena floor. Cough, cough. Little Linger, you're unethical. This Beerus far exceeds my current strength. This violates the rules of the heavenly ladder. The rules of the heavenly ladder are set by Linger. Linger can arrange them as she pleases. How about you beg Linger, brother, and she'll make it stop? Little Linger watched with immense joy. Shinsen's face darkened, but he refused to beg. He had groveled enough in his past life. Now that he had turned the tables, he would never kneel again. The heavenly ladder's Beerus was far too powerful for Shinsen. Even breaking through his limits mid-battle wouldn't let him defeat it. Shinsen could only protect his handsome face, enduring the pain racking his body. He cursed inwardly. Just wait until I surpass you, Little Linger. Then I'll show you why the flowers bloom so red. The one-sided beating lasted half an hour, ending only when Little Linger grew bored. She teased him a bit more before vanishing. Shinsen finally exited the heavenly ladder. His face was bruised with patches of blue and red. The slightest touch made him wince. Oh, what happened to our handsome Shun? Need me to apply some medicine? At the door, Bulma noticed his battered face and couldn't resist a taunt. Shinsen rolled his eyes in annoyance. None of your business. The shopkeeper got bitten by a little brat. If I weren't so chivalrous, she'd be black and blue. If you've got nothing to do, get off my throne. Scram. Shinsen unceremoniously lifted Bulma off the rocking chair and flopped down, muttering curses at Little Linger while applying ointment to his face. Stubborn fool. I wasn't going to help you anyway. Bulma glared at Shinsen, then went to Android 18 to learn the sky dance technique. Night fell slowly. The hidden sun in the universe scattered starlight, weaving a breathtakingly beautiful tapestry. On the grassland before the blind box shop, tens of thousands of animals lay prostrate. Android 18 and Android 17 lounged at the front. Before them hung a massive projection screen playing Animal World. Spring has arrived, and it's the season for mating. Excellent. Shinsen nodded in satisfaction nearby. This is an enlightening program for the animals. After watching, the existing ones should help breed more little creatures for my territory. A year from now, this place will flourish again. General, you understand Beast's speech. Make sure they comply. By this time next year, I want to see them with offspring aplenty. The general snapped to attention and replied crisply, Rest assured, Marshal. I will complete the mission. Having made his vow, the general patrolled the grounds, patiently guiding any confused animal he encountered. What a teachable soul. Shinsen was thoroughly pleased with the general. Someday, when he had the power, he'd mold Little Linger into the same mold. He scanned the tens of thousands of animals on the grassland once more, then turned and walked back into the shop. From the counter, he retrieved today's batch of blind boxes. Bulma, you rich lady are getting less impressive. Today the best was just a gold blind box. Not even a single jar opened. Shinsen shook his head and opened a silver blind box first. Lucky start. The first box gave me a Zampakuto, the strongest fire type, Binahan. It's decent in the Dragon Ball world. The temperature of the sun is useful in any world. Satisfied with the first box, he grabbed another silver blind box and opened it quickly. As expected, the second box was unlucky. Just a snow pear. Shin-san devoured the pear in a few bites, losing interest in opening them one by one. His hands blurred into phantoms, ribbons flying through the air, lids bouncing around. In that instant, a brilliant radiance turned the shop and its surroundings into a blinding daylight. The daylight brilliance was intermingled with a trace of divine aura from the laws of the universe. In that moment, the flora illuminated by the radiance was growing at a terrifying speed. Trees that were originally only 10 meters high transformed into towering giants in an instant. Grass that was merely a few centimeters tall suddenly grew to over a meter in height. All the animals were encompassed by this sudden surge of vegetation. They could only hop around to become visible. The light fell upon the animals, and they too revealed expressions of comfort. Among the weeds, number 8 stood up, just revealing her chest and above. There were still a few green broken grasses stuck in her hair. She did not reach up to take them down, but instead extended her hand to pull up number 17. What on earth is going on? Why has it suddenly changed like this? Number 8 looked around, momentarily stunned. She saw that in all directions the forest had trees that had grown to over 100 meters tall, with not a single blade of grass around her lower than a meter. Moreover, she noticed that some small animals were also undergoing changes, growing larger and longer, and they had also acquired energy. Number 17 reached into a beam of light to sense for a moment and said, "It seems that there is a strong life force within this light. The changes around us must be the effect of this light." Upon hearing this, number 8 immediately shifted her gaze towards the direction from which the light was emanating. At that moment, all the light converged into the shop at the same time. Instantly, all of it vanished into Shun-san's body. At that moment, Shun-san opened his eyes and then leapt up excitedly, soaring 3 zhang high. Fuhu! I actually opened a creation law. The luck of this shopkeeper is truly the best. He was no stranger to the top-ranked creation laws. Among the 3,000 laws, such items were considered the pinnacle in blind boxes and jars. He never expected to open one from a silver blind box. His luck could not be better. After being excited for a while, Shun-san examined his hands. My strength hasn't increased much, but the utility of the creation law is not in battle, but in creation. It is quite similar to the abilities of those realm kings. However, the law I opened is not from the Dragon Ball world, but belongs to the primordial world. At this dimensional level, the creation law I possess far exceeds that of the Dragon Ball world. However, I've just acquired the creation law and cannot yet create stars with a thought. As Shin-san spoke, he walked outside and casually snapped his fingers. The wild grass immediately returned to its original size, though the trees remained hundreds of meters tall. No worries, you all continue watching, Shin-san said to the countless animals, then returned to the hall to tidy up the remaining items opened from the blind boxes. Aside from the creation law, there were 5 other items opened. 3 of them were completely useless. One was a skill from the fantasy world called Energy Wings, and another was an item called Minion Summoner from the King's Continent. Both were of no use to him, but better than nothing. Shin-san consumed the skill card, then put away the summoner and headed towards the refining heart ladder. Refining the heart and questioning the heart had no effect on one's physique, but provided excellent tempering for those with laws. Moreover, those who stepped onto the refining heart ladder had the chance to comprehend laws or skills at each level. If refining the body was about breaking through 10,000 laws with strength, then refining the heart was the paradise for those with a stable mindset. As he approached, the Taotai guarding the bottom of the refining heart ladder merely glanced at Shun-san before closing its eyes again to doze. Shun-san paid it no mind. Although he was the shopkeeper, he could not command these 2 fierce beasts for now. According to the information inherited from the blind box store, he had to defeat the beasts to gain the right to command. Otherwise, both sides were equal. Neither had to listen to the other, nor could one command the other. Shun-san simply nodded at the Taotai, and then entered the first layer of the refining heart ladder. In an instant, the scene shifted to a place with a biting cold wind. Shun-san couldn't help but shiver. Xiaolong, can you raise the temperature a bit? No. Instantly, the swirling snowflakes coalesced into a little girl resembling Xiaolinger, but with significant differences in personality and attire. Xiaolinger was the quirky type dressed in pink. Xiaolong was the cold type, wearing a pure white princess dress, with her long hair cascading down her waist, all snow white. Her expression was chilling. Shin-san found the 2 twin spirit beings of the latter extremely exasperating. Xiaolong, let's start the first layer of refining the heart, he said. Shin-san, I mentioned last night that unless you break through the inner demon, you cannot pass the heart refining. Just an old hag, this shopkeeper can break her in no time. Shin-san frowned upon hearing this. Fine, do as you wish. Xiaolong lightly nodded, then transformed into a whirlwind of snow. At that moment, the entire icy landscape began to change rapidly. In an instant, it transformed into a bustling scene. At that moment, Shin-san seemed to forget about crossing over, merely numbly walking towards an office building. Upon entering the office building, he encountered a middle-aged woman with her face smeared with white powder. She seemed to take offense at the sight of Shin-san and charged over to him, berating him. "Look at the time now, do you have any sense of time? If you don't want to work, pack your things and roll out. The company doesn't support waste." Faced with such remarks, Shin-san looked at the time and found that there were still more than 10 minutes before work started, but he didn't say anything and merely kept his head down. Because he was very clear that the middle-aged woman was venting her anger on him. But so what? The middle-aged woman was a leader and also the boss mistress. And he was just a worker who had finally found this job, enduring his anger for the sake of 3 meals a day. The middle-aged woman scolded for over 10 minutes before finally stopping. Passers-by looked on with amused expressions, occasionally mocking them. The laughter was so grating, but Shin-san merely opened his mouth only to let out a sigh, and when the middle-aged woman stopped scolding, he headed towards the elevator. However, as Shin-san passed by a boy, he noticed that the boy's phone was playing the Dragon Ball anime. His heart began to race, and a sense of enlightenment seemed to dawn on him. What is going on? I've watched Dragon Ball from start to finish. Oh, why do I feel such a strong sense of familiarity this time? It's as if I've been to the Dragon Ball world. Been to Dragon Ball. Refining the heart. Damn you, old hag. Shin-san seemed to recall something, but he was also not very certain. However, he no longer cared to distinguish between reality and dream. At that moment, all he could see was the figure of the woman who was about to step into the elevator. "Who threw a brick next to me?" "Well, thank you, kind stranger." Shin-san picked up the brick and amid the astonished expressions of the crowd leaped up, shouting at the top of his lungs, "Old hag, eat my brick from the great Shun." Bang! On the first level of the heart-refining ladder, amidst the swirling snow, Xiao-Lung once again solidified into human form. She gazed at Shin-san, who sat calmly at the center of the storm, murmuring to herself, "Brother Shin-san, all I can do is that one brick." Having passed the first level of heart refining, the next step is to glide smoothly to success. I hope you can quickly conquer the 999 levels of the heart refining ladder. Her tone remained cold, yet it carried a hint of warmth. Shin-san was completely unaware of all this. After an unknown period, he rose from the center of the storm, a look of pride on his face. Xiaolong looked just an old hag, and I effortlessly dealt with her using a simple brick. What do you have to say about that? It was just so-so. Xiaolong returned to her icy demeanor. Having passed the first level of heart refining, should we proceed to the second level? Well, Shin-san did not answer immediately. He sensed his own laws and found a slight increase, but it seemed rather dispersed, so he shook his head. Let's not proceed to the second level yet. The laws have increased, but they aren't solidified. I need to further refine the laws first. Please take me out for now. A hint of approval appeared in Xiaolong's eyes as she waved her hand gently. In an instant, Shin-san found himself outside. He glanced at the Tiao, then walked back into the shop, grabbed a late-night snack, and returned to his room to sit cross-legged, focusing on his breathing. The fragment of the battle laws and the laws of creation automatically surrounded him, solidifying and strengthening, while his battle value surged at a terrifying speed. With the presence of laws, battle values no longer held as much significance. Those who possessed laws had an innate advantage over those who did not. Conversely, those without laws, if they refine their bodies to the extreme, can also become supreme beings. In the following days. On the first day, it was Satan who brought people over only to produce some useless items. On the second day, Tianjin Fan came once, also returning empty-handed. On the third day, Satan again brought people over while Vegeta and his group had not come again. As Satan's group arrived, more customers filled the shop. Every morning, excited shouts of surprise and disappointment echoed from the shop. The lively scene was beginning to take shape. During this time, the two robots, No. 18, had also taken on some work, serving as security guards, sitting at the entrance and interacting with small animals. If anyone in the shop attempted to cause trouble, they would intervene. To this end, Shin-san generously raised No. 18's sibling salaries by $50, leading to discontent from No. 17. Thus time passed in the midst of excitement and leisure, and over a month slipped away. On this particular morning, Bulma, who hadn't come for a while, flew down from the sky again, having learned the art of flight during this time. Just as Bulma was about to enter the shop, she sensed a massive aura. Looking up, she couldn't help but smile. A golden dot was rapidly approaching from the sky. As it flew over the grassland, the golden dot revealed its true form. It was a mountain of gold. Underneath the mountain, Vegeta was supporting its base, and when he landed, he tossed the mountain onto the grassland, shaking the ground twice. Did you see that? Even without you, I can still open the royal treasure jar. Alright, you're impressive, but this gold mountain has too many impurities. Don't get your hopes up too high. Bulma could tell at a glance that the gold mountain was freshly dug, with half the seams filled with mud and sand. Moreover, after refining, its value wouldn't exceed 50 billion. At that moment, the earth trembled again. The next moment, Sun Wukong also appeared nearby, single-handedly holding a mountain of gold. 3 people were seated atop the gold mountain, namely Chi-Chi, Sun Wufan, and Piccolo. The continuous commotion attracted the customers in the shop, who were opening blind boxes. Seeing this, Satan broke into a cold sweat. A group of big shots paying for their blind boxes was so simple and brutal. Others stared in disbelief. Following that, sounds of air being sliced through echoed from above. The first to arrive were Tianjin Fan and Dumpling, who were also carrying several boxes of treasures. The second to arrive was Yamucha, who also held several large boxes. Lastly, it was Kirin, who similarly carried several boxes. Where did you guys find the gold mountain? Kirin was stunned. I've spent the entire month at sea except for work and only fished out this little bit of treasure. Wukong found nothing. He doesn't even know what gold is. This gold mountain was found by Piccolo. Chi-Chi came over for the first time feeling quite curious. As she scolded son Wukong, she also surveyed her surroundings. Don't say that, Chi-Chi, I contributed too, alright. Son Wukong chuckled. He then noticed the changes in the forest and saw that a virtual ranking screen had appeared above the ladder and continued speaking. Hey, look at the top of the ladder. Shin-san has already cleared the 68th level of body refining and has even reached the 119th level of heart refining. What's so strange about that? Bulma rolled her eyes. The ladder was originally created by Shin-san, so it's not surprising that he clears it directly. Unlike her nonchalant son Wukong, and Vegeta's eyes burned with fervor and determination. He'll definitely reach the level of Shin-san sooner or later. Vegeta murmured to himself, his eyes filled with fighting spirit. I've set aside part of the gold mountain for Chi-Chi. Now that Chi-Chi won't urge me to work, I can slowly focus on body refining and heart refining. Son Wukong also spoke to himself. I wonder if we can go in now. It's been a month since we've opened blind boxes and jars. I can hardly contain my excitement. Yamucha urged. Black Emperor has no say in this. Don't let us open nothing again. Bulma teased. Impossible, absolutely impossible. If nothing comes out today, I won't come back again. Yamucha's eyes widened in anger. Alright, let's go in first. Tianjin Fan clapped his hands. Everyone left the gold mountain behind, placing the treasures on the grassland before heading into the shop. However, Shin-san was the first to walk out of the shop. Upon seeing this, son Wukong's expression sharpened. Vegeta, whom I noticed. The aura Shin-san had before was quite violent, but now I can't sense a trace of it. He stands there as if he doesn't exist at all. Vegeta's heart surged with tumultuous waves. Compared to the despair he felt when facing Shin-san before, he now felt a sense of detachment, yet he knew it was an illusion. It wasn't that Shin-san had become weaker, but rather that he had grown so strong that even they could no longer sense him. Yo! It's been over a month since we last met. Hello, my little friends. Shin-san first greeted son Wukong, and the others then turned to greet Chi-Chi and Dumpling. At this moment, Yamucha rushed to the front. Boss Shin, don't reminisce, yet quickly help us estimate the value of these treasures. I want to redeem myself. I want to open blind boxes. I want to open jars. 2 mountains of gold and over a dozen chests of treasures were placed on the grassland clearing. In a short time, small animals had already climbed all over the gold mountains, leaping and chasing each other joyfully. Shin-san circled the gold mountains and treasures, stroking his chin as he estimated their value. After a moment, he had roughly calculated the total worth in his mind. Let's start with Kirin and the others. Items like pearls and agates. Kirin's share is worth 80 million. Yamcha's exactly 100 million. Tenshinhan's is a bit more at 150 million. Yamcha and the others knew the prices were somewhat off, but they said nothing, as selling these items outside would be troublesome and time-consuming. Then Shin-san pointed to the 2 gold mountains. Both mountains were dug up and haven't been refined. There's too much impurity, greatly reducing their value. Son Goku's mountain is worth 3.3 billion. Vegeta's is 2.8 billion. Impossible. Vegeta immediately stepped forward upon hearing this. The gold mountain I brought back is clearly larger and taller than Kakarot's. Why is its value so much lower? Size and height don't determine value. Shin-san explained patiently. The gold mountain you brought contains too much dirt and gravel. The one Son Goku brought has far less dirt and gravel. If you don't believe me, take a look. Shin-san raised his hand, extended 2 fingers in a sword gesture, and swiftly slashed. 2 energy-formed sword chi cut through the gold mountains. The gold mountains split open, revealing their interiors. After Vegeta's mountain was cleaved, large chunks of gravel tumbled down. Son Goku's mountain also had gravel, but noticeably less. Kakarot'll definitely bring back a mountain more valuable than yours next time. The result was obvious. Vegeta stopped causing trouble, but he still refused to admit defeat verbally. Son Goku scratched his head, completely baffled as to why Vegeta was angry again. Only Bulma's group understood. They knew Vegeta too well. He had to compare everything with Son Goku, and when he lost, he was grudgingly stubborn, a complete tsundere. At that moment, Son Goku spoke up. Shin-san, can I enter the body training ladder now? He wasn't very keen on games like blind boxes. His mind was set on the ladder. Sure, Shin-san nodded. It costs 10 million per entry. Your gold mountain is worth 3.3 billion, and it belongs to your family of 3 and Piccolo. Your future expenses will be deducted from it. They'll notify you when the funds run out. Until then, you can enter the body training and mind training ladder anytime or open blind boxes and jars. After speaking, Shen San turned to Kuririn and the others. The same goes for you. Until your funds are used up, you can enjoy all the projects in the store. Now those who want to open blind boxes or jars can enter the store. Those who want the ladder can head there. As soon as he finished, two people split off immediately. Son Goku swiftly approached the ladder. Yamcha had a clear goal. He wanted to open blind boxes to shake off the title of Black King. Next, Piccolo and his group headed into the store. Vegeta glanced at Son Goku entering the ladder, pondered for a moment, then decided to go into the store first. By now the store was no longer the desolate sight it once was. 20 to 30 people were already inside opening blind boxes, their cries of joy and lament blending into one. Ha ha ha, I struck it rich. I directly opened 100 million. 5 million for a black iron blind box, and I made a net profit of 95 million. Sai, 3 days ago, I opened a small red bottle that heals injuries, but I haven't gotten anything since. Today's 10 blind boxes were also empty. Tough luck. Bro, look. Your little bro opened a transformation device. Just press this switch, and I can become an armored warrior. Everyone opening boxes in the store saw Shin San return and immediately crowded around. After asking about the effects of the items they had opened, joy and sorrow soared to the skies. Then some people left with the treasures they had opened, while others chose to stay and watch what Vegeta and the others would get. Yamcha was the first to rush to the counter, patting the surface anxiously. Boss Shin, hurry up. This is my 3rd time here. I can open 7 boxes. Today, give me 7 silver blind boxes first. No problem. Shin-Sen walked back behind the counter and took out 7 silver blind boxes, placing them on the counter. Shishi and Chaozu, being first-timers, couldn't help but lean in to look. Bulma's group was also eager to see what Yamcha would get next. Yamcha himself immediately grabbed a silver blind box. The moment his hands touched the ribbon, his heart raced again. He was both hopeful and anxious. Hopeful for a divine item, anxious that he wouldn't shed the Black King title. He was torn, but he had to face it. Yamcha muttered to himself, Dad, don't mess with me. I failed twice in a row. If I don't get anything this time, Bulma will laugh at me again. Please, Dad, give your son a break. Open. Congratulations. You've won a children's toy car. Cold sweat instantly broke out on Yamcha's forehead. The toy car before him, as if mocking him, made his heart pound even harder. I've seen that handsome guy before. He came over a month ago. From what he just said, this is his 3rd time opening boxes, and he got nothing the first 2 times. He's really unlucky. Really? That's pretty bad. And he's opening silver boxes. That guy's rich. But money's useless if his luck is this awful. At this rate, he'll blow through $1 trillion in assets. The words from behind darkened Yamcha's face, and his tension grew. In an instant, his eyes turned bloodshot. He turned his head with difficulty and roared, bullshit. My luck won't stay bad forever. The next one will definitely hit. After shouting, he spun back and grabbed another silver blind box, tearing it open quickly. Congratulations. You've won a black piglet. Giggle. Upon hearing this, Bulma, beside him, covered her mouth and chuckled. Yamcha, just give up. You'll never shake off the Black King title. Wear it on your head for life. No. It can't be. Yamcha became dazed and dejected. There must be something wrong. Is it the wrong posture? Yes, it must be the wrong posture. I need to open it differently. Yamcha thought he had found the key and immediately flew above the blind box. Slowly, inch by inch, he untied the ribbon. Soon it was the thrilling moment again. The lid was half lifted. Yamcha's heart was halfway out of his chest. Just as he was about to flip the lid open, he roared again, Dad, give me a break. Congratulations. You've won a single blade of green grass. Platter. To the right of the blind box shop, Sun Wukong had already entered the body-tempering heavenly stairway. He first glanced around the void space, then surveyed the boundless arena before him. Just then, Xiao Linger's mischievous voice echoed from the void. Challenger Sun Wukong. Generating opponent. Generation complete. Have a pleasant time. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong immediately fixed his gaze ahead. Before him, a figure began to materialize, but it was not the same one that had appeared when Vegeta entered the stairway. The figure now taking form was the saintly heavenly great sage, clad in a golden chainmail, vest, a phoenix-winged purple gold crown, cloud-stepping lotus shoes, and wielding the stabilizing sea divine needle. It gazed upon its namesake Sun Wukong with unyielding arrogance, its overwhelming ferocious aura pressing down on Sun Wukong until he could barely breathe. Whoa, who is this? Sun Wukong gasped, heavily, sweat already pouring down his forehead. He could sense that the great sage, equal to heaven's power, was nearly identical to his own, yet facing that terrifying gaze, he found his spirit wavering. But the lapse in focus was but a fleeting moment. When he came to his senses, a brilliant, dazzling light burst forth from Sun Wukong's eyes. It was the light of excitement. It was the light of anticipation. And more so, it was the light of a long-awaited thrill that made his blood boil. Sun Wukong knew this was an opponent of unprecedented strength. Yet he felt no fear. In an instant, the genetic factors within him were utterly ignited. In a flash, Sun Wukong had transformed into the Super Saiyan 1 form. With the amplification of his Dharma body, his combat power in this Super Saiyan 1 state had already surpassed 1,000,000,000, his golden aura soaring straight into the heavens. Seeing this, the great sage equal to heaven seemed to reveal a hint of human-like disdain. It hoisted the stabilizing sea divine needle onto its shoulder, then beckoned with its other hand. As if to say, come. Go ahead and come. Old Sun will catch it all. Sun Wukong furrowed his brow, his mind growing incredibly solemn. He chose not to ascend to Super Saiyan 2. Instead, he assumed the starting stance of the turtle school fist, observing the great sage's casual demeanor. For words arose in his heart. Impregnable. Sun Wukong's heart sank to rock bottom, only to surge with boiling blood once more. He knew he could not continue like this. He had already completely lost the battle of spirit. If he did not act now, he felt he would never have the chance to strike again. Sun Wukong's figure suddenly blurred, an illusion born from extreme speed. Using high-speed movement, he appeared to the left of the great sage, equal to heaven, his fist arcing at a bizarre angle toward its head. But the great sage seemed to anticipate Sun Wukong's trajectory. It tilted its head slightly, evading the blow, then reached out, seized Sun Wukong's hand, and flung him forward. What followed was the stabilizing sea divine needle. Boom! With a dull thud, Sun Wukong felt his stomach churn violently. He grabbed the endlessly extending needle, pressing into his stomach, then flipped with force, breaking free from its restraint. Midair, he hurled a ki blast. Cough, cough. No wonder Vegeta was completely suppressed. The opponents manifested on the stairway are of similar strength. But in every other aspect, techniques, combat style, reaction speed, they are a full level above me. Sun Wukong stared at the great sage, which casually dodged the ki blast, his expression at its utmost gravity. To defeat it, there are only two paths. 1. Elevate my ki to an entirely new height. 2. Surpass it in techniques, and the like. But neither is easy to achieve. Yet within here, I feel a pressure I've never known. This feeling can drive me to break through my limits quickly. Muttering to himself, Sun Wukong closed in with an instant transmission. Adadadadada. He unleashed a flurry of blows with both hands and feet, leaving trails of afterimages. The air roared with each strike. Even space seemed to warp slightly. Yet the great sage, equal to heaven, at the center of this storm of fists and feet, swayed like a drunken man. Not a single attack landed on its body. After dodging for a moment, the great sage appeared to grow impatient. Then it reached out its hand, piercing through the tempest of blows, to grip Sun Wukong's face before slamming him forcefully into the arena. In an instant, the arena shattered. Sun Wukong felt a sharp pain in his head, and the next moment he was hurled out of the heavenly stairway. No mercy at all. Clutching his head, Sun Wukong stood up beside Xiongqi. After a brief pause, he strode back into the stairway. The arena was still the white arena, but this time the opponent had changed to a black and white Sun Wukong. Two identical Sun Wukongs engaged in a fierce battle. Fists and feet cracked the air, and ki blasts shattered the arena. Meanwhile, high in the sky, Cell was also carrying several chests of treasures. He looked down at the blind box shop, his brow deeply furrowed. During this time, by tailing an ordinary person who had left the shop, he had thoroughly investigated the situation inside. He now understood why Vegeta and his group had undergone such a dramatic change. Cell knew that if he continued to hide like this, he would be unable to move forward. Moreover, he had learned from the person he tailed that fighting was forbidden inside the shop. As long as he was within the shop's premises, his life was safe. Opportunity was not meant for Vegeta alone. Cell too would claim his share. With this thought, Cell hesitated no longer. Hefting his chest, he flew downward. Upon landing, he encountered androids 17 and 18 standing guard at the entrance. Without a word, he walked into the shop under their hostile gazes. The moment he entered, he sensed several violent, killing intents tightening his heart. Cell, you're not dead after all. Vegeta's tone was utterly flat, as if addressing an ant. You dare show your face? You're asking for death. Piccolo and the others instinctively moved to charge in. But at that moment, it felt as if the sky had collapsed. An unparalleled gravity pressed down on Piccolo and the others, pinning them to the ground. Cell breathed a silent sigh of relief. His gamble had paid off. Within the shop's domain, fighting was indeed forbidden. Cell's gaze shifted to the front counter, meeting a pair of eyes that seemed to smile, yet radiated displeasure. Then Shin-sen spoke. I've said it before, fighting is prohibited in the shop. Did you all take my words as wind passing by deaf ears? This is the first and last time. If it happens again, you will bear the consequences. His tone seemed casual, but everyone detected a hint of furious anger. This was the first time Bulma had seen Shun-san so enraged. She also realized one thing: Shun-san's easygoing nature was conditional, based on no one provoking him or breaking the shop's rules. If provoked, the Shun-san before them now was his true self. At that moment, with this deeper understanding, Bulma and her group looked at Shun-san with a newfound reverence in their eyes. The oppressive atmosphere eased after a moment. Piccolo and the others felt the weight pressing down on them vanish, scrambling to their feet. Though they ceased their actions, the hostility in their eyes remained undiminished. Thump, thump, thump. A heavy knocking sound came from the front counter, drawing everyone's attention. Shin-san raised his eyes, stopped his tapping, and then cleared his throat. Everyone, you may fight and kill each other outside all you want, but within the bounds of the blind box shop, fighting is forbidden. This is an ironclad rule that no one can break. Understood. Rest assured, Mr. Shun. Vegeta crossed his arms, his expression unchanged, remaining aloof. Piccolo and the others nodded in agreement. Just then Cell carried his treasure and tried to step forward. However, Yamcha blocked his path first. The shop may forbid fighting, but do you know the meaning of first come, first served? Get in line. I'm not done opening mine yet. He conveniently forgot that blind boxes could be opened simultaneously. Though fighting was forbidden, he wanted to spite Cell in this matter. At that moment, Mr. Satan, suppressing his fear, approached Cell and whispered into his ear, explaining how he and Shun-san had swindled others. Hearing this, Cell glanced at Shin-san and gave an imperceptible nod. A trivial matter. He wouldn't expose the shortcomings of that great figure before him. Seeing this, Mr. Satan's courage swelled. He patted Cell on the shoulder and laughed heartily. Blind boxes can be opened at the same time, but the value of the treasure you brought is determined by Lord Shun. Understood. Thank you for the clarification. Cell was in no hurry to open his box. Instead, he stepped aside to observe the situation. As an agent, Mr. Satan tactfully helped Shin-san introduce everything in the shop to Cell, though he didn't mention the prices in front of the other customers. Yamcha shot a glare at Mr. Satan before returning to the counter. He had already opened 4 silver blind boxes, and none of them yielded anything useful. With 3 remaining the moment he reached the counter, sweat poured from his forehead again. Dad, Grandpa, Ancestor, can you please give your grandson something good? Oi. Yamcha truly felt like crying. He sensed that the blind boxes harbored immense malice toward him. No matter how he begged or changed his approach, they simply refused to yield anything. Yamcha, can you hurry up? Bulma couldn't stand it anymore. We're all waiting. Stop wasting time. Who told you to wait? Yamcha turned around, his eyes bloodshot. Blind boxes can be opened simultaneously. Why don't you take yours somewhere else? No. Bulma chuckled. With you the king of bad luck clearing the way, it's much more comfortable for us to open ours behind you. You? Yamcha's eyes widened in realization. They were using him as a trash bin for bad luck. By sweeping away all the misfortune ahead, those who opened later could obtain divine items. How had he not thought of that? He had been careless. Yamcha laughed bitterly, then turned back to look at the 3 silver blind boxes that seemed to be marked for losers. He sighed. Open them. Sacrifice the self to complete the greater good. Congratulations. You have obtained a strand of dog hair. Congratulations. You have obtained 1 black obsidian. Congratulations. You have obtained a bottle of paper stars. Buffed. Shin-san couldn't help but burst out laughing. Feeling it was inappropriate, he coughed twice to cover it up, then offered consolation. Don't lose heart. Good fortune will visit you eventually. Here, take this doll as a gift. May your next opening yield something valuable. Staring at the pitch-black doll handed to him, Yamcha felt as though it was a mockery approaching him. He lifted his head with difficulty. Next time? There will be no next time. I've seen through these blind boxes. They're simply not meant for me. If I ever open one again, it'll be a dog. With that, Yamcha walked out of the shop in despair, as if he had made a firm resolution. As soon as he left, Bulma and Vegeta were the first to take his place. Handsome Shin, hurry up. The bad luck has been taken away by that unlucky Yamcha. Give us 1 king jar, 1 star jar, 1 diamond jar, and 2 gold blind boxes. Just 5 today? Deduct the cost from Vegeta's mountain of gold. Bulma pointed at Vegeta. Hearing this, Vegeta scowled. That mountain of gold is mine. Why should I pay for you? And if I'm opening ITLL, all be king jars. Anything below star rank doesn't suit my status. What did you say? Say it again if you dare. I said the money. Money what? Do you still want to share the bed? Ugh, you wretched woman. Vegeta's expression shifted instantly. Mr. Shin-il opened 6 king jars, and then entered the body training ladder again. Bulma's order is, as she said. Deduct it all from the gold mountain. Hearing this, Bulma tossed her head triumphantly, as if to say, see, I can still put you in your place. Shin-san smiled and retrieved the corresponding blind boxes and jars, placing them on the counter. Vegeta, opening them like this, that gold mountain of yours won't last many rounds. No matter. They'll just find another when it's gone. They'll head to space if I have to. Gold is inexhaustible out there. Vegeta was utterly unconcerned. He picked up a hammer and swept it horizontally across the 6 king jars. With 6 loud bangs, Shin-san's congratulations followed. Congratulations. You have obtained a space ring. Congratulations. You have obtained a great desolate divine palm skill card. Congratulations. You have obtained a bottle of hair straightener. Congratulations. You have obtained a lip balm. Congratulations. You have obtained a gale wind demon wolf. Shin-san clapped his hands and continued. Excellent luck. The space ring is similar to the Capsule Corp capsules, but far more convenient. It contains 50 square meters of space for you to store items. From now on, you won't need to carry treasures here on your shoulder. Just put them in the space ring. A fine item. Vegeta immediately snatched it up. Mr. Shin, how do I use this space ring? Just wear it on your finger. Shin-san explained. The moment it was opened, the space ring recognized you as its master. Once you put it on your finger, you'll be able to sense the space within. Hearing this, the others looked on with envy. Vegeta immediately slipped it onto his finger. In an instant, he connected with the ring. He stored the two useless items inside and retrieved them, amusing himself. Nearby Cell, who had witnessed everything, was astounded. His belief in the wonder of the blind box shop grew even stronger. He could barely restrain his urge to open a box, but decided to observe a little longer. After playing for a while, Vegeta picked up the skill card and immediately tossed it into his mouth. As a flood of information surged into his mind, he was stunned, astonished by the power of the great desolate divine palm. Then ecstasy followed. Meanwhile, Bulma had also finished opening all her blind boxes and jars. The moment the king jar shattered, radiance once again illuminated the world. Blazing divine and sacred, an aura of inviolable sanctity emanated from the radiance that enveloped Bulma within the king's jar. As the light gradually receded into Bulma's body, everyone was astonished. Their Bulma's face and hands were now covered in intricate golden mystical patterns, and her pupils shimmered with a golden radiance. Congratulations on obtaining the Divine Ruins Sequence 003, the Seraph Divine Ruins. Shin-san was somewhat surprised as well, never expecting Bulma to unlock a power from the realm of slaying gods. It was often said that the Dragon Ball system overwhelmed the God-slaying system, but if the powers of the God-slaying system were bestowed upon a Dragon Ball character, it would create an entirely different spectacle. After all, the deities in the God-slaying system manipulated laws. With the Seraph Divine Ruins, Bulma now possessed the equivalent of Seraph laws. Though still weak at present, once she fully comprehended these laws, her combat power would skyrocket. It was akin to the 8 Gates released formation. When Might Guy used it, he could only shatter a mountain, but with Vegeta employing the 8 Gates, could obliterate an entire world with a single kick. In summary, the system itself was irrelevant, but what mattered was who wielded it. Of course, items like devil fruits were exceptions, as no matter how they were developed, they had a limit that could never be surpassed. This was Shun-san's understanding, and the information from the blind box shop confirmed it. With the Seraph laws, Bulma might one day truly become a Seraph. Nearby, Vegeta furrowed his brow. Seraph Divine Ruins? What the hell is that? Doesn't seem like much of a boost. The Divine Ruins power doesn't manifest early on. Shun-san waved his hand. Vegeta, with your Dharma aspect, you can surely sense that Bulma now possesses a sacred energy fluctuation, the embryonic form of a law. Laws are the means by which deities operate. Bulma's law hasn't fully taken shape yet. Once it does, her combat power will soar. The Seraph Divine Ruins are only one tier below your War God Dharma aspect. Its true value will emerge later. Means wielded by deities. Vegeta nodded to himself, then said no more. He picked up the Wind Demon Wolf he had drawn, turned, and headed for the body refinement stairway. But at that moment, a new name appeared on the virtual screen above the stairway. Ro. TT. Vegeta clenched his teeth, and the next moment, he saw Son Goku blasted out. He strode over quickly. Kakarot, watch closely. I'm about to surpass you. Without waiting for a reply, Vegeta stepped onto the stairway. Son Goku was puzzled, unsure how he had offended Vegeta again. He scratched his head and turned back toward the shop. After clearing one floor, the opponent on the next floor evolves along with me. I can't imagine how Shun-sen managed to clear dozens of floors in just over a month. He's incredibly strong. I definitely can't get past the second floor today. I'll get familiar with myself first. Son Goku glanced at the mind refinement stairway, hesitated, then chose not to go there, and entered the shop instead. He immediately noticed Cell leaning against the wall. After looking around, he pulled Son Gohan aside to get the details. Meanwhile, Bulma opened her eyes, a flash of joy passing through them. He is expected with Black Emperor clearing the way. The luck of those who follow is much better. Nice, very nice. Hearing this, Krillin and the others laughed. It was a good thing Yamcha wasn't around, or he'd be crying. After a moment of laughter, Bulma pointed at the remaining items drawn. Handsome Shin, are any of these other items useful? Yes. What? Bulma looked hopeful. Shin-san pointed at a white item among them. A leak-proof bag, perfect for women. Oh, get lost. Bulma rolled her eyes, then packed up her items and stepped aside for the next person. Krillin took her place. Boss Shin, give me 5 silver blind boxes too. Sure. Shin-san turned and placed 5 silver blind boxes on the counter. At that moment, Piccolo and Tien Shinhan spoke simultaneously. Boss Shin, same for me. 5 silver blind boxes. 2-inch, no problem. As Shin-san was about to retrieve the boxes, Tien Shinhan added, also 5 for Kaiatsu. All right. With a wave of his hand, 15 silver blind boxes floated out from the cabinet. Piccolo, Tien, and Kaiatsu each took 5 to the dining table to open. They opened them swiftly, finishing all the boxes in no time. Then each returned to the front counter with their items. Shin-san explained before they could ask. Let's start with Krillin's. All 5 boxes contained daily necessities. Krillin, clutching his items, walked out of the shop in disappointment. Shin-san then pointed at Piccolo's items. 4 daily use items. That belt is called 24 Bridges on a Moonlit Night, a spatial treasure similar to the space ring Vegeta got. Just wear it around your waist. A good deal. Piccolo rarely showed a smile. He stored the other items in the belt and stepped back. Shin-san then pointed at Tien and Kaiatsu's items. Tien, yours are also daily necessities. As for Kaiatsu's 5-1 book is quite interesting. Bulma and the others perked up. Shin-san didn't beat around the bush. Kaiatsu drew a mage inheritance. Like Krillin's Saitama Bodyforge method, just follow the book's instructions. Only Kaiatsu can cultivate it. Thank you, Boss Shun. Thanks, Boss Shun. Tien and Kaiatsu expressed their gratitude and stepped aside. Of those who came today, only Son Goku's family and Cell had yet to open their boxes. At that moment, Son Goku, having learned from Gohan that fighting was prohibited in the shop, kept his eyes fixed on Cell. Cell, undaunted, met his gaze. Their stares seemed to spark in midair. What's going on with you two? Are you going to open your boxes or not? Shin-san rapped the counter. The dull sound fell like a thunderbolt from the 9 heavens, cleaving the sparks between them and forcing both Son Goku and Cell to look away. Then Cell carried his treasures to the counter. Mr. Shin, what blind boxes or jars can these treasures get me? 1 king's jar. As the shopkeeper, I think you understand. Shin-san replied. Cell nodded. Understood. Earlier, Hercule had explained the prices of jars and blind boxes. 1 king's jar meant the treasures he brought were worth exactly 100 million. Cell pondered what type of blind box or jar to choose. Finally, he decided to go all in. Mr. Shin, give me 1 king's jar. No problem. Shin-san placed a king's jar on the counter. Cell picked up the hammer and gave it a gentle tap. He noticed a set of gleaming items materialize above the jar. He shot Shin-san a questioning look. Above the shattered jar, a fist-sized orb of liquid floated, entirely silver, in color writhing as if alive. A violent aura emanated from it, marking it as something extraordinary. Faced with the unknown object, everyone in the store was puzzled. Cell frowned and asked Mr. Shin, what is that thing that came out? Blaze God armor. It is a set of armor-class treasure, but the armor is not meant for ordinary use. However, with your regenerative ability, you can wear it. Once donned, your power will increase 10,000-fold. Shin-san explained. There was a hint of surprise in his eyes as he looked at Cell, never expecting him to unearth such an item. He wondered if it was fortune or misfortune. The armor's amplification was immense, but its usage conditions were harsh. If the user's physique was not strong enough, the armor would tear them apart. However, Cell possessed regenerative abilities. As long as his core remained intact, he could regenerate swiftly. Though the armor would not kill him, the pain would be excruciating. Upon hearing Shin-san's words, the others were stunned. 10,000-fold. If Cell's power increased by that magnitude, the consequences would be unimaginable. At that moment, thoughts swirled in the store. Shin-san remained indifferent. Goku's battle spirit surged. Piccolo and his group were horrified. Cell's heart was filled with ecstasy. Mr. Shin, how do I use this armor? It is yours now that it has been unsealed. Use your will, and it will automatically attach to your body. Understood. Thank you for the explanation, Mr. Shun. With a thought from Cell, the silver liquid instantly adhered to his chest, spreading across his body, bringing with it a surge in power. 1-fold, 100-fold, 1,000-fold, 10,000-fold. A ferocious aura radiated outward, forcing the weaker members of Piccolo's group to retreat step by step. Son Goku, however, felt little impact. He sensed that even with the armor, Cell was not as strong as he was in his Super Saiyan form. Inside the armor, Cell gritted his teeth. The armor granted him unparalleled power, but the constant tearing sensation was far from pleasant. Yet with his regenerative ability, the tearing was within tolerable limits. Once he fully adapted to the armor, Cell silently examined his body. His entire form was now encased in the silver armor, yet it did not hinder his movements in the slightest, as if the armor was a natural part of him. Thank you, Mr. Shun. Seeing was nothing compared to experiencing. Cell understood that Shun-san, who could casually offer treasures like the armor as prizes, was not to be trifled with, and his tone carried a new respect. It's a fair trade. Feel free to come again. Shun-san waved his hand. Cell nodded and turned to leave. At the doorway, he noticed Android 18 and her brother staring at him. Just as he was about to speak, Shin-san's voice rang out first. Android 18 and her brother are now employees of the store. If you plan anything, I hope you will think twice. Hearing this, Cell's heart skipped a beat. Without another word, he took off into the sky. He flew until he reached a desolate wilderness, then stopped, crossing his arms, as if waiting. Soon after, Goku appeared before Cell in an instant. What? Why aren't you running this time? Do I need to? Right now, I feel more powerful than ever before. Cell gazed calmly at Goku. The armor had granted him not only strength, but also immense confidence, along with exponentially increased defense. In short, Cell was tired of being a coward. A golden aura erupted skyward, and a 100-meter turtle giant ape apparition stood imposingly behind Goku. Seeing Goku like this, Cell's expression shifted, turning grim. He sensed that Goku was now far stronger than him. Even with the armor, he was outmatched. Did you get that from the blind box store too? That's right. Goku's brow turned icy. If you had stayed hidden, finding you would have been nearly impossible. But with the armor, your massive energy is like a beacon. Cell, this time, you want to escape. Ha ha, Goku, don't forget about this planet. If we both go all out, we could shatter it in an instant. Cell's expression grew manic. And I've already learned your instant transmission. Do you think you can finish me in a second? So what if I can't beat you? I can always drag the entire planet down with me to hell. At this, Goku's expression changed. Seeing this, Cell softened his tone. With the blind box door around, you're no longer so important. This planet is like an ant to me, now holding no interest. Let's call a truce. Mister, Shin's shop is on this planet, so I want to destroy it. We all want to get stronger, don't we? But if you insist on a fight to the death, don't blame me for taking all of humanity down with me. What do you say? Sunlight fell upon Cell, glinting off his silver armor, lending a chilling edge to his sinister tone. Goku's expression shifted repeatedly. Finally, he dropped his Super Saiyan form. He refrained for 2 reasons. First, there was Cell's threat, but that was not the most important factor. With the Dragon Balls, even if Cell destroyed the planet, Goku could still go to Namek to collect them and wish everyone back. The second reason was paramount. As a martial arts fanatic, he wanted Cell to grow even stronger so they could have a fair fight. Cell, I hope you remember what you said. If you kill anyone else, I won't hesitate to let you and the planet perish together. Don't forget the Dragon Balls exist. Cold sweat broke out on Cell's brow. He had indeed overlooked the Dragon Balls. Since you thought of that, why let me go? The blind box store has boosted all our powers, making it harder to find worthy opponents. On this endless path of martial arts, don't you think it would be boring without an equal rival? Goku turned around. Cell, you're still not strong enough. I look forward to the day we can fight fair and square. And remember what you said, no more stirring up trouble on this planet. Swoosh. Goku vanished with instant transmission. Cell stood frozen, pondering. A goal to chase on the path of martial arts. That idea had merit. After a moment, Cell flew toward the sea. He would seek treasures. He would open jars. He would defeat Goku. Back at the blind box store, the others gathered around as Goku returned. Just then, Gohan, who was opening a blind box, pulled out a strange-looking item. What is this? Son Gohan stared at the pitch-black object before him, its surface covered in barbs and flowing with a shimmering light, utterly bewildered. Congratulations on obtaining a mass of nanoliquid. It is a suit of armor, but it cannot compare to the battle armor Cell drew. It is essentially useless to you. Its only function is to look good when worn. Shun Sen had already reached the tea table sipping tea, as he explained. Today, many items had been drawn. Vegeta's group had struck it rich, and he himself had hit the jackpot. His mood was exceptionally fine. Hearing this, Son Gohan recalled what Shin San had said to Cell. With a thought, the strange black mass before him instantly attached itself to his chest. In an instant, the nanomaterial split into billions of particles, rapidly forming a suit of blackened armor that looked incredibly futuristic. It doesn't seem to boost my power at all. Son Gohan clenched his fist, then with another thought, the armor transformed into a wristwatch on his right hand within seconds. It provides no boost, but the armor contains an intelligence system that can assist you in learning. Shin took a sip of tea, then stood up and returned to the front counter. Aside from the armor, the other items you drew are useless. Only Son Goku and Shishi haven't drawn yet. Who wants to go first, or do you both want to draw together? He'll draw first. Goku doesn't have time right now. Shishi glanced at Son Goku surrounded by Piccolo and the others, then stepped forward. Same as Gohan, it'll take 5 bronze blind boxes. Alright. Shin-san placed the bronze blind boxes on the counter. Even though it's your first time, I won't explain much. You've watched for a while, so you probably know how it works. I know. No need to explain. Shishi nodded. Having watched for so long, and having heard Gohan's explanation earlier, she was no stranger to how to open the blind boxes. Shishi then reached out and placed her hand on the box's ribbon. It was impossible not to be excited. After seeing so many people draw treasures, she wanted some too. Even if she couldn't use them herself, she could sell them to supplement the household income. Shishi took a deep breath, then quickly untied the ribbon. Congratulations on obtaining 1 ton of study materials. With a thud, a mountain of study materials piled up beside the counter. Seeing this, Shishi's eyes lit up. Excellent. With so many study materials, Gohan's academic performance is sure to improve significantly. Piccolo, quickly use your, 24 bridges to help me store these study materials. This. Son Gohan beside her could only force a bitter smile. He knew the days ahead would be tough. If he didn't finish reading that ton of materials, even his sleep time might be halved. Piccolo didn't refuse and stepped forward to store all the study materials in his spatial artifact. Seeing this, Shishi grabbed another bronze blind box and quickly opened it. Congratulations on obtaining 10 tons of university materials. Shishi was overjoyed. Son Gohan was horrified. At that moment, he felt the blind box's sheer malice toward him. 10 tons. Just kill me now. Son Gohan wanted to cry. Shishi threw herself onto the pile of materials, overjoyed. Wonderful. Blind boxes are truly wonderful. Even though Gohan hasn't even started high school, yet there's nothing wrong with him getting a head start on university textbooks. After finishing these 10 tons of materials, he'll definitely be able to get into graduate school or something. The blind box really understands me. Piccolo, I can't fit anymore. Piccolo gave Gohan a look that said take care of yourself, then shook his head. That's fine. He'll have Goku pack it up later and use instant transmission to take it home. Shishi got up from the materials. Gohan, remember you must study hard. Mom, you. Son Gohan opened his mouth, noticing his mother's expression of high hopes for her son. He sighed inwardly, then nodded reluctantly. Okay, Mom. Good, I'll make sure you do. Shishi was very satisfied and quickly grabbed another blind box. We have study materials, but we still need some blank notebooks and pens for Gohan. I'm not asking for much. Let's start with a ton. Come out. Now. Shinsen couldn't help but laugh. Congratulations on obtaining a stationery store. A small house floated above the blind box. Through its windows, rows of neatly arranged cabinets filled with various school supplies could be vaguely seen. This stationery store is also a spatial item. See that black button on the roof? Press the button, throw the store onto an empty space of about 200 square meters, and it will expand. Inside there's a room full of school supplies. It's fully stocked, pens, paper bags, everything. Thud. Hearing this, Son Gohan lost his footing and fell flat on the ground. Bulma silently helped him up, looking at the ecstatic Chi-Chi, and said softly, Gohan, take care. Aunt Bulma, will there ever be light in my life? Son Gohan stared blankly. There will be. Studying is your only light from now on. Aunt Bulma, can you at least stop laughing when you say that? Don't overthink it. I was just thinking of something happy. My cat gave birth to 10 kittens yesterday. I feel like you're laughing at me. No, how could I laugh at you? Not only did my cat give birth, but my dog did too. It's a joyous occasion, so I'm smiling. Definitely not because of you. But I still feel like you're laughing at me. Well, fine, I am laughing at you. Bulma could no longer hold back and burst into laughter. Son Gohan shed tears of sorrow. Tien Shinhan also gave him a look of stay strong. Poor kid, having to bear such pressure at such a young age. May the gods have mercy on you. Gohan, what are you standing there for? Shishi joyfully took the stationery store and pointed at the university materials piled up half the hall. Stop daydreaming and go stack those materials properly so we can take them back to Mount Pozu. Mom, that much study material will kill me. No, it won't. I have it all planned. Study for 4 hours in the morning, rest for half an hour at noon, you study for another 4.5 hours in the afternoon, eat from 5 to 6, and study for 6 more hours in the evening. 7 hours of sleep a day is enough. Do this consistently, and by the time you take the college entrance exam, you'll definitely get into a good university. Shishi didn't even notice Gohan's almost tearful expression, completely immersed in her own ecstatic world. After a moment, she came to her senses and saw Gohan already packing. She nodded in satisfaction again and picked up the remaining blind boxes. We have study materials and stationery. It seems we're not missing anything. Oh well, the more the merrier. I won't complain about more materials. Come out. Now. Congratulations. You've won a high school learning machine. Great. Chi-Chi jumped 3 feet high with excitement. Malice. Utter malice. I hate blind boxes. Son Gohan poked his head out from a pile of documents, 2 streams of sorrowful tears flowing from the corners of his eyes. Clap, clap, clap. Shun-sen clapped his hands. I'm glad the guest is pleased. You've finished opening yours now. There's one last one left. Son Goku, are you opening yours today? Yes, I'm coming. Son Goku reached out, pushed Krillin and the others aside, and hurried forward. Shin-san, after I open the blind boxes, will you spar with me? Just once, please. No. Shin-san refused without hesitation. Although Son Goku's current strength was formidable, Shun-san's own power, after traversing so many layers of heart and body tempering, had already grown far beyond what it was just over a month ago. To him, Son Goku was now no more than a slightly larger ant, incapable of stirring even the faintest desire for battle. In a single phrase, he and Son Goku, along with Vegeta and the others, were no longer on the same dimensional plane. Moreover, Shin-san didn't consider himself a battle maniac. His sole desire now was to guard his blind box shop and live out his days in invincible tranquility. If you want to fight, I can let the general play with you a bit. Shin-sen pointed to the general, who stood at attention like a steel rod by his side. Him. Son Goku scratched his head. But he doesn't have any ki at all. What's there to fight? Heh. Shin-sen chuckled. How about this? If you can defeat the general, the shopkeeper will play with you. If you can't, then don't bring it up again. Deal. Son Goku clapped his hands together, then continued excitedly. Quick'll open 5 bronze blind boxes, just like Chi-Chi. Alright, here you go. Shin-san produced the blind boxes. Son Goku didn't even look, opening them all in an instant. Congratulations. You've obtained a magical chess set. Congratulations. You've obtained a solar-powered flashlight. Congratulations. You've obtained a pair of lava gauntlets. Congratulations. You've obtained a town portal scroll. Congratulations. You've obtained 500,000 in cash. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Seeing the items Son Goku had drawn, everyone crowded around. This was because 3 of the items shimmered with flowing light. Shin-sen nodded to himself. As expected of the protagonist from the Dragon Ball dimension, his luck was truly exceptional. Shin-sen cleared his throat twice, then pointed at the flashlight to explain. The solar-powered flashlight. It only lights up in places where there is sunlight. Upon hearing this, Bulma was stunned. And what if there's no sun? Then it will never light up. Thud. Except for the oblivious Son Goku, everyone else collapsed to the ground upon hearing this. Bulma pulled herself up using the front counter and said with a twitching mouth, "Boss Shin, handsome Shin, just which genius invented this solar-powered flashlight?" Heh, a genius named Da Vinci invented it. He's a true genius. Compared to Da Vinci, you're not even in the same league. Shun Sin shrugged, not bothering to see Bulma's reaction, and pointed to another item. The town portal scroll. When you unroll it, it comes in a pair. For example, leave one scroll in the shop, and you hold the other at home. Tear the one you're holding, and you'll instantly appear in the shop. It's a spatial-type single-use treasure with no distance limit. That means even if you're at the edge of the universe, as long as you have this scroll, you can instantly return to the location of the other scroll. A good item. A true treasure. Everyone nodded at the explanation. Chi-Chi, however, took the scroll into her own hands. She planned to keep the scroll for Gohan to use for school in the future. Seeing this, Shin-san pointed to the final item. The lava gauntlets. Enchanted treasure. The gauntlets themselves possess the fire attribute and can also amplify the wearer's strength by 30%. They can be considered a treasure. Whoosh! This time Son Goku instantly snatched the dark red gauntlets and put them on. The moment he did, he felt his own power surge. He could also sense that the gauntlets not only had the fire attribute, but also contained 2 skills. He looked up at Shin-san with a questioning gaze. Shin-san smiled. The 2 skills it carries, one is single target, the other is area effect. The single target one is Lava Strike and the area effect one is Magma Starfall. These 2 skills are of little use to you, which is why I didn't elaborate earlier. The fire attribute it carries is also useless to you. The most useful part is the 30% strength amplification. Hearing this, Son Goku nodded thoughtfully. Then he took off the lava gauntlets and handed them to Piccolo. I have no use for this thing. You take it. The gold mine was originally found by Piccolo anyway, so he didn't stand on ceremony and took them. Chi-Chi didn't say much either. As long as she had the study materials, items that amplified combat power were mere clouds of dust to her. Next came the last item. Shin-san stroked his chin, squinting his eyes. This magical chess set, however, is quite useful. Follow me outside. Shin-san picked up the chess set and walked out of the shop. The others, filled with confusion, quickly followed. Once everyone was outside, Shin-san reached out and tapped the chess set. In an instant, the chess set flew into the sky and dissolved into nothingness. The next moment, everyone was stunned. The once clear, endless blue sky instantly darkened, and a spectral chessboard seemingly vast enough to encompass the entire universe unfurled in the void. The chessboard had not a single piece on it. Every space was completely empty. The magical chess set. Each empty space is a coordinate. Shin-san explained. The user of the chess set can teleport at will to any empty space on the board. Moreover, if the user has an opponent on the board, the user becomes the sovereign. The user can utilize the board's rules to weaken the opponent's strength by 10% and can also swap positions with the opponent. Additionally, the user can teleport the opponent to any empty space on the board at will. Of course, if the opponent is far too powerful for the user loses this advantage. Son Goku, if you use the chessboard, it will become ineffective against an opponent whose battle power exceeds a quadrillion. As they listened and watched, Piccolo and the others were astonished. They weren't stupid. According to Shun-san's explanation, as long as the opponent's battle power didn't exceed a quadrillion, Son Goku could potentially turn the tables even against a stronger foe. Even if he couldn't win, he could use the chessboard's constant teleportation ability to remain undefeated. If Shun-san knew what they were thinking, he would have laughed out loud. In the Dragon Ball dimension, teleportation wasn't an invincible technique. Take Jiren, for example. Teleportation was a joke to him. Jiren could crush teleportation with sheer speed alone. Shin-san reached into the void and grasped. The spectral chessboard instantly reverted to its original form. He handed the chess set to Son Goku. That's its function. It's a divine artifact. Congratulations. Okay, thank you. Son Goku handed the chess set to Son Gohan, then said fervently, the blind boxes are all opened. Come on, General, let's go outside and have a match. No, I will not lose. As the Prince of the Saiyans, how could I possibly be defeated by a low-class warrior? If Kakarot can transcend his limits, so can I, the Prince. At this moment, Vegeta, trapped within the heavenly stairway, was battered and bruised. Gazing at the heavenly stairway, Vegeta ahead of him, and recalling that Sun Wukong had already conquered the first level, his indomitable will swelled infinitely within his mind. The next instant, Vegeta roared skyward. Shatter. For me, the Prince. Hiya. With the roar and a surge of unyielding resolve, Vegeta's aura surged to a new height in that moment. A golden blaze shot straight into the heavens, thunder and lightning coiled around his form, and the war god's avatar behind him roared in unison with his battle cry. All the rubble on the arena was swept into the void by the violent storm of energy. After a moment, Vegeta ceased his roaring and lowered his gaze slightly. Then in an instant, he teleported above the void. It's time to end this. You have successfully amused the Prince. This next move is the final dignity I can grant you. Farewell, opponent of the Heavenly Stairway's first level. Vegeta looked down at the heavenly stairway Vegeta on the arena, a flicker of respect passing through his eyes. Then he raised his hand and pressed it down with ferocity. Divine Desolate Palm. Go. In an instant the winds howled and clouds surged. A colossal white palm of energy vast enough to cover the entire arena materialized above the battlefield, suspended beneath Vegeta. As the colossal palm descended, space trembled and the atmosphere roared. Meanwhile, the heavenly stairway Vegeta on the arena thrust a palm upward in response. An identical white giant palm rose from below, rushing to meet the plummeting one. In less than a second, the two colossal palms collided in midair. In an instant, a thunderous explosion rent the space, cracking it with fissures. The residual force of the collision violently shook the entire void. Vegeta stood aloft in the sky, his expression calm. Shatter. With a soft utterance, the divine desolate palm he had unleashed instantly crushed the heavenly stairway Vegeta's version, then without losing momentum slammed onto the arena. At that moment, Xiao Linger's voice rang out. Congratulations, Vegeta, on conquering the first level of the heavenly stairway. Do you wish to challenge the second level, eh? I do. Without a second thought, Vegeta agreed to continue. However, after breaking through the first level, he was already severely wounded, even if the opponent on the second level was on par with his strength. But his injuries were undeniable. Vegeta was expelled from the heavenly stairway in less than a minute. Kakarot, just you wait. Once I, the prince, have healed my wounds, I will surely conquer the second level and surpass you. Vegeta struggled to rise from the ground. He stared at the heavenly stairway for a moment, then chose not to re-enter. He turned and walked back toward the shop, paying no heed to the blood streaming from his body. Moi, why is it so empty? Where is everyone? Vegeta asked No. 17, who was lounging in a rocking chair clutching a Pikachu. Hearing this, No. 17 slowly opened his eyes. Sun Wukong is about to have a match with the general. You can follow their energy signatures. Very well. Vegeta nodded lightly, then sensed the energy of Sun Wukong's group. He took a single step and instantly appeared in a desolate wasteland. There Sun Wukong and the general were engaged in a fierce battle. No, it was more of a grueling struggle, with Sun Wukong being the one struggling. At the start, Sun Wukong thought he could easily defeat the general and then have a match with Shin-san. But once the fight began, he realized just how wrong he was. Sun Wukong could sense that the general's power was identical to his own. Yet in combat experience and technique, the general outclassed him by tenfold. This only ignited his fighting spirit completely. Well fought, worthy of a reward. Nearby, a viewing platform hung in midair, created by Shin-san using his creation ability. Everyone was seated on it, each with peanuts and melon seeds before them. Shin-san sat at the front, his hands folded on the platform's railing. Whenever an exciting scene unfolded, he would cheer. Beside him, No. 18, dressed in a black and white maid outfit, held a fruit platter on Shin-san's left side. Whenever he opened his mouth, she would promptly feed him a delicious piece of fruit. Kirin witnessed this scene, feeling as though 1,000 arrows pierced his heart. Suddenly, Shin-san saw the general take a punch and shouted, General, didn't you say before that you shouldn't be so rigid in a fight? Kick him in the groin. Steal the peach. Dragon claw hand. Yes, that's right. Hit his crotch, poke his eyes, and finish with 1,000 years of pain. Right on. The group seated behind heard Shin-san's words and broke into a cold sweat. They gained a clearer understanding of him. On top of his usual easygoing nature, they now had to add cunning. They silently swore that from now on they would absolutely, definitely never fight Shin-san. Death wasn't a big deal, but what they feared was ending up with shattered private parts after the battle. Just the thought sent chills down their spines. Boss, here you go. No. 18 offered a grape. Shin-san opened his mouth and ate it. Kirin suffered another critical hit. Goddess. This was the goddess of his dreams. Why wasn't she sitting beside him? No. This question is too hard to answer. Tears streamed down Kirin's face. Just then Vegeta walked over and stood to Shin-san's right. Mr. Shin, between Kakarot and the general, who will win? Unless Sun Wukong can surpass the general in technique, he is doomed to lose. Shin-san replied without turning his head, then resumed his shouting. Watch your back, general. Do a 180 sweep. Go for it, Wukong, go for it. Unable to bear it any longer, Shishi stood up, walked over to Shin-san, placed one foot on the railing, and cheered for Sun Wukong at the top of her lungs. Seeing this, Shin-san refused to back down. Was this a contest of who could shout louder? In that arena, he was unbeatable. He too placed one foot on the railing, cupped his hands around his mouth, and bellowed. Go, general, go. Beat Sun Wukong, and he'll add an extra chicken leg for you tonight, and find you a wife too. Huh. Shishi's heart tightened, and she shouted again. Wukong, if you beat the general, I'll give you 100 chicken legs tonight. The shop owner offers 2,000. I'll add 3,000. The shop owner adds 10,000. Forget it, Wukong, just surrender. I don't have enough chips. Shishi conceded defeat in an instant. Shin-san raised his head triumphantly, then sat back down. No. 18, the shop owner is in a great mood. Come and give me a shoulder massage. Sure thing, boss. No. 18, with a smile, came behind Shin-san and gently kneaded his shoulders. Kirin suffered yet another critical blow. His life had at that moment become utterly bleak. On the planet of the Destroyer God, by the lakeside clearing, a scepter floated in the air, and a virtual screen projected from its orb displaying the battle between Sun Wukong and the general. Ever since Shun Sen first revealed his power, Whis had taken an interest in that azure planet. He had been watching since the duel began. Interesting, to have improved to such an extent in such a short time. But what is that giant ape behind the blonde-haired one? It actually emanates the aura of laws. A mortal mastering such a skill is inconceivable. Whis watched the images from the scepter, his expression shifting repeatedly. To him, neither Sun Wukong nor the general were of any consequence. But the Dharma manifestation behind Sun Wukong forced him to take notice. And the others, their energy is also extraordinary, especially. Whis fixed his gaze on Shun Sen, his brow furrowed. He found that he seemed unable to comprehend Shun Sen any longer. The energy that had previously reached the planet of the Destroyer God was now nowhere to be sensed. Moreover, he saw no sign of Shun Sen approaching the divine realm. Everything struck Whis as unusual. Then Whis rose and took the angel's scepter into his hands. He intended to go and see what was happening, but when his gaze swept over Beerus' chambers, he sat back down. Never mind. The strengthening of Universe 7's inhabitants is ultimately beneficial for Universe 7. He'll wait until Lord Beerus awakens to decide. Having said this, Whis stopped paying attention to the battlefield and turned to concoct what he considered a delicacy. Before long, several pitch-black food items were created in Whis' hands. A strange odor filled the air, yet Whis ate with great relish. The duel between Sun Wukong and the general drew not only Whis' attention. The Supreme Kai was also watching, observing Sun Wukong's current transformation. His rotund body trembled incessantly, and his forehead was covered in beads of sweat as large as water droplets. Beside him, a bee, an ape, and several strange creatures huddled together. Feeling the shockwaves of the battle reaching the Kais planet, they were too terrified to make a sound. In the sea of the Azure planet, Cell had also stopped his treasure hunt. He flew out of the water, his gaze fixed on the battlefield, his brow deeply furrowed. Sun Wukong's energy is now extraordinary. Vegeta's base form seems to have advanced further. Everyone else has improved. At this rate, even if Sun Wukong has no immediate intention of killing me, others might conceive the idea. Especially Vegeta. If he recklessly tries to kill me, I won't stand a chance of winning. The only way to break this deadlock now is the blind box shop. I must open something capable of handling the crisis. After muttering to himself, Cell no longer looked toward the battlefield. He plunged straight back into the ocean, resuming his treasure hunt. Around the battlefield, all the small hills had been pulverized by the shockwaves of the fight. The land for miles around had become a plain crisscrossed with a complex network of massive fissures. High in the sky, Sun Wukong and the general stood facing each other. Their conditions were vastly different. Sun Wukong was already panting heavily with dark circles under both eyes. He covered his lower body with one hand and his upper body with the other, his face as dark as charcoal. The general, in contrast, aside from taking a few deep breaths, bore no injuries. It looked up at the sun now at its zenith, then lowered its gaze slightly. It's noon. The marshal should return for lunch. This battle should also come to an end. The general suddenly threw a punch, sending a blast of air hurtling towards Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong dodged with a flash of movement. But in that instant, the general closed in its black and white body, leaving afterimages in the air. It had predicted Sun Wukong's evasive path and slammed a fist into his stomach. Your energy is rapidly fading. Losing is only a matter of time. The general carried the unconscious Sun Wukong back to the viewing platform. It dropped him to the ground, and then turned to Shun Sen with a smile, as if seeking praise. Marshal, I have fulfilled the mission you assigned. Well done, General. They'll give you an extra meal when we get back. Let's go. Shun Sen stood up, patted the general on the shoulder, then turned to speak again. Everyone will be heading back to the shop now. See you next time. With that, he grabbed the general's shoulder with one hand and Android 18's shoulder with the other. He took a single step forward and vanished instantly. At that moment, Kuririn and the others hastily fed Sun Wukong a Senzu Bean. Sun Wukong slowly regained consciousness, recalling the fight with the general. His face darkened again. Honestly, that wasn't a fight at all. It was all groin kicks and eye pokes. This battle was really unsatisfying. Trash. Can't even beat a black and white animal. Did you train your power into the ground, Kakarot? Vegeta cast a sidelong glance at Sun Wukong. Just wait. They'll show you how to hang that general up by its tail. Bulma, let's go. Having taunted Sun Wukong, Vegeta grabbed Bulma and vanished in an instant. We're off too. See you tomorrow, Sun Wukong. Tien Shinhan said his goodbyes and flew into the sky with Kaiotsu. Then Kuririn also left, nursing a wounded heart. Soon only Sun Wukong's family remained on the viewing platform. Goku Gohan's study materials are still in the shop. Go get them quickly. Shishi reminded him. Upon hearing this, Son Gohan's face turned even darker than his father's. He had hoped his mother would forget, but that seemed to be wishful thinking. Sun Wukong didn't refuse. He took Son Gohan to the shop, dropped a comment about wanting a match with Shun Sen, next time grabbed 10 tons of study materials and left. Meanwhile, Shun San was setting up a barbecue grill in a clearing with the General and Android 18. Once it was ready, he turned and shouted at Android 17, who was still lounging in a rocking chair. Stop lying around. We're almost out of ingredients. Go get some meat. Got it. Give me the money. Money. Can't you just fish some out of the sea? Why else did I pay you over 3,000 to work here? Get moving and be quick about it. You? Android 17 let out a helpless laugh, but said no more. He flew into the sky toward the nearest reservoir and soon returned holding a fish over 10 meters long. Seeing this, Shin San was very pleased. He and the general set the giant fish on the grill. As the flames roasted the fish, a savory aroma soon spread, attracting a host of animals from the forest. They bounded out of the woods, laid down beside the barbecue grill, and drooled. Nightfall came quietly during the general's victory feast. The sky was suddenly covered by dark clouds. A fine drizzle fell from them. The chirping of insects and birds sounded across the grassland. A circle of small animals had gathered in front of the shop to take shelter from the rain. Inside the shop, Shin San sat at the front counter staring excitedly at the 6 king tier jars placed before him. You've got to hand it to Vegeta. He opened 6 king tier jars today alone. I wonder what he'll get. I can't wait. At the front desk of the blind box shop, number 18 leaned on the counter, her cheeks propped up by her hands, her pupils like a pool of spring water. Boss, this whole shop is yours, so why are you still playing with the jars? Brother Shin, am I not as good looking as the jars? Why won't you look at me? Handsome Shin, I'm talking to you, can't you at least reply? Big boss Shin, does this black-tied outfit I'm wearing look good? Number 18 kept talking to herself, ignoring whether Shin San would respond. She leaned forward inch by inch, and with this movement something seemed about to burst forth. Shin San, look up, come on, be good, scram, this shop owner has no interest in people. Don't bother me while I'm playing with the jars. Shin San didn't even lift his head. All day long you're just trying to pull some borderline stunts. Don't you know it won't pass the censors? And what are you wearing? All black like a shadow. Also, do you know how annoying you are? If you keep babbling, believe me, I'll pick you up and throw you out. See those companions at the front gate? You'd be better off spending your time scooping up their poop instead of flaunting yourself here. With every word Shin San said, number 18's face darkened by a shade. Finally, her face flushed bright red. Trembling, she raised her hand and pointed a finger at Shin San. You dense man. Am I really that unattractive? You'd rather stare at jars and animals than at a beautiful woman like me. Are you even a man? Hearing this, Shin San finally looked up. To hell with you. The jars give me loot and the animals I can eat when they're grown. What can you do? Women only spend my money, take up my bed, and eat my food. Most importantly, after everything's done, I lose a few billion. Now tell me which is better, the jars, the animals, or you? That's twisted logic. We women can carry on your family line for you men. Number 18 said. Shin San replied, to hell with carrying on the family line. If what comes out is a useless brat, I'd rather not find a woman at all. And as I said before, this shop owner has no interest in you. Can't you just be a dutiful poop scooper? You. Number 18 took a deep breath. Don't get angry. Getting angry means losing. She comforted herself like this, then continued. Humph. I'm only getting more interested in you. I won't give up. With that, number 18 swayed her body and walked upstairs. Just then, number 17 walked out of the restroom. He paused briefly at the front desk, shook his head, and followed her upstairs without a word. Seeing this, Shin San muttered to himself, these two must have something wrong with them. 80. He stopped focusing on number 18 and the other, and with one blow shattered one of the king jars into pieces. In an instant, a dazzling light emanated from the jar. When the light faded, a sword stood atop the fragments. Congratulations to me for obtaining the Juetian sword, one of the 4 swords of Juetian. Shin San was overjoyed. Getting a top-tier item on the first try means tonight's luck will be great. According to the blind box shop's inherited knowledge, the 4 swords of Juetian are a collection-type game. Only by obtaining all 4 can I get the application tips for the Juetian sword formation. But even with just the Juetian sword, if I can also draw a sword technique, I can unleash part of its power. Not bad, really not bad. Shin San suppressed his joy, stored the Juetian sword away, and raised the hammer again. 80. Congratulations to me for obtaining a ton of steel. That's normal. The first one gives a divine item. It's expected that the second one doesn't. This second jar is a setup. The third one will definitely deliver. Shin San nodded, then raised the hammer once more. 80. Clang. Shin San was so startled by the surprise that he stood up, knocking his chair over in the process. Ha ha, I get exactly what I want. The Duga 9 swords. Though it's just a martial art, it depends on who wields it. With my current strength and the Juetian sword, my power will skyrocket again. A gray card floated above the fragments with dozens of flowing lights skimming across its surface. On the front of the card were engraved 4 gold characters, Duga 9 swords. Shin San consumed the card, and a flood of information surged into his mind. In that moment, his mastery of the Duga 9 sword surpassed even its creators. Not bad, it fulfills a childhood dream of the martial world. 3 king jars open, 2 already done. 3 more remain, hoping they all deliver. Now I have the sword technique, a divine weapon, Dharma manifestations laws, and even the step technique, a step to the horizon. I'd better get a fist technique first. Shin-sen slowly raised the hammer and roared wish a top-tier fist technique. 80. Bang Angel's Heart. What the hell is this? Though it's powerful, I have no use for it. Shin-sen stared at a transparent heart floating in midair. He knew what the angel's heart was for, but it was only useful for angels, and he was no angel. Disgusted, Shin-sen stored the heart away and aimed at another jar. In the All-King Divine Hall, the high priest sensed a hand of law reaching into his bedchamber. He instantly returned to find an angel's heart, missing his mind in turmoil. What was that hand of law? It managed to snatch an angel's heart right under my nose. An anomaly, a variable. I don't know if it's good or bad. At that moment, the high priest's eyes turned into a super surveillance device encompassing all universes and all branching timelines. But no matter how he searched, he couldn't find who had visited his bedchamber. I can't see through it, can't trace it. As if that law just now didn't belong to this universe. Could it be? The demon realm. The high priest frowned. Impossible. If the demon realm had such power, they would have attacked long ago. But I can't rule out the demon realm playing some scheme. Nor can I rule out an existence from beyond the plane. Neither is easy to deal with. But why would an entity capable of wielding laws want an angel's heart? The high priest couldn't figure it out and couldn't track it, so he had to let it go for now. At the blind box shop, Shin-san had no idea the angel's heart was taken directly from the high priest via the jar. He was now staring at the last 2 king jars, his heart pounding abnormally. He took a deep breath, then swung his arm horizontally. Wish a top-tier leg technique. Come out. For this shop owner. Playing the next moment, seeing what he had drawn, Shin-san stood up in ecstasy once more. Holy crap. How did I get this thing out? Above the shattered jar fragments, a wisp of purple gas floated in the air. Shin-san's mouth fell open. It's actually the primordial purple chi. This is absolutely incredible. The primordial purple chi of the 50 derivatives of the Tao Fortinine manifest as the way, leaving one in concealment. Shin-san fully understood the power of the primordial purple chi. Though there was no concept of sainthood within the Dragon Balls, merging with this mass of purple chi would grant him another tremendous boost. However, fusing with the primordial purple chi would require considerable time. According to the information provided by the blind box shop, Shin-san would need at least 7 years to fully integrate it. Time was the one thing Shin-san had in abundance. He reached out and drew the primordial purple chi into his body. There was no further action required. The chi would automatically merge with him, continuously enhancing his combat stats with every passing moment. My luck tonight is off the charts. First the immortal slaying sword, then the solitary 9 swords, and now a true supreme treasure, the primordial purple chi. My fortune is simply explosive. Shin-san's grin widened until he burst into wild laughter for a full minute before finally calming down. Then he turned his attention to the last item he had drawn. Not bad, the jars still love me. The last 2 jars yielded the primordial purple chi and the wind god kick. My wish came true. Now I've mastered fist techniques, leg techniques, sword techniques, and footwork. Although my combat stats haven't changed much, my actual battle power has taken a massive leap forward. It's still early. Let me enter the heart-tempering heavenly staircase once more and see if I can comprehend the inscription on the 119th level. Shin-san walked around the front counter and headed toward the staircase. For over a month, he had devoted every spare moment to challenging both the body-tempering and heart-tempering trials. The body-tempering was more difficult, and he had only managed to clear a few dozen levels. As for the heart-tempering, after passing the first level, nothing could obstruct his mind any longer. He had breezed through the first 50 levels in just 2 days. Starting from the 51st level, the trials were no longer about enduring harsh past experiences. Instead, they became a matter of comprehending inscriptions. Each level featured a stele engraved with different imagery. The stele on the 51st level bore a sword scar. After meditating on it, Shin-san gained a trace of sword intent. The stele on the 52nd level depicted a landscape painting, and upon comprehending it, his Dharma form strengthened by a fraction. Each subsequent stele was unique, and by the time he reached the 119th level, the enhancements he had gained from the inscriptions were undoubtedly immense. The moment he stepped onto the staircase, Shin-san was instantly transported to the 119th level. The stele here depicted a vast, boundless prairie exuding an aura of endless vitality. The stele towered over 1,000 meters high. Shin-san sat cross-legged before it, fixed his gaze upon the engraving, and immediately entered a state of deep meditation. In that moment, he felt as though he had stepped into the stele itself, seated at the heart of the prairie. Instantly, it seemed as if countless ages passed, and he witnessed the prairie cycles of rise and fall, its unending vitality. Time spun on as Shin-san immersed himself in the stele, unaware of how many eons had slipped by. Suddenly, a flash of insight struck him, and he slowly raised his right hand. Where his palm had been empty, there now appeared a cluster of pure green, vibrant energy. This stele represents the lower-order law of creation, life. Since I've comprehended it, there's no need to remain within the stele any longer. Now, break. It was as if a string in the air had snapped, emitting a faint, crisp chime. In an instant, Shin-san returned to the space before the stele. He looked up at the 1,000-meter-high inscription, a smile spreading across his face. Then he stood up, stretched lazily, and spoke into the air. "Little Lung, send me to the 120th level." A cool, clear voice responded from the void. The scene shifted, and in the next second Shin-san appeared before another stele. It was also 1,000 meters tall, but its content was different. The previous level had featured a prairie. This one depicted a roaring, towering tsunami. Shin-san sat down cross-legged, and the moment his mind entered the stele, he felt like a solitary boat adrift within the monstrous waves on the verge of being devoured at any moment. Within those raging waters, after merely a few seconds, he was violently hurled back to reality. Cough, cough, cough. Back in reality, Shin-san turned to the side, propping himself up with one hand on the ground as he retched uncontrollably. What the hell was that thing? There was no warmth or touch of water. Being inside felt like being crushed by several planets, so heavy I could barely breathe. Shin-san wiped his mouth, slowly stood up, gazed at the 1,000-meter stele in contemplation, and shook his head. Forget it. Haste makes waste. Comprehending inscriptions relies on insight. There's no rushing it. Besides, I spent quite a bit of time on the previous level. It's almost 7 now. Let me settle down for a few days before coming back in. Little Lung, send me out first. In an instant, Shin-san's vision blurred, and he found himself back at the entrance of the staircase. He raised a hand to greet the guardian beast, and then walked back toward the shop. At that moment, the morning sun had just peeked over the horizon, its rays transforming into countless beams of light, casting long shadows from the 100-meter trees. As a wisp of cooking smoke rose from the prairie, 2 drowsy heads poked out from the second floor of the blind box shop. It was No. 18 and his companion. No. 18 rubbed his eyes and called out weakly, "Boss, why are you making breakfast so early today? You two lazybones. If I waited for you to cook, I'd have starved to death long ago. Get down here and help, or I'll dock your pay and you'll go hungry." On the grass in front of the blind box shop, a large pot had been set up, and Shin-san stood beside it, continuously tossing seasonings into the broth. He looked up at No. 18 and the other with the expression of a ruthless boss. Hearing this, the two leaped down from the second floor and joined in the cooking. Elsewhere, the morning glow illuminated the white clouds. Beneath the clouds, Tien Shinhan and Kaiatsu were flying at a leisurely pace. Suddenly, they made a sharp turn and flew in another direction. "Yamcha, didn't you say you'd never open another blind box?" "Well," Yamcha, also flying through the sky, forced a difficult smile. The night before, he had tossed and turned in bed, unable to sleep. Every time he closed his eyes, images of blind boxes and jars would automatically surface in his mind. He hadn't wanted to come, but the more he resisted, the stronger the urge became. Having been awake all night, he had no choice but to follow his heart. Yamcha met Tien Shinhan's slightly teasing gaze. A moment of silence passed. "Woof, woof, woof. Haha, stop it. Blind boxes really are addictive. It's no surprise you want to try." Tien Shinhan laughed heartily. "It's still early. Let's catch some fish from the nearby reservoir to eat first, then head over." "Fine. I'm a bit hungry anyway." Yamcha didn't refuse. The three of them flew together toward the nearby reservoir, easily caught a few fish, used a Dodon ray to start a fire, and began preparing breakfast on the spot. Around 7:40 in the morning, several aircraft were already parked on the vast grassland before the blind box shop, with more continuously descending. By 50 minutes past, no fewer than 30 had landed. At exactly 8 o'clock, one or more individuals adorned in gold and silver and dressed formally leaped from each aircraft. Their leader, Satan, descended from the most luxurious vessel of all. He strode at the forefront of the 30-odd people like an emperor, a haughty smile upon his face. However, upon seeing Shin-san emerge from the shop, his expression instantly shifted to one of fawning deference, and he scurried forward. "God Shin, my apologies, only a few newcomers today." "Satan, my man." Shin-san raised a hand and patted Satan on the shoulder. "The progress is a bit slow. Over a month you've brought me less than 50 new people. I need you to bring a full 100 as soon as possible." "This?" Satan's expression turned troubled. Seeing this, Shin-san continued, "I know you've set a high price and few in your network can meet the requirements. But money can never be fully earned. We can adjust the price appropriately, can't we? Lower it a bit and want the number of eligible people increase. Handle this as you see fit. Within the next half month, I want to see you bring 100 people. Otherwise, don't even think about being an agent anymore." "No, God Shin." Satan panicked upon hearing this. "I know what to do. Lowering the price will indeed attract many. Rest assured, God Shin, half a month is enough. I'll excuse myself for a moment." With that, Satan turned and faced the 30-odd people, clearing his throat. "Ladies and gentlemen, today will be your luckiest day. God Shin has decreed that as valued returning customers, the prices will be adjusted. The original 5 million for an iron black blind box is now 2 million, and all other boxes and jars are similarly reduced by 3/5. Rejoice and sing praises, for this is a blessing bestowed by God Shin." "Hooray. Thank you, Boss Shin. Thank you, Mr. Satan. This is wonderful. I didn't dare try anything above iron black before, but with the price cut, I can finally afford a bronze blind box. Boss Shin is so generous. I just adore you." Those who had opened blind boxes before were jubilant. The newcomers looked bewildered, but emotions are contagious. Seeing the others laugh, they joined in. Satan was satisfied with this. Though his profits were slashed, it would help him complete Shin San's 100-person task. All in all, it was for the best. Come, let's go inside. He'll pay for the boxes. After the openings, any excess money will be refunded to you. Haha, mister. Satan jests. You brought us here. How could we be ungrateful? Consider the remainder your referral fee. What say you all? Absolutely. Mister. Satan is a friend worth having. A little money is nothing. Keep it, Mr. Satan, or you're not treating us as friends. Upon hearing this, Satan felt a twinge of embarrassment as a few among those had gone bankrupt and were now begging on the streets. But that flicker of shame vanished instantly. This was God Shun's task. Even bankruptcy was an honor for these people. Ahem, since you put it that way, refusing would seem insincere. I, Satan, shall henceforth be your truest friend. Come, let's go open some blind boxes. Satan waved his hand grandly and led the crowd of over 30 into the shop. Soon the shop was filled with a chorus of delighted cries and mournful wails punctuated by Shun San's congratulations. Congratulations. You've won a bowl of peanuts. Congratulations. You've won a bamboo dragonfly. Congratulations. You've won a chicken butt. Congratulations. You've won 1 million in cash. Congratulations. You've won a gold brick. Congratulations. You've won Kaido's spiked club. It was madness. Seeing someone fly through the sky with a bamboo dragonfly drove everyone insane. Those who hadn't opened yet lost all reason, trading their iron, black, and bronze boxes for higher tier ones. One stout middle-aged man even went Allen buying 12 king jars. But the results were congratulations. You've won an electric blanket. Congratulations. You've won a pair of tattered socks. Congratulations. You've won a razor with no blades. Congratulations. Congratulations. You've successfully gone bankrupt. The 12 king jars yielded a pile of worthless items. The man's vision went black, his head lolled, and he collapsed unconscious. Satan tactfully carried him out lest he dampen the enthusiasm of the others. The man's bankruptcy was but a minor hiccup, utterly failing to affect the dozens of people now completely lost to frenzy. Their eyes bloodshot, their hands tore through the blind box ribbons. It was then that Tien Shinhan and his 2 companions descended from the sky. They glanced at the dazed man on the grass before entering the shop. Following them, Bulma and Vegeta arrived. Oh, who was it that swore they'd be a dog if they came back? Woof, woof, woof. Good doggy, off you go. Bulma waved a hand dismissively. Yamcha smiled wryly. He should never have made that vow yesterday. He had truly shot himself in the foot. Boss, 1 gold blind box, 4 silver, and 2 bronze. Yamcha approached the counter forcing a pained smile. Shin-Sen chuckled. No problem. But after this, nearly half the money you've deposited here will be gone. You should keep that in mind. With that, Shin-San retrieved the corresponding blind boxes from behind the counter and placed them on the countertop. Yamcha nodded in acknowledgement, then grabbed a bronze blind box. The moment his hands touched the ribbon, his heart began to pound wildly once more. As the ribbon fell away and his hands rested on the lid, Yamcha roared with bloodshot eyes, Daddy, give your son something good. Congratulations. You've won a piece of snake skin. Clatter. Yamcha's heart felt as if it were being crushed in a divine grip, the pain unbearable. No one can be this unlucky every day. The heavens wouldn't toy with me like this. Disheartened, Yamcha reached for another bronze blind box. Come on. This time it has to be good. I beg you, Daddy, Grandpa, Ancestor, Great Ancestor, Great Great Ancestor. Give your son, your grandson, your great-grandson, your great-great-grandson something good. Congratulations. You've won a clown photo. Uffed. Sorry, I wasn't laughing, just sneezing. Go on, Yamcha. Bulma clamped her hand over her mouth, her shoulders shaking. Shin-Sen shook his head inwardly. He had seen bad luck, but never this bad. Poor lad. Yamcha shot Bulma a glare before turning back. He was now like a gambler with red-rimmed eyes completely immersed in the blind boxes. Silver has much better odds. I refuse to believe I won't hit something. Give your son. Come out. Congratulations, you have obtained a moldy bread. At that moment, the heart that Yamcha had been holding finally shattered into pieces. He raised his trembling right hand, grasping the bread that reeked of decay. His expression shifted several times before settling into a grimace of fury. What use are you? Slap. Yamcha slammed the bread onto the ground, still unsatisfied. He ground it under his heel until it was utterly crushed. Then he brought the remaining silver blind boxes in front of him. If I don't get anything good today, and I ever come back, I'll run naked through the streets of West City. Don't. Go ahead. Bulma was about to comment on the indecency, but meeting Yamcha's murderous gaze, she decided against saying more. Since he wanted to run naked, what could she say? She could only respect his choice. Oomph. Vegeta snorted coldly, doing nothing more. Tien wanted to say something to dissuade him, but thought better of it. He knew Yamcha was beyond listening to anyone, and more words would be futile. Just then Krillin entered with an old man. Noticing Yamcha's state, he asked, puzzled, have you been up for days? Why are your eyes so bloodshot? None of your business. Yamcha glared back at the blind boxes. Krillin scratched his head, confused by Yamcha's anger, but understanding dawned as he saw the boxes. Master Shun, this is our teacher Master Roshi, also known as the Turtle Hermit. Ha, Master Shin, just as Krillin said, you're quite impressive. Nice to meet you. Master Roshi greeted politely. He was familiar with the blind box shop, though after the Cell Games both students had visited him and told him about it. He hadn't planned to come, but Krillin visited yesterday and dragged him here this morning. Hello. Shun-sen replied courteously. As for Master Roshi, he had no strong opinions. If anything, he was a martial arts master in the Dragon Ball world with a side of being perpetually lecherous. Old Master Wu, first time here. If you're unsure, ask Krillin. Want to open blind boxes or jars? Just pay. Hey, Master Shin, you're too kind. Go about your business, they'll just look around. Alright, suit yourself. Help yourself to tea. Shun-sen turned his attention back to Yamcha. Buddy, you need to understand that luck is elusive, but it'll find you eventually. Don't lose heart. Huff. Huff. Yamcha didn't reply, his breathing growing heavy. He placed his hands on the straps, hesitating for over 3 minutes before starting. The remaining silver blind boxes were quickly opened under his hands. Come on. Give me something. He didn't want to be a loser anymore, but the result. Congratulations, you have obtained a cute little duck. Congratulations, you have obtained a handleless wrench. Yamcha went berserk. He tugged at his hair frantically, and the little duck's quacking seemed like endless mockery. With a roar in his mind, he raised his hand to blast the duck into smithereens. But Bulma flashed in front of him, blocking his fist, and shouted, Are you crazy? It's just a game. If you can't handle it, don't play. Taking it out on a cute little duck. What kind of man are you? Yamcha, what's wrong with you? Master Roshi pulled him aside. Yamcha snapped back to reality, realizing his loss of control. He forced a bitter smile. Sorry, everyone. The blind boxes just torment me too much. I lost my temper. My apologies. Like I said, if you can't take it, don't play. Bulma cradled the heartbroken duck in her hands, rolled her eyes, and stepped back. Master Roshi shook his head in bewilderment and released his grip. Yamcha walked back to the counter. The last gold blind box held all his hope. As his hands touched the box's strap, his heart pounded again. Bless me, Amaterasu, bless me. This is my last chance. Please let it be good. Open. Now. Congratulations, you have obtained a pile of dung. Shun-sen shot him a contemptuous look. Praying to Amaterasu in his shop was like lighting a lamp in a latrine, asking for trouble. Yamcha couldn't hold it in. He slumped over, fell to the ground, convulsing, and white foam bubbled from his mouth. Quick, the unlucky guy has taken the bad luck away. Move him aside, it's our turn. Bulma kicked Yamcha away and dragged Vegeta forward. Master Shin, same as yesterday. Bring out the blind boxes and jars. Sure thing, boss ma, generous as always. Wait, I'm the one paying, Mr. Shun. Alright, boss Bay, very generous. Shun-sen cheerfully placed the king-tier jars on the counter. You folks go ahead, I have something to handle. Shun-sen stepped out from behind the counter, grabbed Yamcha's ankle, and dragged him outside. Then with a teleport, he arrived at the reservoir near the shop. He scattered the 10,000-fold amplified pile of dung into the water. Finally, he released 10,000 little ducks by the reservoir before returning to the shop. Seeing Yamcha awake and silently weeping in a rocking chair, Shun-sen sighed. He reached into the void and pulled out an ancient book. Take a look. Maybe this book can help you. In my shop, that so-called Amaterasu won't do you any good. Shun-sen tossed the book into Yamcha's arms and walked back inside. Yamcha stared at the cover, and a glimmer of hope flashed in his eyes when he saw the 4 characters. The Book of Wishes, eh? This is clearly no ordinary book. There's hope. So Master Shin wasn't targeting me after all. He even gave me such a treasure. He's so good to me. Wah. I misunderstood, Master Shun. I'm such a fool. Blind boxes and jars, you wait. Once I master this Book of Wishes, I'll be back. Just you wait. Yamcha stood up from the rocking chair, his eyes filled with gratitude, excitement, and determination, finally turning into reverence for the Book of Wishes. He silently vowed to comprehend the Book of Wishes in the shortest time, then return with treasures and stage a glorious comeback. Hearing Bulma's ecstatic laughter from inside the shop, Yamcha felt no ripple in his heart. He hugged the Book of Wishes and walked away with steady steps and a calm heart. But the next second, who was so heartless as to leave a pile of poop on the grass? Quack, quack, quack. Congratulations. You have obtained a magical pacifier. Congratulations. You have obtained a transformation pill. Congratulations. You have obtained the 72 earthly transformations. Congratulations. You have obtained the light domain. He with a clueless fool scouting ahead, the ones opening blind boxes later are indeed blessed with great luck. Bulma, seeing 2 skill cards, jumped up in joy. Handsome Shin, come explain quickly, what do these things do? Let's start with the pacifier. Shun-sen raised an eyebrow. Just pop it in your mouth and suck. You'll know its use. It's quite amusing. No. Bulma initially wanted to refuse. After all, she was an adult. What adult would suck on such a thing? But hearing Shun-sen's remark about it being amusing, she inexplicably took it in hand. Yet instead of putting it in her own mouth, she shoved it into Vegeta's. Come on, give it a suck. Slurp. Uffed. Vegeta's face turned as black as charcoal. He instinctively sucked, instantly drawing out a mouthful of white milk tea-scented liquid, which he hurriedly spat out. The result was that Bulma bore the brunt. Her clothes and face were splattered with milk tea. Uft! Ha ha ha! Krillin and the others doubled over with laughter, but upon noticing Vegeta's chilling glare, they stifled their mirth, though their shaking shoulders betrayed their struggle. How is it? Shin-sen chuckled. With this, Trunks will never have to worry about going hungry. This? Bulma could only manage a wry smile. She pulled out a couple of tissues to wipe her clothes before speaking again. Blind boxes really have everything. If you're going to release these things in the future, handsome Shun, can't you just tell us directly? Aren't you afraid of getting your shop shut down with such antics? Right. Shun-san smacked his forehead. I can't keep doing that. They'll be more careful from now on. Let's talk about the other items. He pointed at the floating pill. The transformation pill does exactly what it sounds like. After taking it, you'll transform into whatever you imagine, lasting 24 hours. Next is the 72 earthly transformations. This skill originates from the same realm as the Dharma aspect. Eat it and you'll know its use. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Vegeta snatched the card and swallowed it whole. In an instant, a torrent of information flooded his mind. Sensing the immense power of the 72 earthly transformations, Vegeta's heart bloomed with joy. How is it? What does the skill do? Bulma asked urgently. Nearby, the others couldn't help leaning and straining their ears. In response, Vegeta said nothing. He simply turned gently, and with a passing breeze, he transformed into another person. And that wasn't all. He then shifted into other forms, small birds and such, enjoying himself immensely. Whoa, not only can he change form, but even his energy signature alters. This skill is broken. Krillin's jaw dropped. I want it. If I had the 72 earthly transformations, I could sneak peeks at girls bathing anytime, anywhere. Mutant Rashi muttered to himself, drool dripping from the corner of his mouth. After playing for a while, Vegeta reverted to his original form. Not bad. The 72 earthly transformations have wide applications. Today I've profited. Mr. Shin, what's the last skill card? Well, Shin-san stroked his chin. The light domain and the armor summoning that Cell got come from the same realm. Using the skill card grants you a domain technique. Explaining it is troublesome. Why not just eat the card and test its effects yourself? Whoosh. Vegeta asked no further questions. He took the card and stuffed it into his mouth. Another wave of information surged into his mind, and his battle power skyrocketed. In an instant, he mastered the use of a light domain. Vegeta's joy deepened. Domain techniques were similar to Dharma aspects, but they excelled more in support. Within the domain, he could not only weaken his enemy's capabilities, but also amplify his own strength. Today, he had struck it rich. Stop grinning like an idiot. Tell us what it does. Bulma paced anxiously beside him. It's similar to a Dharma aspect. That's about it. Vegeta offered no further explanation and turned to walk outside. Mr. Shin, I'm going into the body training ladder again. No problem. You still have enough money. Go ahead anytime. Shin-san waved his hand. Bulma and Vegeta have both opened theirs. Who's next? Master Rashi, you go first. Krillin pushed Mutant Rashi forward. Shopkeeper Shun, give my teacher 5 bronze blind boxes. Deduct the cost from my saved funds. All right. Shin-san took out the blind boxes and made a welcoming gesture, smiling. 5 bronze blind boxes. May you find something you desire. Krillin, you're thoughtful. Mutant Rashi squinted as he pulled a blind box toward him, placing his hand on the ribbon and muttering to himself. Transform. I want the 72 earthly transformations to save fallen maidens. Just thinking about it makes me happy. Nearby, Krillin and the others, seeing Rashi like this, could guess with their backsides what he was scheming. Congratulations. You have obtained a photo album of Bulma. Mutant Rashi was stunned for a moment, then ecstatic. He snatched the album from the top of the blind box with lightning speed, flipping it open instantly. At the sight of its contents, 2 streams of blood gushed from his nostrils. Just as Mutant Rashi was immersed in the beauty, he suddenly felt a bone-chilling coldness at his back. He turned mechanically, meeting Bulma's frost-laden gaze. It's not my fault, Bulma. Don't do anything rash. Bang. Bulma, face dark, slammed her fist onto Mutant Rose's head, then swiftly snatched the album into her own hands. Flipping it open, her cheeks flushed crimson. One's a young pervert, the other's an old one. Bulma shot a glare at both Shun-san and Mutant Rashi. What do you mean by pervert? Bulma, don't be so selfish. It's not like anything improper is showing. What harm is there in letting old Rashi have a look? A look won't cost you a thing. Right, old Rashi? Shun-san said nonchalantly. Mutant Rashi nodded vigorously while clutching his head. Exactly. And since it came from a blind box, it's mine. Why are you taking it? Here, take it. Do you dare? Bulma cheerfully offered the album back, her smile seemingly warm, but Krillin and the others felt a wave of arctic cold surging through them. Mutant Rose's outstretched hand froze midair, unable to move forward. Seeing this, Bulma squinted and said, take it. Why aren't you taking it? Ahem. How could I be that kind of person? Bulma put it away quickly. I need to continue opening blind boxes. At this point, cold sweat beaded on Mutant Rose's forehead. He dared not dwell on the matter further. Forcing a sheepish smile, he turned and pulled another blind box toward him, muttering softly, "I can't mess with a female tyrannosaur. Once I get the 72 earthly transformations, I can look all I want. Bulma and the like, not worth it. Transform, transform. Give me the skill." An empty box. The turtle hermit, seeing that nothing had come out of the blind box, looked up at Shin-san with a confused expression. Beside him, Bulma quickly interjected, her tone annoyed. "That's right, it's an empty blind box. I've opened one before, congratulations to you. Yes, blind boxes and jars can be empty, they can have thank you for participating notes, anything is possible. Don't be so surprised in the future." Shin-san sat down on the chair, resting one hand on his head. "There are 3 left to open, let's continue." "All right." Upon hearing this, the turtle hermit stopped fussing over the empty blind box and immediately brought the remaining 3 blind boxes in front of him, then shouted loudly. In an instant, his shriveled body seemed to inflate, transforming into a muscular old man. Kirin and the others quickly stepped back upon witnessing the change. Once transformed, the turtle hermit took a deep breath, raised his hand above the 3 blind boxes, and narrowed his eyes slightly. Swish, swish, swish. His hands danced, creating a blur, while the ribbons of the blind boxes quickly fell away in his grasp. By the time only the lids of the blind boxes remained, the turtle hermit slapped the table and shouted, "Come on, the old man's earthly fiend 72 transformations. Come on, my divine skill. Give me something." Bang! As his palm struck the table, the lids of the 3 blind boxes were instantly flipped open and 3 items slowly emerged above them. Noticing another album, the turtle hermit was overjoyed once more. Congratulations to Old Wu for obtaining an album of the elderly Bulma's photos. Congratulations to Old Wu for receiving a 100G memory stick. Congratulations to Old Wu for receiving a set of Bulma's intimate clothing. Kirin, Tianjin fan. Bulma, ooh bang. She quickly walked to the front desk, slammed her palm on the table, her eyes wide open in shock, and white smoke slowly rose from her head, not sure if it was out of anger or something else. "Is this never ending? What special hobby do you have, you creep? Can't you collect from others? Why do you specifically target me?" Hearing this, Shin-san reached out to push Bulma's spitting face away, then weakly said, "It's the elderly version, not you, from this timeline. And think about it from my perspective, doesn't this prove how charming you are? Still, don't be so selfish. One should respect the elders and love the young. Not in any timeline." Bulma instantly grabbed the album and the intimate clothing for herself. "So you say one shouldn't be so selfish? Then why don't you contribute your own album and clothes?" "TCH, I'm the boss here. I won't accept your feedback." Shin-san shrugged. "Old Wu, the things opened are yours, so don't be afraid to take them. I'm here to support you." "This? Haha. Forget it, I'm a serious person. Who would want to see the elderly Bulma? It's all dry and lacking appeal." Seeing the almost dripping face of Bulma, the turtle hermit quickly shook his head. However, his words only made Bulma's face darker. "What do you mean by dry? You're the one who's dry, old man." Bulma knew the turtle hermit's personality and wasn't actually angry, she was just a bit thrown off by the blind box. At this moment, Shun-san suddenly leaned over to the turtle hermit's ear, speaking softly, while looking at the 100G memory stick, his eyebrows dancing, as if in excitement. "Just like that, the memory stick is a good thing, and unlike the album, the content of the memory stick is dynamic. Hurry and secure it and don't let Bulma take it again." Cough, cough, cough. The turtle hermit pretended to cough a few times. "Boss Shun, I just said I am a serious person. How could I look at such things? But lest the memory stick get leaked and harm the young, I reluctantly have to take it outside to destroy it." The turtle hermit suppressed his excitement, seriously placing the memory stick into his pocket, looking like a compassionate soul. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Bulma seemed to want to reach for it again. How can this be tolerated? In a fit of rage, he sped off towards the door. "Boss, shin him off to destroy this filthy memory stick. He'll come back next time." "Okay, looking forward to your next visit." Shin-san waved his hand. Bulma, witnessing this, furrowed her brows into a tight knot and sneered. "Tell me, what is the content of the memory stick that the old pervert opened? Haven't you already guessed? Let me change the question. Who is the main character in the memory stick? As long as it's not you, it's fine. Really, in your current state, you obviously trust no one. Even if the boss says it's true, would you believe it?" "I don't believe it." Bulma walked out with a dark face. She needed to confirm in person that the main character in the memory stick was not herself before she could rest assured, otherwise she wouldn't even be able to sleep. Upon reaching outside, she saw the turtle hermit running across the grassland and shouted angrily, "You old pervert, don't run. Let me confirm the memory stick." No way, the old man is taking the memory stick back to destroy it. The turtle hermit turned his head to look, instantly frightened out of his wits, and then ran frantically, his legs moving as if equipped with motors, leaving a trail of illusions. Meanwhile, Bulma was desperately chasing after him, using the ki blast she had learned recently to strike at the turtle hermit ahead. "Old pervert, are you stopping or not?" "Nope, the main character inside isn't you." "I don't believe it. Hurry and stop." "Heh, even if your energy is stronger than mine right now, what does it matter? You still don't know how to use your ki. Trying to catch up with me is wishful thinking. Goodbye. At the entrance of the blind box store, Kuririn and the others dashed out, watching the two chase after each other, unable to help but cover their eyes, not wanting to see. This is boring, boss. Let's take a day off. I want to find treasures to open blind boxes too. Number 18 on the rocking chair, seeing Kuririn wanting to speak, turned to shout into the store, then took number 17 and flew off towards the sea. Kuririn felt like he was dying. He sensed the goddess drifting further away from him, feeling heartbroken. Don't think about it, Kuririn. What is meant to be will eventually be, and what isn't meant to be shouldn't be forced. Number 18's heart is clearly on Boss Shin now, even I can see it. I don't believe you can't. Tianjin Fan patted Kuririn on the shoulder, then turned back to the store. Dumpling scratched his head in confusion, silently following back inside. Kuririn sighed, feeling lost and dejected as he followed behind. At that moment, there was no love left. Why must Shin exist when Lin exists? As the ones who had not opened blind boxes returned to the store, Shin spoke slowly. What type of blind box are we preparing to open today, Jars? Boss Shin, Dumpling, and I each want 5 bronze blind boxes. All right, Kuririn, what about you? Me. Kuririn raised his head, his eyes suddenly bright. Boss Shin, what kind of blind box should I open to have a chance to win back number 18? That must be the King's Jar. Okay, then I'll open the King's Jar. Sorry, your money isn't enough. Then let's go with the Starry Jar first. Still sorry, not enough money. Why don't you go earn some more money first? Go to hell, Kakarot. Before the celestial stairway, Vegeta propped himself up with both hands on the ground. Ignoring the searing pain in his muscles, he looked up at the ranking board above the stairway. Seeing his name finally surpass Son Goku's, his pupils dilated wildly, the corners of his mouth curled up uncontrollably, and he burst into maniacal laughter. Suddenly Vegeta sensed Goku's ki appearing beside him. He rose slowly, his expression turning calm and composed, then crossed his arms. Yo, Vegeta, you've made it through the 2nd floor. Son Goku noticed the name changes on the ranking board, and a flicker of excitement danced in his eyes. He believed that on the path of martial arts, having a goal was essential for better progress and greater passion. But also, forget it, he'll go check out the heart-tempering stairway today. Son Goku initially intended to enter the body-tempering stairway again, but the heart-tempering stairway piqued his curiosity even more, so he headed toward it. Vegeta neither replied nor left, standing rooted to the ground like a pine tree, calmly watching Goku enter the heart-tempering stairway. However, this serenity lasted only a few minutes before turning into shock. As soon as Son Goku stepped into the heart-tempering stairway, the ranking board above began to shift at a frenzied pace. In an instant, he had cleared the 1st floor, and the floors kept climbing. The 2nd floor took only a minute. The 3rd took just over 30 seconds. The 4th. The 5th. With every floor Goku conquered, Vegeta's expression grew darker. Half an hour later, the floor count settled at 50. Vegeta's face turned exceedingly grim. His eyes bulged wider than brass bells. Driven by an unyielding spirit, he strode resolutely toward the heart-tempering stairway, step by step. The moment he entered, he forgot everything, returning to the scene of his childhood. The stairway materialized the deepest fear within his heart. But in just a few minutes, Vegeta was expelled from the heart-tempering stairway. Impossible. Why can't I even pass a single floor? I only lasted a few minutes. The gap shouldn't be this huge. Damn it, how did that bastard Kakarot reach the 50th floor in half an hour? Vegeta lay on the ground, his expression gradually twisting into a snarl. Then, thinking that Shin-san might have the answer, he got up and walked toward the shop. Congratulations Tien Shinin for receiving a 1,000,000 combat power boost card. Congratulations Kaiatsu for receiving a zombie suit set. Congratulations Krillin for receiving the title Eternal Bachelor. Hearing Shin-san's congratulatory announcements, Vegeta shoved past the few people at the counter, leaned forward with both hands on the surface, and asked urgently, Mr. Shin, how did Kakarot clear the heart-tempering stairway so fast while I can't even get past a single floor? Heart-tempering tempers the mind. Son Goku is single-minded and free of distractions, so he clears it quickly. Your heart is too cluttered with too many inner demons. It's only natural you can't pass. As he spoke, Shin-san pulled a bag of Senzu beans from under the counter. To be honest, you don't need to dwell on how many floors Goku cleared nor compare yourself. The heart-tempering stairway suits him, while the body-tempering stairway suits you better. As long as you keep conquering the body-tempering stairway, your gains will be no less than Goku's. Senzu beans are 1,000 each. Want some, old Vegeta? Hearing this, Vegeta was still a bit conflicted, but only for a moment. He reached into the bag, grabbed a handful, and quickly spoke. Mr. Shin is right. As long as I clear more body-tempering floors than Kakarot, I still win. Deduct the cost of the beans from my gold mountain. With that, Vegeta swallowed a Senzu bean. Once his injuries healed, he eagerly headed toward the body-tempering stairway. He silently swore to himself that he would quickly reach the 50th floor. No, he had to clear the 51st floor, at least one floor more than Kakarot. Driven by this determination, Vegeta erupted with power again and again, clearing the 3rd floor of the body-tempering stairway in just a few minutes. The 4th floor took 20 minutes. The 5th floor took a few more minutes. The ranking on the leaderboard shifted rapidly. Vegeta was locked in a fierce rivalry with Son Goku. But his pace through the body-tempering stairway wasn't as fast as Goku's through the heart-tempering one. However, after reaching the 50th floor, Goku couldn't advance any further. Back at the blind box shop, Tien Shinhan and the others had finished opening their boxes. They were now lounging by the tea table enjoying life. Time passed leisurely, and soon it was noon. Tien Shinhan and his group had already left. Seeing that Android 18 and the others hadn't returned, Shin-san had no choice but to start making lunch with General. Just then Son Goku emerged from the heart-tempering stairway. In the morning, he had cleared one more floor, settling at 51. Meanwhile, Vegeta, fueled by Senzu Beans, was still battling through the body-tempering stairway, now at the 18th floor. Shin-san cooking. Make extra. After exiting the stairway, Goku went straight to Shin-san's side, showing no sense of formality. He picked up a piece of fish and bit into it. Shin-san shook his head slowly without saying much. He simply cast a divine perception eye and noted Goku's current combat power. A flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. As expected of the protagonist of Dragon Ball, impressive insight. Excluding his Dharma aspect, his base combat power had increased significantly. The heart-tempering stairway had indeed granted Goku a massive boost. The key was... Shin-san chuckled. Good gains. That state feels great, doesn't it? What state? Goku looked puzzled. Shin-san shook his head and said no more. After clearing over 50 floors, Goku's combat power had surged, and he had even acquired a hint of the Ultra Instinct state from Dragon Ball Super. But Goku himself hadn't noticed, nor did he know how to use it. Seeing Shin-san's silent, Goku didn't press further. He turned his gaze to the body-tempering stairway, noticed Vegeta still struggling, and then walked toward it. Witnessing this, Shin-san shook his head again. Goku had the embryonic form of Ultra Instinct, but didn't know how to use it, while the opponents manifested by the stairway knew exactly how to wield it. In other words, if Goku didn't master Ultra Instinct, he wouldn't be able to clear another floor of the body-tempering stairway. General, at your command, Marshal. This spatial ring and bamboo copter are for you. There's money inside. The shop's decor is too shabby. Go buy some furniture. Yes, Marshal. I guarantee it'll complete the mission. General solemnly took the spatial ring, placed the bamboo copter on his head, and flew into the sky. Shin-san, on the other hand, lounged leisurely on the grassland, hugging a Pikachu and trying to take a nap. But just 10 minutes later, noticing a silver-white figure rapidly descending from the sky, he stood up again. Annoying. Even the jar shop next door has a lunch break. Why don't I? As he spoke, Cell, clad in armor, landed from the sky. He set the crate on the ground. Boss, Shin, as last time. He'll go all in. 6 boxes of treasures totaling 155 million, enough to purchase a king's jar, a star glory jar, and a gold mystery box. Any objections? Shin-san circled the boxes, then gave a rough estimate of their value. He wasn't making up the price, or one of the abilities granted by the mystery box shop was valuation. Though it differed from the market, he was the boss after all. In short, take it or leave it. Cell couldn't care less about the value. To it, as long as its strength was sufficient, money was an inexhaustible resource. Once strong enough, it could even seize the entire mystery box shop. No problem. According to your valuation, boss Shun, give me 1 king's jar, 1 star glory jar, and 1 gold mystery box. Since that's settled, follow me into the shop. Shin-san waved his hand, and the 6 boxes on the grassland vanished instantly. Then he turned and walked into the shop with a relaxed and carefree stride. Cell followed closely, its emotions stirred with anticipation and excitement. They entered the shop one after the other. At that moment, there were no customers, and the place was utterly quiet. Shin-san returned to the counter and retrieved the corresponding jars and mystery box. 3 jars and a box, all with decent drop rates. I wish you the items you desire. Thank you, Mr. Shun. Facing Shin-san, Cell dared not show any disrespect. It knew well that it lacked the strength to boast before him. 2 jars and 1 box, each in different colors. The king's jar looked the most ordinary, but Cell had previously obtained the armor of a general from an unremarkable earthen jar, so it didn't underestimate it. However, having already opened a king's jar once, it decided to start with the gold mystery box this time. Cell reached out and pulled the gold mystery box in front of it. The moment its hands touched the straps, even its hardened heart began to race. As the straps fell away, its heartbeat grew more intense. When its hands rested on the lid, Cell held its breath. In an instant, it lifted the lid. Suddenly, a square, translucent object materialized above the box, radiating waves of divine energy. Congratulations, you've obtained a divine spark. Hearing this, Cell looked up at the divine spark with a bewildered expression. Mr. Shin, what is a divine spark? A divine spark is the crystallized essence of a fallen deity. The one you've opened is the remnant of a god of death. Shin-san paused briefly before continuing. By merging with this divine spark, you'll gain the complete inheritance of the god of death, whose greatest abilities include commanding the dead, communicating with spirits, and various necromantic techniques. To pull a divine spark from a gold mystery box, you're quite fortunate. Cell nodded thoughtfully. How do I merge with it? Call upon it with your will, and it will merge with you automatically. However, complete integration will take about a month. Understood. Thank you for the explanation, Mr. Shun. Cell expressed its gratitude, then focused its mind. The divine spark hovering above the box shot into its heart. Startled at first, Cell soon felt no discomfort. Instead, its body began to strengthen, putting it at ease. The divine spark then flooded its mind with information. Sensing the effects of the god of death's inherited skills, Cell was overwhelmed with elation. Ignoring the ceaseless influx of knowledge, Cell turned its gaze to the iridescent star glory jar, its eyes burning with even greater fervor. Its right hand instinctively reached out and grasped the hammer on the counter. Taking a deep breath, Cell brought the hammer down heavily. With a resounding clang, the jar shattered. Above the fragments, a yellow card slowly materialized, shimmering with a lustrous glow. On its face were 5 characters. Cell picked it up and murmured, "Multiple shadow clone." Indeed, this is a skill card from a world called Naruto. It's similar to your 4 symbols fist, but the multiple shadow clone can create not just 4 clones, but hundreds or thousands, each inheriting half of your strength. Shinsen explained. Cell's eyes widened, its heart pounding from the sudden joy. But then it seemed to recall something, and the joy vanished. Mr. Shin, do the clones inherit my strength with the armor of a general, or just my base strength? Just your base strength. The multiple shadow clone isn't capable of replicating the armor. Shinsen shrugged. But even without the armor, the shadow clone's power is formidable, especially since your strength won't remain stagnant. True. Cell nodded, then tossed the card into its mouth. As it flowed into its stomach, it instantly learned the multiple shadow clone technique. After fully digesting the information, Cell looked at Shun-san, and after a moment's thought asked, "Mr. Shun, may I ask you a question?" "Go ahead. If I were to attack Son Goku and the others, what would you do?" ID sit upright, ID lounged to the side, and ID set out a bowl of peanuts, cheering for the show. Shun-san rolled his eyes. He had thought it would be a serious question. Was that all? Whether it was Son Goku or the planet exploding, as long as it didn't affect the mystery box shop's territory, he couldn't care less. Understood. Cell smiled upon hearing Shun-san's words. It had never forgotten the humiliation Vegeta had inflicted. If Shun-san sided with Son Goku and the others, there would be no point in fighting. Now all it needed was enough strength to repay that humiliation twofold. But Cell's heart tightened at Shun-san's "but." "Please speak, Mr. Shun. I won't interfere if you fight to the death outside, but if you cause destruction within 10 kilometers of the shop, that's another story." Cell breathed a sigh of relief. "Rest assured, Mr. Shun, I have no interest in destroying planets, and it'll never cause trouble in your domain." "How words are cheap. I can see the intense desire in your eyes." Shun-sen stretched and yawned before continuing. "But it doesn't matter. There's one last king's jar. Open it." Cell said no more, raised the hammer, and shattered the king's jar. As the jar broke apart, another card materialized. Hearing Shun-san's explanations and insight, Cell was ecstatic. Its gaze turned outward. "Now, I can finally have some real fun. Vegeta, soon you'll feel the despair I once felt." Cell muttered to itself, then turned back with a smile. "Mr. Shin, I'll take my leave now. He'll visit again another time. Farewell." Dusk had fallen, painting the horizon a brilliant gold. The twilight light fell before the heavenly stairway, where 2 guardian beasts yawned before shifting their gazes toward the entrance of the body refining ground. Vegeta, drenched in blood and clutching his limp right arm, emerged from the stairway's gate. He nodded to the guardian beasts, then raised his head to glance at the ranking board. 25th floor, Kakarot, just you wait. He'll surpass you soon enough." After muttering to himself, Vegeta lowered his gaze, pulled the last Senzu Bean from his pocket, and tossed it into his mouth. With a couple of crunches, his wounds healed instantly. He flexed his now restored right arm a few times and was about to head toward the shop when he suddenly sensed a familiar energy fluctuation, his eyes snapping toward the distance. "Cell, this energy is deliberately aimed at me. Interesting. It seems Cell has pulled something from a blind box or a jar that's made him confident. But the level of this energy. Since you want to play, I'll indulge you." Vegeta twisted his neck with a savage grin, then took a single step toward the source of the energy, instantly arriving above the ocean. Cell stood calmly on the sea's surface, his expression serene. The twilight light reflected off the silver battle armor he wore, casting a sharp gleam as if the ocean itself had been gilded in gold. When Cell saw Vegeta finally arrive, a mocking smile crept onto his composed face. "You're here. So what if I am?" Vegeta slowly descended to hover 10 meters away, level with Cell. Hearing Vegeta's words and seeing his condescending demeanor, Cell's mocking smile twisted into one of fury and malice. "Ta." He enunciated the name slowly, each syllable dripping with killing intent. "Everything you did to me before, I'll repay you twofold today." "How amusing." Vegeta tilted his head and casually beckoned with his hand. "Come on, I know you got something from those blind boxes. Show me what gave you this newfound courage. They'll give you all the time you need. Use every trick you've got." "Ha ha, keep being arrogant, Vegeta. Soon you'll regret it, and so will Son Goku for not killing me back then." Cell laughed maniacally as he quickly formed several bizarre hand signs then roared. New tricks. Indeed, I have new tricks. Let me show you now. Multiple shadow clone jutsu. Poof, poof, poof. Clouds of white smoke rose from the sea, and in an instant over 1,000 cells, all without battle armor, appeared on the water's surface. Each one exuded a massive energy, and they shared one trait: expressions of utter arrogance, as if Vegeta were nothing more than a slab of meat on a chopping block. So this is your new trick, multiple shadow clone cell. Is that all? Vegeta shook his head in disappointment. If that's it, then you're worthless. Am not Kakarot, today you die. Arrogant fool. You'll pay for your insolence soon. Now. Before Cell could finish, another figure appeared on the sea. Son Goku, who had rushed over. He frowned as he looked at Cell. Don't forget the agreement. Ha ha ha, Son Goku, you're so naive. I said I wouldn't harm ordinary people or this planet, and with Mr. Shin around I wouldn't dare. But did I ever say I wouldn't touch you? Since you're here, it saves me a trip. After I finish you off, he'll kill your wives, your sons, your friends, so you can all reunite in hell. After I finish you off, he'll kill your wives, your sons, your friends, so you can all reunite in hell. Hearing this, Son Goku's brows furrowed deeply. He hadn't considered one thing. Nature. After becoming perfect Cell, he seemed calm, but his true nature remained unchanged. And now threatening his family and friends had struck a nerve. Vegeta, leave Cell to me. As you wish. If Cell is only this strong, he's not worth my time. With that, Vegeta stepped back, watching the 1,000+ cells, and Son Goku with bored disinterest. Huh. Son Goku let out a soft shout, and a white aura erupted around him. Cell smirked. What? Not going Super Saiyan? No need. Arrogant fool. Attack. Cell roared, and the 1,000 clones swarmed toward Son Goku, surrounding him in the air. They all extended a single hand simultaneously. Energy gathered in their palms, and the next moment over 1,000 energy blasts, each capable of easily destroying a city, shot forth. Son Goku remained expressionless as the blasts descended. Then he spoke. This technique I learned from the general, the application of ki. Explode. He swept his fist horizontally, the air solidifying under the blow as a wave of force arced upward, engulfing all the energy blasts. In an instant, the 1,000 blasts detonated midair like a cascade of brilliant fireworks. This one I learned from Vegeta, or rather adapted, using a step to the horizon to refine instant transmission. I removed the preparatory movement. Though the teleportation range is greatly reduced, my mobility is far greater. Son Goku took a single step, instantly appearing in the center of the 1,000 cells. With each punch and kick, he took down one or more clones. The air filled with a continuous series of thuds. Nearby, Vegeta's face darkened as he heard Son Goku's words. In just over a month, Kakarot had used a step to the horizon to improve instant transmission. He had to admit, Kakarot's insight was truly remarkable. But then, as if struck by a thought, Vegeta let it go. On the battlefield, Cell watched Son Goku effortlessly dismantle his clones without a hint of concern. The multiple shadow clones were impressive, but Cell knew they couldn't harm Son Goku. The clones were merely an appetizer. The main course was yet to come. In less than a minute, the 1,000 clones vanished into white smoke under Son Goku's assault. Clap, clap, clap. Not bad. Your strength has improved significantly. Now let me show you something new. As Cell spoke, a gray gas emanated from his body, seeping into the space around him, connecting to an unknown destination. Although the divine spark hasn't fully merged with my body, I can still pull a few souls from hell. Come forth, my legion of the dead. Ha ha, the gates of hell have opened to the mortal world. Charge. A portal tore open in space, revealing the scenes of hell within. Flames of damnation and the miasma of the dead poured out. Countless souls drifted out of the portal. Suddenly, a pale foot stepped through. It noticed Son Goku and let out a sweet, sinister laugh. Isn't this Son Goku-san? I've been thinking of you every day in hell, dreaming of tearing your head off, of crushing you to pieces. Today, you died. Hell descended into utter chaos. The instant Cell forged a conduit to it. Dozens of hellish civil servants scrambled frantically across the infernal bureaucracy. Yama, hell has breached into the mortal realm. What do we do? How the hell should I know? In the towering portly, Yama broke out in cold sweat. Celestials are battling in the mortal world. I'm powerless to intervene. Yet if spirits continue flooding out, unchecked catastrophe will strike the living realm. We have no choice now but to rely on Son Goku to seal the gates of hell. On the Kaioshin star, the Supreme Kaioshin paced anxiously in tight circles. Goku, hurry and shut the gates of hell. If spirits keep pouring forth, both the mortal world and its branching timelines will collapse. This is an unforgivable transgression, the accursed Cell. Goku acts swiftly. The gates of hell must be sealed. In hearing the Supreme Kaioshin's plea mid-battle, Son Goku furrowed his brow, but he possessed no ready means to close the gates. And then, Goku's gaze shifted toward the figure emerging from the gates of hell. Frieza. Kukuku. How delightful that Son Goku still remembers me. Frieza covered his mouth with a delicate mocking laugh. Oh, Vegeta, you're here too. Wait your turn. I'll deal with you after I finish. In what? In a flash, Vegeta appeared before Frieza, his fingers clamping tightly around the tyrant's jaw. So you meant to eliminate Kakarot first, and then explain yourself to me. Pity. To me, you're already beneath contempt. Die. With a brutal twist, Vegeta shattered Frieza's skull. Yet mere seconds later, Frieza reappeared unscathed in midair. Dear Vegetation, you needn't trouble yourself. As a corpse reborn, I am immortal, my stamina infinite. I could outlast you all through sheer endurance. Brothers and sisters, march upon the mortal world. Let us transform it into our eternal playground. Obey Lord Frieza. Charge. Slaughter them all. At Frieza's command, legions of spirits surged skyward, roaring with manic glee as they bore down upon Vegeta and Son Goku, ignoring Cell entirely, or rather not quite ignoring him, as their summoner Cell exuded an aura of sovereign dominion, so overwhelming that the spirits dared not raise a hand against him. In observing this, Cell frowned faintly, then murmured to himself, "The gates of hell remain imperfectly attuned. I forgot to imprint my mark upon the Spirit Legion, and no matter. They're merely cannon fodder. Whether commanded or not makes little difference." Having muttered this, Cell withdrew to a safe distance, calmly observing the spectacle unfold, until in the next breath he froze in disbelief. For the skies were now choked with spirits surging toward Vegeta, when suddenly a speck of abyssal darkness erupted from Vegeta's chest, swelling rapidly until it engulfed every last specter. Within that obsidian domain, thousands upon thousands of spirits stood frozen in place, time itself seeming suspended. Only their eyes betrayed bewilderment, shock, and primal terror. Yet Vegeta moved freely. This was his light domain. What does quantity matter? A swarm of ants remains a swarm, even when gathered en masse. If you cannot die, then I shall banish you back to hell. Get back, now. A cold, disdainful smile flickered across Vegeta's lips. He blurred upward, then with contemptuous ease kicked the entire light domain like a football straight into the gates of hell. Instantly, he weaponized the domain's photonic laws to slam the gates shut with brutal finality, thus ending the infernal incursion as effortlessly as one might swat a fly. Yama wiped his brow in relief. The Supreme Kaishin exhaled deeply. Son Goku too relaxed, then flashed beside Vegeta and declared loud and unreserved, "Vegeta, what technique was that? It's astonishingly potent. Humph. None of your business. Try stealing it, if you dare." Vegeta still harbored bitter resentment over Goku's earlier theft of the Shikiri Tenkai technique. In hearing this, Goku paused thoughtfully. He sensed profound resonance between Vegeta's art and the sacred Dharma body. Learning it seemed possible, though Vegeta would need to demonstrate it several more times. Noticing Vegeta step back, Goku set aside thoughts of mimicry and turned his full attention to Cell, voice dropping low and grave. "I spared you once, to give our martial path a worthy aspiration. I was wrong. This time mercy ends. Ha ha ha. Do you truly believe these are all my tricks? And don't be naive. The true spectacle begins now. Watch closely." Cell roared with manic glee, raising his hands to his waist. This secret art was unveiled today. Son Goku, you'll recognize it well. Fourfold Kaioken, activate. The words left his lips, golden aura flared crimson, and his battle power exploded at a terrifying exponential rate. Behold, the Kaioken perfected today. Unlike yours, mine bears no physical toll. It was forged within the containment chamber. By Mr. Shin's combat metrics, my base power stands at 300 billion. Quadrupled, it reaches 1,200 billion. And amplified 10,000-fold by the Jia armor, my energy now eclipses yours beyond measure. Now, what hope remains for resistance? Prepare to meet your end. Cell's aura swelled beyond comprehension, crimson and gold blazing amid crackling thunderbolts, its grandeur rivaling the spectacle of world annihilation. No injury, Kaioken. This changes everything. Son Goku's brow knotted in grim concentration, his earlier hesitation now a heavy weight upon his conscience. Then Vegeta drifted forward, calm and deliberate. Is this the pinnacle of your strength? Truth be told, you surprised me. Briefly, that's all. Vegeta, don't underestimate him. His energy transcends all precedent. Son Goku warned gravely. Vegeta responded with a slow, razor-edged smile. Kakarot, you clearly gained little from your trials of the heart. Step aside. Watch me perform. Ha! In an instant, Vegeta ascended to Super Saiyan 2, golden aura blazing with storm-racked lightning, his presence radiating the terrible majesty of a god of apocalypse. He fixed his gaze upon Cell, voice icy absolute. You alone possess forbidden arts. Hardly. So do I. 8 gates technique. First gate open. Second gate open. Third gate open. Fourth gate open. For gates unlocked. And yet he halted there. His energy now matched Cell's precisely, then subtly, ominously began to surge beyond it. Son Goku's jaw dropped in stunned silence. Vegeta, Can body cultivation yield such staggering growth? In Kakarot, the limits of physical refinement surpass even your imagination. And Vegeta raised a hand studying it with quiet awe. Within that crucible, I danced ceaselessly between life and death. Each threshold crossed ignited exponential growth in my base power. Now even I no longer know the full extent of my strength. But, and Vegeta lifted his eyes to Cell. And to erase this wretched trash, more than sufficient. And, should it prove insufficient, then I shall tear open one more gate. In 8 gates technique. 5th gate open. The sky dyed a golden yellow suddenly streaked with several white currents. Piccolo and his group descended from above, landing beside Sun Wukong. They looked up at the sky drenched in sweat as they heard the roaring sound echoing in their ears. Hey, this can't be real, Kuririn said in disbelief. The energy of Cell and Vegeta has expanded beyond imagination. I can't even see the trajectory of their battle at all. Wukong, what on earth is happening? It's a canister, Sun Wukong frowned. Cell unleashed the King Kai fist without any harm, combined with the 10,000-fold amplification of the armor cell, is now terrifyingly strong. However, after Vegeta passed through more than 20 levels of the refinement ladder, his strength has significantly increased, especially with the 8 gates. He has already surpassed Cell. But I'm a bit worried. The King Kai fist isn't limited to just 4 times. If Cell unleashes the King Kai fist at 5, 6, or even 10 times, we could be in serious danger today. Indeed, listening to you, Cell has only unleashed the 4 times King Kai fist so far. If he were to go above 4 times, it would spell disaster for us. Now all we can do is pray that Vegeta can defeat Cell. After Piccolo finished speaking, the others could only nod slowly in difficulty, keeping their gaze fixed on the explosive air above. In the sky, Vegeta grabbed Cell's leg and flung him away, then instantaneously followed up, landing a kick squarely on Cell's face. With a loud bang, Cell was sent flying. Vegeta instantaneously followed up again. So arrogant, huh? Weren't you just so cocky? Why can't you be arrogant now? If this is all you've got, I've lost my patience to play with you. Upon hearing this, a cold glint flashed in Cell's eyes, and with a forceful effort, he broke free from Vegeta's grasp. Now you've surpassed me a bit. It seems you have a lot of confidence, Vegeta. Well, Sun Wukong's biggest concern had come to pass. Cell let out another furious roar. 5 times King Kai fist. Unleash. In an instant, his energy swelled to an extraordinary level, surpassing Vegeta's current power. Then without further ado, he increased his speed to the maximum and landed a punch, sending Vegeta crashing into the sea. Ha, this feeling is truly delightful. Now, aside from Mr. Shin, is there anyone who can last a round against me? Cell stood in the sky, arrogantly locking eyes with Sun Wukong and the others. What should we do, Wukong? Kuririn exclaimed anxiously. Sun Wukong shook his head. Don't panic, Vegeta won't lose so easily. Let's keep watching. Just as he finished speaking, the ocean surged, and a massive voice echoed from the gaps in the waves. Great desolation. Divine palm. In the sky beneath the atmosphere, a colossal white hand emerged, seemingly capable of encompassing the entire world, infused with the power to annihilate. Seeing this, Kuririn and the others were overjoyed. However, Cell's expression instantly changed. Because within that white giant palm, he sensed a life-threatening danger, as if being struck would mean his demise, even though he was currently stronger than Vegeta. Run! Cell's face turned pale as he attempted to flee, but no matter how he tried, it seemed he could not escape the attack range of the Great Desolation Divine Palm. Seeing no way to escape, Cell shouted in terror. Vegeta, are you crazy? If that giant palm comes down, the planet will turn to ash in an instant. Don't you care about your family and friends? Upon hearing this, Kuririn and the others snapped out of their excitement, their expressions turning to fear. Indeed, the Great Desolation Divine Palm could potentially annihilate Cell, but its trajectory was exactly aimed at the planet. If such an attack landed, the planet would be destroyed in an instant, and they certainly wouldn't survive. However, their fear lasted only a moment, because Vegeta emerged from the sea, raising his head to reveal a pair of cold eyes. If I had just learned the Great Desolation Divine Palm, I indeed wouldn't have been able to alter its trajectory. But after passing through the 16th level of refinement, I have already improved the Great Desolation Divine Palm. Will it affect the planet? That's a joke. Great Desolation Divine Palm. Retract. As Vegeta's words fell, Cell's expression became increasingly terrified. The 5 fingers of the Great Desolation Divine Palm quickly closed, entrapping Cell within its grasp. Once the Great Desolation Divine Palm completely ensnared Cell, Vegeta became extremely calm, raising his hand to grasp the void. It's over. For me. Explode. No. A wave of self-destructive energy from the Great Desolation Divine Palm caused Cell's expression to shift dramatically. He was unwilling to die like this, his expression turning monstrous. Ultimate King Kai Fist 6 times. Unleash. Indeed, although Cell's King Kai Fist was without harm, it could only reach 6 times at most. After unleashing the 6 times King Kai Fist, Cell's energy became even more violent, but he still felt a life-threatening crisis within the Great Desolation Divine Palm. Armor detach, protect me, as I burst out. As he spoke, the silver-white armor detached from Cell, transforming into a drill that tightly protected Cell, attacking at a single point, trying to tear a hole to escape. The sky erupted in a brilliant explosion, and as the fireworks dissipated, several fragments of armor fell from the sky, but Cell's figure was no longer seen. Is he dead? Hirurin exclaimed joyfully. Sun Wukong shook his head heavily. He didn't die. Cell unleashed the 6 times King Kai fist. At the moment, the great desolation divine palm exploded, and with the armor absorbing most of the power, he escaped. Huh, this. Hirurin's joy instantly turned sour. If he didn't die, then he didn't die. Vegeta suddenly instantaneously went to retrieve the fragments of the armor before returning to Sun Wukong and the others. Without the armor's 10,000-fold amplification, what does it matter if Cell can use the King Kai fist? A coward hiding and showing his tail, does he still dare to come out? As he said this, Vegeta glanced at Sun Wukong. And you, Kakarot, you made it to the 51st level of the ladder of heaven. Did you end up on a dog's back? Just a piece of trash. I'm leaving. Sun Wukong opened his mouth at his words, watching Vegeta leave in an instant. A hint of bitterness appeared on his face. After passing through more than 50 levels of the ladder of heart refinement that morning, for some unknown reason, he could no longer pass even a single level of the refinement, not even brushing against the edge of the second-level opponent's clothing. He couldn't understand. Sun Wukong sighed, then returned to his carefree demeanor. Vegeta is right. Without the armor, Cell is indeed not that strong. You don't need to worry too much. If you encounter Cell, just raise your energy, and he'll arrive at the first moment. I need to go consult Mr. Shin. Now I'll take my leave. Sun Wukong vanished in an instant. The others, seeing the danger was gone, followed suit and flew away. Once everyone had left hiding their energy, Cell flew back from outside the atmosphere, his expression contorted with rage. Vegeta, wait for me, I will return. In front of a blind box shop, as dusk fell over the vast grassland, countless Pikachu and other animals frolicked and played in groups. Reclining in a rocking chair at the doorstep, Shin-san dozed off, his nostrils emitting faint snores, yet he couldn't shoo away the languid animals nestled in his arms atop his head and sprawled beside him. Sun Wukong materialized instantly on the grassland, spotting Shin-san lounging idly. Without a moment's pause, he dashed over and grabbed Shin-san's shoulders, shaking him vigorously. Shin-san, stop sleeping. I have a question for you. Get up now. Can't you give it a rest? Shin-san opened his bleary eyes and snapped irritably. What is it now? Spit it out if you've got something to say. Don't disturb me from my date with the Sandman's daughter. Hearing this, Sun Wukong seemed to realize that waking someone up wasn't exactly polite. He scratched his head apologetically before speaking. Just one question, why can I never break through the second level of body refinement? Gurgle, gurgle. Just then his stomach growled in protest. Shin-san patted his belly. I can answer your question, but I run a shop here. Fair exchange for mutual benefit. Since I'm hungry, go catch a big fish first. We'll talk over a meal. Alright, wait here. Sun Wukong swiftly flew to a nearby reservoir. Instead of fishing, he encountered a dinosaur drinking water, knocked it out with a single punch, and hauled it back. Meanwhile, Vegeta appeared at the door. Sensing Sun Wukong's energy inside the shop, he was curious about what was happening. At that moment, Android 17 and Android 18 also flew back, carrying several chests of treasures. Shin-san instructed them to store the treasures in the shop. Together, they skewered the dinosaur and roasted it over a fire. Soon a tantalizing aroma wafted through the air. Shin-san, can you tell me now? Sun Wukong struggled to swallow a mouthful of meat. Why is breaking through the second level so hard? I can't even touch the opponent's sleeve. That's because you're weak. Who else can you blame? Before Shin-san could respond, Vegeta chimed in. Sun Wukong ignored him, his gaze fixed on Shin-san. Android 17 and 18 were also curious about Shin-san's answer. First, think carefully, what's the difference between you and the opponent on the second level? Shin-san tossed the question back to Sun Wukong. Hearing this, Sun Wukong pondered and replied. It's strange. The opponent on the second level is also me, but his movements are incredibly fluid. Every attack I make, he seems to anticipate and dodge. I see. Anything else? Shin-san said casually. Sun Wukong shook his head. No. Shin-san set down his meat and lay sideways on the grass. As I explained before, the opponents manifested by the heavenly staircase are essentially replicas of yourselves. Any skill you possess, the manifestation also has. Since the manifestation is a one-tune replica of you, the only difference is that it's superior in every aspect. Do you understand now? Huh. Sun Wukong looked utterly bewildered. Understand what? He had no clue. Vegeta calmly analyzed. Idiot, Mr. Shin has explained it clearly. If the manifestation is identical to the challenger, then its skills are also equivalent. Conversely, any skill you lack, the manifestation also lacks. Based on this logic, Kakarot, if you can't even touch the manifestation's sleeve, it might possess an extra set of skills you don't have. But since the skills are supposedly a perfect replica, why does the manifestation have them while you don't? That's puzzling. Am I correct, Mr. Shun? Not bad, Vegeta. You've got a sharp mind. Shin-san chuckled. Sun Wukong, having reached the 51st level of heart refinement, has not only amplified his power, but also developed the rudiments of a divine technique native to your dimension. It's called Ultra Instinct, a skill that transcends dimensions. Once mastered, every muscle fiber and cell in your body will instinctively dodge any threat. That's why you can't touch the body refinement opponent. If you don't fully comprehend Ultra Instinct, soon you'll never pass another level. Ultra Instinct. Sun Wukong was baffled. Why don't I know I have Ultra Instinct? The boss said. Android 17 interjected suddenly. The word fully implies you already possess it inherently, but you don't know how to use it yet, which is why you're unaware. Bingo. Correct answer. Shun Sen nodded. Your Ultra Instinct is still nascent. You can't use it, but the manifestation can. From now on, passing the body refinement levels will be tough. Hearing this, Sun Wukong scratched his head anxiously. Vegeta quickly asked Mr. Shin, if Kakarot masters this Ultra Instinct, how would he compare to me? No comparison. Shin Sen shook his head. Ultra Instinct is a divine skill. If Sun Wukong masters it, he'll transcend the mortal realm and reach the domain of gods. At that point, he could easily defeat you as you are now. Of course, that's only the current you. You won't stagnate forever. Your Dharma aspect and domain are no less formidable than Ultra Instinct. They're just still in their infancy. At their peak, a domain can effortlessly envelop the entire universe, and a single wisp of a Dharma aspect's majesty can reduce stars to dust. Any skill, when honed to its zenith, can unleash tremendous power. A single wisp of majesty turning stars to dust. These words stirred Vegeta and the others, filling them with awe and longing. Sun Wukong quickly snapped back to reality and asked urgently, so how do I actually learn Ultra Instinct? Ordinarily, even if you learned it, you couldn't use it. But with your Dharma aspect, your physique has greatly improved, making you capable of bearing Ultra Instinct. There are two paths to fully comprehending Ultra Instinct. First, continue heart refinement. There's a high chance you'll gain deeper insights into Ultra Instinct there. Second, attempt body refinement. Focus on sensing the opponent's movements. It will greatly benefit you. However, my advice is heart refinement. As I told Vegeta earlier, you're better suited for heart refinement, while he's better for body refinement. There's no need to tackle both paths. You must understand one principle: what suits you best is what's best. After explaining so much, Shin San's throat felt dry. He gestured for Android 18 to fetch water, then played with the Pikachu that had jumped into his arms, letting Sun Wukong and the others digest the information. Just then, Android 18 leaned in and asked, Boss, what suits me best? Shin San rolled his eyes. You're only fit to be a poop scooper. On the other side, Cell, hidden on a deserted island, wore a ferocious expression. The more he thought about it, the angrier he grew and the less he wanted to endure. He couldn't bear it any longer. With this thought, a glint of inspiration flashed in his eyes, and he coldly muttered to himself, Vegeta, I may not be able to defeat you now, but I have a way to make you suffer. Let's see how you handle this. A chilling gleam in his eyes, Cell made a few subtle hand seals and whispered, Multiple shadow clone technique. Bam, bam, bam. Dozens of Cell clones appeared beside him. After giving a few instructions, the clones cackled and flew off in all directions. Cell himself waited in silence. He was biding his time for the right moment, a moment that would make Vegeta regret his actions. At the entrance of the blind box shop, Goku and Vegeta finally processed the information, their gazes turning resolute. They understood the principle that one cannot bite off more than one can chew. They were no exception. Since Shin San had pointed out the paths best suited for them, and they had no counterargument, they humbly accepted his advice. Then Vegeta asked Mr. Shin, you mentioned that beyond Super Saiyan 2, there are Super Saiyan 3, 4, 5, and so on. I've opened plenty of jars. Can you tell me the method? Well, Shin San tilted his head, pondering. All right, he'll tell you. His words sent a surge of excitement through Vegeta, who stared intently, ears perked. Goku was equally intrigued. He had never imagined that Super Saiyan could have further stages, not since he saw Gohan inadvertently use a different form in the hyperbolic time chamber. He realized that Super Saiyan was not the end, and after the baptism of the blind box shop, he discovered the vastness of the universe. The concepts of dimensions and parallel worlds opened a new door for him. Now, hearing that there were stages beyond Super Saiyan 2, his interest rivaled Vegeta's. Android 17 and 18 were also curious. The database contained information about Saiyans, but it stopped at Super Saiyan. There was no data on further transformations. Shinsen sat up from his half-reclining position, grabbed a piece of dinosaur meat, and spoke while chewing. Super Saiyan 1 is when you Saiyans transform into a Super Saiyan, the yellow-haired stage. Super Saiyan 2 is the next step from the yellow hair, surrounded by arcs of electricity with a massive boost in power. Super Saiyan 3 is still yellow hair, but the hair grows very long. To achieve this form, you need to push Super Saiyan 2 to its peak. It's a personal breakthrough, no one can teach it. As for Super Saiyan 4, it's easiest for you, Vegeta. You can achieve it without going through Super Saiyan 3. Hearing this, Vegeta was instantly thrilled. Please guide me, Mr. Shun. They'll come to open King tier jars every day from now on. Alright, don't forget your promise. Shinsen smiled. Achieving Super Saiyan 4 isn't too hard for you because your bloodline is purer than Goku's. You won't lose control when you transform into a great ape. But Vegeta's heart leaped. He feared what would follow the but, and indeed it wasn't good news. Shinsen paused before continuing. But you're missing one thing to become Super Saiyan 4. What is it? A tail. What? Vegeta shot up, his expression twisting with rage. That fat bastard. He was the one who cut off my tail. But that doesn't make sense, Mr. Shun. When I had a tail, I'd transform into a great ape under the full moon. That's a Saiyan trait, and the great ape isn't as strong as Super Saiyan 1. Shinsen shook his head. Let me ask you this, have you ever transformed into a Super Saiyan while in great ape form? The prerequisite for Super Saiyan 4 is having a tail and already mastering the Super Saiyan form. Then by gathering all the energy of Super Saiyan, the great ape form evolves into Super Saiyan 4. That's why I said you can become Super Saiyan 4 more easily than Goku. Goku loses control as a great ape, but you the Saiyan Prince do not. That fat bastard. I'm going to kill him. Vegeta, upon hearing this, was ready to slaughter the one who cut off his tail. Goku quickly stopped him. Then Shinsen spoke again. By the way, it's not impossible for you to achieve Super Saiyan 4 without a tail. What? Vegeta lit up with excitement again. Please teach me, Mr. Shun. It's nothing special. The moonlight is what triggers the transformation. If you can get Bulma to invent a device that multiplies the moon's rays, you can still become a great ape. However, without a tail, your power in that form will be somewhat diminished. As for you, Goku, if you want to become Super Saiyan 4, you must first master self-awareness in your great ape form. But you don't have to stick to the Saiyan path. Shinsen explained. Goku frowned. Is there another path besides the Saiyan one? Yes, the path of the divine. Goku, Android 18, and Vegeta were baffled. Mr. Shin, the gods I've seen are all pathetically weak. What's good about the divine path? Are you sure they're all weak? Think back. Can you recall a god you met in your childhood? Childhood. A god. A rat-faced rabbit, ears jumping on his father. It came back to him. With Shinsen's prompting, the memory became clear in Vegeta's mind. The god of destruction. Shinsen nodded. Correct. At the pinnacle of this universe, the gods of destruction are on a completely different level from the gods you've encountered. Even with the 8 gates fully open, your current power couldn't scratch a god of destruction. That's the level of a high-powered deity. Goku, with his Ultra Instinct, is more suited for the divine path. And becoming a god isn't difficult. Now it was Goku's turn to be intrigued. Shinsen, how do I become one? Vegeta comes to open King Tier jars every day, so I gave him a free info dump. But you, Goku, haven't opened many jars. Shinsen sighed. If you want information, it's the same deal. I run a shop based on fairness. Open enough jars to my satisfaction first. Huh. Well, Goku grew more anxious, but no matter how much he pressed, Shin-san remained silent. He decided to come back to open more jars later and ask again. Vegeta, having gotten the answer he wanted, was satisfied and ready to return to have Bulma develop the device. But just as he and Goku were about to leave, they sensed dozens of energy signatures. Vegeta, I know, but it's strange. Why are Cell's energy signatures appearing all over the world? Vegeta frowned. It seems like he's deliberately trying to lure us. Is there some scheme behind this? No matter what scheme that trash Cell has, he's so weak now that I can crush him with one hand. Whoosh whoosh. As night fell, Vegeta appeared above a forest swept by fierce winds, exuding a terrifying aura. The beasts below scattered in panic. Amidst the echoing kicks and roars of the forest, he fixed his piercing gaze on Cell before him. What now? Without your armor, what trick are you planning? A trick, you say? A slow smile crept across Cell's face, and in an instant he fled into the distance. Catch me, and I'll tell you. Whatever game you wish to play, Vegeta appeared directly in Cell's path, once again seizing his face, his eyes blazing with murderous intent. Ignoring Cell's violent struggles, he enunciated each word with deadly resolve. Since you dared to show yourself, your days of hiding are over. Huh. A powerful energy blast erupted from Vegeta's palm, reducing Cell to ashes. Yet his face bore no joy, only a furrowed brow. A clone, eh? What is that fool plotting? Vegeta was momentarily baffled as to why Cell would scatter his clones across the world. Standing in the void above the forest, he pondered. The only thought that surfaced was that Cell intended to lure him and Kakarot away to enter the blind box shop. But judging from their earlier clash, Cell must have already opened his jar today. Logically, such a diversion wouldn't be necessary today. Unable to make sense of it, Vegeta shook his head, dismissing further thoughts of Cell's schemes. To him, no matter what Cell plotted, he would crush it with sheer force. With that, he cast aside his musings and stepped toward another of Cell's energy signatures. Elsewhere above a bustling city, stars began to twinkle in the cosmos. Below, the city's denizens in their hunting hours sought their pleasures. High above, Son Goku appeared. He stared at Cell, who stood in the void, his brow deeply furrowed. Cell, without your armor, you're no match for us. Why create so many clones? What are you after? Want to know? Then chase me. Catch me, and I'll tell you. This Cell mimicked the same tactic, vanishing in the opposite direction. This time Goku showed no mercy. In an instant he closed the distance, punched a hole through Cell's abdomen, and raised a hand toward him. You are powerful, but your heart is too corrupt. You cannot be spared. A brilliant explosion bloomed above the city like a dazzling firework. On the streets below, people looked up, smiles spreading across their faces as they cheered the spectacle. But Goku's frown deepened. A clone. There are still 35 of his energy signatures scattered worldwide. Now 34. Vegeta is swiftly eliminating them. But which one is the real Cell? Goku cast a glance at the city below, then sped off toward another of Cell's energy signatures. Meanwhile, on a deserted island, Cell noted that Vegeta and Goku had taken the bait. A cruel smile twisted his face. He placed 2 fingers on his forehead, locked onto a specific energy, and teleported above a city. The ripple of energy vanished as quickly as it appeared. Like a killer hidden in the shadows of night, he silently descended toward the city. Soon Cell hovered above a courtyard. Inside, Bulma was strolling with Trunks in her arms, utterly unaware of the looming danger. However, with a base battle power of 100 million and having trained with 18 and Vegeta over the past month, she sensed something amiss as Cell drew near. Clutching Trunks tightly, she snapped her head up. Who's there? Oh my, you found me. Cell dropped all pretense, landing directly before Bulma. Startled, Bulma feigned calm. Cell, what do you want? Don't forget Vegeta will sense you soon. Leave now if you know what's good for you. Ha ha ha, don't try to scare me. Vegeta and Goku are busy with my clones. Why else would I dare show up here? Cell's expression twisted into a snarl. This was his plan, to make Vegeta suffer, lure away the strongest with clones, then strike at the heart of West City, killing Bulma and Vegeta's child. To Vegeta, killing him was easy. To him, killing Bulma was just as simple. In this game, Cell felt like laughing triumphantly to the heavens. I win. Vegeta, taste your pain. Just thinking about it makes me ecstatic. His grin widened. Ha ha, stop flaring your energy. You can't control it, yet no matter how much you radiate, Vegeta won't pay much attention. Killing you will take but a moment. The pain Vegeta inflicted on me tonight, it'll start with you and your child. They'll make him live in agony and fear. Now are you ready to die? Wait. Bulma broke into a sweat. Let's talk this out. Even if you kill me, what then? Vegeta and Goku will hunt you down without mercy. You'll be on the run forever. Is that the life you want, like a rat? Leave now and swear never to harm anyone again. They'll convince them to call off the chase. Shut up. Cell roared, cutting her off. I don't fear their pursuit. I only want to see the look on Vegeta's face when he finds his wife and child dead. I imagine he'll be furious. The very thought excites me. Enough talk. Prepare to die. Wait. As Cell prepared to strike, Bulma's mind raced for a solution. Suddenly an idea struck. She set Trunks down, grabbed a capsule, and activated it. With a pop, a bizarre outfit materialized on the ground. Cell was puzzled, but his patience had run out. He raised his right hand, gathering a lethal energy sphere in his palm. In a panic, Bulma donned the strange clothes with unprecedented speed, finishing with a deep blue afro wig. The moment she put it on, a smile bloomed on her face. She felt as if countless emperors stood behind her, whispering their support. Fear not. Worry not, for you now wear an entire era. All members of the Zonai family stand with you. Go forth, yo-yo. Check it out. Inside the blind box shop, number 18 clung tightly to Shun San's side, her face adorned with a coquettish expression. Since the treasures have been exchanged for money, why can't we just open the jars? I've already told you this is the shop owner's personal time now. I'm off duty, understand? If you want to open them, do it tomorrow. Don't bother me tonight. Shun San irritably pushed away number 18's delicate face as it drew close, then stepped out from behind the counter. By now the general had already procured all the furniture. The hall had also been completely transformed. The dining table was surrounded by sofas and tea tables with several air conditioning units standing in every corner, making the space no longer feel so empty and desolate. Shunsen settled onto the sofa, reached for a cup of steaming tea, and took a leisurely sip. Then he picked up a comic book carelessly tossed on the sofa and began reading it with great relish. Number 18 pressed in close again, resting her head on Shun San's shoulder. Money then. Aren't you going to make money? What's the point of opening a shop if you want? I brought back gleaming gold and dazzling jewels, and you said they're worth over 100 million. Opening a jar takes just a moment. Don't you want to earn more? Shun San rolled his eyes at her words. I'm enjoying the process. What uses more money? Do you think I'm some miserable wretch slaving away at a keyboard? In short, I don't need the money. This isn't work hours now, so get as far away from me as possible and stop bothering me. No way. Number 18 suddenly wrapped her arms around Shin San's neck, pressing her body tightly against his arm, outlining an unfathomably deep cleavage. Then she breathed softly into his ear and murmured, unless you let me open a jar, you won't get rid of me tonight. Moi. Shin San chuckled. He slowly put down the comic, then abruptly turned number 18's body to face him, his pupils like vast deep waters. Seeing this, number 18's heart pounded wildly. Sensing what might come next, she slowly closed her eyes, lifted her chin high, and pursed her lips into a lovely pout. But Shinsen suddenly placed his hands on her sides and gave a gentle push. Number 18 stumbled forward awkwardly. Only then did Shun San's voice ring out. General, drag her out and beat her until she smokes. Remember, don't stop until you see smoke. Mission accepted, Marshal. The black and white armored general grabbed number 18's hand and pulled her outside. Number 18 stared in disbelief at Shun San, who had already returned to his lazy demeanor, her face flushed with fury. You remember this. I won't give up. Then she turned her gaze to number 17, who was walking out of the kitchen. Brother, save me. Number 17 paused, then shook his head. Sorry, can't do it. Over this period, he had come to understand Shin San's personality. He was indifferent to women's charms, spending his non-work hours either lounging around or eating and drinking. Most importantly, he treated them both fairly well. Although the pay wasn't much, number 17 had grown fond of his current life. As for his sister, number 18, he knew her well. She had a bit of possessiveness, but it seemed she had chosen the wrong target. Getting a beating served her right. Moreover, he knew Shin San wouldn't actually order the general to go all out. Still, they were siblings, so a word of advice was necessary. The boss said to beat you until you smoke. Making your body produce a little smoke should be easy for you. When the general strikes, just let out some smoke. Haha, number 17, you're a genius. Shin San nearly burst out laughing at the remark. Number 18, however, was already fuming, literally starting to smoke from sheer rage. You? All of you. I still won't give up. General, enough of this. Drag her out. Understood. Hearing the command, the general pulled and dragged number 18 out of the shop. After they left, number 17 placed a bowl of noodles in front of Shin San. Boss, I'd like to discuss something. Your performance just now was good. Speak up. As long as it's not difficult, I'll agree. After all, I'm a phenomenal boss. Shin San laughed as he picked up the bowl of noodles, and soon the sound of slurping filled the air. Number 17 rolled his eyes inwardly. A phenomenal boss indeed. Paying them just over 3,000 and keeping them on call 24 hours a day. He should be called a phenomenal vampire instead. Shameless. Despite his inner complaints, number 17's expression remained unchanged. It's like this. There's a small hill east of the shop where most of the animals gather. I plan to build a small house there and live on site, so I won't be returning to the shop at night anymore. Oh, is that all? Granted. Your job is just to be a poop scooper anyway. Coming back or not doesn't matter. Shin San nodded, then produced a small compact house. This is a gravity chamber. I'm giving it to you. If you don't adjust the gravity, it's quite comfortable to live in. All right, thank you, boss. They'll head over now. Number 17 took the house and hurried outside. Seeing his sister still locked in a struggle with the general, he sighed and left without a word. At that moment, Shin San sensed that Bulma had put on her Superman mainstream outfit. He stood up thinking of going to watch the fun, but after a moment's thought, he sat back down. He slurped his noodles while reading his comic. Life was truly delightful. Elsewhere, Vegeta also sensed an indescribable, inexplicable aura. He crushed the Cell Jr. under his foot and turned his gaze toward the source of the aura. What is that? It feels weak, yet it also seems capable of defeating me now. Who is over there? And that direction is West City. Bulma. Trunks. Damn it. Vegeta's face twisted with alarm. With his intelligence, he finally pieced everything together. The clones were a diversion. Bulma at home was Cell's real target. Cell had used the clones to lure him and Kakarot away, intending to kill Bulma and Trunks first, making him regret it. Having figured it all out, Vegeta was enraged. The unknown aura now emanating could be an ability or item Cell had obtained from a jar, meaning Bulma was in imminent danger. Damn it. If anything happens to Bulma and Trunks, it'll grind your bones to dust, Cell. Swoosh. Meanwhile, standing in a desolate wilderness, Son Goku also sensed the unknown aura. He obliterated a Cell Jr. with a ki blast. His gaze shifted toward West City. What is this? Why is Bulma's ki mixed in with it? No. Cell. Damn it. Goku wasn't dull either. He quickly understood everything. His expression changed drastically, and he locked onto Bulma's ki, activating instant transmission. Two figures radiating overwhelming murderous intent appeared near Bulma in an instant. However, the scene before their eyes left them utterly dumbfounded, completely and thoroughly stunned. With a blue afro, blue suit, and blue Chelsea boots, the entire unconventional outfit was a deep shade of azure adorned with spikes, exuding an extraordinary aura. A confident smile curved at the corners of Bulma's lips. She watched as Cell's energy blast shot from his palm, about to strike her chest. With a mere lift of her hand, she caught the incoming blast and crushed it, effortlessly defusing the crisis. Cell froze in shock, then deep horror set in. What is that? This, Bulma raised her hand to her eyes, laughing heartily. This is faith. This is an era. This is the support of an entire generation, the era known as youth. Now clad in the power of that entire era, you no longer pose a threat. What nonsense about an era, you pretentious fool. Watch me kill you. Cell's expression darkened. He knew that if he waited any longer for Vegeta and the others to arrive, he would be finished. So he decided to hold nothing back. At that moment, he unleashed his full power, pushing his hands forward repeatedly. Blurred afterimages of his arms appeared in the air as countless energy blasts, each capable of destroying a city, streamed forth. Yet facing Cell's frenzied assault, Bulma swatted away the energy blasts like flies, sending them bursting into fireworks in the sky. Suddenly a catchy tune seemed to echo through the space. Cell couldn't comprehend it, but Bulma instantly recognized it. It was the song of their generation, a memory of youth. As the electrifying music played, her heart pounded and her blood surged with heat. In that moment, she felt the support of an entire generation behind her, rendering her invincible. Facing Cell, who was still wildly bombarding her, she saw him as nothing more than a child incapable of posing any threat. Impossible. Just a change of clothes, how? Cell's expression twisted again. No, this outfit of yours was also drawn from a blind box or jar, just like the armor meant to amplify your strength. He finally came to his senses, but time was running out. Unleashing his full aura would surely attract Vegeta and Son Goku. No. Escape. He had to escape. Cell understood the wisdom of keeping a foothold for future revenge. If he could flee, there would always be a chance to settle the score. With that thought, Cell didn't hesitate. He raised a finger to his forehead, attempting to use instant transmission to escape and then conceal his energy. However, he was horrified to find the technique had failed. Trying to use instant transmission, Bulma appeared above Cell, her blue glowing Chelsea boots studded with spikes closing in on him. Her face bore a confident smile like that of the Zongai family, her tone light and rhythmic. Pity. You can manipulate space, but you can't break through the blockade of an entire era. Can you withstand this downward stomp? Boom. The Chelsea boot made zero distance contact with Cell's head, the spikes on the heel sinking deep into his skull. The immense force drove Cell straight into the ground, leaving only his head, eyes rolled back, exposed. You think you're worthy of killing my son? Bulma stomped the ground, instantly launching Cell out of the earth, then spun and kicked him in the stomach. In an instant, Cell was sent flying. But Bulma wasn't about to let him off easily. She flashed to his trajectory and raised her fist, glowing with blue light, aiming for his head. You made me worry and panic just now. You truly deserve to die. Boom. Before he could finish his flight, Cell was blasted in the opposite direction by her punch, blood gushing from his mouth as his consciousness faded. Bulma then treated Cell like a beach volleyball. She played the role of two players in the yard, flashing around and batting him back and forth. At that moment, Son Goku and Vegeta appeared nearby. Seeing Bulma in her current state, they were utterly stunned. Vegeta, is Bulma a Saiyan too? After a moment, Goku came to his senses and turned slowly to Vegeta. And is that blue hair a Saiyan form too? It feels incredibly powerful. You idiot. Vegeta rolled his eyes. Bulma's no Saiyan. That outfit and hair must have come from a jar similar to the armor items. That woman gets such a treasure and doesn't tell me. Humph. So it came from a jar. I thought Bulma was a Saiyan too. Son Goku suddenly understood, then spoke excitedly. I wonder how strong Bulma is now to beat Cell senseless. I'd love to try it myself. Hearing this, Vegeta chose to ignore the scatterbrained Goku. Seeing Bulma enjoying herself, he didn't interrupt. Instead, he leaned against the wall, calmly watching the show. Time passed as Bulma played volleyball for over 10 minutes. Suddenly, Cell erupted, roaring with fury. Enough. Is this never ending? If you're going to kill me, do it quickly. Don't humiliate me. Whooshed. Vegeta appeared before Cell, extending his right hand palm facing him, and said coldly, You want to die? He'll grant your wish. Facing death, Cell lost his earlier bravado, sweat pouring down his face. As energy coalesced into a destructive blast, he could no longer maintain his composure. His knees buckled and he knelt. Please, Vegeta, don't kill me. If you spare me, I swear I'll behave, never harm anyone again, and never trouble you. Your words might work on Kakarot, but... Vegeta roared. I am Vegeta. I've had enough of playing cat and mouse. It's time for you, the rat, to die. No. Boom. Without hesitation, Vegeta released an energy blast from his palm, engulfing Cell and reducing him to ashes. Yet the blast didn't cause widespread damage to the ground, showcasing Vegeta's terrifying mastery over his energy. Son Goku stood by without a word. After today's events, he knew Cell couldn't be spared, or trouble would surely follow. Seeing the matter resolved, Goku waved his hand. Since it's settled, he'll head back. No, I need to find treasure in the sea, open jars, and ask Shin-san about the path to the divine way. See ya. Wait. Bulma called out, a mischievous grin on her face. You two are battle-hungry men. Coincidentally, the era I'm wearing isn't peaceful either. They seem eager to give you a beating. Vegeta's son Goku, do you dare to accept the challenge? Hearing this, both Vegeta and Goku grew intrigued. Vegeta responded first. Why not? I alone can crush you. At dawn the next day, the sky was just beginning to lighten. Already over a dozen people had gathered before the blind box shop, waiting to open their boxes. They seemed to have not slept enough, yawning as they teased the small animals that gathered around. Time slipped by and the crowd of blind box seekers swelled. By 7 o'clock, over 30 people were idly chatting on the grassland. All conversations revolved around the blind boxes. Some recounted their glorious exploits from the previous day, their faces flushed with excitement. Those who had not unearthed treasures watched the excited ones with envy, their hearts brimming with anticipation for what today might bring. They also prayed fervently that today they would surely find a treasure. From the stairwell between the second and third floors of the blind box shop came a clattering sound unusually loud in the morning stillness. After just over 10 seconds, number 18 emerged from the third-floor stairwell. She first surveyed the third-floor hall, and upon not seeing Shun-san's figure, she unhesitatingly pushed open the door to the only room on the floor. Creak. The wooden door swung open, emitting a faint grating sound that set one's teeth on edge, yet it was not loud enough to be of any consequence. A few rays of sunlight streamed in through the window, casting their glow upon Shun-san, who lay sprawled out in a state of disarray. He was shirtless, the blanket failing to fully cover him. His explosive muscles seemed to radiate a dazzling brilliance, and his masculine aura threatened to fill the entire room. Seeing this, number 18 quickly raised both hands to cover her eyes. However, the slight gap between her fingers and a glimmer of drool at the corner of her mouth betrayed her true intentions. Had your fill of looking. They'll have to charge you if you keep staring. Shun-san had known of number 18's presence the moment she set foot on the third floor. He slowly sat up in bed, his slightly disheveled hair and explosive muscles becoming fully visible as the silk blanket slipped away, revealing his bare torso. The overall image was one of languid, yet untamed wildness. It was a visual feast presented by a perfect man. Still looking. The scene shifted abruptly as Shun-san rose from the bed, making no move to put on a shirt. He flashed close to number 18, then placed a hand on her shoulder, pivoted her around, and finally delivered a kick to her backside. Don't you know what a straight man is? Is the store manager someone you can just ogle at? Right now, immediately get your ass downstairs and make breakfast. Bang! Shun-san slammed the door shut in annoyance before lazily walking into the private bathroom. Outside the door, number 18 showed no sign of anger this time. She touched the spot where she had been kicked, recalling the scene she had just witnessed. Feeling something trickle down the corner of her mouth, she quickly wiped it away, then chuckled softly to herself. Worth it. You couldn't tell with his clothes on, but the boss body is absolutely perfect. So wild. I really want to have him. No matter, there's still time. This has to be taken slowly, can't rush it. Just thinking about it made her happy, and her drool flowed even more freely. Number 18 wiped her drool as she skipped down the stairs. This morning she chose not to barbecue outside, but instead went into the kitchen, meticulously preparing a delicious and appetizing breakfast. You're up early today. The shop door suddenly opened and number 17 walked in from outside just as number 18 was coming out of the kitchen. I'd advise you to give it up. The boss has no interest in you. Don't end up with nothing in the end. What the hell do you know? Number 18 rolled her eyes dramatically at his words. If you like someone, you have to try. No matter the outcome, at least you won't regret not trying. Why aren't you staying in your little mountain? What are you doing here? Opening cans. Number 17 said as he began tidying the dining table. It's not like I've lost all my desires. If things go on like this, the gap between me and Sun Wukong and the others will only grow. They'll open some cans first and see what I get. Boss isn't up yet. Coming. Before number 18 could answer, Shin-san was the first to run down from upstairs. Well, has the sun risen in the west today? You've actually made such a fine breakfast. Sit down, both of you. We need to start work after we eat. Shun-san muttered to himself, not waiting for number 18 and the other. He sat down first and began to eat heartily. The two said nothing more and sat down to join him. Before long, General also came down from the second floor and joined the feast. The four big eaters devoured the entire breakfast table in less than 10 minutes. Afterwards, they relaxed on the sofa for a few minutes, sipping some tea. The time arrived precisely at 8 o'clock. Business hours had begun. The crowd waiting outside the door, led by Satan, surged into the store like a swarm. Finally, it's time to open for business. I made a killing yesterday, and I'm going to make a killing today too. Boss Shun, I want to open 7 gold blind boxes today. I was first. Boss Shin, give me 10 bronze blind boxes first. TCH, so what if you came in first? And the one who got to the counter first. Get to the back. Over 30 men and women rushed to the counter, all shouting and demanding various types of blind boxes. A few of them got into a minor quarrel, which rapidly escalated. Seeing that the situation was about to spiral out of control and noticing the change in Shun-san's expression, number 17 tactfully stepped forward. With one hand each, he lifted the arguing individuals and carried them outside, then stated, "Come back in when you've calmed down." After saying this, he turned and walked back into the store. This sudden turn of events silenced the crowd of over 30, though their eyes remained eager. Acting as the representative, Satan turned to face them and spoke loudly. You are all distinguished figures out there. What is this behavior? Lord Shin's establishment is not a marketplace. What is all this noise and commotion? There are plenty of blind boxes and cans for everyone. If you're going to act like you're about to come to blows again in the future, then don't bother coming back. Remember this, it is not Lord Shin who begs you to come and buy, but you who beg Lord Shin to sell you blind boxes. You need to understand who holds the power here. After finishing his speech, Satan held his head high with an air of pride as if proclaiming this is the benefit of latching onto a powerful patron. The crowd of over 30 immediately bowed their heads, apologizing profusely, their attitudes now perfectly proper. Once Shun San's expression relaxed, Satan swiftly swiped the card. His movements were smooth and seamless. After all, it wasn't his money. Once the payment went through, the corresponding blind boxes floated out from the counter into each person's hands. The crowd of over 30 immediately hugged their blind boxes, each finding a corner to start opening them with great fervor. After Satan and Shun San split their profit, Satan used the earnings to directly purchase 1 king can and 1 star can. Then with a pounding heart, he picked up the hammer on the counter. He swung the hammer down on the star can first. Congratulations, Satan. You have obtained a tube of hair straightening cream. 50 million vanished into thin air. Satan wiped the sweat from his brow. Bless me, whoever is up there, please bless me that this king can yields a treasure. Come on. Out. Congratulations, Satan. You have obtained. Satan was overjoyed. The others cast envious glances his way. Congratulations, Satan, on obtaining a youth-preserving pill. This pill's effect is to preserve one's youthful appearance forever, but it does not extend lifespan. Once you consume the youth-preserving pill, you will retain the exact visage you had at the moment of ingestion until your dying day. Shinsen explained. Upon hearing this, Satan leaped 3 feet high in ecstasy. Eternal youth. Even if he didn't consume it himself, merely spreading the news would drive beauty-loving women wild with desire. Given his reputation, reselling this youth-preserving pill would instantly make him a fortune, at least tens of billions, without any issue. At that moment, 4 people entered through the door. No, to be precise, 2 walked in and 2 ran in. These 4 were Sun Wukong and his wife, along with Vegeta and his wife. Just moments ago, as they reached the entrance, they overheard Shin Sen explaining the effects of the youth-preserving pill. Upon learning it granted eternal youth, how could they remain calm? Which woman wouldn't want to forever remain in her prime? Mr. Satan, I'll offer 20 billion for that youth-preserving pill you just opened. Bulma's opening bid was a bombshell. The onlookers' eyes burned with envy. Shishi's face flushed crimson. Because she had no money. Bulma's opening bid of 20 billion was something she couldn't match even if she sold her entire household. What to do? She also craved eternal youth. It was utterly maddening. At that moment, among the 30-plus people, several instantly grasped the value of the youth-preserving pill. Then, chaos erupted completely. Mr. Satan, I bid 21 billion. Please sell it to me. Is 21 billion impressive? I offer 23 billion, and on top of that, I'll add a luxury mansion worth 300 million. 23 billion plus a 300 million mansion. That's only 26 billion total. I'll round it up to 30 billion. As businessmen, they fully understood the value of the youth-preserving pill. Leaving aside whether they would consume it themselves, if they could replicate the pill, it would become an inexhaustible path to wealth. Merchants prioritize profit. By investing a little now, the future returns could be unimaginable. How could they not be frantic? Watching the frenzied bidders, Shin San tilted his head in thought. With the 10,000-fold amplification, he now possessed 10,000 youth-preserving pills. If he resold them now, he'd be instantly wealthy. But this thought was extinguished as soon as it arose. Because with too much money, as someone once said, he had lost much interest in it. Several minor characters continued to crowd around Satan, raising their bids. Bulma smirked. Bidding against me, are you? All of you combined aren't worth a single finger of mine. 100 billion, Mr. Satan. I'll pay 100 billion for that pill of yours. Considering you opened a king's jar, this is a decent return. This price silenced the bidders around Satan instantly. Not because they didn't want to compete, but because they couldn't keep up. They were all familiar with this second daughter of the Capsule Corporation. In fact, the combined wealth of all 30-plus people in the shop couldn't rival the Capsule Corporation. They could only retreat with awkward smiles. Satan, upon hearing this, pondered for a moment and then shook his head. Sorry, but I don't plan to sell this youth-preserving pill right now. Having reached his current status, even if it was exaggerated, he wasn't foolish. The same thoughts the businessman had also occurred to him. If he could replicate the youth-preserving pill, it would become an endless source of revenue. Lord Shin's jars don't only contain one youth-preserving pill. Perhaps you, Miss Bulma, might open one too. Hearing this, Bulma nodded thoughtfully. If you don't plan to sell it now, that means you don't intend to consume it either. I know what you're thinking. If you ever decide to sell the youth-preserving pill, come to me anytime. The offer of 100 billion remains unchanged. She knew the jars contained more than just one pill, but blind boxes and jars were games of probability with wildly varied contents. Opening a youth-preserving pill was difficult. Her appearance was changing day by day, and she didn't want to stake all her hopes on the jars. But Bulma yanked Vegeta over and said rapidly, from now on, 2 king's jars and 1-star jars a day. Once we hit the cap on openings, use the rest for silver blind boxes. I don't care about anything else. You must open a youth-preserving pill for me, understand? Beside her, Shishi also pulled Sun Wukong forward. You too. You must open a youth-preserving pill, or else you'll never eat another meal I cook. Hearing this, both men replied in unison, Buyao. Huh. Their speech was oddly slurred. It was then Satan noticed their faces and couldn't help but laugh. Sun Wukong and Vegeta's faces were covered in bruises of every color, and their lips were swollen, making their words unclear. It seemed Bulma hadn't held back last night. What did you say? Dare to repeat that? Bulma and Shishi clenched their fists, wearing ominous expressions. Seeing this, Vegeta bought and consumed 2 Senzu Beans to feel better, his speech becoming clear. I said no. I want to open items and skills that boost strength, not some youth-preserving pill. Anyway, you weren't that good-looking to begin with. Moi. Bulma silently retrieved her super non-mainstream set and put it on. He'll give you a chance to rephrase that. You? SSS. Vegeta's head ached. Despite using every trick last night, he couldn't defeat Bulma, and his family standing was plummeting. To avoid another beating until he could regain his status through strength, he decided to tolerate her for now. Besides, the jars and blind boxes were random. Maybe he'd get one by chance. With that thought, Vegeta stopped fretting. Chi-Chi, however, wasn't as domineering as Bulma. Her methods relied on emotional persuasion, reasoning, and a touch of tears, tantrums, and threats, only getting Sun Wukong's promise before breaking into a smile. With assurances from Sun Wukong and Vegeta, Bulma and Shishi rushed forward eagerly. They impatiently slapped the counter and said, Big Boss Shun, hurry up. For me and Vegeta, 2 King's jars, each 1 star jar each, and 5 silver blind boxes. For me and Wukong, 1 King's jar each, and 6 silver blind boxes. Alright, you still have enough savings. May you open items you desire. Shin-san retrieved the corresponding jars and blind boxes, then gestured for them to proceed. Bulma and Shishi each grabbed a silver blind box. The moment their hands touched the straps, they shouted excitedly. Nothing else matters. I just want 1 or more youth-preserving pills. Blind box, oh blind box, hear my call. Yield a youth-preserving pill. SHHHH. The straps fell away, their hands moving to the lids. Both women shouted again in unison, come forth, youth-preserving pill. Congratulations, Bulma, you've won a piece of stinky tofu. Congratulations, Chi-Chi, you've won 10 million in cash. Congratulations, beautiful passerby, you've won a Dark Knight Catgirl. Bulma dejectedly tossed the tofu into the trash bin. Chi-Chi, having won 10 million in cash, felt she had profited even without obtaining the beauty pill. Thus, she wasn't as crestfallen as Bulma. She initially intended to deposit the money in the store, but recalling the 2 gluttons at home, she decided not to keep it there, and instead take it back to supplement the household expenses. Meow. Just then, hearing Shin-san's final congratulations and a tender cat's meow from behind, everyone immediately turned their gazes toward the source of the sound. The next moment, everyone froze. The women felt nothing, but aside from a few men like Vegeta who had no interest in women, the pupils of the others instantly turned into those of wolves. There, a moderately attractive woman had opened a blind box and drawn a cat person. With delicate features and a slender figure that seemed to yield water at a touch, she wore a tight black outfit that accentuated an astonishing silhouette. A pair of cat ears atop her head twitched constantly. She seemed terrified of the wolfish stares darting behind the woman who had drawn her with a whoosh, peeking out only a small head. Her eyes were like 2 pools of spring water, pitifully charming. The woman was somewhat speechless. She had seen many strange creatures like werewolves, and the ruler of this country was also a cat, albeit male. Now she had drawn a cat-eared girl. She wasn't a man, so what use did she have for it? Wouldn't it just be another mouth to feed? The woman clung to a sliver of hope. Third brother, this cat-eared girl has some use, right? Third brother, my foot. Shin-sen rolled his eyes wildly at the title. Call me brother Shun or boss, or even Shun. The universe's ultimate handsome guy. Bro. If you call me third brother again, it'll turn hostile. Before his transmigration, some colleagues liked to call him third brother because his name was similar to someone else's, which often invited mockery. But honestly, he didn't like being called third brother. No particular reason, he just disliked it. Hearing this, the woman was puzzled, but nodded. Got it, brother Shun. Can you answer my question? The cat-eared girl's only purpose is to be sweet or sassy. She will be your best companion. Shin-sen explained. Clearly the woman didn't want to keep the cat-eared girl by her side. The nearby men instantly sensed an opportunity. They hurried forward. Lilith, sell me the cat-eared girl for 10 million. Don't listen to him, Lilith. I bid 20 million. 20 million is nothing. In this world, you need financial clout. I bid 40 million. Seeing this, Bulma knew what the bidding men intended and felt utter disgust toward them. Just as she was about to curse, Shin-sen spoke first. How about this? You seem to dislike her and don't want to sell her to these gentlemen. I, as the shopkeeper, can buy her back. Since you drew her from a bronze blind box, I'll trade you 5 silver blind boxes. That way you won't lose out. However, since you've already opened your blind boxes for today, the 5 silver blind boxes, I promise, can only be opened tomorrow. The choice is yours, as I never force my customers. He also sensed the woman's reluctance to keep the cat-eared girl and that she seemed kind-hearted, unwilling to sell her to the men nearby. With the 10,000-fold amplification for every one the woman drew, he got 10,000. One more wouldn't matter, it all depended on her choice. Hearing Shin-san's words, the woman didn't hesitate. She didn't lack 10 or tens of millions. The cat-eared girl was her draw, and she wouldn't let her go to the bidding men. She could imagine the cat-eared girl's fate if she did. Moreover, she wasn't foolish. Shun Sen clearly didn't want the cat-eared girl to be ruined by others. Surrendering her to Shun Sen would not only net her 5 silver blind boxes, but also earn his goodwill, freeing her from guilt. It was a win-win-win situation. Only a fool would refuse. Fine. For certain reasons I can't keep her by my side. Please take good care of her, brother Shun. Having received consent, Shin San erased the cat-eared girl's loyalty to the woman and transferred it to himself. When a customer didn't want an item they'd drawn, this small task was within his ability. The cat-eared girl now stood before Shun San, nuzzling her little head against his chest, her ears twitching. Unable to resist, Shun San reached out and stroked her. Indeed, her hair was silky, and those ears were especially fun to pinch. This was a truly satisfying cat-petting experience. Nearby Android 18's eyes blazed with jealousy, but seeing the cat-eared girl's docile demeanor, the fire in her heart was doused like cold water. After a few strokes, Shun San lowered his hand. From now on you'll be called Zhu Qing. Go play on the sofa. Yes, master. Zhu Qing nuzzled him vigorously once more before reluctantly heading to the sofa, looking back every few steps. Shin Sen withdrew his gaze and smiled. Creatures drawn from blind boxes or jars are absolutely loyal to the person who drew them. They would sacrifice their lives to protect their master. In the future, if you draw a living being, whether you want it or not, it's always good to harbor a shred of kindness towards such loyal beings. Hearing this, the men who had bid lowered their heads, their expressions shifting. Satan narrowed his eyes. He resolved internally that these men could never be brought along again, and if necessary, he would use special means to make them suffer, such as bankrupting them or making them disappear. With this thought, Satan slowly approached Bulma and whispered in her ear. Bulma listened, nodding. When Satan finished, she murmured, "All right, I'll take the lead on this. You assist." The woman who had drawn the cat-eared girl was nearby. She hadn't heard what Satan said, but from Bulma's words, she could glean some meaning. Fortunately, she hadn't sold the cat-eared girl to those men, or she would have drawn the attention of the Capsule Corporation Colossus. Once Satan stepped away, Bulma cast a final glance at those men, then excitedly brought a silver blind box before her. Seeing this, Shishi also took a blind box. Both women placed their hands on the ribbons. This time, without any exclamation, they quickly tore them open. In an instant, a faint, ethereal light emanated from Shishi's blind box, and an object slowly materialized above the glow. Radiant with myriad colors, energy swirled around it. It was clearly no ordinary item. Above the blind box, a set of garments, shimmering with iridescent radiance, floated gracefully. The dress was predominantly oceanic blue, its edges embroidered with threads of gold. Beside the dress hovered a trident of the same cerulean hue, its entire surface flowing with resplendent light. Noticing this extraordinary attire, the nearby onlookers were consumed with envy, their eyes turning violet with covetousness, as if they longed to claim it for themselves. Congratulations, Chi-Chi, on obtaining the Sea God's set. This set is a modified version of the Sea God Poseidon's attire tailored for female use. Sea God, Poseidon, what are those things? Chi-Chi and her group were deeply puzzled. Yet anything associated with a deity must surely be of great use. Boss Shin, what is the use of this so-called Sea God set? And who is this Poseidon? Chi-Chi voiced the doubts in her mind. Shin San replied with a smile. The Sea God Poseidon is a deity from another plane, a being of no insignificant power. As for the function of the Sea God's set, once you wear it, your affinity with the ocean will reach 100%, and all marine life will harbor great fondness for you. Furthermore, donning the Sea God set grants you the very laws of the Sea God himself, the ocean law, or what might be called the water law. This law empowers you to manipulate water. When elevated to its pinnacle, you could easily overturn the seas, and even controlling all the waters in the universe would not be beyond your reach. Additionally, the Sea God set comes with several divine skills, such as never to return, and so forth. In short, by obtaining the Sea God's set, you have struck gold this time. Most importantly, wearing the Sea God's set bestows the Sea God's blessing, refining your physique and visage toward perfection and freezing your beauty for eternity. For Chi-Chi, the earlier explanations were abstract concepts, but the mention of eternal youth struck her heart like a thunderbolt. Joy always arrives so abruptly. Beside her, Bulma's eyes instantly reddened. Yet as if recalling something, she quickly spoke up. What about me? You mentioned laws before. Didn't I also obtain something called the Seraph Divine Ruin? You said I have the Angel Law now. Does that mean I can achieve eternal youth? It's different. Shin Sen shook his head. The Divine Ruin you obtained is merely in its initial state. Since you dislike cultivation, if you fail to elevate the Angel Law, your beauty will fade with the passage of time, and you will still age. The Sea God set is different. When Chi-Chi dons it from another perspective, she has already become a god. Unless killed by external force, she will remain ageless and effortlessly live for tens of thousands of years. If you desire eternal youth and a lifespan as long as the heavens, you must thoroughly comprehend and strengthen the Angel Law. Otherwise, you will have to rely on youth-preserving pills to maintain your appearance. Hearing this explanation, Bulma felt a tinge of disappointment. Meanwhile, the nearby bystanders were struck as if by 10,000 thunderbolts, their mouths agape and eyes bulging wider than an ox's. Commanding the ocean, gaining absolute favor from marine life, ageless beauty, immortality. This was nothing short of ascending to the heavens. Envy and jealousy drove them to the brink of madness. Their gazes toward the blind box grew more fervent than ever, tinged with a hint of greed. Shin-sen shook his head at the sight. People from every plane are bound by the 7 emotions and 6 desires. Many say greed is a sin, but he did not entirely agree. Greed is the engine of human ambition, but only when matched with corresponding strength. Otherwise, greed becomes a grave for its master. Shin-sen could see that some were already plotting mischief. But to him, those individuals were merely greedy without the power to back it up. Whatever schemes they devised, if they came, he would not hesitate to send them on their final journey. After all, the noble cause of helping others was a responsibility he, as an upright and promising youth, could not shirk. Chi-Chi summoned the sea god. Set with your mind, and it will merge with you automatically. Seeing Chi-Chi unsure of how to proceed, Shin-sen explained. At his words, Chi-Chi called out to the sea gods set in her heart, and the garments floating above the blind box immediately merged into her chest. In an instant, it had completely vanished into Kiki's body. Soon her figure and features began to transform. Her height became more statuesque, matching Sun Wukong's stature. Her figure grew curvaceous and full, exuding an irresistible allure. Her face, while retaining its original contours, underwent subtle refinements that made her even more captivating. At that moment, the clothes Chi-Chi wore were gradually replaced by the sea god set. In an instant, she was clad in the ocean blue outfit, its surface shimmering with flowing light. Once the transformation was complete, the trident materialized in Kiki's hand. Her energy surged steadily due to the blessing of the law. It broke through 100 million in an instant and continued to climb. When the energy finally stabilized, Shin-sen cast a probing divine eye upon her. Exactly 50 billion. Shin-sen nodded. This was not yet the peak of the law. As long as Chi-Chi continued to elevate the law, her combat power would soar alongside it. So beautiful. Even Bulma, a woman herself, felt her heartbeat falter at the sight of the transformed Chi-Chi. She was simply too perfect. Vegeta, his face dark, approached and whispered, "If you can't become even more perfect in the future, I'll divorce you. And since laws can bring about change, you'll train with me from now on, or follow Mr. Shin's advice. Focus on the divine path, cultivate in the heart, refining realm. After all, you don't want to grow old, do you? You're such a genius." Bulma rolled her eyes. Still, she didn't refuse. After all, what woman doesn't love beauty and desire eternal youth? It seemed she would have to dedicate some time to cultivation from now on. The men nearby, upon witnessing Kiki's transformation, wore lecherous expressions. Well, no. One person was an exception. That was Sun Wukong. He noticed Kiki's change, but his attention was not on her enhanced appearance, it was entirely on her skyrocketing energy. "Wow, Chi-Chi, your energy is much stronger than Gohan's now." At his words, Chi-Chi opened her closed eyes. Her pupils now resembled a vast ocean of stars, unfathomably deep. She first examined her hands, then a smile spread across her face. A smile that made everyone feel as if they were immersed in a warm sea. "Thank you, Boss Shin. If anything comes up, just tell Wukong to handle it. If he dares to refuse, let me know. You're too kind. If I, the shop owner, can't accomplish something, old son certainly can't either. Besides, I run this shop on principles of fairness and justice. What you draw is yours." Shin-san waved his hand. "You and Bulma still have a few blind boxes and jars to open. Continue." "All right." With a thought, the trident in Kiki's hand vanished. Simultaneously, she and Bulma brought the remaining blind boxes and jars before them. Then ribbons flew and jar fragments scattered everywhere. One item after another materialized above the blind boxes and jars. "Congratulations, Bulma, you've won a box of extraordinary ultra-thin. Congratulations, Bulma, you've won a pound of wild boar meat. Congratulations, Chi-Chi, you've won a mobile tent. Congratulations, Chi-Chi, you've won a ragdoll cat." Speechless. Utterly speechless. The epitome of speechlessness. Bulma angrily tossed the box of extraordinary ultra-thin at Shin-san. "Take it away, take it away. Hehe, you may not need it, but Vegeta might." Shin-san placed the item back on the counter. Hearing this, a faint blush seemed to creep across Vegeta's face. He turned his head away and said stiffly, "I don't need that stuff." "Fine, if you don't need it, you don't." Shin-san casually put the item away, then pointed at it and said, "Bulma, yours isn't worth mentioning. Ooh, everything you got is just ordinary. Chi-Chi, you're quite lucky today. This tent is a treasure." "Is it eh?" Chi-Chi leaned forward, her gaze sweeping back and forth over the tent. The tent was a uniform light gray with only the zipper being white. It floated in the air, looking very compact. But since Shin-san said it was a treasure, she was eager to see what kind of treasure it would be. The mobile tent contains a world of its own with an area of about 500 kilometers. It's truly an essential item for travel. Moreover, if you encounter danger, you can hide inside the tent. Without the owner's permission, no outsider can enter. Even if Old Bay and Old Sun strike it with all their might, they won't be able to destroy it. In terms of value, the mobile tent is in no way inferior to the sea god armor. Shin-san finished his quick explanation and felt his mouth was a bit dry. He beckoned to Zhu Qing. Zhu Qing immediately understood his meaning. She picked up a cup of tea from the tea table, then bounced over. After Shin-san finished drinking, she rubbed against his chest vigorously before obediently returning to the sofa. Upon hearing the tent's functions, the nearby people grew even more envious. Their envy was bordering on irrationality. Chi-Chi, however, showed no significant emotional fluctuation. She had already obtained what she wanted most. Although the mobile tent was good, she rarely left Mount Pozu and faced very limited dangers, so she wasn't particularly impressed by it. After asking Shin-san how to use the mobile tent, she stepped aside. Bulma immediately pushed Vegeta forward. Hurry up and open it. Youth-preserving pill. I want the youth-preserving pill. I know. Humph. You women are so annoying. Vegeta gave Bulma a tsundere glance, then picked up the blind box. At that moment, Son Goku also stepped forward and brought the blind box in front of him. Shin-san, if I open the cans and blind boxes, will you teach me how to walk the path of the gods? The shop owner said, as long as you open cans to my satisfaction, I will tell you how to achieve godhood quickly. Shin-san nodded, emphasizing the word satisfaction. As for whether the thick-head Son Goku would catch on, that was none of his concern. And this time Goku did understand, so he said no more. Then the two who were so alike exchanged a glance. For hands moved simultaneously, tearing open blind boxes and opening cans without any pause. Youth-preserving pill, youth-preserving pill. Damn it, give me the youth-preserving pill. Bulma stood beside Vegeta watching the blind box with a mix of nervousness and anticipation. If it wasn't a pill, she would be deeply disappointed. As Vegeta and Goku moved, various items materialized above the blind boxes and cans. Congratulations, Vegeta, you've won a box of dried fish. Congratulations, Vegeta, you've won a bottle of Bull. Congratulations, Vegeta, you've won a pair of gold-rimmed glasses. Congratulations, Son Goku, you've won a great desolate divine finger skill card. Congratulations, Son Goku, you've won a brave Bull figurine. Congratulations, Son Goku, you've won a giant bowl of rice. You unlucky thing. Seeing that Vegeta hadn't gotten anything good, Bulma's face instantly darkened. Vegeta ignored her, his gaze fixed on the great desolate divine finger skill card that Goku had opened. Having the great desolate divine palm himself, he knew very well how powerful it was. Even against an enemy stronger than himself, he was confident he could turn defeat into victory with it. And the great desolate divine finger that Goku had opened differed from his great desolate divine palm by only one word, meaning they were definitely of the same type of skill. I won't explain the other items in detail. Shin-san tapped the table. Old Son's great desolate divine finger is the same type of skill as Old Bai's great desolate divine palm. These skills are among the top tier ones you can get from cans and blind boxes. Congratulations. Your family is really lucky today. Upon hearing this, the nearby passers-by, though not fully understanding, couldn't help but feel envious and jealous. Envy had already twisted their faces beyond recognition. Goku immediately tossed the skill card into his mouth. Information about the great desolate divine finger flooded his mind as if he had known it all his life. But then he asked in confusion, Shin-san, why does the great desolate divine finger skill specifically require using the middle finger? Shin-san rubbed his forehead. Just think of it as using the middle finger to unleash its maximum power. Wasn't that the truth? If used against someone who understood the meaning of the middle finger, even if it couldn't destroy heaven and earth, it would at least guarantee maximum insult and explosive taunting. Like this, Goku didn't dwell on it. Since the power of the great desolate divine finger was undeniable, specifying the middle finger was fine. It didn't matter. Alright, we're done with the blind boxes and cans. I'm sure you're not satisfied yet, Shin-san. They'll open more next time. I'm going to enter the heart-tempering tower to see if I can comprehend that ultra instinct. With that, Goku picked up the giant bowl of rice, eating as he walked out of the shop. I still need to go back and make lunch for Gohan. He'll be going now. Goodbye, shopkeeper Shun. Shishi stepped outside and a faint divine aura radiated from her body. A stream of water immediately flew from nearby to her front. Shishi promptly stepped onto it, riding the water stream as it flew rapidly towards Mount Pozu. Seeing this, the envious passers-by also left. Soon only 3 customers remained in the shop: Vegeta, Bulma, and Mr. Satan. Shin-san led the 3 to the sofa for a brief chat. Seeing that it was getting late, Bulma stood up, saying she wanted to enter the heart-tempering tower to seek the path of eternal youth, and then walk towards the heart-tempering stairway. Seeing this, Vegeta stood up with a bang. Mr. Shin-il also enter the body-tempering stairway now. See you later. Go ahead. Shin-san waved his hand, then buried his head in petting the cat-eared girl who was rubbing against his chest, causing her face to flush crimson, making her look utterly adorable. Now only Mr. Satan remained as a customer in the shop. He first glanced at Android 18, who was biting and tearing at a pillow, then respectfully addressed Shin-san. God, Shin, rest assured. I've already contacted another group of wealthy people. They'll bring them all here within a month. MMIC. If you handle this well, your reward will be generous. If there's nothing else, go back and continue persuading those people to come. Shun San didn't even look up. Hearing this, Mr. Satan didn't waste another word. With an expectant heart, he boarded his aircraft and vanished in an instant. Next, the shop had no customers for the time being. Shun San teased Zhu Qing for a while, completely ignoring the gritting teeth of number 18. He stood up and walked outside. Boss, don't leave just yet. We want to open blind boxes too. Number 17, who had been silent, spoke up at this moment. Upon hearing this, Shun San turned back. The treasures you brought back yesterday are worth 100 million. You also know the prices of the blind boxes and jars. You can open them as long as they don't exceed the value of the treasures. If you don't understand, just wait for me to explain when I come back. If you open a skill card or something similar, you will know what skill it is once you consume it. Upon hearing this, number 17 immediately walked to the counter. He stood in front of the counter for a moment, then hugged out 2 golden blind boxes, 5 silver blind boxes, and 5 bronze blind boxes, a total of 12 for each of them. Seeing this, Shun San paid it no further mind, his figure flickering and instantly appearing on a small mountain. This was the gathering place for all kinds of animals, the entire mountain filled with Pikachu and ox spirits. They noticed Shun San's arrival and immediately joyfully circled around him. Some even jumped onto Shun San's shoulders and into his arms. All right, I've brought you new companions. With a wave of his hand, 10,000 plush cats instantly appeared all over the small mountain. Ox spirits, from now on you are all one big loving family. You mustn't bully them, and you also have to protect them. Yes, boss, we will protect those little kittens well. Go play now. Shun San waved his hand, and then suddenly thought of something, feeling troubled inside. It was that the 10,000 cat-eared girls were not suitable to stay here. Although they could be accommodated on the grassland with the gravity houses for them to stay in, it would feel a bit cramped if they were placed on the grassland. So the thought of placing them on the grassland was immediately dismissed. Not having thought of a better solution yet, Shun San decided not to take out the 10,000 cat-eared girls for now. No, wait. Shun San slapped his head. Darn it, how could I forget about the mobile tent I just opened? Without a doubt, even one mobile tent would be enough to accommodate all the animals. Shun San said this and turned to shout at the animals. Stop playing, line up and follow me back. We'll find you a new home. Meow, roar, pika pika, quack quack quack. Upon hearing Shun San's words, the animals on the mountain quickly ran down to gather, forming several neat lines. Shun San stood at the front like a general commanding a vast army, waving his hand and leading the large troop back to the blind box shop. Since there were currently no customers in the shop, he was not in a hurry, moving slowly to avoid the ducks and plush cats falling behind. As for those playing elsewhere, Shun San did not call them. A territory must have some vitality to feel normal. The small mountain was not far from the blind box shop, and after about 20 minutes they returned to the grassland. Hearing the commotion, number 17 and number 18 immediately ran out. Seeing Shun San bringing the animals back, they were puzzled. Boss, what is this? I'm giving them a new home, and your future workplace will also be inside. Shun San casually replied, then began to consider where to best place the mobile tent, thinking and looking around. He decided to place the mobile tent beside the 2 gravity houses on the grassland. Following this, Shun San reached into the void and pulled out a mobile tent, then pointed it toward the gravity houses. The mobile tent shot out, instantly unfurling in the wind. It transformed into a towering tent standing 10 meters tall. Come, follow me inside. Shun San waved to Pikachu and the others, leading the way into the tent. The army followed closely behind. Number 17 and number 18 exchanged glances, their curiosity prompting them to follow along. The moment they stepped into the tent, a different world enveloped them. Vast lands, verdant mountains of varying heights rose from the ground, covered in vibrant greenery. Looking into the tent world, they could vaguely see a very large lake in the center, the surface shimmering with light. Nearby there was a small city, though it was quiet inside. Seeing this magical scene, both number 17's hearts skipped a beat. They instantly fell in love with the world inside the tent, serene, breathtaking, like a realm that could only exist in dreams. With just a little more vitality, this would become the most beautiful world. Boss, will we all live here from now on? Number 17 rarely displayed an embarrassed expression. How could that be acceptable? If you feel that way, then you don't need to live here. You can go back to that small hill. After all, I need to settle these adorable animals here. Don't, boss, I was just being modest. How could you take that seriously? I won't take your modesty seriously. There are no fish in that lake. I give you half a month to catch enough fish from the sea and bring them back. Otherwise, you will go back to your small hill. Okay, boss, I promise to complete the task. Upon hearing that he could still live in the tent world, number 17 seemed energized, turning around and flying up into the sky, rushing toward the sea. Shun San then led the animals toward the lake, preparing to settle them. He took number 18 into the small city, then waved his hand. Tens of thousands of cat-eared girls instantly appeared on the city streets. The moment they saw Shun San, they all wanted to hug him. Shun San was surrounded, and even this big straight man couldn't help but blush. All right, everyone, don't rush at me. Listen to what I have to say. As soon as he spoke, the tens of thousands of cat-eared girls fell silent, though a few still nudged against Shun San. Shinsen breathed a sigh of relief. He was genuinely afraid of being overwhelmed by the cat-eared girls. From now on you will live here. Before the food ecosystem is established, I will have this poop scooper deliver food in. And also, Shinsen waved his hand at the thousands of cat-eared girls, and a myriad of light beams immediately entered their bodies. Then they began to undergo changes, their black bodysuits instantly transforming into sea blue long skirts, each cat-eared girl holding a trident. At this moment, the thousands of seemingly warm auras spread out like a storm. Upon seeing this, number 18 felt genuine envy. Shinsen observed and nodded in satisfaction. What he had given the cat-eared girls was the sea god suit amplified 10,000 times. With such power along with some knowledge, they should soon be able to establish a food system and become self-sufficient. So warm, master, I want a hug. One of the cat-eared girls came back to her senses, wanting to leap into Shun-san's arms again. All right. Shun-san reached out to stop her. You will live here from now on, and I will come to see you every day. Be good, okay? Yes, master. The tens of thousands of cat-eared girls replied in unison. Then they bounced off to find their rooms. At this moment, number 18 took out a card. Boss, this one isn't a skill card or an amplification card. It's something I just opened, but I haven't seen anyone else open it before, so I didn't dare to eat it. Upon hearing this, Shin-sen already knew, but he still couldn't help but give an unexpected glance. How did you manage to open this thing? Super no. 17 template card. That card of yours is from a branching timeline. A template card of all your brother's abilities, and it's been improved upon. Super no. 17 from the branching timeline can absorb energy with his body, but he has a weakness. He can't make any other moves while absorbing energy. This template card you drew has eliminated that weakness. Once you swallow the card, you'll gain Super no. 17 skills and all his abilities. You might not understand this just from hearing it. We mentioned Super Saiyan 4 before. Super no. 17 can defeat Super Saiyan 4 in its normal state. Of course, that's not to say there aren't weaknesses. If the energy exceeds Super no. 17's capacity, he'll explode. Also, he can only absorb pure energy. Skills that incorporate spatial laws like the Great Desolate Divine Palm can't be absorbed. That's about it. Pretty lucky, Shin-sen said as he walked into the shop. No. 18 followed beside him, having heard that it could defeat Super Saiyan 4. She now had some concept of it, but since it was no. 17's card, she didn't plan to use it herself. She thought she'd wait for no. 17 to return and give it to him. The two walked into the shop, and Zhu Qing immediately bounced into Shin-san's arms. One human, one artificial human, and one cat-eared girl sat on the sofa chatting idly. Time quickly arrived at 2 in the afternoon. Vegeta and Son Goku were still breaking through the body and mind-tempering challenges. Though their progress was slow, they were advancing layer by layer. In the entire morning, Vegeta had broken through 2 more layers. Son Goku had also broken through 2 layers. They seemed to have forgotten about time with no intention of coming out. No. 17 had also returned holding a fishing boat had gotten from who knows where. The boat was filled with leaping little fish. He released the fish from the boat into the lake, then turned to leave the tent world, intending to fly toward the sea again. But suddenly a sound of something cutting through the air came shooting toward him. He reached out and caught it. Seeing it was the card drawn that morning, he asked in confusion, "Wasn't this drawn this morning? If you're not going to use it, why are you giving it to me?" The boss said that card is from a branching timeline, a template card of your abilities. No. 18 quickly explained the card's function, including how it could defeat Super Saiyan 4. Hearing this no. 17 thought for a moment, then tossed it into his mouth. With a crunch, he swallowed the card. The next moment, he dropped the fishing boat to the side and let out a long roar toward the sky. His height and muscles began to grow wildly. In an instant, a tremendous transformation occurred. His appearance became more mature and cold. His height was nearly 2 heads taller than before, and his once unremarkable physique was now packed with muscle. No. 17 examined his new body, feeling the surging power within. A smile crept across his face. Then he swept his long hair back before speaking. Not bad. This feels great. I'm planning to make a few more trips to the sea. Want to come along? Fine. The boss is too much of a straight man to pay me any mind anyway. He'll just ignore him for a while. It's called playing hard to get. Let's go. No. 18 glanced at the transformed no. 17, then flew into the sky first. No. 17 shook his head at her words. If the boss heard that, he'd be overjoyed. Playing hard to get. More like talking nonsense. No. 17 followed her into the sky. Meanwhile in hell, after a trial, Cell was successfully cast into the 18th layer of hell. Boundless netherworld energy filled the entire realm where sinful souls struggled under eternal torment. Cell was imprisoned in a layer of hell covered in thorns. Yet he showed no worry. Instead, he laughed maniacally. Ha ha, heaven never seals off all exits. The god of the dead's divine core followed me in here, and it even includes a reverse summoning skill. With this skill, I can return to the living world. Vegeta's son Goku, just you wait. I will return. Cell didn't want to stay here a second longer. He cut his palm and used his blood to quickly draw a magic circle on the ground. Once it was finished, he stood in the center of the circle and made a quick hand seal. Reverse summoning activate. In an instant, the magic circle flared with crimson light rapidly forming a vortex. Cell laughed maniacally as he slowly sank into the vortex. When his figure vanished completely, the circle lost its glow. The land was ravaged and broken, the city filled with the smoke of war. The streets were empty and all the vehicles were haphazardly parked. Suddenly, a crimson light rose from a small alley near the street. It quickly formed a strange magic circle, and Cell rose from within it. Cell looked at the street, his brow furrowed. No. Is this the original timeline? Why did the reverse summoning send me back to my original timeline? Then, the blind box shop. Cell's face turned grim. He had wanted to return to the main world's timeline to open blind boxes and jars to grow stronger and take revenge. He never expected the reverse summoning to send him back to his original timeline. It was from this timeline that he had taken a time machine to another timeline to evolve into his perfect form. No. In this timeline, Son Goku and Vegeta should both be dead. Why can I still sense their energy? And these energy signatures are terrifyingly powerful. No, something is very wrong. This is neither the original timeline nor the timeline of the blind box shop. Where did the reverse summoning send me? Cell's brow was deeply furrowed. He thought for a moment, then decided to head toward the source of the energy to investigate. With that thought, he hesitated no longer. Cell suppressed his energy as much as possible, then set off to track those incredibly powerful energy signatures. Soon he arrived at a ruined city. He concealed himself in the shadows and turned his gaze to the battlefield where three beings were locked in combat. He was shocked, so shocked that his mouth fell open. In the dilapidated city, two figures had their upper bodies covered in red fur with long black hair draped over their shoulders. Their explosive muscles perfectly embodied the art of muscle. The third being was entirely white with horns on its head and several beads engraved on its chest. Cell didn't recognize the white figure, but he could identify the two red-haired ones. Even if they were reduced to ashes, Head recognized them. Vegeta. Son Goku. Where is this? What forms are Son Goku and Vegeta in? Their energy is terrifying enough to kill. Cell had no idea where the reverse summoning had sent him, but as he watched the battlefield, though horrified, a gleam of cunning flashed in his eyes. That Son Goku and Vegeta are clearly at a disadvantage. If I secretly help that white being kill them, then use necromancy to control their bodies. Or wait until they're both exhausted and strike. Cell muttered to himself, his gaze turning resolute. Let's do it. The battle in the city rages on. This time Sheru has truly broadened his horizons, witnessing not only a new form, the explosively powerful red-haired Saiyan, but also two red-haired beings merging into an even stronger entity. However, it dares not move in the shadows, clearly aware that if it enters the battlefield, it would merely become cannon fodder. It must wait for a suitable moment. It continues to wait. Finally, when Sun Wukong can no longer maintain his new form and uses a spirit bomb to kill the white figure, it feels the opportunity has arrived and quietly approaches. But, is he dead? That's a soul state. Sheru furrows his brow, watching as Sun Wukong rides the divine dragon away. It doesn't matter as long as the body is still here. It no longer gazes at Sun Wukong on the dragon's back, swiftly evading everyone's line of sight and slipping into a deep pit. Upon seeing only Sun Wukong's clothes left behind, its expression changes. He's been turned to dust. This is somewhat problematic. The divine essence hasn't fully merged. I don't know if a precise soul summoning can be performed with just a piece of clothing. I can only try it first. Sheru again cuts his palm using blood to inscribe the laws, placing Sun Wukong's clothing in the center of the formation, then growls low. By my blood, I command the dead to return. Spirit summoning array. Activate. No good. This. Sheru realizes that the formation is unresponsive, instantly knowing he has failed. His mind races, thinking of what methods might work. Surprisingly, he comes up with an idea. He pats his forehead. I possess Sun Wukong cells. Although they are not from the same time and space, it may still be possible. For now, this is the only way to proceed. Sheru swiftly chops off one of his arms. The arm seems to possess self-awareness, rapidly taking on the form of Sun Wukong, albeit in a bare state. Seeing this, Sheru places the created Sun Wukong into the formation. I hope this time it will succeed. Summoning array. Activate. Sheru watches the summoning array with anticipation, noticing the formation begins to emit a red glow, and he is filled with joy. He knows it has succeeded. Meanwhile, on the back of the divine dragon, Sun Wukong is lying down, gently stroking the dragon's body, when suddenly he feels a tugging force. His expression changes. Divine dragon, it seems someone is summoning me. Indeed, the divine dragon's expression shifts. It has no idea how many years it has lived, having seen much, and is able to sense the ghostly aura attempting to pull Sun Wukong away. Wukong, be careful. I don't know what entity is summoning you. I can no longer intervene. You must rely on yourself. I don't mind. Sun Wukong shakes his head with a bitter smile. However, this tugging force is too overwhelming. I cannot resist it. It seems I cannot fulfill my promise to you, divine dragon. I apologize. Whoosh. As soon as he finishes speaking, Sun Wukong vanishes without a trace. At the same time, the Sun Wukong in the center of the formation opens his eyes. He looks around in confusion, his gaze locking onto Sheru. Sheru, how did you appear? Sun Wukong is shocked. Sheru smiles upon hearing this. It seems I also exist in this time and space, haha. Sun Wukong, I never expected you would have this day. From now on you will be at my service. Blood Pact. Control. What have you done? Sun Wukong feels his body is no longer under his control, yet his thoughts remain clear, which astonishes him to the extreme. What do you mean? I went to great lengths to revive you. Of course it is to use you to destroy this world. Do you think I revived you just for tea? Sheru laughs heartily. Sun Wukong frowns and says, you wish. This is not up to you. It turns out that the red-haired state is called Super Saiyan 4. Let me see how strong it is. After taking control of Sun Wukong, Sheru can read Sun Wukong's memories at any time and immediately learns that the red-haired form is called Super Saiyan 4. Then Sheru controls Sun Wukong, instantly transforming him into Super Saiyan 4, red-haired, black-haired, wild. This is Super Saiyan 4. The immense aura drives Sheru into a frenzy. Huh. Yes, absolutely. As long as I possess you and return to that time and space, will Vegeta still be my opponent? It's not impossible to snatch the blind box door as well. The reverse summoning array sending me here is truly wonderful. Meanwhile, the already departed Vegeta and others felt the aura of Sun Wukong, and their expressions brightened. They made a sharp turn and hurried back at the fastest speed. However, as soon as they returned to the dilapidated city, Vegeta and the others stopped frowning as they looked ahead. Sheru, Vegeta, the pain you brought me in another time and space will begin with you. Sun Wukong, kill them. Sheru brutally points at Vegeta and the others. Sun Wukong's expression darkens, but his body is completely out of control, and he rushes to slam Vegeta into a building, then kicks Trunks away. Kakarot, what are you doing? Vegeta flies out from the building. Sun Wukong speaks while fighting. Vegeta, you all need to escape quickly. Sheru has completely taken control of my body, and I am at full strength, while you have very little energy left. Quickly take everyone and flee, hurry. What does that mean? What does it mean to be controlled? Vegeta and Trunks unite, hearing Sun Wukong's words with confusion, but their hearts are heavy. Though they can't understand how Sheru came back to life and can't quite grasp the meaning of Sun Wukong's words, everything seems unclear. However, they understood one thing: Sun Wukong cannot control his own body. Thus, the situation becomes much simpler. Trunks, Goten, I will hold Kakarot down. You all immediately go and kill Sheru. Since Kakarot is under Sheru's control, if we defeat Sheru, everything will be resolved. Understood. The group immediately splits up, with Vegeta holding Sun Wukong down, while the others all attack Sheru. However, after a fierce battle, their energy is nearly depleted. Sheru easily sees through this. What a joke, you have made some progress, but I have as well. And after your fierce battle, your energy is nearly gone. You think you can defeat me with just a few of you? Fool's dream. Six-fold Kaioken. Activate. Boom. With each punch and kick, Sheru has already sent Trunks and the others crashing into the ruins. Kaioken, Uncle Wukong's Kaioken, you actually know how to use it. Below, Trunks emerges from the ruins, looking up at Sheru with disbelief. Goten and the others also emerge from the ruins, one after another, their expressions grave and unsightly. The group exchanges glances, and years of understanding instantly lead them to devise a plan. Trunks flies towards Sheru at high speed, one from the left and one from the right. Standing on the ruins, Krillin places his hands over his eyes. 2. Yong. Fist. Vegeta, you who are always calm should know well that you are no match for me now. You should leave quickly, as long as you live you will find a way. Goku's expression was grave, yet his movements did not cease, forcing Vegeta to retreat step by step. Vegeta gasped for air, knowing in his heart that Goku was right. After the fierce battle with the one-star dragon, their energy was nearly depleted, while Goku, having been revived, was at his peak. Continuing the fight would only lead to death. Vegeta turned his head to look at the others, who were still unable to subdue Cell. A decision had already formed in his mind. With all his remaining energy, he temporarily transformed into Super Saiyan 4, then punched Goku into the rubble. In a flash, he appeared beside Trunks and the others. Stop fighting. Let's go first and figure out what's going on. Okay, Dad. Trunks and the others took a deep look at Cell before fleeing at full speed. With Vegeta nearby, Cell dared not press the attack. Before Goku could return, he could only watch helplessly as Vegeta's group departed. Whoosh! Goku instantly appeared beside Cell. I'm curious, after all these years, how did you come back to life? He, trying to pry for information. Cell nodded. It doesn't hurt to tell you. I am not originally from this timeline. I came here only because of an accident. Do you understand now? Hearing this, Goku frowned. He understood, but found it hard to believe in the existence of other timelines. If they truly existed, the Supreme Kais should have given a definitive answer. Unfortunately, Goku had no desire to contact the Supreme Kais now. Seeing that Goku had no further questions, Cell paid him no more heed. His priority was to try returning to the blind box shop timeline. Cell once again etched the reverse summoning array onto the ground, then controlled Goku to stand at its center before stepping in himself. However, as he formed the seals, the array remained completely still. Cell frowned. Why isn't it working? If it doesn't work, will I be trapped in this timeline forever? No, I must find a way back. The divine essence hasn't fully merged yet. They'll have to wait until it does before trying again. Or I could find Bulma to build another time machine. Beside him, Goku heard Cell muttering to himself and laughed. I don't know what you're talking about, but from what I can gather, the pattern under your feet must be how you got here, right? And now it's not working, so it seems you can't go back for now. You look exactly like the Cell I fought, but your strength is worlds apart. You even use the Kaioken and some strange techniques. You know, I'd actually like to go with you and see what that other timeline is like. There will be a chance. After all, I still need you to defeat the Vegeta and the others from that timeline. I will definitely find a way back. After several more attempts, the array showed no reaction. Cell knew it was useless to keep trying and decided to wait until the divine essence had fully merged. Next, he controlled Goku to fly into the sky and unleashed an energy blast that reduced the ruined city to rubble. Goku's pupils flickered with emotion, but he could do nothing as Cell controlled him to fly elsewhere. Supreme Kai Planet. Supreme Kai Shin and the Elder Supreme Kai watched everything through their crystal ball. Hearing Cell claim to be from another timeline, Shin looked bewildered. Ancestor, are there other universes besides this one? Why is the Supreme Deity? Am I completely unaware of this? Even the Elder Supreme Kai looked just as confused. Don't ask me, I've never heard of other timelines either. But I do know something about Cell. He should have died long ago. Could he really have come from some other timeline? Once Vegeta recovers, that Cell controlling Goku won't find it easy to cause trouble. You keep watch here, I'll go consult the records. Alright. Shin nodded blankly, his gaze fixed on the crystal ball. With Cell's addition to the GT timeline, events were once again heading in an unknown direction. Main timeline blind box shop. It was already 5 o'clock in the afternoon, closing time. Aside from the morning customers, a few passers-by had come in the afternoon. Seeing the two fierce beasts guarding the ladder, they dared not approach the store and fled immediately. After that, no one else came by. At closing time, Shin closed the door, then turned to the playing general. General, let's go find some exotic creatures in the universe to modify the mobile tent world. As you command, Marshal. The general snapped to attention, perfectly embodying the conduct of a soldier. Shun-sen set himself as the general's opponent, and after the general replicated his abilities, the man and the panda exchanged a glance. Then they vanished from the spot. After several space-crossing movements, Shin-san and the general appeared on a barren planet. They looked down at the desolate land, their attention focused on some short humanoid pitch-black creatures. General frowned. Marshal, they are too weak. Bringing them back would be useless, wouldn't it? Shun-sen shook his head and smiled. Look at their fingers, slender and dexterous. They remind me of creatures from a book I once read called Sprites. Sprites are best suited for high-precision work. Let's go down for a look. If they're capable, bringing them back to modify the tent world will be very useful. Yes, Marshal. The general never questioned orders, he simply followed them. The man and the panda slowly descended. The sprites who were building a house were startled by the sudden intruders. They huddled together in a corner, trembling with fear. Finally, a sprite that seemed to be the leader mustered the courage to step forward, chattering incessantly in a language completely unintelligible. Shin-sen couldn't understand the sprite, either, only catching a jumble of sounds. In the end, he took out some precision parts and a blueprint and handed them over. You assemble this. Gulu Gulu. The sprite didn't understand Shin-sen either, but seemed to grasp the intent. It took the parts and the blueprint, studied the diagram for about 10 seconds, then began to work. Its slender fingers flew, and in an instant the assembly was complete. Then the sprite respectfully handed the assembled drone back to Shin-san. Smart. Shin-san was very pleased. All of you follow me. From now on, you'll live a life of luxury. Gulu Gulu, you all. Never mind, it's like talking to a wall. I can't believe I'm doing this. They'll just pack you all up and take you back. Shin-san took out another mobile tent, herded all the sprites inside, then turned to the general and continued. There's a fairly strong energy signature on a planet not far from here. Let's go see what it's all about. Let's move on to the next stop. A land brimming with life, dotted with countless lakes. Various strange and wondrous animals roamed leisurely across the terrain. Shin-san and the general stood in the void, gazing down at the picturesque scene below. This is Namek. Shin-san slowly shook his head. He had wondered what sort of energy it was, but it turned out to be emanating from the Namekians. Though some of the animals here had bizarre forms, they held little interest for him. This expedition was solely to find creatures capable of transforming the mobile tent world. Even if he brought those animals back, they would only waste provisions. As for the Namekians, forget it. Green-skinned as they were, aside from creating the Dragon Balls, they seemed rather useless. But the thought of the Dragon Balls piqued Shin-san's interest. He had been in the Dragon Ball world for quite a while, yet he had never laid eyes on the legendary Shenron. Since he had managed to travel across worlds, he ought to at least see what that divine dragon actually looked like. Beside him, the general spoke up. Marshal, shall we take some local specialties from this planet back with us? Shin-sen waved his hand dismissively. No need. Bringing animals back is pointless, they'd only waste food. Our main goal this trip is to find races with unique skills. Animals don't fall into that category. Hearing this, the general nodded. Understood. Shin-sen continued. However, this planet has a wish-granting orb called the Dragon Balls. Let's find the locals and ask for them to make a few wishes. Without another word, the general saw Shin-sen vanish and swiftly followed. In a flash of movement, the man and the panda arrived amidst a cluster of bizarre structures. The area was filled with Namekians, some farming, some chatting, and others sparring. Suddenly, one Namekian noticed Shin-san and the general. A cry of surprise escaped its lips, and soon all the nearby Namekians gathered around, pointing at Shin-san and chattering in a language he could not comprehend. Though they appeared casual, wariness gleamed in their eyes. Just then, drawn by the commotion, a composed Namekian emerged from the largest building. As it approached, the other Namekians parted to form a path. Honored guests, I am the current Grand Elder of Namek. May I ask what brings you to our planet? The Grand Elder gazed at Shin-san, and the general sweat pouring from its brow. It could sense Shin-san's faint, elusive aura, and especially the general's barely concealed energy, which felt immeasurably more powerful than that of Frisia from days past. Yet it could also tell that Shin-san and the general bore no ill intent. Breathing a silent sigh of relief, it spoke with utmost respect. Finally someone I can talk to. Shin-san smiled. No need to worry. I know Son Goku and Piccolo. I'm just passing through and would like to borrow the Dragon Balls for a while. Hearing the name Son Goku, the Grand Elder was completely at ease. A friend of an old acquaintance. The Dragon Balls were gathered just recently. If you wish to use them, I'll have someone fetch them immediately. Much obliged. It's no trouble. My people rarely use the Dragon Balls anyway, we only collect them as a precaution. The Grand Elder dispatched a few to retrieve the Dragon Balls while he conversed with Shin-san. As their discussion deepened, Shin-san's casual and witty manner completely won over the Grand Elder, who warmly invited him and the general into his dwelling. Shin-san did not decline. Why not experience the local customs? Consider it a vacation. An hour later, the host and guests were thoroughly delighted. Shin-san stepped outside with the Dragon Balls. The Grand Elder and the other Namekians followed closely behind, as only they understood the Namekian tongue. After arranging the Dragon Balls, the Grand Elder stepped forward. Together they shouted at the 7 orbs, "Arise, Shinran." Instantly, the 7 Dragon Balls erupted with a bolt of lightning that shot into the sky, swiftly forming a plump dragon with wings. It looked down at Shin-san and the others, its voice rumbling, "State your wish." The Grand Elder turned to Shin-san. "Friend, please speak your wish, and I shall convey it." Shin-san stroked his chin, thinking. "My wish is for 10,000 more wishes." The Grand Elder looked bewildered. The Grand Elder gave an awkward smile. "My friend, you jest. Purunga cannot grant that." Purunga, in a surprisingly human-like manner, spoke in a language Shin-san could understand. "Human greed is not a virtue. Besides, I truly cannot fulfill that wish. Please state another." "Then, give me 10,000 gods of destruction as bodyguards." You. Just kill me now? What do you take the gods of destruction for? Since you know their name, you must understand their power. How could a humble being like me possibly accomplish that? This won't do, that won't do. What exactly can you do? Your demands are too extreme. Do you have any other wish? If not, I'm leaving. Shin-san curled his lip. Fine. Tell me which planet has creatures skilled in ecological management. This time a red light flickered in Purunga's pupils as it replied. Planet Taro. Its inhabitants are masters of environmental ecology and are also adept builders. You have 2 wishes left. State your second wish. Give me an angel to do my housework. You. Forget it. I can't do that. TCH, some divine dragon you are? Fine. Send me and the general to planet Taro. Right away, off you go. Purunga swiftly teleported Shin-san and the general away, then hurriedly reverted to its Dragon Ball form, truly fearing that Shin-san might utter another outlandish demand. Seeing the matter concluded, the Grand Elder waved for the other Namekians to return to their tasks. It wiped the cold sweat from its brow. 10,000 more wishes. This friend of Son Goku certainly has audacity. And what are those gods of destruction and angels that made Purunga seem so terrified? The Grand Elder could not fathom it. Planet Taro. A city of exquisite architecture stood tall, boundless forests brimmed with life and mountains and rivers intertwined in complex patterns. This planet had never appeared in Dragon Ball, but Shin-san did not dwell on it. The universe was vast. After all, creatures like the demon fox had never shown up either. Other races were perfectly normal. Shin-san walked through the streets with the general listening to the incomprehensible cries of vendors from all directions. He was dumbfounded. He should have asked that useless divine dragon to grant him the ability to understand the Tarian language. Now he had arrived and could not even communicate. Would he have to pack everything up and leave again? Within the domain of the shop, he could use its rules to comprehend the universal language. But after some thought, he decided to shelve the idea of packing up for now. Shin-san was in no hurry. He strolled with the general, taking in novel sights, while keeping an ear out for anyone speaking a language he could understand. And indeed, after wandering around, he did encounter a young woman whose speech was comprehensible. General, doesn't that woman look a bit like someone? Faceblind, come take a look. Marshal, her silhouette resembles that woman Bulma, but her posture isn't quite the same. Hearing this, Shun Sen suddenly understood. He thought she looked familiar. She might be Bulma's sister who traveled the universe collecting stories apparently named Tights. With that in mind, Shin San called out uncertainly, "Tights, who's calling me?" Tights turned around in confusion. Though she had made many friends across the universe, she had only arrived on planet Taro a few days ago and knew no one. How could anyone here know her name? Tights' gaze fixed on Shun San's face as he walked up, and her confusion deepened. "Sir, do we know each other?" "No, but I know your sister Bulma." Shun San extended his hand. "Hello, I'm Shun San." Hearing the name Bulma, Tights finally understood. She reached out and lightly shook his hand, smiling. "So you're from back home?" "Hello, how did you end up on planet Taro?" "I'm here on business, but I'm struggling with the language." "Lucky to run into you. Could you help me out?" Shun San got straight to the point. "Well," Tights hesitated. To be honest, even though Shun San had mentioned Bulma's name, she didn't know his character. Meeting for the first time and asking for help made her worry he might not be as kind as he appeared. "Mr. Shun, please wait. Do you mind if I call Bulma first?" "Not at all, go ahead." Hearing this, Tights took out a communicator. She didn't step away, but dialed Bulma's number right beside Shun San. Soon Bulma's voice came through the communicator. "It's the sun rising from the west. You didn't even call when I got married, and now you're calling. What's up?" "Bulma, do you know someone named Shun San?" "Huh, I do. How do you know him, sis?" "He's right next to me. He wants my help, but I'm not sure if I should, so I called to confirm." "You're joking, right? Do you know who Shun San is? Why would he need your help? Are you sure you haven't run into a fake?" Shun San rolled his eyes wildly at that. He then took the communicator from Tights. "Hey, do I sound like a fake to you?" "So it really is you, boss Shin. Why aren't you at your shop? What are you doing out in space? And my sister is just an ordinary person. How can she help you?" "I may be strong, but I don't know the universal language, all right. I just wanted your sister to be a translator." Fine, give the phone back to her. He'll talk to her." Shun Sen handed the communicator back. Tights listened for a bit, then walked aside. As she heard Bulma talk about Shun, since she kept glancing back at him. No one knew what the sisters discussed, but the call ended over 10 minutes later. Tights hurried back, looked up at Shun San, her eyes sparkling. "Mr. Shun, can you really travel across countless worlds? That's truly incredible. Could you tell me about those worlds and your blind box shop? Such fantastic material is perfect for writing. I plan to write a book about you titled The Jar Merchant Travels Across the Myriad Realms. What do you think?" "Sounds good, but the name needs tweaking. Let's call it Dragon Ball The Jar Merchant 10,000 times Critical Return. A title with a break." "Interesting. Mr. Shin, tell me more." When it came to her profession, Tights seemed to have an endless stream of questions. She was completely immersed in the conversation. Shin Sen shared some tales of the myriad realms. They chatted happily, one asking and one answering, one jotting notes and one observing until 8 in the evening. Seeing it was getting late, Tights slapped her forehead. "Sorry, I have this occupational habit. When it comes to book material, I can go on forever. Now about the real matter, you said you wanted me as a translator." "That's simple. I know the universal language. Tell me what's going on." Shin Sen shook his head. "No worries, chatting with you was quite enjoyable. I mentioned the mobile tent world earlier. I came here because I heard the Tarotians excel in ecology and architecture, so I want to take some back to transform the world inside the tent." "Well," Tights hesitated again. "Mr. Shin, you might not know this, but planet Taro seems peaceful on the surface, but the people are all controlled by the Star Lord. And the Star Lord has a strange personality with a strong possessive streak. He won't let anyone take Tarotians away. Most importantly, he's incredibly powerful. Rumor has it he can easily destroy a large mountain." Shin San was speechless. Had all his previous talk been in vain? Easily destroying a mountain. That's something anyone with hands could do. Forget hands, he could now reduce a mountain to dust with just a glance. He could destroy a world with a flick of his hand. As for whether this Star Lord would agree, did he need his approval? If he weren't such a decent young man, he wouldn't even bother asking and would just pack them up and leave. Seeing Shun San's dismissive expression, Tights suddenly remembered that the man before her was a supreme being who could traverse the myriad realms. She couldn't bring herself to continue. After a moment's hesitation, Tights spoke again. "I can be your translator, but this planet is one of the few peaceful ones in the universe. Please don't resort to force." "It depends. I only need them to transform the world inside the tent. If they want to return later, I'll send them back." Shun Sen sensed the strongest energy signature on planet Taro, presumably belonging to this so-called Star Lord. "Let's go meet this Star Lord." He grabbed Tights' shoulder and with the general took a step forward, instantly arriving in a resplendent palace. Seated on a throne was a figure about 3 meters tall, with red skin and 2 black horns on his head. He was in the middle of a meal. He hadn't noticed anyone intruding until a peripheral glance caught them. Startled, he stood up and shouted, "Who are you?" "We are Tights took the initiative to explain Shun San's purpose. Unsurprisingly, upon hearing they wanted people, the Star Lord's possessive instinct flared up, and he refused outright. Tights shook her head. Mr. Shun, he refused. Oh, is that so? Shun Sen narrowed his eyes, releasing only a fraction of his aura. Tights asked him again. All right. Tights repeated the question to the Star Lord, but got no response for a long time. The Star Lord, who had been furious moments ago, was now filled with terror, his legs trembling uncontrollably. In an instant, he cast aside all possessiveness and dropped to his knees. His possessiveness was strong, but in the face of death, it could take a back seat. What followed was straightforward. Shin San, with a series of well-placed blows, easily subdued the cowardly Star Lord, who then obediently lent him 30,000 top-tier talents. It was past 11 by the time he finished. Under the Star Lord's reverent gaze, Shun Sen did not leave the palace until 11:30. Standing outside, he pondered for a moment before turning around. Are you planning to stay here or leave with me for now? I'll leave with you. If you're not around, who knows how the Star Lord might treat me. Taisu let out a sigh. Shin Sen nodded, then used his laws to envelop Taisu in a protective barrier before grabbing her and soaring into the cosmos. Amid the boundless darkness, standing in the profound void of space, stirred a flicker of fear within Taisu. Mr. Shin, are we returning to our homeworld or heading to another planet? No rush to go back. Let's take a look around first. Without further explanation, Shin San, accompanied by the panda, teleported across the cosmos, soon arriving at the edge of the universe. He then placed his hand upon the surface of the cosmic barrier. Instead of attempting to shatter it, he simply utilized the technique of infinite stride to pass through. The moment they crossed the cosmic barrier, Vados, situated on a distant planet, instantly sensed it. Lord Kampa. What is it now? Can't you see I'm enjoying my meal? This can wait. Chronic overindulgence had turned Kampa into a plump figure. At that moment, he was utterly engrossed in devouring what he considered delicacies with no intention of heeding Vados. This is a matter of immense importance, one that cannot be delayed. Vados raised her crystalline staff, and an image of Shun San and his companions materialized. Look, Lord Kampa. Moi. Hearing that it was a grave affair, Kampa finally lifted his head. However, upon seeing the reflection in the crystal, he was filled with confusion. Vados, what are you doing? Those nobodies aren't worth watching. I'd rather eat more. At this, Vados sighed, a hint of helplessness on her face. Lord Kampa, those three are not from Universe 6. They appear to be from Universe 7. What? Kampa's attention was finally captured. Beerus isn't with them. How did they cross the cosmic barrier? It seems they possess a teleportation ability that can ignore the barrier. That one is quite intriguing. Vados chuckled softly. Kampa raised an eyebrow and smirked maliciously. It seems Universe 7 has been cultivating some important beings. But crossing universes without permission is a crime. They'll go kill them now. Vados. Very well. Vados understood Kampa's intentions. Knowing his rivalry with Beerus, his twin brother and sworn enemy, she realized Kampa simply wanted to cause trouble for Beerus. Moreover, crossing universes without authorization was indeed forbidden. From any perspective, Vados could not argue against Kampa's reasoning. Using the unique movement of angels, they traversed a kaleidoscopic spatial tunnel. In just a few minutes, driven by Kampa's eager anticipation, they arrived on a planet blocking Shin San's path. Seeing this, Shin San frowned. He had anticipated that crossing the cosmic barrier might attract the attention of a god of destruction and an angel, but he hadn't expected them to arrive so swiftly. Still, it mattered little. With the general present and his own desire to test the gap between his strength and a god of destruction, he felt prepared. Taisu entered the tent world first. Shin San produced the tent and pushed the bewildered Taisu inside before retracting it. Then, smiling, he met Kampa's gaze. Kampa grinned back. Interesting. The look in your eyes suggests you want to fight me. That Beerus has actually raised such an arrogant one. But crossing universes without permission is a crime. Killing you would surely infuriate that Beerus. And I relish seeing him angry and powerless. Blame yourself for walking into your own death. When you're ready, prepare to die. Kampa mused aloud. Shin Sen shook his head, realizing Kampa mistook him for one of Beerus' protégés. Hey chubby, come and kill me if you can. What did you call me, boy? Kampa's face darkened instantly. Shin Sen taunted him. Don't like that name. Then I'll just call you Fatty. Simple, convenient, easy to remember, and it fits your appearance perfectly. Hee, this gentleman certainly has a way with words. It does suit him, doesn't it? Vados added fuel to the fire. Kampa's fury soared, his expression twisting into a snarl. Damn it, boy, you're dead. He'll destroy you. General, watch the angel. Shin Sen unleashed his full power. Golden flames erupted around him, lightning crackling across the heavens. Two colossal Dharma manifestations rose behind him, towering into the sky, their eyes fixed upon Kampa with unyielding authority. The sudden transformation startled both Kampa and Vados. As supreme deities, their perception was extraordinary. Kampa exclaimed in shock. What? You possess divine energy, and those two phantoms are imbued with laws. How is this possible? Damn it, how did Beerus get someone like you? But all this flashy nonsense with such weak laws won't save you. I will kill you today. Kappa would never admit he was envious. Beside him, Vedas' expression grew extremely grave. Though angels and gods were known only for creation and destruction, they were well aware of the 3,000 laws of the universe. Mastering even one could elevate one to godhood. If Beerus had such a person by his side, Kappa might not know, but she certainly would. This meant this man was not affiliated with Beerus. Divine aura, a berserk state, and laws beyond ordinary comprehension. Who was this person? For a moment, even Vedos could not fathom it. Hearing Kampa's words, Shun-san cracked his neck and beckoned provocatively. Come on then. See for yourself if it's just flashy nonsense. I've been itching for a workout. Bastard. Still daring to provoke me. Die. Kampa instantly appeared before Shin-san and threw a straight punch. Startled but swift, Shin-san reacted. He crossed his arms to shield his face. As the fist met his arms, an immense force surged through him. Seizing the moment, he used his divine insight. As expected of a god of destruction. Even in his anger, his power level was in the hundreds of billions, surpassing his own. With a few more roars, he might reach trillions, and even higher realms were not beyond him. Truly the mightiest in the universe. Deactivating his divine insight, Shin-san was sent flying countless kilometers by Kampa's earth-shattering force. The general frowned, but recalling Shin-san's instructions, he refrained from intervening, instead keeping a close watch on Vedos. Kampa, delighted by his successful strike, burst into manic laughter. Ha! See, I told you it was all just flashy tricks. You can't even withstand a single punch from me. What were you so arrogant about? Is that so? Then try taking a punch from me. Shin-san appeared behind Kampa without warning, and before the latter's horrified gaze, drove a fist into his jaw. The next moment, a streak of purple light shot into the cosmos, shattering several asteroids. Vedos watched impassively. This level of attack was barely a tickle to Kampa. If this was all the man had, he stood no chance against the god of destruction. No sooner had she thought this than Kampa returned. His expression had grown eerily calm, like the stillness before a storm. It's been eons since anyone has laid a hand on me. Boy, you've done well. But... Kampa slowly raised his right hand. Deep purple energy swirled the destructive force of his law, causing space itself to warp. I'm tired of playing. Die now. Destruction. What is that? Kampa's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. Behold, a row of golden mystical staffs formed a barrier shielding Shun-san behind them. Its destructive energy sphere crashed against the surface of the golden staffs, unable to penetrate even a fraction. The ever-invincible destructive force proved utterly futile against the golden staffs. Having lived for countless eons, this was the first time it had encountered a staff immune to destruction. Nearby, Vedas' heart also pounded a few fierce beats. Not to mention Kampa, even she had never seen a staff capable of nullifying destructive energy. Even the hardest steel in the universe could not withstand such power. As an angel, she had witnessed something novel today. The golden staff was none other than the Dinghai Shinjin, and Shun-san, standing behind it, slowly curled his lips into a graceful arc. The Dinghai Shinjin of the primordial era. Destruction's attempt to shatter it was nothing short of wishful thinking. Once the destructive energy sphere dissipated, Shin-san commanded the staffs to encircle him, then spread his arms wide. Let me show you something fresh. Dinghai Shinjin. Fourth. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Tens of thousands of Dinghai Shinjin instantly materialized around Shin-san, forming a domain of golden staffs. They leaped and swirled jubilantly like children playing by their father's side, awaiting his command. This sight left Kampa utterly astounded. Vedas' heart likewise shifted with each passing moment. Yet Shin-san casually waved a hand toward Kampa. My children, attack. No sooner had the words left his lips than tens of thousands of Dinghai Shinjin shot forth like arrows, a golden torrent that blazed painfully under the sun's glare. They swiftly formed a trapping formation around Kampa, then struck one after another. Kampa finally snapped back to reality, its gaze turning exceedingly dark. It dodged nimbly within the golden staff domain, evading the blows of the Dinghai Shinjin with precision. Kid, even with such a wondrous weapon, so what? Your strength is what it is. You're still too green to harm me. Perfect, once I eliminate you, these golden staffs will all be mine. Oh, try your luck and take them. Shun-san extended a hand, and a Dinghai Shinjin instantly flew into his grasp. Then he charged into the torrent of staffs, seizing an opening to press downward with a roar. Great desolate divine palm. In an instant, the nearby Dinghai Shinjin veered aside. A colossal energy palm, as if capable of covering the entire world, materialized above Rupa, seeming to effortlessly annihilate all existence. Even Vedos couldn't suppress a slight gasp. It's fused with space. This is remarkable. Kampa, seeing this, roared at the giant palm above. Don't you dare. It's just laced with space. Watch me break it. Destruction. N. In an instant, Kampa conjured a destruction sphere dozens of meters wide and hurled it at the great desolate divine palm. When the two collided, no massive uproar occurred. Kampa's law of destruction overpowered the spatial law of the palm, essentially annihilating it instantly. But Shin-san, with a single step of a world away, appeared above Kampa, gripping the Dinghai Shinjin with both hands, his eyes blazing with wild glee. Think you're the only one who can grow big? My staff here can too. Dinghai Shinjin. Grow, grow, grow. With each grow, Shun-sen shouted. The staff expanded infinitely, stretching millions of meters in a flash. As it struck downward, space itself warped violently. Kampa's expression shifted repeatedly as it tried to dodge. Shin-san roared again. Don't even think of escaping. Law of life. Hold it for me. Several beams of vibrant emerald light shot from Shun-san's body, instantly striking the ground. The greenery surged wildly, forming dozens of vines that bound the fleeing Kampa. Shin-sen knew the vines wouldn't hold Kampa for long, but a moment was all he needed. He laughed maniacally, accelerating the swing of the Dinghai Shinjin. Ha ha, so what if you're a god of destruction? Take this old Shin strike. Boom rumble. The Dinghai Shinjin struck Kampa squarely, driving it downward toward the planet. As the staff pressed Kampa onto the planet's surface, the earth cracked, fissures spreading endlessly, the seas overturned, volcanoes erupted, and then with a deafening roar the entire planet shattered into fragments. Shin-sen stood atop a single staff, the original sized one slung over his shoulder, thousands more swirling around him, his expression proud as he gazed at the ruined planet. Angel Vados' initial shock shifted to deep curiosity. Life, space, combat, the golden staffs, and that form where his hair turned yellow, boosting his power. This man seemed to harbor great secrets. But as an angel, she remained neutral. If not compelled, she truly wished to seize Shin-san and interrogate him thoroughly. Lord Kampa is going to get angry. I wonder if that handsome young man has any tricks left. Vados watched the shattered planet with a light smile. With those words, Kampa emerged from the debris, a trace of purple blood at the corner of its mouth, yet its demeanor turned eerily calm, as if nothing had happened. It stopped a mere 100 meters from Shun-san, purple energy erupting from its body, intensifying wildly. Shin-san's heart jolted, and he instinctively activated his divine perception eye. Holy crap, this is real fury. Kampa's stats are skyrocketing. Hundreds of billions, trillions. Damn, still climbing, hundreds of quadrillions, thousands of quadrillions. Quintillions, hundreds of quintillions, thousands of quintillions. Shin-san's eyelids twitched violently. As he watched Kampa's power surge, a searing pain struck his gut. With a cry, he was sent hurtling into the depths of space, crashing through several asteroids before halting. By then, Kampa had slowly withdrawn its hand and instantly appeared above Shin-san, extending a hand toward his head. Destruction. Damn. A plant. Without a second thought, Shin-san swung his staff at Kampa's arm, deflecting it slightly, and used the opening to escape with a world away. But Kampa seemed to anticipate his landing, smashing another fist into Shin-san's head, followed by a relentless flurry of blows. Still acting cocky. Weren't you so arrogant just now? Why can't you keep it up now? Dare to hurt me, you are unforgivable. Destruction. Hearing this, and feeling the pain racking his body, a gleam flickered in Shin-san's eyes. He gripped the Dinghai Shinjin and batted away the destructive energy sphere. Then, facing the fully serious Kampa, his blood boiled to its peak, every cell in his body surging with vitality. Since that's the case, he'll show you one more dose of arrogance, you little fatty. Harmless World King fist 6 times. Activate. Light domain. Activate. 8 gates of divination. First gate. Open. Second gate. Open. Third gate. Open. Open, open, open. Absolute immortal sword. Emerge. Shin-san unleashed all his methods for the first time. A 10,000-fold amplification of the Realm King fist. A 10,000-fold amplification of the 8 gates of Duanjia. A 10,000-fold amplification of the light domain. All of these granted him a frenzied enhancement, causing his battle stats to skyrocket terrifyingly at this moment, instantly surpassing the threshold and entering the realm of Ji, and it continued to soar. The value of Ji leapt to Rang in an instant. In less than a second it jumped to Go. By now it had already exceeded the current Xiangpa. Shin-san gripped the absolute immortal sword, coldly observing Xiangpa, whose expression changed repeatedly. Now, you little fatty, tell me, does this store manager have any qualifications to be arrogant in front of you? You little. Xiangpa heart raced. It wanted to retort, but seeing Shin-san's current demeanor gave it a chilling sensation, especially from the strange and mysterious sword leaving a dry mouth. Nearby, Angel Vados' expression had completely changed. She knew very well that Shin-san had already surpassed Xiangpa. If these two were to unleash their full power, the entire 6th universe would be doomed. Not only here, all the angels across the universes sensed it. The crystal ball reflected Shin-san's appearance, and looking at his cold and wild face, the destroyers were startled and jumped back. All the angels were frantically tagging Vados. Vados, who on earth is that guy? The aura is even reaching my universe. When did your universe have such a powerful human? Something feels off, judging by the situation. That human seems to be in a life and death duel with Xiangpa. Is that human truly from your universe? Damn, did you guys notice? The golden rod surrounding that human and the sword covered in mysterious patterns give me a very dangerous feeling. It exploded. completely exploded. The crystal staff of Bados displayed images of all the destroyers who wished they could jump out of the images to investigate. Except for one image, that of Angel Weiss. He had seen Shin-san before. Within such a short time, he had reached this level, surpassing the destroyers of the sixth universe. This was indeed a monumental event. Weiss' astonishment was no less than that of the many destroyers. Seeing Shin-san momentarily inactive, Bados spoke up. Weiss, you should know that human entered the sixth universe from the seventh universe. He's from the seventh universe, so asking me is useless because it's my first time seeing that human too. Upon hearing this, all the destroyers and angels turned to Weiss, whose hairline was higher than Sun Wukong's. Ahem. Weiss cleared his throat. I have indeed seen that human, but it was over a month ago. At that time his strength was still quite weak. I don't know how he reached a level comparable to a destroyer in just over a month. Hearing this, all the destroyers and angels wore skeptical expressions. Weiss, believe it or not, this is a major issue. Look at that human possessing several laws that even deities find difficult to comprehend. Aside from you, who else in the seventh universe could teach that? Beerus. He can't do it himself. What a joke, reaching the level of a destroyer in just over a month. Weiss, do you think we're 3-year-olds? Stop talking, stop talking. That human is about to move. It must be at Beerus' behest. The two brothers have always been at odds, and it must be Beerus who sent that human to beat up Xiangpa. Place your bets. I've disliked that little fatty Xiangpa for a long time. I'm betting that human can pin Xiangpa down and beat him up. The atmosphere changed among all the destroyers. Xiangpa popularity was genuinely low, and not a single destroyer wished to see Xiangpa unscathed. At this moment, Bados shook her head. Don't mess around. If these two unleash their full power, the entire universe will be wiped clean in an instant. Weiss, you better give a clear answer. Are you secretly training a successor to become a destroyer? No. Weiss looked helpless. If that were the case, would I hide it in such an important matter? I've only seen that human twice, and both times were through the crystal. I've never seen the real person. Hearing this, Bados and her group of angels showed thoughtful expressions. However, they couldn't fathom how that human could reach the level of a destroyer, if not taught by Weiss. Seeing Shun-Sin move just as Bados was about to step forward to stop him, a black and white chubby object swiftly blocked the way. It was the general who had been observing Bados' state. The moment it stood in front of her, it replicated all of Bados' combat power. Feeling the aura radiating from the general, all the angels straightened their bodies and shocked their brows, furrowing tightly. This? Who is this? This was the first thought of all the angels. They saw the general and believed Shin-San was not trained by Weiss. Even if Weiss could cultivate a destroyer, he surely couldn't cultivate an angel's power. At this time, the destroyers also noticed the unusual behavior of the angels. After asking silence, endless silence, all the angels and destroyers stared at the black and white general, falling into deep silence. After a moment of silence, Bados spoke. Friend, you should know very well what the consequences of letting them fight would be. Please ask your disciple to stop. We can discuss things slowly. The general shook his head. You're mistaken. I cannot be the marshal's teacher. I am merely one of the marshal's subordinates. Besides, the marshal is currently enjoying himself, no one is allowed to interrupt. Get out of the way and wait until the marshal is done having fun. What? Marshal? Subordinate? The faces of Bados and her top deities changed dramatically. An angel's power is merely that of a subordinate. Then what is the strength of that human? Hidden? Or does that human have an unimaginably vast force behind them? Bados' expression changed repeatedly. Before she could speak, a spatial passage opened up before all the angels, and a grand voice echoed in the ears of every angel and destroyer. That is an outsider. Follow me to conquer. Understood, great officer. A group of angels and destroyers did not dare to hesitate for a moment, instantly crossing the spatial passage and appearing on the battlefield. Then angels and destroyers emerged from a swirling vortex above, with the great officer stepping out. All the destroyers immediately greeted him respectfully. The great officer ignored them calmly, locking his gaze on Shun-San, who was beating Xiangpa, and then shifted his focus to the general. At this moment, the general also turned to meet the great officer's gaze, instantly replicating all of the great officer's combat power and skills due to its unique ability. Then, under the astonished eyes of the great officer, the general flickered, unleashing a barrage of punches and kicks that sent all the destroyers and angels flying. Shock! A group of angels and destroyers crawled out from the shattered stars, their pupils filled with astonishment. It was wrong. It was outrageously wrong. That black and white being was nowhere near an angel's strength. The pressure emanating from it was comparable to that of the great officer. Cold sweat broke out on the foreheads of all the destroyers. Meanwhile, the general stood with his hands behind his back, calmly watching the great officer. I said no one may disturb the marshal. Whoever approaches within 10,000 kilometers of the marshal will die. A single sword's chill freezes 14 provinces. Within the vast expanse of the cosmos, countless perilous sword lights flashed by, incessantly shattering every planet and asteroid in their path into fragments. Caught in the storm of sword lights, Kampa was already grievously wounded, his body covered in cuts from the absolute immortal sword's radiance. A deep gash on his chest exposed bone, and purple blood gushed out relentlessly. Kampa noticed the arrival of the angels and the Grand Priest, and a surge of joy filled him, but it was fleeting. The moment he saw the general blast away Sidra and the destroyer of Universe 9, his elation vanished. His first thought was, it's over. They had bitten off more than they could chew. Then he noticed a cold gleam of steel pressed against his neck. His final thought was farewell. Delicacies. Yet feeling no pain, he opened his eyes in confusion. He saw Shunsen stepping back and asked bewildered, "Why, oi? Hey, I'm just a merchant. I was only having a bit of fun. I never intended to take your life, you little chubby one." Shunsen turned his gaze to the angels whose faces were a mix of wariness and shock. The general's 50-50 ability could only replicate the power of a single being, not stack them like in novels. If the Grand Priest held him off while other angels and destroyers assisted, even the general couldn't win. He knew he couldn't keep fighting. If the Grand Priest caught on, things would spiral out of control. Little chubby one will meet again if fate allows. Shin-san waved at Kampa, then turned and called to the general. "General, the wind is tight. Time to retreat." "As you command, Marshal." In an instant, the general returned to Shin-san's side and stepped into the mobile tent Shin-san had produced. After stowing the tent, Shin-san took out a scroll and tore it open. The scroll instantly formed a halo of light that enveloped him. Shin-san smiled and waved at the angels and the Grand Priest. "Farewell, everyone. Feel free to visit my shop anytime. We should know which planet it's on. I look forward to our next meeting." With those words, the return scroll whisked him back to the blind box shop. The Grand Priest made no move to stop him. All the angels and destroyers gathered behind the Grand Priest, their expressions solemn. "Father, address me by my title during work hours." "Yes, Grand Priest." Vados clutched her stomach with a wry smile. "What shall we do now? Please advise, Grand Priest." Hearing this, the Grand Priest withdrew his gaze from where Shun-san had vanished and fixed it on a small figure that had suddenly appeared, bowing slightly. Upon seeing the newcomer, all the destroyers bowed to a 90-degree angle. Even Kampa, injured and relieved to be alive, broke into a cold sweat, flew closer, and bowed, all in one fluid motion. The newcomer was none other than the supreme being of the Dragon Ball universe, Zeno. All the destroyers held their breath, not daring to make a sound. Xenos' expression was far from childish. His gaze pierced through infinite space, settling on Universe 7. No matter how he looked, he found nothing amiss, but his face shifted subtly. Seeing this, the Grand Priest turned to Whis. That human claimed to be merely a merchant with his shop in Universe 7. He said, "You know which planet it's on. Explain." All the angels and destroyers fixed their eyes on Whis. Even Zeno and his two attendants were no exception. After a moment's thought, Whis recounted everything he knew about Shin-san. The Grand Priest pondered for a while. "Except for the angels and destroyers of Universes 6 and 7, all others are to return to their respective universes, carry out their duties, and await further instructions. Remember, outsiders are not easy to deal with. Until we uncover their schemes, everyone is to remain on high alert." "Understood, Grand Priest. We shall take our leave, Your Majesty." Zeno. "Take care." The destroyers, except those from Universes 6 and 7, had departed with their angels deeply shaken. The Grand Priest furrowed his brow. "Whis, where is Beerus?" "Oh dear Lord, Beerus is devoted to sleeping. He's snoozing away on the destroyer planet. Who I've had nothing to do for decades." Whis didn't hesitate to tattle. Vados chimed in. "And Lord Kampa too, obsessed with food. Look how fat he's gotten, Your Majesty. If he were slimmer, he might not have lost so miserably just now." "Damn, Vados, you traitor." Kampa noticed Xenos' expression shift again. Cold sweat poured from his forehead. Fortunately, Zeno said nothing more, merely nodding slightly at the Grand Priest before taking his attendant's hand and vanishing. The Grand Priest turned his gaze to Universe 7. "Whis, Vados, Kampa, you're coming with me." "Understood." The two angels showed little change in expression, but Kampa seemed reluctant. After the earlier events, he felt a twinge of fear. Yet he dared not refuse, so he followed them into the spatial tunnel. In an instant, crossing universes, the four supreme beings appeared on a planet. The Grand Priest and Whis sensed something unusual as soon as they arrived. "Grand Priest, a part of this planet seems concealed by something. I can't sense or see it." "Indeed." The Grand Priest nodded. "A 10-kilometer stretch of this planet appears to have detached from the universe. If that powerful being is here, he must be within." At this, the Grand Priest hesitated, for even he could not sense what lay within. It must harbor a force even he couldn't handle. To enter or not? That was the question. But contact was inevitable, and the Grand Priest was not one to vacillate. "Let's go. I shall meet these two powerhouses." "Very well." The four flashed into the shop's domain. It was late, the clock past midnight. Yet the blind box shop's door stood wide open, brightly lit. The Grand Priest and his companions walked slowly toward it. Passing a tent, Shin-san's voice rang out from within. "It's after hours, but honored guests, please come in for a chat." "Moi." Whis, Vados, and Kampa looked to the Grand Priest. Having reached his position, the Grand Priest was no timid deity. He stepped into the tent's world. A tent that creates its own realm. Quite intriguing. Vados chuckled behind her hand. Whis surveyed this new world. The Grand Priest gazed fixed on Shun San, who was projecting images of spirits and Tarosians. Please wait a moment, esteemed guests. Shun San turned and smiled. Let me finish arranging matters, and then I'll serve tea to those who've traveled so far. Yo, little fatty, we meet again. He released all the life forms he had brought back to modify the tent world and arranged for No. 18 and the general to handle the subsequent matters. Shinsen finally found some time. He turned and walked over to the Grand Priest and the others. Come on, let's talk inside the shop. With that, he led the way out of the tent world. The Grand Priest and the two angels said nothing, smiling as they followed. Kampa, walking at the rear, gritted his teeth, barely suppressing his fury. Don't get angry. Absolutely must not get angry. But the thought of that brat calling him little fatty truly made him want to explode. Kampa stared at Shin-san's back, wishing he could swallow him whole. Yet he knew he was no match for Shin-san, and with that immensely powerful life form that could punch an angel flying with one blow, his rage curdled into a bitter sense of frustration. Having been a god of destruction for hundreds of millions of years, this was the first time he had felt such stifled resentment. One human, three angels, and a destroyer entered the shop, each carrying a different mood. Shin-san invited them to sit down and poured each of them a cup of steaming hot tea. Here, drink up. The tea is free. Help yourselves if you want more. No need to be polite. Faced with Shun-san's somewhat overly familiar attitude, Vados and Whis didn't overthink it. They smiled and took a sip from their cups. The Grand Priest also picked up his teacup, but instead of drinking, he gently swirled it. Friend, isn't it a bit improper to barge in uninvited like this? What's improper about it? My shop being here brings no harm to your plane, only benefits. If anything, you're the ones gaining an advantage. Shin-san took a sip of tea and leaned back into the sofa. Hearing this, the Grand Priest frowned slightly. You people from beyond have already thrown the branched timelines into chaos. May I ask, where exactly is the benefit? What? Shin-san was surprised. People from beyond. Other timelines also have visitors from beyond. Why wouldn't they? The Grand Priest gave a faint smile. They are all beings from outside. They possess excellent innate talents and considerable strength. It's impossible to expel them completely. Countless branched timelines have been ruined by them. Hearing this explanation, Shin-san began to piece things together. The people from beyond the Grand Priest mentioned might not be transmigrators. That would mean. Shin-san's eyes narrowed slightly. That would mean this Dragon Ball system wasn't quite like the original story. However, the people from beyond the Grand Priest mentioned could also be beings from the demon realm. After all, they were mortal enemies. They are them, and I am me. Don't lump us together. Shin-san pointed at the blind boxes and jars on the counter. I'm just a merchant. What I sell are these blind boxes and jars right here on the counter. The prices are fair. If a customer opens a treasure, they could become incredibly wealthy. You could all see the extraordinary nature of the golden staff and the absolute immortal sword I used earlier. Those can be obtained from these blind boxes and jars. With that in mind, esteemed guests, tell me, am I here to cause trouble or to enhance the overall power of your plane? Upon hearing this, Vados and Whis felt a jolt in their hearts. They had witnessed the entire process. The power of the Rui Jingu Bang and the absolute immortal sword was undeniable, especially their ability to nullify destruction. If a powerful human wielded that golden staff, could it mean they could actually contend with a god of destruction? Amazing. Truly amazing. Vados and Whis had seen many beings from beyond. Some were good, some evil, some half-human, half-ghost. But this was the first time they had encountered a merchant from beyond selling jars and blind boxes. Just then a faint tearing sound caught the attention of Whis and the other angel. It turned out that the idol Kampa had noticed several red packages on the table. He couldn't help but pick one up. After examining it for a moment, he inadvertently tore open the bag, revealing strips of red items inside. A peculiar, enticing aroma wafted out, instantly stirring Kampa's appetite. He took out a strip and tossed it into his mouth. A spicy flavor exploded on his taste buds, and his eyes blazed with boundless light. If the Grand Priest hadn't been present, he would have thrown his head back and roared, so delicious. Gulp. Whis couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Vados was a bit better, but she also looked like she desperately wanted a taste. The Grand Priest merely continued to toy with his teacup. Truth be told, he didn't quite believe Shin-san's words. However, for the moment, he had no good solution. That being called general possessed strength equal to his own. If things truly escalated into an irreconcilable conflict, it wouldn't just be this universe. All universes could be destroyed. Even if they could win, what would be the point? Creating the current peak universes again would take countless eons, not to mention the demon race lurking ready to strike. In a mutually destructive scenario, the demon race would reap the benefits. The Grand Priest did not wish to see such an outcome. For now, the only course was to let things be and observe if Shun-san's claims were true, that opening a shop in the main world would only bring benefits. If there were indeed benefits, he wouldn't be unwelcome. Friend, what should I call you? Shin-san. A peculiar name. So how much do those blind boxes and jars of yours cost? Shin-san briefly explained the prices from the black iron blind box to the king jar, and then continued. The prices are based on this planet's exchange rate. If you don't have the local currency, you can use valuables like gold. The exchange rate is determined by me. However, the shop is closed for the day. Business hours are from 8 in the morning to 5 in the evening. This is an absolute rule that no one can break. If you esteemed guests wish to try your luck, please come by tomorrow morning with your money. Shin-sen yawned. This shop is neutral. You don't need to harbor too much suspicion towards me. It's getting late. If you have business, please come back tomorrow. Sorry for the intrusion. The Grand Priest asked no more questions, stood up, and walked out. Whis and Vados slowly followed. Kampa lingered, casting a longing glance at the remaining spicy sticks before trailing after them. The four deities stepped outside the shop, and all turned their gazes to the two guardian beasts on the celestial stairway. Whis, Vados, what are your thoughts? He doesn't seem to be lying, but one shouldn't judge solely by appearances. Didn't Mr. Shin say the shop opens every morning? We can come and try when it opens. I also don't think Mr. Shin is lying. That being called general is incredibly strong, and those two sleeping beasts are not to be underestimated either. With such high combat power under his command, if they wanted to cause trouble, they wouldn't need to resort to tricks and schemes. Whis and Vados each expressed their opinions. The Grand Priest nodded. You three stay on this planet for now. When morning comes, go and try opening those blind boxes and jars. If they truly benefit our side, there's no harm in establishing a friendship. I need to return and report to the Omni King. Contact me immediately if anything happens. Understood, Grand Priest. The next morning, a thick fog suddenly rose over the grassland, obscuring all vision, yet it did nothing to deter the resolve of those who had come to open the blind boxes. They arrived early in their aircraft, waiting on the grassland before the blind box shop. V's and the other two also stood in the dense fog waiting. At precisely 8 o'clock, the shop doors swung open. Dozens of people filed in, immediately forming orderly lines. After Satan had paid, everyone took their respective blind boxes and jars, finding comfortable spots to open them. Soon cries of surprise and disappointment intermingled once more. Some rejoiced, others grieved. Some struck it rich, while others went bankrupt. It was a heart-pounding game. Oh my, it really is possible to unearth items that boost one's strength. It seems Mr. Shin wasn't lying, V said with a light chuckle covering his mouth. Today, many who opened blind boxes had obtained fine items. With his discerning eye, he could easily gauge how much those items enhanced one's power. We can't jump to conclusions just yet. The items those humans have opened aren't particularly powerful. As for Mr. Shin's claim about the golden rods, we'll have to wait and see. Whis slowly shook her head. We've also gathered quite a bit of gold. Since we're just watching anyway, why not join in the fun? Hearing this, neither V's nor Kampa objected. They had come precisely to verify the authenticity of the blind boxes and jars. Watching was not as good as experiencing it firsthand. Subsequently, the three of them approached the counter, smiling at Shin-san, who was petting a cat. Mr. Shin, we meet again. Enough, you've been waiting outside for hours. Shin-san patted Zuking's little head, signaling for it to go play on its own. Come now, if you want to verify the authenticity of the blind boxes, just pay and open them. After witnessing your tent world last night, I've been inspired. V smiled as he placed a black stone on the counter. This iron ball was modified based on your tent world. It contains a space 10 kilometers in size, and the money for opening blind boxes is inside. Hearing this, Shin-san picked it up and glanced at it, the corner of his mouth twitching fiercely. The space was indeed 10 kilometers wide, and it was filled to the brim with gold and other treasures, packing the cubic space within the stone. Customers, you've gathered the treasures of an entire planet. There are countless uninhabited planets in the universe, and they hold no small amount of gold. The gold in this stone comprises all the minerals of a small planet, Whis explained. Mr. Shin, is this gold sufficient for the three of us to open jars? It is. Shin-san directly took out 15 king-level jars from behind the counter. As I explained last night, first-time customers can only open 5 per day, and so on up to a maximum of 20. All of you are among the top deities in the universe. I believe the king-level jars are fitting for your status. The gold and treasures in the stone are more than enough. Feel free to open them. They'll notify you when your credit runs low. Please go ahead. Shin-san made a welcoming gesture. Kampa was the first to reach for a jar. He'll go first. Let's see if it's really as miraculous as claimed. Open. He struck the jar's surface with a knife hand, but it didn't budge. Whis reminded him, Lord Kampa, as Mr. Shin explained last night, the jars can only be opened with the hammer provided. TCH, I don't believe only a hammer can break it. I am a god of destruction, a mere jar can't possibly defy me. Kampa ignored Whis' words. He increased his force, punching the jar's surface. With a thud, the jar didn't even vibrate. Kampa's stubbornness flared up. He punched again and again, each blow more powerful than the last, yet the jar didn't so much as shake. In contrast, his fists visibly swelled. Whis said no more, watching with an amused expression. V's even yawned. Shin-san propped his head on one hand, calmly observing Kampa's performance. Others opening blind boxes also grew interested, forming a circle around Kampa. Seeing this, Kampa's face flushed with embarrassment, his damned competitive spirit magnified infinitely. He extended his palm toward the jar, purple destructive energy gathering. Destruction. The jar? Give me a bath, will you? Put more into it. This. Kampa fell silent. His ultimate move was destruction, yet it left no ripple on the jar's surface. What now? With so many watching a god of destruction unable to break a single jar, where was his pride? If only he hadn't boasted so boldly earlier. Finally, Whis couldn't stand it any longer. She picked up the hammer and shoved it into Kampa's hands. Stop fooling around. You couldn't even break the golden rod, let alone the jar that contains them. Be a good boy and take the hammer. Hearing this, Kampa silently swung the hammer. The king-level jar, as if shedding its arrogance, shattered instantly under the blow. Congratulations, little fatty, you've won a case of want milk. What is this? Kampa grabbed the want milk floating above the jar fragments and examined it closely, a look of deep confusion on his face. Shin-sen explained, it's a beverage. There are 24 cans in a case. Open the case, take out a can, pull the tab, and you can drink it. Hearing this, Kampa swallowed. How does this milk compare to that red strip-shaped food I had last night? The taste is different, it's purely a matter of personal preference. But for you, whether it's spicy strips or milk, both are rare, exquisite delicacies. Shin-sen chuckled. A bowl of instant noodles had already conquered Kampa's taste buds. The spicy strips and uniquely flavored milk would surely do the same. Though these two angels and the god of destruction were supreme deities, their culinary experiences were still stuck at meat and potatoes. They had never tasted truly authentic cuisine. Upon hearing the explanation, Kampa immediately tore open the case. Following Shin-sen's instructions, he pulled the tab, and as the milk flowed down his throat, goosebumps rose all over his body, every cell racing with excitement. Kampa's eyes bulged wider than an ox's. Really? It's so delicious. Was it really that exaggerated? The onlookers were puzzled. Wasn't milk a common drink? Did the jar make it special, or was that purple little fatty just a country bumpkin who had never seen the world? Seeing Kampa drink milk as if it were some ambrosia, the nearby crowd fell into deep confusion. Meanwhile, Kampa finished one can after another. He couldn't stop. Absolutely couldn't stop. This tormented V's, who also loved fine food. Lord Kampa, could you spare me one? No. Kampa clutched the remaining milk protectively. If you want some, open your own. Don't even think about taking mine. Fine, I'll open my own then. Whis nudged Kampa aside and reached for another hammer. Without a second thought, he swept his 5 king-tier jars open, shattering them in an instant. 5 distinct items slowly materialized in the air above. Congratulations, Whis, for obtaining an infinite battery shaver. Congratulations, Whis, for obtaining a cream holy grail ice cream. Congratulations, Whis, for obtaining an infinity blade. Congratulations, Whis, for obtaining a dozen Superman underpants. Congratulations, Whis, for obtaining an Earth Domain skill card. Shin-sen clapped his hands and chuckled. Quite the luck. He pointed at a pale yellow weapon floating in the air covered in mysterious patterns. The Infinity Blade, an accessory type divine artifact. Equipping it grants the attributes of the Infinity Blade with a notable effect on angels. Utter the word merge, and it will autonomously integrate into your body. Hearing this, Whis raised an eyebrow. So miraculous. He tentatively murmured merge, and the Infinity Blade approached, then slowly dissolved into his body. Feeling the amplification effect of the blade, even Whis' normally unflappable demeanor stirred with a noticeable ripple. Because his power had increased. Most importantly, the Infinity Blade granted him a trait called Critical Strike. For instance, before merging, his damage output was 1. After merging, he could potentially deal 2. It was a probabilistic passive skill. When Whis looked at the jars again, his expression had completely changed. After all, reaching the angel level made further progress incredibly difficult, yet now a mere weapon had amplified his strength. This was an extraordinary event. At that moment, Shin-sen pointed to the skill card and explained. The Earth Domain. You both saw my light domain last night. The Earth Domain contains the laws of Earth. The card is edible, and its flavor can be adjusted by your thoughts. Off. It can adjust the taste. Whis was somewhat slow to react, utterly astonished by the wonder. He took the card in hand, imagined it tasting like want milk, and tossed it into his mouth. The sweet milky flavor burst on his palate, instantly captivating him. Then the application methods of the Earth Domain surged into his mind. In an instant, he gained a new law. This time, Whis was genuinely stunned. Laws that even gods struggled to comprehend, yet he could acquire them by eating a card. This Mr. Shin before him wasn't doing business. He was performing charity. Beside him, Vados, seeing that Whis' strength, which had remained unchanged for 1,000,000 years, had increased by a sliver thanks to 2 treasures, was also struck with astonishment. But Kampa paid no attention, focused solely on sucking his want milk. Shin-sen spoke again. 5 king-tier jars yielding 2 treasures. Truly fortunate. That cream holy grail ice cream is also edible. Though it won't boost your power, you might enjoy its taste. Is that so? Whis took the ice cream with a smile and bit into it. The unimaginable deliciousness made his entire body tremble. So good. This is the best food I've ever tasted. Country bumpkins. Both were country bumpkins. The onlookers shook their heads in boredom, then withdrew with a mix of envy and mockery, resuming their own blind box endeavors. Whis paid no heed to those whispering humans licking the cream holy grail bite bite his heart nearly melted by the sweetness. Compatu sucked away with single-minded devotion as if he wouldn't stop until it was finished. Big Boss Shun, did you bring my sister back? At that moment, Bulma ran in from outside, followed by Vegeta with his arms crossed. Noticing the couple's arrival, Whis and Vados glanced over instinctively, their hearts skipping a beat, then shifting to confusion. Sister, does father have a child out there? Fool, look closely. That woman shares an angelic bloodline with us, but if you examine her carefully, there's a vast difference. Vados shook her head. Moreover, that girl's angelic origin is almost negligible, simply put, too weak. I suspect she was also drawn from a jar. This is a monumental matter. If mortals can become gods so easily, it means that as long as the blind box shop exists, the main world could birth countless powerful beings. And look at that man. He also bears the rudiments of several laws. If he continues to strengthen these laws, he could stand at the pinnacle of the universe. These matters are beyond our jurisdiction. After we finish opening the jars, let's go to the Omni King's palace together. Very well. Whis cast one last glance at Bulma, then resumed licking his cream holy grail. Meanwhile, Bulma had reached the counter, leaning forward with both hands on the table, and asked again rapidly. Speak. Did you bring my sister back from the universe? That's right. Tights is in the tent next to the gravity room. If you want to catch up, go quickly. Don't block other customers from opening jars. Shin-san pointed to the tent outside. And next time, don't lean so close when you talk. Do you know you spray saliva when you speak? I know. They'll spray you to death. Bulma stuck out her tongue, then turned and ran toward the tent. Vegeta, however, had his gaze fixed on Whis since entering. Thanks to Shun-san's earlier reminder, the image of the god of destruction was clear in his mind. He recalled that this person was the one who accompanied the god of destruction. So, Vegeta's gaze shifted to Compa's face, and he was instantly dumbfounded. The color matched. The outline was somewhat similar, but how had he gotten so fat in such a short time? Nevertheless, Vegeta didn't dwell on it. Mr. Shun'll go for body refinement first and return to open jars this afternoon. As you wish. Shun-san nodded. Hearing this, Vados grew intrigued. While knocking on a jar, she asked, Mr. Shun, what is body refinement? Body refinement is one of the two heavenly stairways on either side of the blind box shop. Each step conjures an opponent of corresponding strength to battle the climber. To break through a level, you must achieve a temporary breakthrough within the stairway. The cost is 10 million per entry. However, if you can defeat the guardian beast of the stairway, entry is free. Shin-san explained. Vados frowned. So if we enter, the conjured opponent will be of equal strength? Yes and no. The beings conjured by the stairway will be slightly superior in every aspect to the climber. Even if the Grand Minister or your Supreme Ruler, the Omni King, entered, they would face the same conditions. Given your current strength, it's already incredibly difficult to break through on your own. So for you to conquer the body refinement stairway is essentially impossible. The heart refinement stairway, however, would not be difficult for you, and the rewards would exceed your imagination. After explaining, Shun-san ignored the stunned Vados and the others, pointing to the items Vados had drawn. Your luck is also good. Among these 5 items, one is a treasure.